The Global Perspective, Reflections on Imperialism and Resistance. By Torkil Lauesen. Preface. Important scientific and scholarly interpretations of imperialism have in the last 30 years reshaped the paradigms through which we analyze and understand human history. However, while post-colonial studies has from the 1970s described the perseverance of forms of cultural domination, a crucial marker of imperialist influence, critical geopolitical and economic analysis is absent in much of the research. At the same time, whereas colonialism has largely been abandoned, free market globalization has stimulated a new era of neocolonial imperialism, reinforcing inequality both within and between countries. This resurgent imperialism has provided a spur to the further investigation of all facets of the phenomenon. In recent years, as European and North American society has shifted further to the right, there has been a dramatic surge in pro-imperial discourse. Many British writers, for instance, have built their careers on declaiming the glory of empire, the march of progress, and the triumph of Western civilization. In the 1990s, U.S. political scientist and Vietnam War hawk Samuel Huntington famously decried the inherent barbarism of all non-Western cultures in his The Clash of Civilizations. He found an eager popular and academic audience in the context of the so-called War on Terror and the discourse of humanitarian interventionism. The bigotry and hypocrisy of such conservative propagandists for unearned wealth and unvarnished power are apparent to all who possess even a modicum of critical awareness, whether inside or outside the academy. Yet intellectual dishonesty and complicity with the crimes of the great powers is not the sole preserve of the political right, though it is more obviously apparent there. Unfortunately, national chauvinism is promoted in the global north by both the right and its ostensible liberal, socialist, and communist foes. Unquestionably, the class interests of the most affluent and bourgeois fractions of the international workforce are reflected in the analyses and propaganda of the European and North American left, for which imperialism is too often understood either as a historical or cultural anachronism, or as benefiting only big capitalists or a narrow upper stratum of workers in certain specialized sectors of the economy. As this work by Torkil Lauesen reveals, however, under capitalism the advantages enjoyed by European, North American, and Japanese workers relative to the proletariat proper are paid for only by means of imperialism and can, therefore, only be maintained or extended through imperialism. Ultimately, this ensures that the pursuit of short-term economic advancement by what is thus constituted as a mass labor aristocracy must entail open or tacit compromise with capital. As such, those within the upper echelons of the global working class who seek to determine their future free of capitalist diktat must necessarily advocate the abolition of global wage scaling, even in the certain knowledge that this will mean a lengthy and considerable reduction in their own and their compatriots' purchasing power. The present work examines how imperialism has impacted societies in the Third World or Global South, that is, the former colonies of Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, as well as how it has shaped social relations and popular perceptions in the First World or Global North countries of Europe, North America, and Japan. It describes imperialism's evolving means of international wealth transfer and reveals how returns derived from unequal exchange, accumulation by dispossession, and capital export have come to form the very taproot of the global profit system. Today, the nations of the Third World face imperialist invasion, occupation, proxy war, embargo, extortion, starvation, assassination, genocide, fascist repression, corporate plunder, and grinding super-exploitation. The contrast with the consumption, leisure time, and social peace that imperialism has afforded the nations of the First World could not be clearer. In spite of this, we have reached the point where authors such as Torkil Lauesen are forced to not only explain but to plainly state the obvious, even to alleged Marxists. In these bleak times, it is often hard to discern how we can possibly work towards a better future. On an intellectual level at least, we can only begin to do so if we adopt the perspective of the world majority struggling for a better life. In the present volume, the author places imperialism at the center of his rigorous class analysis and, at the same time, positions class analysis at the center of his understanding of imperialism. it is a work profoundly informed by a decades-long and unwavering commitment to labor internationalism. The author himself does not merely pay lip service to this ideal as do most socialists in the West today, but tacitly affirms in every sentence that it is impossible to properly understand imperialism without sympathy for and solidarity with the struggles waged against it. This book deserves to have a very wide readership and a profound influence. Dr. Zach Cope. Belfast, Ireland. February 12, 2018. If the parasite state theory was accepted in our part of the world, it would be false. Joke inside Communist Working Circle, 1975. Introduction. Why this book? A child of the Cold War. I was born in 1952. My mother worked as a nurse, my father as a ferry navigator. I grew up in the Danish social welfare state, at a time when consumer society hit it big. In 1956, we bought a television set, a telephone, and a refrigerator, and in 1959, a Renault 4CV. In 1962, we left our council flat for our very own house. The motto of the governing Social Democrats was, "Make good times better." My first political memory relates to the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. The Soviets wanted to deploy nuclear weapons in Cuba. This was in response to the USA deploying nuclear weapons in Turkey and the CIA's attempt to invade Cuba at the Bay of Pigs a year earlier. Soviet ships carrying nuclear warheads were spotted on their way to the Caribbean, and the US Navy enforced a blockade of the communist island. No one knew what was going to happen when the Soviets met the American fleet. A nuclear war between the world's superpowers seemed possible. I was only 10 years old, but I understood the gravity of the situation. Earlier that year, the Danish government had distributed manuals to all households, titled "If the War Comes." They included pictures teaching you to crawl underneath a table if you saw a blast. Then, you were instructed, you should head for the basement where water and food were stored. On our new TV set, I had seen images of the mushroom cloud, and I was familiar with the sirens that were tested every Wednesday in our neighborhood. Numerous people did indeed store water and food in their basements, but all I could think of was, once we have eaten all the food, then what? The Cuban Missile Crisis ended. The nuclear war hadn't come. Instead, our generation embraced Elvis, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and long hair. For some, myself included, politics became very important. The first political organization I joined was Aldrig Meer Krig. War, never again. I became a conscientious objector. The war in Vietnam soon consumed my attention, not least because it was reported about on TV every day. Those images would have an enormous impact on the anti-imperialists of my generation. The war waged by the US in Vietnam was one of the most brutal in modern history. The bombing raids by B-52 planes conducted non-stop from Operation Rolling Thunder in 1965 to the truce of 1973 were unprecedented. Measured in tons, the number of bombs dropped over North Vietnam was 3 times higher than that of all bombs dropped during World War II over Europe, Asia, and Africa combined. 7 million tons of explosives, with a force equivalent to 400 Hiroshima bombs, devastated the country. 1 chemical weapons were used and civilians terrorized. More than 80,000 alleged Viet Cong supporters were killed in anti-insurgency operations such as Operation Phoenix. All in all, over 1.5 million Vietnamese lost their lives during the war. The American government was widely accused of genocide, a verdict confirmed by the Stockholm-Russell Tribunal under the chairmanship of Jean-Paul Sartre in 1967. According to international law, President Richard Nixon and Secretary of State Henry Kissinger should have been tried as war criminals. In 1969, I bought my first political book. Fittingly, it was War Crimes in Vietnam, by the philosopher and Nobel laureate Bertrand Russell. I reread it before writing this introduction and found the following passage underlined: "To some, the expression U.S. imperialism appears as a cliché because it is not part of their own experience. We in the West are the beneficiaries of imperialism. The spoils of exploitation are the means of our corruption. 3. These words, which obviously made an impression on me at the time, conveyed a sentiment that would become a central feature of my political biography. My political itinerary started with emotion, for example, the outrage at U.S. napalm bombs and the hope of justice for the people of Vietnam. It probably also started with a guilty conscience, since I lived such a comfortable life while people in the Third World did not. I still live a very comfortable life. I am writing this text on one of the 2 computers we own. We live in a spacious 2-bedroom apartment. We have an iPad, 2 mobile phones, and a flat-screen TV. The apartment is equipped with all of the modern bathroom and kitchen facilities your heart desires. When I go on vacation, I fly to countries whose people cannot afford vacations. There, I enjoy their climate, culture, and food. My salary allows me to buy anything I need and much I don't need. The fact that living conditions around the world are so different has been the driving force of my political activism. For years, I've been pondering the following questions: why does this difference exist? In what historical context did it develop? What are the economic and political mechanisms that keep it in place? And why is it so bloody difficult to change all of this? I went to boarding school in the small Danish town of Holbæk. There, I experienced the uprising of 1968. Its impact was so strong that it even engulfed the Danish countryside. We challenged the authorities at our school, edited a critical student newspaper, and organized meetings on the war in Vietnam. I belonged to a study circle that discussed political theory in order to understand the injustices of the world and find ways to fight against them. In 1968, one of my peers introduced me to the Kommunistiske Arbejdskreds, the Communist Working Circle. It was a life-altering moment. CAC's theoretical foundation, the parasite state theory, corresponded to my everyday experiences. It explained that there was a direct connection between the wealth in our part of the world and the poverty elsewhere. The connection was imperialism. The parasite state theory also explained why the working classes in our part of the world were not interested in revolution but only in changes to the ruling system that would grant them a bigger share of imperialist plunder. Once I discovered CAC, my individual, uncoordinated, and emotional political approach gave way to an organized and strategic one. I first became a CAC sympathizer and later a very dedicated member. I went on study trips to the Third World and gathered resources to support Third World liberation movements, legally as well as illegally. My travels to Middle Eastern and African countries and the collaboration with Third World revolutionaries strengthened the emotions that got me interested in politics in the first place: my wish for justice and my outrage at imperialist oppression, but they also sparked a feeling of personal responsibility. Third World liberation movements were no longer abstract political entities but now consisted of real-life people and comrades who I felt obliged to. We, the members of CAC, wanted to be a little wheel in a big machine fighting for a different world order. Our emotions, experiences, and actions led to constant questioning of ourselves and our politics. We had to remain motivated and engaged in this fight and, if possible, we had to motivate others to do the same. Theory was very important to us. Our practice was always informed by theoretical, strategic, and tactical reflections. This also applied to our collaboration with Third World liberation movements. We would discuss politics first, only after would we decide on any action plan. Emotion, theory, organization, practice, everything was connected. Emotions were the driving force, theory provided guidance, organization brought structure, and practice gave concrete results. In my case, 40 years of political activism have been defined by this framework. This book is a summary of my experiences. The parasite state theory. I already mentioned how important outrage at the U.S. war in Vietnam was for my politicization. Equally important, however, was the inspiration provided by the struggle of the Vietnamese people. The war proved that a human element, the country's people and their resistance, a people's war, was able to defeat the world's greatest superpower. In Denmark, the solidarity movement with Vietnam was led by students and youth. The working class and its organizations were largely absent. The concerns of the Danish working class were very different from those of third world workers. Danish workers demanded longer vacations, a higher pension, and a raise of $1 per hour. Third world workers were starving, did not have a single day off, and were lucky to earn $1 per day. Most people on the left understand that the concerns of workers in the third world are different from those in countries such as Denmark. They also understand that this difference inevitably causes anger, unrest, and demands for a new world order. Yet, in our part of the world, many find it difficult to apply this understanding to their politics. They are hesitant to openly declare that the working class in a country such as Denmark benefits from the international division of labor and has no real interest in changing the current world order, at least not fundamentally. This is confirmed by the lack of international solidarity from the working classes of imperialist countries. A famous quote attributed to U.S. writer Upton Sinclair sums up the problem succinctly: "It is difficult to get a man to understand something, when his salary depends on his not understanding it." 4. Kak's parasite state theory was based on such heretical insights. But it was not only the logic in Kak's theory that appealed to me, it was also the practical conclusions drawn by its members as well as their commitment and integrity. Solidarity did not just consist of words but of action. It was something you could hold in your hand, as we used to say. In Kak, there was a strong correlation between what was being said and what was being done. The parasite state theory was formulated and developed by Kak's leader, Gottfried Appel. He laid out the theory in a series of articles that appeared in the organization's journal, Kommunistiske Orientering. From 1966 until the organization split into various groups in 1978. 5 out of these groups, only, Manifest Kommunistiske Arbeidsgruppe, survived more than 2 years. It was named after the journal it edited and included those most centrally involved in Kak's illegal practice, the so-called Blickingagate group. 6. One of the reasons for Kak's demise was the Leninist dogmatism that had characterized the organization. Among other things, this had prevented theoretical development. MK now offered this possibility. We updated the parasite state theory's economic foundation by adding Argyri Emanuel's work on unequal exchange, which stressed the importance of trade between high-wage and low-wage countries in the exploitation of the proletarians of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. We also studied Immanuel Wallerstein's world systems theory, which traced capitalism's history and political development from the Middle Ages to modern times. One of its central themes was the divide between a dominant center, or core, and an exploited periphery. In 1983, MK published the book Imperialismen I dag, det Uligspit. Og muligheden for socialisme I en delt verden. An English edition, titled Unequal Exchange and the Prospects of Socialism, was published 3 years later. 7. The book contained the first proper summary of the parasite state theory, outlining its economic underpinnings, its consequences for class politics, and its implications for an anti-imperialist practice in the imperialist core countries. MK dissolved in April 1989, after several of its members were arrested as alleged members of the so-called Blickingagate group. 6 comrades and myself were found guilty of various robberies and other criminal acts. 8. During the years I spent in prison, I focused on globalization and neoliberalism in my reading and writing. Outside the walls surrounding me, the world underwent significant changes. The Soviet Union and state socialism in Eastern Europe collapsed. The successor countries were absorbed by the capitalist world market. Anti-imperialist struggles in the Third World declined significantly, and the liberation movements that had gained power abandoned their socialist principles. At the same time, the world system itself remained unchanged. The world was still divided into rich and poor countries, with no sign that this would change anytime soon. The waning socialist perspective of the Third World liberation struggles and the collapse of the Soviet Union required a new orientation for the left. How could a socialist economy be established? How could socialists come to power? What strategies and practices were needed? After being released from prison in 1996, I was active in what was known as the anti-globalization movement, inspired by the Zapatista uprising in Chiapas, Mexico, and by the resistance against the World Trade Organization. I attended the first international encounter organized by the Zapatistas in 1996 and various World Social Forum meetings. Neoliberal globalization required that certain aspects of the parasite state theory be updated. It introduced new transnational forms of production and a new global division of labor. The parasite state theory still stands on solid ground, however, and I'm not the only one who holds that opinion. Another new development of recent decades, the Internet, has made me aware of the many groups and individuals studying imperialist forms of exchange and their political consequences. It has been encouraging to see that I do not represent an endangered species but belong to an active network of people trying to understand the economic system ruling over our lives and to develop strategies for change. A global perspective is mandatory in these efforts. The strength of Marxism lies in its analysis of concrete situations, but today's concrete situations are not confined to single countries or a single class. Capitalism is a global system and each and every country and class is a part of it. We must not be the frog of Mao's famous anecdote, quipping, "The sky is no bigger than the mouth of the well." 9. The sky is bigger than what we can see from where we stand. We cannot understand life in our part of the world if we don't look at the world's other parts. Academia and politics. I hope that this book expresses the combination of emotion, theory, organization, and practice that has defined my political activism. That was my goal in writing it. The text you have in front of you is not an academic text, neither in the way it is structured nor in its intentions. At the same time, I have used numerous academic sources in writing it and have done the best I can to reference them. Strictly speaking, this is not a political text either. It has not been issued by an organization but solely expresses the opinions of an individual. It is a personal text, presenting an understanding of imperialism based on my own experiences as a Marxist militant. However, it is a political text in the sense that I want to explain my positions, argue for them, and mobilize people to take action. If I look at all the contributions to theories of imperialism that I have read over the years, comparing academic studies to accounts of people involved in struggles on the ground, there is a significant difference. For most academics, practical experiences provide material that they then analyze and evaluate. Academics want to understand and explain the world. Rarely do they have anything to say about what ought to be done, not least because they don't want to be associated with particular ideologies, organizations, or tactics, fearing that this would disqualify them as scholars. Practice is not their terrain and they politely leave it to others. For militants, however, theory is first and foremost a tool. It is supposed to help them struggle in the most effective way. We can see this approach in the works of Lenin, Mao, and several high-profile figures of the post-World War II liberation movements, such as Che Guevara and Amilcar Cabral. The relationship between theory and practice must be dialectical. A theory that does not inspire practice is not a good theory. We can talk for hours about politics and present fine analyses, but if, at the end of the day, we have no answer to the question of what ought to be done, the critical part is missing. 10. At the same time, there is no good practice without good theory. How shall we develop effective forms of struggle if we lack an understanding of the political, economic, and social realities we are up against? Under such circumstances, how are we to develop viable visions and strategies? In the 1960s and 70s, world systems theory and dependency theory were at the forefront of analyzing the global economic and political system. Their work represented the biggest innovations in imperialism theory since the 1920s. Also of great importance was the work done by theorists around the journal. Monthly Review. Scholars such as Harry Magdoff, Paul A. Barron, and Paul M. Sweezy. Numerous communist organizations were founded in the imperialist world, and liberation struggles swept the colonies. Unfortunately, the academic studies and the struggles on the ground were largely separate and rarely informed one another. The Communist Party of China, for example, did not make significant contributions to imperialism theory, while many liberation movement leaders had a limited understanding of political economy. I am aware that Marx's famous 11th thesis on Feuerbach has been quoted countless times, but I also believe that it cannot be repeated often enough. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point is to change it. 11. I am tackling big topics in this book: the history of imperialism, the global economy, political systems, and strategies for resistance. It is impossible to investigate all of this in a manner that will satisfy academics. Furthermore, I mix political reflection with personal anecdote and use theoretical concepts without any commitment to a particular ideology. In other words, I am not faithful to any particular political line. I have had bad experiences with dogmatism. CAC's strict Leninism got in the way of theoretical innovation, and our hostility toward suspected deviants of all kinds prevented productive intellectual exchange. There are aspects of the political culture of the 1970s that I do not miss. Methodological and philosophical reflections. If a critical academic had to put a label on the method I am using in this book, it would probably be eclecticism. I make use of numerous ideas, even some that might seem incompatible. But they are all connected by the convictions this book is built upon. These convictions constitute a red thread running through its pages. Theoretical studies were important for CAC. They went beyond politics and economics. We also studied methodology and philosophy. In 1975, we had a study circle on dialectical materialism that I found particularly rewarding. It is exhilarating to feel that you've figured out how the world works. The philosophical studies we engaged in were supposed to provide us with important background for our political and economic readings and our travels. The ultimate goal, however, was always to develop an effective practice. There is an important distinction between the world as such and our interpretation of it, the world. For us, there is a world out there that exists whether we as individuals exist or not. At the same time, we as individuals interpret the world in certain ways. Our respective interpretations do not form hierarchies in the sense of how close they come to the real world, that is, the world as such. The world for us is not a poor mirror image of the world as such, it simply frames our understanding of reality. Let us think of a pair of glasses. The shape and color of the lenses determines our perception of the world. We focus on certain aspects of it and find them meaningful. Every kind of knowledge is based on interpretation. This does not mean that notions such as true and false are meaningless. Interpretations can be true or false, depending on the perspective we take. People might think that seeing the world through a particular pair of glasses results in a tunnel vision. But that is not necessarily the case, not if we are conscious of wearing glasses and willing to scrutinize the interpretations they allow. That way, we avoid the traps of both uncritical universalism and random relativism, and critical discussion remains possible. My perspective is materialist. This implies, among other things, that I believe the way in which we produce and distribute goods significantly impacts our interpretation of the world. The conditions under which human beings work and live determine to a large degree how they think. Socialization is neither mechanical nor deterministic but dialectical. I believe that we best understand history through historical materialism. Capitalism has existed for 500 years. It had a beginning and it will have an end, like any other system that has existed in the past 10,000 years. We have a tendency to forget that. We find it hard to believe that the institutions that control our lives will one day, be gone. A materialist understanding of history implies not only an understanding of economics but also of class relations. Class relations force capitalism to change its form constantly. History is an ongoing process that never stops. The world changes, not gradually, but in ruptures. Yet historical materialism is not teleology. 12. There is no automatic transition from capitalism to socialism. Social development is complex and unpredictable. We don't know what society will look like in 50 years. Social systems are more or less chaotic. During some periods, they can be relatively stable, and even if revolutionary movements try to throw them off balance, they can hold their own. Yet, they change during this process. When they enter a structural crisis, they become unstable and can no longer hold their own. This is when revolutionary movements take on special significance. This is when a shoeshine boy killing himself in protest can become the butterfly that flaps its wings in one part of the world and causes a storm in another. This is how the complex relationship between social structures shaping people and people shaping social structures must be understood. If I translate all of this into a succinct description of the reality we live in, it can be summed up like this: the world is divided into rich and poor countries. This division has economic causes and is reflected in class relations and politics. To the reader, this book consists of 3 parts. Part 1 outlines imperialism's history and relevant analyses up to the year 1989. It is a very particular account, as I will focus on theories that were especially important to CAC and to myself. The year 1989 marks both a general and a personal watershed. As the Berlin Wall came tumbling down, several comrades and I were facing prison terms. MK dissolved. My revisiting, in this book, the theories that influenced our activism will be a combination of reflections, anecdotes, and quotations. I hope there will be enough information for the reader to investigate further if so inclined. There are 2 main reasons why I deem it important to retrace imperialism's history from its very beginnings in the mid-19th century. First, it is important to emphasize that the imperialist legacy continues. Second, it is important to revisit the ideological struggles and the related political experiences within imperialism theory. This is particularly true for imperialist countries. In imperialist countries, anti-imperialism has never been a central part of the left, as it concerns realities that we do not suffer from. For the left in imperialist countries, anti-imperialism relates to injustices experienced by others and does not reflect struggles on our home turf. None of us is forced to resist imperialist oppression in our everyday lives. Making anti-imperialism a focus of our political work is something we must choose. In part 2 of the book, I analyze the current state of imperialism. What role does imperialism play in globalized capitalism? What is its impact on global class relations? I will outline the contributions to imperialism theory since 1989, coming from both academics and militants. In part 3, I address the political consequences of imperialism theory, both in the global north and the global south. What are the political frameworks we operate in? Who are the main political actors? What are viable forms of resistance? In short, I will discuss anti-imperialist practice today. Should we choose a strategy of delinking from neoliberal globalization in order to focus on national development? Should we respond to globalized capitalism with globalized resistance? Are national liberation movements still a factor to consider? Can international trade union organizations be a relevant force? Do our hopes rest solely with social movements? What do anti-imperialist politics in our part of the world look like? By raising questions like these, I hope to spark the discussions we need to have. To summarize, Part 1 focuses on political history, Part 2 on political economy, and Part 3 on political practice. There are also 2 appendices, one on Marx's theory of value, and one on Foucault's theory of power. Both are essential to understanding my approach, but they are included as appendices to avoid disrupting the book's narrative. The English edition at hand is a revised and updated version of the Danish original that appeared in 2016. I have omitted parts that relate primarily to Western Europe and added parts that relate primarily to North America in order to make the book more relevant for readers who don't share my own stomping grounds. I would like to thank everyone who has read drafts of this book and provided me with useful comments, particularly Zach Cope. I would also like to thank Karl Kersplebedeb for his commitment to an English edition and enhancing the final manuscript, and Gabriel Kuhn for an excellent translation and editorial expertise. Part 1. The History of Imperialism, a Personal Perspective. But, if constructing the future and settling everything for all times are not our affair, it is all the more clear what we have to accomplish at present. I am referring to ruthless criticism of all that exists, ruthless both in the sense of not being afraid of the results it arrives at and in the sense of being just as little afraid of the conflict with the powers that be. In that case we do not confront the world in a doctrinaire way with a new principle, here is the truth, kneel down before it. We develop new principles for the world out of the world's own principles. We do not say to the world, cease your struggles, they are foolish, we will give you the true slogan of the struggle. We merely show the world what it is really fighting for, and consciousness is something that it has to acquire, even if it does not want to. Letter from Marx to Ruge, September 1843. Chapter 1. The Emergence of a Divided World. Colonization and Capitalism. Let's begin with the breakthrough of capitalism and colonialism. It structured the world we still live in and established the norms we still live by today. If we need to name a year to indicate the birth of the capitalist world system, then 1492 is as good a choice as any. In 1492, the European powers, as a result of Columbus's search for a sea passage to India, began their military, economic, political, and cultural conquest of the world. In Europe itself, capitalism began to replace feudalism. The histories of colonialism and capitalism are inseparable. Capitalism has always had a global dimension. Between the years 1000 and 1500, the world was divided into three blocks. China and India were economically and politically most advanced, the Middle East focused on trade and served as a transport hub, and Europe was part of the periphery. The Asiatic mode of production was more varied, more effective, and technologically superior to anything that had been developed in Europe. Asia was home to the most powerful civilizations and the most sophisticated state systems in the world. Asia had even seen rudimentary forms of capitalism emerge, for example during China's Song dynasty or in the Arab-Persian Abbasid Caliphate. As trade intensified, the exchange value of commodities became more important than their use value. In Europe, the Italian city-states developed foreign trade and advanced banking and finance systems in the 15th century. But it was between London, Paris, and Amsterdam that European capitalism first emerged and from where it has since expanded to the last corners of the world. The early expansion of European capitalism was largely based on military power, naval power in particular. The seafaring nations of Spain and Portugal played pivotal roles. If the ruling classes of Europe could not conquer the East politically, they at least wanted to control economic relations. That's why they were looking for new trade routes across the Atlantic. Columbus believed until his death that the Americas belonged to the Asian continent. With the conquest of the so-called New World, and the plunder of its riches, European capitalism gained momentum. The most important products yielded by the Spanish colonies in Latin America were silver and gold. Europe, eager to expand its trade, yearned after them, and European princes, kings, aristocrats, and clerics were insatiable. A new European bourgeoisie and a growing number of civil servants demanded overseas commodities. Gold and silver were the preferred means of exchange, and their limited availability was an obstacle to the circulation of goods now demanded by many. 13 enormous amounts of these two precious metals were taken from Latin America, especially from Mexico and Peru. In Spain, they were turned into coins that spread across Europe, satisfying capitalism's need for growth. Gold and silver coins strengthened intra-European trade and made it possible to import goods from Asia. At the time, Europe had no goods to offer that would have been of any interest to Asian traders. 14 As Leo Huberman, co-founder of Monthly Review, has written, the Spanish mint turned out only 45,000 kilograms of silver in the period from 1500 to 1520, but for the 15-year period from 1545 to 1560 its production increased 6 times, to 270,000 kilograms, and the 20-year period from 1580 to 1600 saw production leap to 340,000 kilograms, almost 8 times what it had been in 1520. Did this huge supply of silver which was brought from America to Spain stay in Spain? Not at all. It circulated all over Europe as fast as it poured in. 15. To paraphrase André Gunder Frank, in capitalism's earliest phase, it was not Europe that shaped the world, but the world that shaped Europe. The global hegemony of European capitalism was still a long ways off. 16. Portuguese and, especially, Spanish colonialism were not based on strong merchant capital, but on enormous royal power. This explains why Portuguese and Spanish colonial rule were characterized by violent conquest and plundering rather than trade. The Portuguese and Spanish simply didn't have much to trade with. The Arab traders who they met along the east coast of Africa were not interested in doing business with them, they were already engaged in lucrative trade with people from the Arab Gulf, India, and Africa. But what the Portuguese and Spanish couldn't get by way of commodities, they got by way of cannons. The Arab traders had nothing with which to counter those. It was the power of their arms that opened the global market to the Europeans. The European powers were experienced in warfare, feudalism was characterized by violent conflict, and the art of war and related technologies were well developed. No military power outside of Europe save, perhaps, the Ottoman Empire could compete. It was Portuguese artillery that created Portuguese dominance in the Indian Ocean, and it was Spanish armor and swords that crushed the Incas and Mayans in America. Portugal and Spain's colonizing expeditions in the early 16th century were driven by the feudal desire for luxury. Big profits were made by sending off well-armed expeditions that returned with lucrative plunder. Early Portuguese and Spanish colonialism was feudal rather than capitalist. But the interest of other European powers in trading with Africa, India, and soon also America grew rapidly. The Portuguese and Spanish did not profit from this. They had used their gold and silver to buy commodities produced in England, France, Germany, and the Netherlands, boosting manufacturing in those countries but not at home. While Portugal and Spain remained stuck in feudalism, capitalism advanced quickly in other parts of Europe. It is no coincidence that churches and palaces in Portugal and Spain are so opulent. Aristocrats, knights, civil servants, and priests defined one end of society, and beggars the other. As Portugal and Spain became increasingly dependent on the import of consumer goods and foodstuffs and their expenses in the colonies grew, they lost their leading role in the global expansion of European might. A new central force had emerged, Dutch merchant capital. The ideological expression of this transformation was a religious conflict. Max Weber's theory about capitalism being a consequence of Protestantism is well known, but it is false. Rather, Protestantism was a consequence of capitalism. When early capitalism challenged the feudal mode of production, it also challenged its ideological underpinnings. The metaphysics of the Middle Ages were replaced by modern philosophy and science. The ideological expression of feudalism was Catholicism. Therefore, anti-feudal forces had to challenge Catholicism. This gave rise to the Protestant movement. In 1517, Martin Luther nailed his anti-Catholic theses onto the wooden door of a church in Wittenberg, Germany. Only a few years later, Europe was engulfed by violent religious conflict. The Reformation in Germany was the first major ideological attack by the bourgeoisie against the feudal powers. It was easy to find followers among townspeople, the lower aristocracy, and peasants. They all had reasons to rebel against the Catholic Church. The first uprising, in 1523, was led by the lower aristocracy, the second, in 1525, by peasants. Both were crushed, but the Protestant movement did not die. When John Calvin became its figurehead, it increased in strength. Calvin's teachings were more political than Luther's. He explicitly supported republicanism, and the values he taught corresponded to the ambitions of the bourgeoisie. Entrepreneurism and thriftiness were praised, science was regarded as a source of progress, and the administration of the state and the justice system were to be separated from religion. The political dimension of Calvinism was particularly pronounced in the Netherlands, where it was embraced by bourgeois merchants. In the Netherlands, Calvinism also had a clear nationalist bent, with the Dutch provinces demanding secession from Spain. The Spaniards tried to crush the rebellion with the help of soldiers and the Inquisition. Entire towns were put under siege and massacred. But the Dutch were able to resist, not least because they received the support of 6,000 English soldiers, which, in turn, drew the Pope's ire. Spain tried to attack England, but its armada of 130 ships carrying 30,000 troops suffered a devastating defeat in the English Channel. The battle marked the end of Spain as the world's major naval power and the emergence of the Netherlands as the driving force of global capitalist expansion. By the mid-17th century, the Netherlands had a trading fleet greater than those of England and France combined. Slavery. The rise of merchant capitalism did not imply a complete neglect of manufacturing. The institutionalization of slavery confirms this. After the Spanish and Portuguese had taken most of the easily accessible metals in their American colonies, they were forced to dig underground. Indigenous people were forced to work in the mines and fields, but they were difficult to control and many died from hard labor and European diseases such as smallpox. Their cultures were under assault and their numbers dwindled rapidly. The Incas and Aztecs had established advanced centralized societies with irrigation systems and well-organized production and distribution of foods. Now, there was famine. Eventually, the indigenous population of the territories under Spanish and Portuguese control was brought to the brink of extinction. From about 50 million in 1492 it had fallen to 4 million by the end of the 17th century. In 1519, Mexico's population was estimated to be 25 million people. By 1605, there were 1.25 million left. For the colonizers this mainly meant a lack of local labor. They responded by importing African slaves. At first, the Portuguese captured slaves in attacks along the West African coast. Later, they obtained slaves by trading European goods with powerful locals who delivered the cargo directly to the ports. Other European countries followed suit. England, France, the Netherlands, and Denmark all entered the slave trade. Slaving posts were established from Senegal in the north to Angola in the south. Soon, it became necessary to push deeper into the continent to satisfy the growing colonial need for manpower. Europeans instigated conflicts between African societies, trading clothes and, especially, weapons for slaves with either side. What is known today as tribalism was a product of European colonialism. While the hunt for gold and silver destroyed the societies of the Americas, the hunt for slaves destroyed those of Africa. This was not only about the loss of life. The manufactured goods that Europeans traded for slaves undermined local craftsmanship and commerce. Entire societies were displaced, fleeing from slave hunters. The human toll was enormous. 10 to 12 million African slaves reached American shores. It has been estimated that for each slave sold on American soil, 4 had been captured in Africa. This means that about 30 million Africans died during the voyage. 19 millions also died from European diseases and in conflicts instigated by the colonists. Africa's population did not increase between 1450 and 1870. In the 16th and 17th centuries, most slaves in the Americas worked in Portuguese and Spanish mines, especially in the silver mines of Brazil. However, by the end of the 17th century, the cultivation of exotic crops and plantation agriculture were becoming increasingly important. The English had started to cultivate sugar cane in Barbados around the year 1650. Before that, the only sweetener available in Europe was honey. Sugar was so valuable that it was sold in grams. It took only a few decades, however, for it to become a regular item in European households and one of the most valued colonial goods. In 1643, there were about 5,000 African slaves in Barbados. In 1664, subsistence farming was basically eradicated and 800 sugar plantations had been established. Half of the early European colonizers had left and the number of slaves had risen to 40,000. The situation was the same on almost all of the Caribbean islands. At the height of the slave trade in the late 18th century, the ratio between colonists and slaves in the British West Indies was 1:10, in the French West Indies 1:14, and in the Dutch West Indies 1:24. 20 tobacco, coffee, and cacao were sown and harvested by slaves. These new luxuries required little manufacturing and became the final piece in the triangular trade between Europe, Africa, and America. Ships from Europe brought manufactured goods such as clothes, weapons, ammunition, and alcohol to the shores of Africa, where they were exchanged for slaves, who were then shipped to America and sold to plantation owners who paid in sugar, tobacco, coffee, indigo, cotton, and other goods that were returned to Europe for enormous profits. The number of workers on the plantations and haciendas of the colonies and in their factories and mines was at least equal to the number of proletarians in Europe. 21. Africa was not yet properly colonized during this period, it was still mainly used as a supplier of labor, and Europeans were mainly present at trading posts along the coast. Colonization gained momentum when, in addition to the trading posts primarily dealing in slaves, Europeans required supply stations for merchant ships traveling to Asia and back. The Dutch Cape Colony, at the southern tip of the continent, was of great importance not only for Dutch but also for English trade, important enough for the English to take possession of it in the early 1800s. More and more European settlers arrived in southern Africa and some manufacturing was established. There were still few Europeans, however, who ventured further into the rest of the continent. Capturing slaves along the West African coast became increasingly difficult in the late 18th century. The brutality of the slave trade had caused such havoc that many of the societies affected by it had simply disappeared. Furthermore, the British were keen on absorbing Africa into their empire as a supplier of raw materials and minerals. As a consequence, the British bourgeoisie outlawed the slave trade in 1806. This did not mean an end to slavery as such, as plantation owners developed schemes to reproduce the slave population that already existed in the West Indies and the southern colonies of North America. 22. The emergence of a world market meant a division of the world into a center and a periphery. We have already mentioned the devastating effects that this had for the indigenous people of America and Africa. In Asia, the Dutch took possession of Indonesia, and the British of India. Colonization was fundamentally based on violence and military might. The Europeans met fierce resistance, however, and often had to pay a high price. Increasingly, they resorted to alliances with local leaders who would serve European interests while leaving local cultures and power structures largely intact. Dutch merchant capitalism. The Dutch trading empire was based on the country's historical role as a center of commerce, its highly developed manufacturing, and the absence of stifling feudal structures. In the 14th century, Bruges had been the most important trading center in northern Europe. It was Antwerp, however, that was key for early Dutch merchant capital, as it lacked Bruges's restrictive guilds. Visitors to the Antwerp Stock Exchange were greeted by the words, "Open for traders from all nations." Antwerp also remained in good standing with Spain, where most of the money came from. Only when Dutch merchant capital expanded across the world did its center of gravity shift from Antwerp to Amsterdam. Manufacturing developed early in the Netherlands. 23. Textile manufacturing has a rich tradition in Flanders, which experienced a strong economic boom in the 17th century. but there were also highly developed paper manufacturers and shipyards which required a high concentration of capital. First and foremost, however, the Netherlands was a trading nation. As in other important trading nations, international trading companies were founded in the late 16th century. The Dutch were particularly eager to strengthen their influence in the Caribbean and the Indonesian archipelago. The two most important trading companies were therefore the Dutch West India Company and the Dutch East India Company. The latter developed into one of the most important trading companies to shape the colonial system. Apart from taking possession of important East Asian islands such as the Moluccas, Java, and Sumatra, it also established control over Ceylon and Cape Town in southern Africa. The company became known for two things: its brutality and its enormous profits. Merchant capital united formerly isolated economies and cultures in a world system. The Netherlands, England, and France divided the non-European world between themselves. Each power demanded its own territories to exploit and trade with. Commercial outposts were established to monopolize trading routes. Navy ships, fortified ports, and agreements with local rulers kept merchants from competing nations away. This was not a smooth process. Colonization was characterized by numerous trade wars between the colonial powers themselves. While trading colonies were characteristic of the colonization of Africa and Asia, colonialism in the Americas was different. The American colonies were settler colonies, where Europeans came and stayed. The economies of these colonies were often based on plantation agriculture and slavery, the sugar industry of the Caribbean being a prime example. Settler colonies were very profitable for European merchants. At the same time, some settler colonies in North America were different. They were not based on plantation agriculture, but on small-scale farming and modest manufacturing. These colonies were of no particular interest to merchant capital, since they didn't promise any profits. Eventually, they become rivals. A key aspect of capitalist development during the golden age of Dutch merchant capitalism was the establishment of national financial systems. With the growing importance of the state as a protector of international trade, military expenses especially for navy fleets increased significantly. They were covered by both domestic and foreign loans. This, in turn, affected taxation. Private banks and financial systems expanded at the same time, hoping to reap profits. The Bank of Amsterdam became a powerful symbol for the Netherlands' global economic power. During the heyday of the Dutch trading nation, merchant capital was capital's dominant form. Plunder and trade of colonial goods turned money into more money. Merchant capitalism's distinguishing feature was that production was not the basis of capitalist development. Merchant capital was trading between societies in which the capitalist mode of production had not yet developed. It was by trade that goods became commodities. This is why the laws of value and price formation do not apply to merchant capitalism. The only law for merchant capitalism was to buy cheap and to sell dear. But as merchant capital developed, the law of value became ever more relevant. Territories that had formerly only exchanged natural surplus were now used as sites of production. Exchange value had replaced use value. Karl Marx, the development of commerce and merchants' capital gives rise everywhere to the tendency towards production of exchange values, increases its volume, multiplies it, makes it cosmopolitan, and develops money into world money. Commerce, therefore, has a more or less dissolving influence everywhere on the producing organization, which it finds at hand and whose different forms are mainly carried on with a view to use value. 24. The laws of the market now extended to the production of agricultural goods and to manufacturers in Europe, which implied a growing labor market. In merchant capitalism, the formula of accumulation is money more money. In productive capitalism, money has been turned into capital, and the formula of accumulation is capital production more capital. With its developed manufacturing, colonial possessions, national financial system, modern taxation, advanced banking, private property rights, and a relatively strong separation of church and state, Dutch merchant capitalism prepared the requirements necessary for industrial capitalism to bloom. But it wasn't the Dutch who would take this step. The Dutch bourgeoisie never became a proper industrial bourgeoisie. The Netherlands remained under the control of a strong merchant oligarchy, which prevented the centralization of state power. The merchants guarded the independence of their trading towns jealously. A decentralized state served merchant capitalism well, but it was an obstacle to the development of industrial capitalism, or, of capitalism proper. Dutch merchant capitalism declined by the end of the 17th century. It had reached its historical limits. Although there was a certain level of industrial development in the Netherlands with well-established manufacturing, the country was no longer in a position to dominate capitalism globally. Its golden age was over. Dutch capitalists now invested in English stocks. They had become speculators. 25. England as a global power. In early 18th century England, the conditions were just right for the transition to industrial capitalism. The feudal mode of production was in disarray, peasants driven from their lands were filling the ranks of the proletariat, manufacturing was well organized and productive, and the industrial bourgeoisie was a powerful class. Challenging the Netherlands' dominance in trade not only allowed for the further development of the capitalist mode of production, it made it utterly necessary. Throughout the 18th century, the last remnants of feudalism were discarded. Capitalist agriculture replaced feudal agriculture and put an end to small-scale farming. Agricultural production was centralized and intensified with the help of new technologies. It produced the foods required by the growing urban population as well as raw materials for the boom in manufacturing. Manufacturing was replacing craftsmanship, not only in the towns but in the countryside as well. Production was now divided into several tasks, each done by specialized workers and supervised by central management. Many small producers who had started out with modest capital joined the class of powerful industrial capitalists. The domestic market and commodity production were in full bloom. The breakthrough of industrial capitalism in England required a strong, centralized state. This was initially provided by an absolutist monarchy, later by the bourgeois parliament. The absolutist state lasted as long as it was necessary for dissolving feudalism. The bourgeois forces needed time to consolidate and pose a political challenge to the monarch. When they did, the royal family tried to forge an alliance with the remaining feudal lords, but by that point absolutism had become an obstacle to capitalist development. The absolute rule of the monarch was ended by a civil war and a bourgeois parliament was convened in 1689. The new ruling class of England consisted of rich and powerful merchants, capitalist landowners, and the nascent industrial bourgeoisie. The strong bourgeois state made it possible to challenge Dutch control of global trade. England entered into fierce competition with France, which also had a strong centralized state and was actively looking for colonies. But merchant capital in France was weaker than in the Netherlands and England. While it had trading colonies in South India as well as settler colonies in North America and the West Indies, the number of French settlers was modest compared with the English, and neither agriculture nor manufacturing were particularly productive in France's colonies. While the Dutch possessed strong merchant capital but weak state power, the French possessed strong state power but weak merchant capital. The English had both. English trading companies established early colonial outposts in Asia and in Africa, but their focus lay in the Americas where they established three types of colonies: plantation colonies on the islands of the West Indies, producing sugar, a plantation colony on the American mainland, producing tobacco and cotton, and the settler colony of New England. The motive for establishing plantation colonies was obvious: there were fortunes to be earned in Europe with tropical agricultural products. The motive for the settler colony of New England, however, was of a more political nature. At the beginning of the 17th century, it was widely believed that England was threatened by overpopulation. The solution was emigration to the colonies. The English Civil War, the dislocation of peasants, and the dramatic social changes in the country had brought poverty and political as well as religious persecution. Many Englishmen were ready to resettle in the Americas where they had unlimited access to what seemed in such short supply at home, land. Compared with France, England not only had more settlers in their colonies, but also more active trading companies. The French trading companies were much more closely controlled by the state, which also meant that the French government had to be more involved in its colonies. During armed conflicts in North America, for example, French government troops usually faced armies comprised of English settlers. In 1651, the Navigation Act was passed by the English Parliament. Among other things, it stipulated that no commodities were to be shipped to or from English colonies by foreign ships. Since the English navy was strong enough to enforce the rule not least against the threat of Dutch, French, and North African pirates, this meant a further boost to English trade. Naval power was a crucial element of England's imperial politics. The numerous military conflicts between the Netherlands, France, and England around 1700 testify to the fierce rivalry over colonies and trade monopolies at the time. When the Peace of Utrecht was signed in 1713, England was the only true winner. The Spanish ceded Gibraltar and slave trading rights in Latin America, while the French were forced to give up large areas in North America, namely Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Hudson's Bay. England's colonization of India. England now set its sights on the East. It would still be centuries before Europeans would dare challenge the power of the Chinese emperor. India seemed easier prey. At the beginning of the 17th century, India was still more powerful than England both economically and militarily, but it was politically fragmented. The East India Company established important trading colonies in Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta, and had established a significant presence in India by the end of the century. India was divided into several kingdoms. The economy was based on small, self-sufficient towns which dealt in agricultural products and handicrafts. The royalty lived off tributes and, in return, provided infrastructure such as irrigation systems as well as military protection. India has always been a nation of commerce. Long before Europeans arrived in the country, Indians were trading with other regions in Asia and along the East African coast. There was developed manufacturing, particularly of cotton clothes and textiles. When the Europeans arrived in the 17th century, what they found was anything but a poor or undeveloped society. At first, the English mainly used their Indian trading colonies to export Indian goods to Europe and North America. Of primary interest were finished goods such as cotton clothes and silk. Merchants paid for these with silver and gold. Europeans had few goods of interest to Indians. The result was an accumulation of silver and gold in India, which, in turn, stimulated craftsmanship and manufacturing even more. In 1715, Europeans started to import tea from China. This marked the beginning of a new chapter in the colonization of Asia. The Dutch had lost their possessions along the south coast of India, and it was the English and the French who fought over the most lucrative trade in the region. An English victory was never in doubt. With bases in Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta, it was easy to control the relevant sea passages. The Treaty of Paris in 1783 ensured that France would no longer play any role in the colonization of the Indian subcontinent. During the conflict with France, English policies in India changed. The English were no longer satisfied just trading with the Indians, they wanted to gain control over local production. This shift cannot be understood without considering the interests of England's clothing manufacturers. Clothes imported from India were competitive on the European market. The protectionist tariffs introduced in England at the beginning of the 18th century were an initial response to this. Attempts to force Indians to export raw materials rather than finished goods failed, since the English trading companies lacked political influence. There was only one solution: India had to be conquered. The English conquest of India began in the mid-18th century. With a ferocity that can only be compared to the Spanish conquest of South America 250 years earlier, the East India Company went to war with the Indian states. Bengal, the most highly developed and wealthiest of these, was first in line. the Bengali army suffered a critical defeat at the Battle of Plassey in 1757. As a result, the East India Company gained control over all of northeastern India. 26. Bengal had benefited from trading with the English and had grown rich. Now, however, the state was systematically ruined. 27. Its treasury was emptied with tons of gold being shipped to England and many of its riches disappearing into the pockets of East India Company employees. The English introduced outrageously high taxes. Within a few years, Bengal's infrastructure was in tatters and its population brought to the brink of extinction. In 1770 alone, 1/3 of the people living in Bengal starved to death. That same year, the East India Company enjoyed record profits. 28. In 1773, the East India Company was placed under the direct control of the British Parliament, represented in India by a colonial council based in Calcutta. This was the first step in transferring political power in the colonies from the trading companies to the state. From this point on, there would be a stricter distinction between, on the one hand, political and military control exercised by the state, and, on the other, economic control exercised by private companies. For India, the Battle of Plassey marked the beginning of its decline. For England, it marked the beginning of colossal economic progress. The enormous riches that the East India Company's plunder of Bengal had bestowed upon England served to finance the Industrial Revolution. Europe built itself by climbing up on Asian shoulders. 29. Historian Brooke Adams described the process. The influx of Indian treasure, by adding considerably to the nation's cash capital, not only increased its stock of energy, but added much to its flexibility and the rapidity of its movement. Very soon after Plassey, the Bengal plunder began to arrive in London and the effect appears to have been instantaneous, for all authorities agree that the Industrial Revolution began with the year 1770. Plassey was fought in 1757, and probably nothing has ever equaled the rapidity of the change that followed. In 1760 the flying shuttle appeared, and coal began to replace wood in smelting. In 1764 Hargreaves invented the spinning jenny, in 1776 Crompton contrived the mule, in 1785 Cartwright patented the power loom and in 1768 Watt matured the steam engine. But though these machines served as outlets for the accelerating movements of the time, they did not cause the acceleration. In themselves inventions are passive, waiting for a sufficient store of force to have accumulated to set them working. That store must always take the shape of money, and money not hoarded but in motion. Before the influx of the Indian treasure, and the expansion of credit which followed, no force sufficient for this purpose existed. Possibly since the world began, no investment has ever yielded the profit reaped from the Indian plunder, because for nearly 50 years Great Britain stood without a competitor. 30. English industrial capitalism. With the help of settlers, trading companies, and, most importantly, military might, England established itself as the world's leading colonial power. It had a solid footing in all of the economically and strategically most important regions, in the West Indies, where the sugar colonies were under direct control of the trading companies, on the North American mainland, with its plantation and settler colonies, in West Africa, where slaving posts had been established, and in India, whose trade England now controlled. Luxury items such as tea, coffee, tobacco, rum, and sugar helped English merchant capital to amass enormous riches. England continued where the Netherlands had left off, cementing European power across the globe and dividing the world into two parts, the one exploiting, the other exploited. The colonies existed to serve the needs of the motherland. This also meant that, wherever the settlers were strong enough, they tried to get rid of the motherland. In North America, the settlers seceded from England in 1776. Most important for the development of the capitalist world system, however, was the ever-growing capitalist character of colonization. In England, powerful manufacturers made the government prohibit the import of finished goods which might compete with their own products on the domestic market. By the mid-18th century, Indian clothes were banned from Europe. The market for English textile goods expanded. The colony's role was to supply raw materials. This meant that, instead of competing with goods produced in England, they provided the necessary materials for those goods. The conditions for capitalism's rise could not have been better. What followed was one of the most violent and radical transformations in human history, the arrival of big industry. Marx summed up the process in the first volume of Capital. The discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the aboriginal population, the beginning of the conquest and looting of the East Indies, the turning of Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins, signalized the rosy dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief momenta of primitive accumulation. On their heels treads the commercial war of the European nations, with the globe for a theater. The different momenta of primitive accumulation distribute themselves now, more or less in chronological order, particularly over Spain, Portugal, Holland, France, and England. In England at the end of the 17th century, they arrive at a systematical combination, embracing the colonies, the national debt, the modern mode of taxation, and the protectionist system. These methods depend in part on brute force, example the colonial system. But they all employ the power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, to hasten, hothouse fashion, the process of transformation of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist mode, and to shorten the transition. Force is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power. 31. England became the world's leading industrial producer, distributing its goods around the world with the help of the English Navy. Throughout the first half of the 19th century, England had both a monopoly on industrial production and on international trade. Its industrial goods were cheaper than anything produced by traditional craftsmen, both domestically and abroad. England could sell whatever it produced. But not for long. Production and demand. English capitalism experienced its first crisis in the 1840s. Consumption couldn't keep up with production. Establishing a market with enough purchasing power is the single biggest challenge for a capitalist economy. In order to maximize profits, capital needs to expand production, introduce new technologies, and provide the market with an ever-increasing quantity of goods. If the market does not grow, there is stagnation. Marx wrote, "Overproduction is specifically conditioned by the general law of the production of capital, to produce to the limit set by the productive forces, that is to say, to exploit the maximum amount of labor with the given amount of capital, without any consideration for the actual limits of the market or the needs backed by the ability to pay." 32. Mainstream liberal economists have always assumed a balance between production and consumption. For them, a crisis of capitalism never has anything to do with the structure of capitalism itself. In 1803, J.B. Say presented the thesis that production by way of wages and profits always creates a purchasing power that corresponds to the total price of all goods produced. 33. History and practical experience, however, show that markets are always dependent on what the buyers can pay for. At first glance, Say's thesis seems logical. Let's take the production of a profitable company as an example. The share of the total price of all goods on the market that has been spent on raw materials, auxiliary materials, machines, factories, etc., can secure significant purchasing power for the finished goods before they are even finished. Wages paid and profits made by suppliers create demand. The workers producing the goods can have their share of the finished product. All this does indeed seem to guarantee a balance between production and purchasing power. The problem, however, lies in the capitalist's profits. They are not available until all goods are sold, which affects purchasing power. Purchasing power is therefore always a step behind supply. There is no balance. This is confirmed by the simple fact that you can always get goods for your money but not always money for your goods. Purchasing power is also limited by the exploitation necessary for capitalist growth. On the one hand, the capitalist needs to keep wages as low as possible in order to make the biggest profits possible. On the other hand, wages make up a significant part of the purchasing power that is required to generate profit. In other words, the capitalist form of accumulation has a tendency to destroy its own market. If capitalists increase wages, their profits decrease; if they decrease wages, their markets decrease. In both cases, capitalists become hesitant to invest, not because they can't produce, but because they don't know if what they produce can be sold. 34. These structural problems of capitalism came to the surface in England during the first half of the 19th century. Capitalists could not meet the workers' demands for higher wages and better working conditions if they wanted to keep their profit rates intact. The English bourgeoisie could not afford full suffrage and trade unions, because it would have threatened capitalism's entire existence at the time. This is why Marx opened the Communist Manifesto in 1848 with the words, "A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism." 35. But, just around that time, capitalism found a solution to its first major crisis. The productive forces underwent a revolution with the introduction of spinning and weaving machines, the steam engine, and railways. Productivity increased multifold. This, however, did not bring better conditions for the working class. On the contrary, the 1840s became known as the Hungry Forties, as millions suffered from starvation all across Europe. During the Great Famine in Ireland, which lasted from 1845 to 1852, roughly 1 million people died of hunger and related diseases. The famine was not caused by the plant disease that wiped out the potato crop. Potatoes accounted for no more than 20% of the country's agricultural production. During the famine, Ireland was exporting sufficient quantities of corn, wheat, barley, and oats to England, feeding an estimated 2 million people there. It is simply that Ireland was a food-producing colony, similar to India and the sugar islands of the Caribbean, and its population had to suffer the consequences. 36. But misery was not limited to the colonies. In his 1845 book, The Condition of the Working Class in England, Friedrich Engels described the terrible conditions in industrial towns. 37. Many English proletarians emigrated to North America, Australia, New Zealand, or one of the other English colonies. As did the proletarians of Ireland. Over 1 million left during the Great Famine alone. In the first half of the 19th century, workers' wages in England covered the bare essentials necessary for survival. 38. This weakened the domestic market. Internationally, the rapid industrialization of France and the Americas troubled the English. Traditional craftsmanship was no longer the main competition to English industry. Foreign rivals were. Competition among English capitalists also grew. Worst of all was the recurring problem of stagnant consumption vis-a-vis ever-expanding production. The English industrialists' profit rates were falling. One of the ways in which a capitalist country can solve the problem of overproduction is to sell as much as possible on the world market. Marx wrote, "The more capitalistic production develops, the more it is forced to produce on a scale which has nothing to do with the immediate demand but depends on the constant expansion of the world market." 39. A positive trade balance is crucial for a healthy national economy, since the export surplus provides the purchasing power needed to keep domestic supply and demand in balance. However, this cannot be done without hurting other countries. English capital set out to find new markets and possibilities for foreign investment. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx describes this early tendency to globalization. The need of a constantly expanding market for its products chases the bourgeoisie over the whole surface of the globe. It must nestle everywhere, settle everywhere, establish connections everywhere. The bourgeoisie, by the rapid improvement of all instruments of production, by the immensely facilitated means of communication, draws all, even the most barbarian, nations into civilization. The cheap prices of its commodities are the heavy artillery with which it batters down all Chinese walls, with which it forces the barbarians' intensely obstinate hatred of foreigners to capitulate. It compels all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeois mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization into their midst, i.e., to become bourgeois themselves. In one word, it creates a world after its own image. 40. Marx saw capitalism's development as a centrifugal process. The lower the possibilities became for profitable investment in the most developed capitalist countries, the more important profitable investments in the colonies and the less developed capitalist countries became. Marx predicted that capitalism would spread quickly across the globe. He did not predict that this process would, with equal speed, divide the world into a highly developed imperialist center on the one hand, and an exploited and underdeveloped periphery on the other. When Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto, he viewed colonialism as a progressive phenomenon. He believed that English capital would venture far and wide and turn the rest of the world into a mirror image of England. In Capital, he wrote, the country that is more developed industrially only shows, to the less developed, the image of its own future. 41. The first phase of industrialization ended in England around 1830, when industrialization had barely started in the countries of continental Europe and in the USA. The European countries and the US, however, never turned into a periphery. English capital helped them to become developed capitalist countries themselves. So far, Marx's predictions were correct. By about 1880, the industrial development of both Germany and the USA had surpassed that of England. Marx believed that a similar process was awaiting the colonies of Asia and Africa. Once England had erased the traditional social structures and introduced capitalism, the colonies would undergo a rapid development echoing that of the motherland. About England's role in India, Marx wrote, England has to fulfill a double mission in India, one destructive, the other regenerating the annihilation of old Asiatic society, and the laying of the material foundations of Western society in Asia. I know that the English millocracy intend to endow India with railways with the exclusive view of extracting at diminished expenses the cotton and other raw materials for their manufactures. But when you have once introduced machinery into the locomotion of a country, which possesses iron and coals, you are unable to withhold it from its fabrication. You cannot maintain a net of railways over an immense country without introducing all those industrial processes necessary to meet the immediate and current wants of railway locomotion, and out of which there must grow the application of machinery to those branches of industry not immediately connected with railways. The railway system will therefore become, in India, truly the forerunner of modern industry. 42. According to this view, the opening of new markets in Africa and Asia, and the export of capital to the Americas, promised to temporarily postpone capitalism's imminent collapse. But the relief wouldn't last long. The eventual result of such an expansion of capitalism would only be more accumulation and a new, even worse, crisis of overproduction. Friedrich Engels predicted the following regarding capitalism's development. Even in quite barbarous lands the bourgeoisie is advancing. What of all the glorious advances of civilization in such lands as Turkey, Egypt, Tunis, Persia, and other barbarous countries? They are nothing else but a preparation for the advent of a future bourgeoisie. Wherever we look, the bourgeoisie are making stupendous progress. They are holding their heads high, and haughtily challenge their enemies. They expect a decisive victory, and their hopes will not be disappointed. They intend to shape the whole world according to their standard, and, on a considerable portion of the earth's surface, they will succeed. We are no friends of the bourgeoisie. That is common knowledge. We cannot forbear an ironical smile when we observe the terrible earnestness, the pathetic enthusiasm with which the bourgeois strive to achieve their aims. They really believe that they are working on their own behalf. They are so short-sighted as to fancy that through their triumph the world will assume its final configuration. Yet nothing is more clear than that they are everywhere preparing the way for us, for the Democrats and the Communists, than that they will at most win a few years of troubled enjoyment, only to be then immediately overthrown. Behind them stands everywhere the proletariat, sometimes participating in their endeavors and partly in their illusions, as in Italy and Switzerland, sometimes silent and reserved, but secretly preparing the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, as in France and Germany, finally, in Britain and America, in open rebellion against the ruling bourgeoisie. So just fight bravely on, most gracious masters of capital. We need you for the present, here and there we even need you as rulers. You have to clear the vestiges of the Middle Ages and of absolute monarchy out of our path, you have to annihilate patriarchalism, you have to carry out centralization, you have to convert the more or less propertyless classes into genuine proletarians, into recruits for us. By your factories and your commercial relationships you must create for us the basis of the material means which the proletariat needs for the attainment of freedom. In recompense whereof you shall be allowed to rule for a short time. You shall be allowed to dictate your laws, to bask in the rays of the majesty you have created, to spread your banquets in the halls of kings, and to take the beautiful princess to wife, but do not forget that the hangman stands at the door. 43. As we know, the hangman's face remains well hidden. The predictions of Marx and Engels proved false. Not because their analysis of capitalism was wrong, the capitalist system, as it functioned until the middle of the 19th century, was indeed in the process of running out of steam. It was racked by regular crises of ever-increasing severity. Simultaneously, the strength and resistance of the proletariat grew. The specter of communism materialized with the Paris Commune in 1871. The bourgeoisie was terribly afraid of widespread revolution. What Marx and Engels did not foresee was that the proletariat's struggle for better living conditions would initiate new forms of imperialist accumulation which would in turn revitalize global capitalism. Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first Prime Minister, described this in 1933. It is said that capitalism managed to prolong its life to our day because of a factor which perhaps Marx did not fully consider. This was the exploitation of colonial empires by the industrial countries of the West. This gave fresh life and prosperity to it, at the expense, of course, of the poor countries so exploited. 44. Colonialism was not just a centrifugal phenomenon, it was also a polarizing one. The division of the world into rich and poor countries, into center and periphery, lay the basis for capitalism's growth and longevity. Around 1850, the living conditions of the English proletariat slowly began to improve. For the first time, capitalists were paying wages above subsistence level. This was not yet a result of proletarian struggle. The workers' movement was still weak, not least due to fragmentation and corruption. Instead, the reasons for the rise in wages could be found in contradictions within the ruling class itself. English landowners had great influence in the British Parliament. In 1804, they passed a prohibition against the import of grains and other agricultural products into England. This explains why prices for foodstuffs remained high throughout the first half of the 19th century, which impacted the subsistence wages the industrialists had to pay. In essence, the landowners took a significant chunk out of the extra profits made by the monopolies of English industry. In the 1840s, the industrialists campaigned for lifting the import prohibition. Supported by the working class, they succeeded in 1846. By 1872, wheat imports had doubled and those of meat had increased eightfold. Grains now came from Prussia, Denmark, and the USA. Bread and other foods became significantly cheaper. As the prices for foodstuffs, and therefore the subsistence level, were falling in England, the industrialists wanted to decrease wages. Now, however, this was prevented by the fledgling workers' movement. The consequence was an increase in real wages. The workers' movement soon gained strength and managed to win further improvements. In 1847, the 10-hour workday was introduced, a demand that workers had been making for 30 years. The workers benefited from an unlikely alliance with the landowners, who wanting to get back at the industrialists who had opened the domestic market to foreign agricultural products supported the workers' cause in Parliament. Figure 1 shows the increase of real wages in England during the second half of the 19th century. Capitalism is a system out of balance. The breakthrough of industrial capitalism can be likened to a high-speed train running on subway tracks. Constant interventions by the state were necessary for capitalism to not collapse due to its internal contradictions. The state was constantly occupied with regulating and restructuring the system after each crisis. Politics are the result of class struggle, providing the economic laws with the concrete historical frameworks they present themselves in. The forms which these frameworks take are determined by the structural possibilities and limitations created by history. Analyzing the class struggle in France in 1848, Marx wrote, "People make their own history, but they do not make it as they please, they do not make it under circumstances they themselves have chosen, but under given and inherited circumstances with which they are directly confronted." 45. Class struggle in Europe during the second half of the 19th century. Colonialism's heyday provided capitalism with a new framework. The global market was expanding, North America had strong purchasing power, and high profit rates secured ongoing accumulation. None of this was the result of any master plan, but of the struggle between those trying to maximize profits and those trying to receive the highest possible wages. Colonial exploitation. The colonial empire was a crucial factor in the improvement of living standards in England. Consumer goods and raw materials fueling British industry were imported. At the same time, the colonies served as foreign territories for investment and as places to relocate what Marx called the reserve army of labor, that is, the surplus population of the unemployed. It has often been claimed that the improvement of living standards for the English working class was the result of the Industrial Revolution and higher productivity. Primarily, however, the improvement was based on colonial revenue, which included taxes and fees collected by the British government from its overseas possessions. Table I shows the transfer of wealth from the colonies to Britain between 1867 and 1908. One of the few contemporaneous descriptions of England's colonial exploitation that we have comes from Dada by Nauroji, India's grand old man. In 1882, he addressed the British Parliament in an appeal for justice for the Indian people. His arguments were based on thorough calculations of the economic drain caused by colonialism. Nauroji described how Britain's trade monopoly, colonial taxation, and the destruction of traditional, small-scale Indian manufacturing had devastated the country. Nauroji's drain theory later became the basis for the Indian National Congress's critique of colonialism. With regard to the importance of the British Empire for the development of capitalism, the American sociologist Richard Kruth wrote the following. By 1914 the British Empire covered 12.7 million square miles, of which the United Kingdom represented 121,000 or less than 1/100th. In terms of population, moreover, of the 410 million British subjects, constituting about 1/5 of the people of the globe, 44 million resided in the United Kingdom, only a little more than 1/10 of the empire's inhabitants. From this empire ruled by the few came total trade of about £180 million a year, bringing to Britain revenues amounting to approximately £19,500,000 sterling. And to this empire, British capital investors had sent £4 billion, by 1913. In returns, between 1880 and 1910, overseas investment earnings tripled, and other income from shipping, insurance, and services increased by more than a half. Together, the sum of trade and earnings abroad was reflected in the accelerated accumulation of capital. In the 63-year period of 1812 to 75, British wealth increased by £5,848 billion, as compared to a total accumulation of £7,924 billion over the following 37 years. The more rapid accumulation of capital came from the large-scale expansion of colonies after 1875 and especially after 1882. For the colonies where British manufactured goods were exported and raw materials and foodstuffs were obtained offered investment and loan rewards for British capital, while seeking reinvestment abroad. 46. By the end of the 19th century, the British population had become dependent on a number of goods imported from the colonies for mass consumption. Especially sugar, rice, tea, coffee, and tobacco. The most important raw material, cotton, was imported from the slave plantations of North America before the American Civil War, and from India and Egypt afterwards. Britain's entire economy had become dependent on the colonies and on control of world trade. Improvements in living standards for British workers relied on colonial profits and the relatively low prices of imported goods. The working class was integrated into what was becoming the first consumer society, and as such played an important role in maintaining the empire. By the mid-1800s, tea and coffee were regularly consumed by all classes. In 1850, the amount of sugar imported from the colonies was only surpassed by that of cotton. Tea was number 4, and coffee number 6. Even the poorest classes spent 6 to 7% of their income on colonial imports. 47. Between 1850 and 1875, the per capita consumption of these goods increased even more, tea by 60%, sugar by 75%, tobacco by 18%, liquor by 33%, and wine by 66%. 48 people were having tea with sugar as well as bread and jam for breakfast now instead of porridge, which had been the staple food of the poor for centuries. The popularity of sugar was directly related to the energy boost it provided. While the British consumed it mainly with tea, the French had it with coffee and milk. By 1800, more than 600 coffee shops in Paris served café au lait. 49. During the 1870s, real wages in England grew by 26%, during the 1880s by 21%, and during the 1890s by 11%. 50. The biggest beneficiaries were skilled workers. Skilled workers earned about twice as much as their unskilled peers. The latter still received subsistence wages. The improvement in working-class living standards was safeguarded by the now well-established workers' movement. Trade unions were powerful and workers had even gained influence in Parliament. Skilled workers fought for higher wages, better working conditions, and an extension of trade union rights often successfully. The situation was similar in France, Germany, and other Western European countries. Capitalists resisted the workers' movement, but the concessions they made, especially in terms of higher wages, did not hurt the capitalist system. On the contrary, they helped solve the crisis of overproduction by strengthening the domestic market. But the capitalist system could only afford improvements to the living conditions of European workers because of the exploitation of the colonies. The economies of the colonies themselves had by now become capitalist. Factories and mines had been established and plantations were run as capitalist enterprises. More and more capital was invested. The profits helped compensate for the decline in the profit rate in Europe caused by the increased wages for European workers. Globally, this promised to provide a long-term solution to the contradiction between production and consumption. Capital flows also changed. More capital, and therefore value, was now flowing from the colonies to the developed countries than vice versa. Prior to this, the export of capital from the developed countries to the colonies had helped balance out some of the differences in economic development. Now, the gap between rich and poor only deepened. This was necessary for the continued expansion of the capitalist mode of production. Capitalism needed the best possible conditions for the development of its productive forces. Contrary to Marx's prediction, India never became a mirror image of England. Later on in life, Marx acknowledged this. He realized that there was instead a process of polarization. In a letter to N.F. Danielson, dated February 19, 1881, he wrote, "In India serious complications, if not a general outbreak, is in store for the British government. What the English take from them annually in the form of rent, dividends for railways useless to the Hindus, pensions for military and civil service men, for Afghanistan and other wars, etc., etc. What they take from them without any equivalent and quite apart from what they appropriate to themselves annually within India, speaking only of the value of the commodities the Indians have gratuitously and annually to send over to England, it amounts to more than the total sum of income of the 60 millions of agricultural and industrial laborers of India. This is a bleeding process, with a vengeance. The famine years are pressing each other and in dimensions till now not yet suspected in Europe. 51. Meanwhile, the development of the countries of Western Europe as well as of the settler states of the USA, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand did mirror that of England. The settler states were populated by emigrants from Europe who demanded wages similar to those at home. The colonial power structure and, in the case of the USA, slavery made this possible. The colonies of Latin America, Asia, and Africa did not develop in the same way. To do so simply wouldn't have been possible. Their exploitation and underdevelopment was required for Europe and European settler states to get rich. Marx identified the following as an essential feature of capitalist accumulation: accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, agony of toil, slavery, ignorance, brutality, mental degradation, at the opposite pole, i.e., on the side of the class that produces its own product in the form of capital. 52. This became very obvious in the makeup of European societies during capitalism's earliest phase. The more capitalism globalized, the truer this observation became. Colonialism was a catastrophe for the world outside of Europe. From 1500 to 1900, the non-European share of the world population dropped from 83 to 62%. 53. From dangerous classes to citizens. The roots of the political organizations of the working class can be found in the craft guilds, which adhered to strict regulations and rituals. An early challenge for the labor movement was to unite workers who often strongly identified with their particular trade. But internal problems were far from the only challenge the movement was facing. The repression by the state and the bourgeoisie was relentless. The ruling classes were afraid of a revolution instigated by those for whom strikes and sabotage had become common forms of action. The French Revolution of 1789 was still on everyone's mind, and a wave of revolutionary uprisings swept across Europe in 1848. By the second half of the 19th century, the ruling classes had changed their approach. They preferred reforms to the risk of revolution. In the 1870s, both Napoleon III in France and the Conservative Parliament in Britain allowed the workers to organize. In 1871, the British Parliament officially recognized trade unions. In France, this right was granted a little later, after the demise of the Paris Commune. Those in power hoped that incorporating the dangerous classes into the political machine and granting them citizenship would make controlling them easier. Workers were allowed to vote, and social benefits and health insurance were gradually introduced. The proletariat became part of the nation. To counteract this development, the International Workingmen's Association, better known as the First International, was founded in 1864. It consisted mainly of English and French trade unions as well as individual socialists, communists, and anarchists. What united its members was the desire to organize the proletariat on the basis of class, disregarding national identity. Class was more important than citizenship. The main conflict within the First International concerned the role of the state. The anarchist Mikhail Bakunin was in opposition to any form of state power and argued for the state to be abolished. Marx, on the other hand, championed a two-step strategy: state power had to be seized before that which was seized could wither away in a socialist society. The question of how to seize state power would later divide the socialist movement into reformists and revolutionaries. In the decades that followed the founding of the First International, the socialist movement was growing fast. Socialist parties were established all across Europe, and trade unions became increasingly powerful. At the same time, socialists were slowly incorporated into the political system and thereby de-radicalized. The Bolsheviks of Russia, on Europe's margins, were among the exceptions to this trend. In Western Europe, the workers had left the barricades of 1848 and 1871 and were entering parliaments. They now faced their employers across the negotiation table. The First International dissolved in 1876. The new economic conditions changed the political dimensions of class struggle. In Europe and in the European settler colonies, employers could now afford to make concessions to the labor movement. This, in turn, strengthened the workers' belief in reformism. For the employers, accepting certain reforms was far less risky than provoking revolutionary uprisings. This served both sides. Measured by today's standards, even the top tier of the English working class, skilled industrial workers, still lived poorly, but their living conditions had improved dramatically within a relatively short period of time, and they were far superior to those of the workers in the colonies. At the beginning of the 20th century, widespread hunger, which we still see in the global south today, had basically disappeared from England and most Western European countries. The improved living conditions and political influence of the working class were not the result of some shrewd capitalist plot or a payoff to keep workers submissive. They were a consequence of working class struggles. Yet, they would not have been possible without imperialism. To speak of bribes for the working class as some anti-imperialist organizations did, CAC included, is an oversimplification. But as a result of improving conditions for the European working classes, the reformist sections of the labor movement were certainly strengthened and the revolutionary ones weakened. Whereas the Paris Commune had been crushed, many reformist campaigns had scored victories. Reformism seemed capable of improving conditions for the proletariat. In 1848, Marx and Engels optimistically expected the international proletariat to unite and advance toward world revolution. This was expressed in the famous rallying cry of the Communist Manifesto. Working men of all countries, unite. 54. As time went on, Marx and Engels became more cautious. Their analysis of how England's global domination, colonialism, and the bourgeoisification of the working class were interconnected is revealing. In a letter to Marx dated October 7, 1858, Engels wrote, "The English proletariat is actually becoming more and more bourgeois, so that this most bourgeois of all nations is apparently aiming ultimately at the possession of a bourgeois aristocracy and a bourgeois proletariat alongside the bourgeoisie. For a nation which exploits the whole world, this is of course to a certain extent justifiable. The only thing that would help here would be a few thoroughly bad years, but since the gold discoveries these no longer seem so easy to come by." 55. In a letter to Karl Koski he expressed similar sentiments. "You ask me what the English workers think about colonial policy. Well, exactly the same as they think about politics in general, the same as the bourgeois think. There is no workers' party here, you see, there are only conservatives and liberal radicals, and the workers gaily share the feast of England's monopoly of the world market and the colonies." 56. National chauvinism began to be embraced by members of the English proletariat in the mid-19th century. In a letter to Siegfried Meyer and August Voigt, dated April 9, 1870, Marx elaborated on the attitudes of the English working class toward the Irish. And most important of all, every industrial and commercial centre in England now possesses a working class divided into two hostile camps, English proletarians and Irish proletarians. The ordinary English worker hates the Irish worker as a competitor who lowers his standard of life. In relation to the Irish worker he feels himself a member of the ruling nation and so turns himself into a tool of the aristocrats and capitalists of his country against Ireland, thus strengthening their domination over himself. He cherishes religious, social, and national prejudices against the Irish worker. His attitude towards him is much the same as that of the poor whites to the niggers in the former slave states of the USA. The Irishman pays him back with interest in his own money. He sees in the English worker at once the accomplice and the stupid tool of the English rule in Ireland. This antagonism is the secret of the impotence of the English working class, despite its organization. It is the secret by which the capitalist class maintains its power. And that class is fully aware of it. Therefore, to hasten the social revolution in England is the most important object of the International Workingmen's Association. The sole means of hastening it is to make Ireland independent. Hence it is the task of the International everywhere to put the conflict between England and Ireland in the foreground, and everywhere to side openly with Ireland. And it is the special task of the Central Council in London to awaken a consciousness in the English workers that for them the national emancipation of Ireland is no question of abstract justice or humanitarian sentiment but the first condition of their own social emancipation. 57. The first International Central Council did not succeed in raising awareness about the conditions in the colonies among English workers, nor was it able to convince them that the liberation of the colonies was a precondition for their own. Socialist movements were eager to clarify who was producing value within the nation. In comparison, the question of who was producing value globally was basically ignored. This prevented an understanding of capitalism as a global system. Socialists therefore contributed to the majority of the English working class embracing and defending the empire. Historical research has confirmed the connection between colonialism and the development of a First World labor aristocracy. Considering wage levels, working conditions, social security, and class relations, the English historian Eric Hobsbawm concluded that this process began in the 1840s. Further we progress into the imperialist era, the more difficult does it become to put one's finger on groups of workers which did not, in one way or another, draw some advantage from Britain's position, who were not able to live rather better than they would have done in a country whose bourgeoisie possessed fewer accumulated claims to profit and dividends abroad, or power to dictate the terms of trade with backwards areas. Or, since there is no simple correlation between the standard of living and political moderation, on workers who could not be made to feel that their interests depended on the continuance of imperialism. It is indeed true that the benefits of imperialism, and its promises, were unevenly distributed among various workers at any given time, and that some of the mechanisms for distributing them did not come into full operation until the interwar years. It is equally true that the growing crisis of the British economy complicated the pattern. But, on the whole, the change remains. To sum up, the roots of British reformism no doubt lie in the history of a century of economic world supremacy, and the creation of a labor aristocracy, or even more generally, of an entire working class which drew advantages from it. 58. The British economist Joan Robinson has summarized the related economic process. It was not only superior productivity that caused capitalist wealth to grow. The whole world was ransacked for resources. The dominions overseas that European nations had been acquiring and fighting over since the 16th century and others also, were now greatly developed to supply raw materials to industry. 59. According to Robinson, the industrial workers in the home countries profited from imperialism in three ways. First, raw materials and foodstuffs were cheap in comparison to manufactured goods, boosting the purchasing power of the workers. Second, the profits made by industry, commerce, and finance benefited society at large through taxes, while ongoing investments meant a high demand for labor. Third, imperialism equipped the industrial workers of Europe with a sense of national and racial superiority. The industrial working class became an integral part of the capitalist nation. Much research has been done on the English labor aristocracy of the 19th century. 60 scholars commonly agree that it consisted of skilled workers organized in trade unions. They constituted the top tier of the proletariat. Its size and significance within the class as a whole fluctuated throughout the second half of the 19th century. This largely depended on whether the economy was booming or stagnating. Research shows that real wages in both England and France doubled between 1850 and 1900. 61. In the face of these developments, Marx changed his thoughts on revolution. In the Communist Manifesto, published in 1848, and in his articles about India in the New York Daily Tribune. From the early 1850s, Marx saw capitalism as a progressive, if barbaric, force. He thought that the liberation of Asia depended on the revolution in Europe. But he adjusted his views after studying the Taiping Rebellion, the Opium Wars, various uprisings in India, and the slave economy in the USA. Marx supported the Taiping Rebellion, which had been triggered by a British war of aggression. 62 He now believed that the wave of uprisings against the British, stretching from China to India to Persia, would impact conditions in Britain itself and, consequently, in continental Europe. This would accelerate capitalism's crisis and possibly cause revolution. 63 In the 1860s, Marx applied this analysis to the situation in Ireland. Once again, he stressed his belief that the struggle for independence in the colonies would contribute to revolutionary developments in the imperialist countries themselves. In a letter dated December 11, 1869, he wrote to Friedrich Engels, "For a long time I believed that it would be possible to overthrow the Irish regime by English working class ascendancy. I always expressed this point of view in the New York Tribune. Deeper study has now convinced me of the opposite. The English working class will never accomplish anything before it has got rid of Ireland. The lever must be applied in Ireland. That is why the Irish question is so important for the social movement in general." 64. In other words, Ireland's liberation did not depend on working class struggle in England. The revolutionary working class struggle in England depended on the Irish struggle. Marx and Engels hoped that the advance of capitalist nations in continental Europe, and the challenge this posed to English dominance, would change the dynamics of the English workers' movement, members of the labor aristocracy becoming revolutionaries once again. Such was not to be. Capitalism did not develop as predicted by Marx and Engels. When the imperialist center in England was troubled, it simply expanded to include Western Europe and North America. The English labor aristocracy did not disappear and give way to a revitalized revolutionary workers' movement. Instead, it was now joined by a labor aristocracy on the European continent and one across the Atlantic. Politically, the countries that had now entered the imperialist center developed in the same way England had developed a few decades earlier. Workers successfully fought for higher wages, better working conditions, and more political rights within the framework of bourgeois parliamentary politics. Reformism had won. Housewifization. In the context of the imperialist center's dangerous classes having become citizens of the nation, I want to address two issues more closely: gender and racism. During the first phase of industrialization, women and children comprised a significant part of the workforce. Many women were employed in the textile industry, which played a central role in the Industrial Revolution until the mid-1800s. As historian Maxine Berg explains, it was the female, and not the male, workforce, which counted in the most important high-productivity industry of the period, textiles, where the female labor force outnumbered the male by 4 to 1 or even 8 to 1. 65 The available data suggests that, in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, as many women as men were employed as industrial workers, if not more. 66. In the 1850s, about 40% of workers in Paris were women. They were popular among employers because their pay was often only a third of what their male colleagues received. 67 But this was not the only reason for their popularity, they were also regarded as the least troublesome workers. Only men belonged to guilds and modern working-class organizations. Marx's labor theory of value was based on working-class families in which the wife did not engage in wage labor. For Marx, the inclusion of women and children into the industrial workforce meant a decrease in the value of labor power. In Capital, he wrote, the value of labor power was determined, not only by the labor time necessary to maintain the individual adult laborer, but also by that necessary to maintain his family. Machinery, by throwing every member of that family onto the labor market, spreads the value of the man's labor power over his whole family. It thus depreciates his labor power. To purchase the labor power of a family of 4 workers may, perhaps, cost more than it formerly did to purchase the labor power of the head of the family, but, in return, 4 days' labor takes the place of 1, and their price falls in proportion to the excess of the surplus labor of 4 over the surplus labor of 1. In order that the family may live, 4 people must now, not only labor, but expend surplus labor for the capitalist. Taking the exchange of commodities as our basis, our first assumption was that capitalist and laborer met as free persons, as independent owners of commodities, the one possessing money and means of production, the other labor power. But now the capitalist buys children and young persons under age. Previously, the workman sold his own labor power, which he disposed of nominally as a free agent. Now he sells wife and child. He has become a slave dealer. 68. Marx is attributing the value created by a wage-laboring woman to her husband rather than to herself was based on empirical rather than moral grounds. In a motion filed by Marx at the First Congress of the International Workingmen's Association in 1866, he describes the fact that women were entering the labor market as progressive. This sentiment, however, was not shared by the labor movement at large. The powerful German workers' organizations saw women entering the labor market as a threat to men's employment and wages. A majority of German delegates at the 1866 IWA Congress, led by Ferdinand Lassalle, opposed Marx's motion. So did a majority of the French delegates. The following resolution was passed instead. The employment of women in the workshops and modern industry is one of the most outrageous abuses of our time. Due particularly to the destruction of the family, the working population ends up in such a miserable condition that they lose even the last trace of cultural and ideal values they had so far. Therefore, the tendency to further extend the labor market for women has to be condemned. 69. This resolution was, in fact, a compromise. The German delegates had argued for a complete ban on women in industrial jobs due to health concerns. The final resolution did not call for a ban, but criticized the conditions women had to work under. The underlying issue, of course, was that the workers' movement fought for a family wage, that is, a wage high enough for a male worker to sustain his family as the head of the household. The notion of the man as provider was central to the 19th-century workers' movement. Before that, it was only in bourgeois families that the man by himself was economically responsible for the family while the woman stayed at home. Among workers, peasants, and even craftsmen, everybody contributed to the family's income. The workers' movement contributed to the housewifization of women, ostensibly to protect women from exploitation. The main issues, however, were competition on the labor market and wages. Male workers demanding higher wages as providers did not want to see this strategy undermined. Real change in the workers' movement regarding gender equality only occurred in the 1960s. With its long-standing opposition to women entering the workforce, the workers' movement contributed to domestic and reproductive labor, in short, housework becoming regarded as a natural resource, much like air and water. The housewife's job was to make sure that her husband could return to his real job day after day, and to nurture a new generation of workers and housewives. Working-class women remained economically shackled to their husbands, as men were the only ones able to provide the income needed for a family to survive. One of the reasons for the patriarchal nuclear family model spreading into the working class was colonial profits. The gender roles championed by the workers' movement in the late 19th century corresponded to the development of the labor aristocracy. During the second half of the 19th century, the ratio of women to men in the industrial workforce fell by 0.7% a year on average. During the 1780s, the percentage of married women in the small town of Cardington who worked for a wage was 67.5%. In 1911, in all of England it was 10%. This shift was due to factory legislation, the 10-hour workday, rising wages, and the spread of the bourgeois family model within the working class. 70 Maria Mies described this process as follows: without the ongoing exploitation of external colonies formerly as direct colonies, today within the new International Division of Labor the establishment of the internal colony, that is, a nuclear family and a woman maintained by a male breadwinner, would not have been possible. 71 white men in Western Europe and North America ruled over their own colonies in the form of the nuclear family with a wife forced to stay at home. This was one of the most important factors ensuring that the unpropertied, and formerly dangerous, proletarian would become a loyal citizen. Like the workers' movement, the women's movement emerged in the 19th century, and there were some overlaps. In general, however, the two movements developed independently from one another. Alliances were rare. Important and influential sections of the workers' movement saw the women's movement as a distraction or an outright competitor. There were exceptions, however. In the first half of the 19th century, the French socialist and feminist Flora Tristan was a strong advocate for both internationalism and women's rights in the workers' movement. In her most important work, The Workers' Union, published in 1843, she wrote, "All working-class ills can be summed up in two words, poverty and ignorance. Now in order to get out of this maze, I see only one way, begin by educating women, because women are in charge of instructing boys and girls." 72. Tristan saw women as the proletariat's proletariat. For her, the workers' struggle and the women's struggle were inseparable. But her view wasn't shared by many in the workers' movement, although there was more openness in France than in other countries, likely due to the prominent role of several women during the Paris Commune of 1871. In 1879, Hubertine Auclert gave a famous speech at the Third French National Workers' Congress, stating that she was present not because I am a worker, but because I am a woman, that is, one who is exploited, a slave delegated by 9 million slaves. 73. She, too, called for an alliance between the workers' movement and the women's movement, ending her speech with the words, "Oh, proletarians, if you wish to be free, cease being unjust." With modern science, with the awareness that science knows no prejudices, say, equality for all men, equality between men and women. 74. Subsequently, the Congress passed a resolution that emphasized the common experiences of workers of both genders, and women's right to equal wages, but also women's duty to look after the children. The patriarchal family model appealed to those in the working class aspiring to mimic the lives of the middle and upper classes. Capital and the bourgeoisie saw the division of gender roles as a stabilizing factor within the workforce and in society at large. The only ones protesting were early feminists. The new academic field of humanities legitimized the division in the name of science. It stressed the physiological and psychological differences between the men and women, suggesting that woman's role as housewife corresponded to her nature. The only role for women in public affairs was to express empathy, as for example in the anti-slavery movement, where many women prominent feminists included got their first organizing experiences. Racism and biopolitics. The European workers' movement not only found it difficult to stand in solidarity with the women's movement, but it also showed an almost complete lack of sympathy for the struggles of indigenous and oppressed peoples in the colonies. This was particularly pronounced in the attitudes of the white U.S. working class toward enslaved Africans. The attitudes of English workers toward Irish immigrants were similar. They were seen as competitors on the labor market and met with hostility. As a result of colonialism, racism, and notions of European superiority emerged, and the mainstream workers' movement was far from immune to this. In The Wretched of the Earth, the psychiatrist and anti-colonial militant Frantz Fanon wrote, "Latin America, China, and Africa. From all these continents, under whose eyes Europe today raises up her tower of opulence, there has flowed out for centuries towards that same Europe diamonds and oil, silk and cotton, wood and exotic products. Europe is literally the creation of the Third World." 75. When Fanon wrote that Europe is the creation of the Third World, he meant it literally. This was not limited to material or economic aspects. In colonial discourse, European came to mean civilized, other peoples were barbaric. Such claims were made despite the obvious barbarism of European civilization. Democracy and social justice might have been hot topics in Europe and North America, but that did little to stop European oppression, plunder, and exploitation around the world. The distinction between us and them was necessary to justify this contradiction. Racism reflects the hierarchical division of humankind created by colonialism. The dehumanization of the colony's indigenous and oppressed peoples was a prerequisite for presenting the Western world as the supposed cradle of civilization. An important element of this narrative was the drawing of an unbroken line from ancient Greece to the economic and political system of 19th-century Europe. It was said that explanations for the liberal market being the solution to all of our problems could already be found in Greek philosophy. The fact that ancient Greece was far more oriented toward the south and the east was conveniently ignored. Instead, a historical trajectory was invented that had no basis in reality. During ancient Greece's heyday, the societies of continental Europe were far less developed than many others across the world. Europe was an insignificant region. Only in the 14th century, with the onset of the Renaissance, was ancient Greece imagined to be the origin of European civilization. But even during the so-called Middle Ages, Europe was far from a world power, be it economically, politically, or culturally. The Christian legacy, allegedly a defining feature of European civilization, is also a historical fabrication. The founders of Christianity did not hail from Paris, Rome, or Berlin, but from the Middle East. Not only did the fathers of the Egyptian and Syrian churches, the world's oldest, have to be Europeanized, but also the Holy Family itself. Jesus was now represented as a blonde, blue-eyed European. Like patriarchy, racism was justified by science. The Aryan race was declared superior. It had the natural right, even the duty, to dominate the primitive races. So-called racial hygiene was a widely accepted practice in early 20th century Europe. Racism became popularized in literature, for example in Rudyard Kipling's famous poem The White Man's Burden. Across Europe, Africans, Chinese, Indians, Bedouins, and Inuit were exhibited at fairs and carnivals. This was deemed acceptable due to the alleged hierarchy between the races. Asians, deemed cultured and ranked relatively high in the hierarchy, were exhibited in small wooden cottages. Africans and the indigenous people of European settler colonies were ranked lowest in the hierarchy and exhibited in cages. There were already anti-racist movements in Europe and North America in the late 19th century, but they were weak compared with both the workers' and the women's movement. Within the workers' movement, the anti-racist struggle shared the fate of the women's struggle and was subordinated to class issues. Just like gender, race only became a priority within the left in the 1960s. Subsequent theoretical approaches, such as triple oppression, would treat gender, race, and class as equally important. Racism became highly institutionalized. In connection with the transformation of the dangerous classes into loyal citizens of the nation, the state became increasingly interested in citizens' concerns and aspirations, in their health, their education, and so on. This was now seen as a source of national strength and well-being. New sciences and politics emerged to properly surveil, control, and make use of the population. This is what Michel Foucault would later dub biopolitics or biopower. 76. The ruling classes showing interest in the population's well-being was a new phenomenon. During the Middle Ages and the first centuries of modernity, power over life, as Foucault put it, did not yet exist. Power was direct and brutal, a power over death. The life of ordinary people was in the hands of the rulers and depended on their mercy. To control the population meant to frighten people into submission by acts of random violence. Biopolitics means that the state controls the population by surveilling and registering citizens in the name of science. It considers a healthy population a precondition for economic productivity and social stability. This is closely related to the notion of the welfare state. The welfare state, however, was not implemented from above. The ruling classes were forced to implement it due to pressure from below. It was the workers' movement that demanded health benefits, unemployment insurance, and pension funds. The welfare state was a compromise between capital and the proletariat, mitigating class struggle. Capital benefited from healthy and content workers, but there was a sinister side to this process. The welfare system tied the workers to the nation-state that provided for them. Biopolitics fostered nationalism, which, in turn, strengthened colonialism. Health and contentment for the people of some countries meant misery and death for those of others. Mark G. Kelly has called this phenomenon biopolitical imperialism. One might imagine that biopolitical imperialism would mean a flow of biopolitics itself outward into the periphery. I argue that, though some movement in this direction does exist, it is not the main way in which biopolitical imperialism operates. Imperialism is a form of power that by and large does not care about the lives of its victims. Imperialism, therefore, is primarily thanatopolitical, a politics of death, contrasting with the biopolitics of the population found in the imperial metropole. There is, I contend, a direct relation between the two things, in which death is figuratively exported and life imported back, in a systematic degradation of the possibilities for biopolitics in the periphery, arising out of the operation of biopolitics in the center. 77. Kelly refers to the work of urban theorist Mike Davis for concrete examples of biopolitical imperialism. In case studies from India, China, and Brazil, Davis has shown how the imperialist powers either through direct political intervention or by creating damaging economic conditions have undermined public health and social welfare in these countries, in order to ensure profits used to finance public health and social welfare systems at home. One example was the massive export of foodstuffs from India to Britain in the late 19th century, at a time when masses of Indians suffered starvation. Between 1875 1900, a period that included the worst famines in Indian history, annual grain exports increased from 3 to 10 million tons. Indeed, by the turn of the century, India was supplying nearly a fifth of Britain's wheat consumption at the cost of its own food security. 78. As an example of how the British restructured the Indian economy without regard for the needs of the Indian people, Davis refers to the famine of 1899 to 1900, in which 143,000 Biraris died. During those years, writes Davis, the province exported not only thousands of bales of cotton but an incredible 747,000 bushels of grain. 79. He adds, India also had to finance British military supremacy in Asia. In addition to incessant proxy warfare with Russia on the Afghan frontier, the subcontinent's masses also subsidized such far-flung adventures of the Indian Army as the occupation of Egypt, the invasion of Ethiopia, and the conquest of the Sudan. As a result, military expenditures never comprised less than 25% of India's annual budget. 80. The two very different forms of society that biopolitics created were not always separated geographically. In the settler colonies, they existed alongside one another. This made it frighteningly obvious how the well-being of some meant the slavery, exploitation, and death of others. Settlerism. We have pointed out the significance of both the workers' movement and imperialism for the improvement of wages and living conditions among the working classes of Western Europe. There was another important factor that made this possible: emigration to the colonies. This reduced the reserve army of labor and increased the bargaining power of those workers who remained. Until World War I, there were few restrictions on the movement of European labor across national borders. 81. Passports were rarely used and immigrants obtained citizenship easily. 82. About 70 million people emigrated from Europe in the late 19th and the early 20th centuries. Considering that about 400 million people were living in Europe in 1900, this amounted to 17% of the population. 36 million went to the USA, 6.6 million to Canada, 5.7 million to Argentina, 5.6 million to Brazil, and smaller numbers to Australia, New Zealand, Rhodesia, South Africa, Algeria, and other colonies. 83. Today, the population of European descendants in the old settler colonies is bigger than that in Europe itself. 84. Emigration also served as a safety valve to reduce social unrest. Cecil Rhodes, a pivotal figure in the colonization of southern Africa, made this very clear in 1895. I was in the East End of London yesterday and attended a meeting of the unemployed. I listened to the wild speeches, which were just a cry for bread, bread, and on my way home I wondered over the scene and I became more than ever convinced of the importance of imperialism. My cherished idea is a solution for the social problem, i.e., in order to save the 40 million inhabitants of the United Kingdom from a bloody civil war, we colonial statesmen must acquire new lands to settle the surplus population, to provide new markets for the goods produced in the factories and mines. The empire, as I have always said, is a bread and butter question. If you want to avoid civil war, you must become imperialists. 85. Mass emigration from Europe strengthened both the labor aristocracy in Europe and the labor aristocracy of European settlers in the colonies. It is important to emphasize the character of the labor aristocracy in the colonies, as Europeans were not the only immigrants. Immigrants from other countries, especially from India and China, also arrived, but under very different circumstances. Most of them were contract laborers, so-called coolies. Together with slaves and the indigenous population, they had to do the hardest work for the lowest wage. They built railways and worked in mines and on plantations. Once they tried to better their situation, the European settlers saw them as rivals on the labor market. In the 1880s, the first restrictions on immigration from Asia were implemented. In Australia, European language tests for immigrants were introduced. Soon after, Australia enforced a full stop on immigration from China. The situation was similar in the USA, Canada, and New Zealand. By 1920, immigration for non-Europeans was heavily regulated in all of the English-speaking settler colonies. 86. Settler colonies can be divided between colonies where the indigenous population was primarily driven off their lands and colonies where the indigenous population was primarily exploited, for example in South Africa, Rhodesia, and Algeria. Settlers in the former category of colonies were looking for land. The local population was not asked for permission, they were displaced. 87 of the roughly 10 million indigenous people living in North America when colonization began, less than 300,000 remained in 1900, most of them confined to reservations. 88 The indigenous people had not surrendered their land, their resources, and their culture without resistance, but were repressed by brute force. The European settlers saw them as parasites to be extinguished. Marx wrote in Capital. Those sober virtuosi of Protestantism, the Puritans of New England, in 1703, by decrees of their assembly set a premium of £40 on every Indian scalp and every captured redskin, in 1720 a premium of £100 on every scalp, in 1744, after Massachusetts Bay had proclaimed a certain tribe as rebels, the following prices: for a male scalp of 12 years and upwards £100, for a male prisoner £105, for women and children prisoners £50, for scalps of women and children £50. 89. It is astonishing that white America through pulp fiction and Hollywood films was able to turn scalping into a supposedly indigenous practice. In reality, scalping was primarily used by settlers. 90 In the early 18th century, the colonial government paid generous rewards for the scalps of Native Americans. The exact amount depended on factors such as gender and age, with the goal being to make the violent oppression of indigenous people as effective as possible. 91. The colonial government also resorted to biological warfare. In 1763, Fort Pitt was besieged by Delaware warriors during what was known as Pontiac's War. When Delaware leaders offered the encircled troops safe passage from the fort to avoid an impending attack, the settler army entered negotiations and, as a sign of goodwill, offered the Delaware blankets, silk shawls, and linen, all of them infected with smallpox. Captain William Trent, who took part in the negotiations, noted in his journal, "Out of regard to them we gave them 2 blankets and an handkerchief out of the smallpox hospital. I hope it will have the desired effect." 92 He later sent a bill to the British government, replace in kind those which were taken from people in the hospital to convey the smallpox to the Indians. 93. This is but one particularly well-documented example. According to the historian David Dixon, it was deliberate British policy to infect the Indians with smallpox. 94 The genocide suffered by the indigenous population was no accident, but was a deliberate act by European settlers and their political representatives. This was part of a Republican ideology resting on the equation of liberty with private property. Under the leadership of Thomas Jefferson, an empire of liberty was built by destroying the commons of the indigenous peoples. 95 If these peoples didn't surrender their lands voluntarily, war was the only answer. In 1790, Secretary of War Henry Knox ordered the U.S. Army to extirpate, utterly, if possible, an Ohio gathering of Native Americans who had rejected demands to surrender their lands. 96 President Jefferson, in 1807, noted in a letter on indigenous resistance in Michigan, "If ever we are constrained to lift the hatchet against any tribe, we will never lay it down till that tribe is exterminated, or driven beyond the Mississippi." Jefferson added that if they will kill some of us, we shall destroy all of them. 97 Those executing the political orders shared the same attitude. Most infamous is General Philip Henry Sheridan's statement that "the only good Indians I ever saw were dead." 98 The privatization of the indigenous commons, and the subsequent land speculation in connection with massive infrastructural projects such as the construction of railways and ports, are part of the primitive accumulation that made the success story of American capitalism possible. In the settler colonies of Rhodesia, South Africa, and Algeria, land was an important issue as well. But apart from being driven from their lands, the local population was also forced to work in agriculture and mining. European settlers and locals were separated by apartheid systems. The obvious difference between the living conditions of two communities living on the same territory created strife of particular intensity. 99 The armed conflict leading to the liberation of Algeria in the 1960s cost 1 million lives. While European settlers imposed European culture upon the indigenous people of the colonies, they also demanded independence from their countries of origin. The settlers wanted to harvest the fruits of colonial exploitation themselves rather than returning them to the motherland. The USA, from colony to imperialist superpower. The colonies of Asia and Africa did not establish strong capitalist economies. In the context of the capitalist world system, they remained primarily suppliers of raw materials and tropical agricultural products. They formed the system's periphery. Development in the settler colonies of North America and later those of Australia and New Zealand was very different. The settlers of these colonies gained political independence from Europe early on. The USA became independent in 1776. This meant that the profits made by an exploitative settler economy now stayed, for the most part, in the country itself, which contributed to a domestic accumulation of capital. In roughly 100 years, the USA went from being a colony to one of the world's leading capitalist powers. What made this possible, and why did other colonies rich in resources, for example India, become part of the periphery instead? Let us compare the colonization of North America in the 17th century with that of South America 100 years earlier. Portugal and Spain were feudal societies. They arrived in armor, intent on conquering and plundering any society they encountered. They built colonial economies based on feudalism, with big estates and plantations. The labor force consisted primarily of slaves. In North America, the early colonists were merchants and plantation owners with an interest in trade. Investments were important. They had a long-term vision for themselves. In the beginning, the merchants bought fur and agricultural products from small farmers for export. Tobacco was one of the most important trading goods. When big plantations were established, production was also geared toward export. The plantations produced sugar, rice, and cotton. To acquire land. A lot of land was no problem, but the cost of waged labor was high. Attempts to establish a cheap labor force based on the forced labor of prisoners and the indentured labor of impoverished peasants and craftsmen from Britain failed. Once the latter arrived, they fled the plantations and looked for land of their own. What really made the plantation economy blossom was slavery. While the merchants and plantation owners of North America had close ties to British merchant capital, the vast majority of European settlers had none. They were mainly displaced peasants and proletarianized craftsmen who had come to America to find land and work. They had not come to return anything to Europe. Many of them had also suffered political or religious persecution. These men and women were determined to stand up for their beliefs. They had no attachment to the countries they came from, neither economically nor politically nor religiously. This was an important factor in the later separation from Britain. From the perspective of merchant capital, these settlers weren't of much use. They didn't produce anything that could be exported to Europe for a profit, and they hardly bought anything from Europe. Their communities were largely self-sufficient. Early on, industrial capitalists in Britain expressed concern about the development of North America. They saw a powerful rival coming. This was the reason for England introducing protectionist laws in the early 18th century, which only augmented the tensions between the settlers and the European governments. The relationship between the settlers and the European powers was ambiguous. On the one hand, the settlers were agents of the latter, the colonizers on the ground. They administered the colonial territories and brutally crushed any resistance by the indigenous population. On the other hand, their ambition was to become independent. They developed their own national identities and came to see the European powers as forces of occupation that robbed them of their own wealth. In an ironic twist, the settlers themselves became anti-colonial. This was not limited to North America. In South Africa, the Boers, settlers who had arrived from the Netherlands, fought brutal wars against the British over the control of the territory and its riches, using the rhetoric of revolutionary republicanism to justify their cause. 100. Until the end of the 19th century, the economy of North America was characterized by two things: a surplus of fertile land and a shortage of labor. The two were connected. Labor was expensive because land was cheap. As Marx explained, hence the relatively high standard of wages in the United States. Capital may there try its utmost. It cannot prevent the labor market from being continuously emptied by continuous conversion of wages laborers into independent self-sustaining peasants. 101. In 1759, the governor of Virginia, Francis Fauquier, expressed his distress over not being able to recruit people into the army. Every man in this colony has land, and none but Negroes are laborers. 102. Agriculture was the mainstay of the economy during the early colonization of North America. The grains and agricultural products of New England were mainly used for local consumption, but wheat and fish were exported to the English colonies in the West Indies. In the South, agriculture was always export-oriented. There was an abundance of tobacco plantations in Virginia and Maryland. The leaves were exclusively exported to England where, to the frustration of the tobacco planters, imports were highly taxed. Once the leaves were processed, England exported tobacco goods to the rest of Europe tax-free. The rice produced in the swamps of South Carolina was also exclusively exported to England, which resold it to Germany and Italy, undercutting Egyptian competition. South Carolina also exported indigo, which was used for dyeing textiles. The labor shortage was a big problem for the plantations in the South, solved by slavery. From 1700 to 1781, 256,000 captive laborers arrived. The number was modest compared with the West Indies, yet there was an important difference. In the West Indies, slaves were worked to death and replaced with new captives, whereas the settlers of North Americans tried to reproduce the existing slave population. The southern plantation colonies were closely linked to English merchant capital but, unlike the colonies of the West Indies, they were not governed by English trading companies. North American settlers demanded to be treated with respect by the English. France in North America. The political situation in North America was not only characterized by tensions between the settlers and the English government. There were also conflicts between competing European powers. The Dutch had lost New Amsterdam to the English in the 1660s and no longer were a factor in the division of the continent, but the French had a significant presence. Most of the French settlers hailed from Canada, where they lived as hunters and traders. They founded Quebec City in 1608 and settled along the St. Lawrence all the way up to the Great Lakes. From there, they followed the Mississippi south and founded New Orleans at its delta. The background to the colonial presence of the French in North America was different from that of the English. In both England and France, the conflict between the feudal aristocracy and the bourgeoisie took on a religious dimension, with Catholics and Protestants fighting one another. But the outcomes were different. In France, the Catholics had the upper hand. When the Huguenot Henry IV became king, he converted to Catholicism, famously remarking that Paris is worth a mess. Cardinal Richelieu, the second most powerful figure in the French state after Henry IV, implemented an absolutist regime which relied on strong feudal forces able to control a still weak bourgeoisie. For the French colonies, this meant that they were largely governed from France with an iron hand. The French colonies in North America stretched over an enormous territory, but were sparsely populated. It required many French troops to protect them. Economically, they were rather insignificant. The economy mainly consisted of hunting, the trade in fur and lumber, and fishing in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. French settlers were significantly outnumbered by settlers from England. In the year 1700, there were 15,000 French settlers and 360,000 from England. Yet, the French possessions encircled the English ones and hindered English expansion both to the west, the north, and to the south. England and France were used to going to war in Europe. Now it was time to do so in North America. With the 1713 Peace of Utrecht, which ended what was known as the Spanish War of Succession, France was forced to hand most of Newfoundland and Nova Scotia to the English. This didn't settle matters, however, for both countries still claimed Ohio. War broke out in 1752, it would last 7 years. In its earliest phase, the English settlers were no match for the regular French troops, but in 1757 fortunes shifted when England sent its navy, blockading the sea lanes used by the French to send supplies. The English also provided troops. English victory was secured at the Battle of Quebec in 1759. France had to give up further territories in Canada as well as Louisiana east of the Mississippi. Spain, which had supported the French, was forced to give up its only possession in North America, Florida. England now ruled over North America from Hudson's Bay in the north to the Florida Peninsula in the south, and from the Atlantic coast in the east to the Mississippi in the west. France was never again able to threaten English dominance on the continent. England in North America. Against their common enemy, the French, the English settlers of North America and the English government joined forces. But this alliance of convenience was far from harmonious. The economic interests of the parties involved were too different. English merchant capital tried to enforce monopolies in the trade with North America. This especially infuriated the settlers of New England, who produced many of the same goods as the English. At the same time, they were able to sell fish and a number of agricultural products on the Caribbean market for lower prices than the English, which meant huge losses for the motherland. Furthermore, the North American colonies imported sugar, rum, tobacco, and other Caribbean products without the involvement of English merchants. The English government tried to prevent the trade between the North American and Caribbean colonies with the help of strict trade regulations and customs laws, but this only led to an increase in counterfeit goods. When the English government responded with increased law enforcement and legal persecution, tensions with the settlers only magnified. The two parties didn't see eye to eye regarding the land question either. This became particularly obvious when it came to dividing the territories recently won from the French. The farmers of New England, the plantation owners of the South, and American merchants all made claims, but so did English capitalists. The English government passed a law granting control over the territories to the English crown. Wild speculation followed, benefiting English capitalists, merchants, officials, and landowners. For the settlers, it only confirmed that any ongoing alliance with the English motherland would be an obstacle to their own economic development. The war with France had led to an economic boom in New England. The European governments sent money to pay the soldiers' wages and their supplies, while American merchants made a fortune in illegal trade with France and Spain. Meanwhile, England had to cover the expenses. One of the measures taken by the government was the passing of new customs fees and import tariffs in 1767. A special department was established in Boston to oversee their implementation. The settlers were outraged. Plantation owners, merchants, and farmers were united in their opposition to what they perceived as ongoing exploitation by the English. When, in December 1773, merchant ships belonging to the East India Company arrived in Boston to unload tea, the Americans refused to pay the tariffs and told them to sail away. The dispute resulted in the famous Boston Tea Party, when a group of settlers disguised as Mohawks stormed 3 English ships and threw 342 chests of tea into the sea. When the English government strengthened its colonial administration, the settlers became determined to end all trade with the motherland. When the English sent troops to restore order, the settlers declared independence in 1776. This led to the 7-Year War of Independence, which pitted an alliance between American settlers and the governments of France and Spain against the English army, supported by German mercenaries. French soldiers fighting alongside the settlers gave the secessionists a decisive advantage. In 1783, a truce was signed in Paris. England had to accept the proclamation of the United States of America as an independent country. Florida was returned to Spain. England kept Canada. The rise of the USA. What did the class composition of the newly independent USA look like? The African population comprised about 20% of the country at the time, but the numbers varied widely between regions. In New England, people of African descent made up less than 3% of the population, in New York 14%, and in South Carolina 60%. 103 The European settlers could roughly be divided into the following groups: 10% capitalists, plantation owners, and merchants, 20% big farmers and urban middle class, 40% small farmers, 10% craftsmen, 15% temporary workers, aiming to acquire land and become farmers, 5% workers. 104 This meant that about 80% of the European settler population could be counted as members of the bourgeoisie and propertied petty bourgeoisie. Below the European settlers in the social hierarchy were slaves, the proletariat of low-waged Africans, and immigrants from Latin America and Asia. The European settlers formed, so to speak, the country's natural labor aristocracy. At the beginning of the 19th century, the U.S. economy was a reflection of the world economy. In England, the Industrial Revolution had unfolded against the background of colonialism. In the USA, industrialization unfolded against the background of internal colonialism, the oppression of the indigenous peoples, the exploitation of the proletariat, and last but certainly not least slavery. Slavery is often exclusively associated with the cotton and tobacco plantations of the American South. But long before the plantation economy blossomed in the mid-19th century, slavery was already an integral part of the North American economy. Dutch settlers had forced African slaves to work in construction and agriculture, and slaves were used across the country as domestic servants. In 1820, there were about 2 million slaves in the country. Their value has been estimated at over $1 billion, that is, about 20% of the total value owned by Americans at the time. 105. Slavery was fully integrated into the capitalist economy. Both the slave trade and the plantation economy were highly lucrative businesses financed by a flourishing American banking and finance sector. Cotton was not only the most important good produced by slave labor but was also the most important raw material for global capitalism. Economist Susan Grigsby, in 1860, the southern slave labor camps provided 88% of the cotton used in Great Britain's cotton mills. Cotton went from 14% of the total American exports in 1802 to 61% by 1860. The United States' share of the worldwide cotton market climbed from 1% in 1801 to 66% by 1860. 106. The fact that the U.S. controlled the world market for cotton was a clear sign of the USA emerging as a new superpower in the capitalist world system. For the renowned African-American scholar W.E.B. Du Bois, capitalism implied racism. Cotton was produced by enslaved people on stolen land. The history of slavery and that of capitalism are inseparable. Capitalism has always exploited and reproduced notions of racial difference. In Black Reconstruction in America, published in 1935, Du Bois wrote, "Black labor became the foundation stone not only of the Southern social structure, but of Northern manufacture and commerce, of the English factory system, of European commerce, of buying and selling on a worldwide scale. New cities were built on the results of black labor, and a new labor problem, involving all white labor, arose in both Europe and America." 107. For Du Bois, the black worker is subjected to both capital and white supremacy. In his analysis, the slave plantations of Mississippi, the financial and trading institutions of Manhattan, and the mills of Manchester all belong to one and the same system. The history of the white working class is intrinsically tied to the privileges of whiteness. Du Bois wrote of wages of whiteness against the background of a global economy in which places such as Mississippi, Manhattan, and Manchester were tied together by white supremacy. While the white working class of the United States praised liberty and freedom, racist practices and laws were commonplace. Between 1790 and 1860, the population of the USA rose from 4 to 32 million people. Immigrants flocked to the newly independent country to start new, more prosperous lives. They settled all across the continent. There was a strong commitment to bring even the most remote areas under settler control. President Thomas Jefferson declared in 1801, "However our present interests may restrain us within our own limits, it is impossible not to look forward to distant times, when our rapid multiplication will expand itself beyond those limits and cover the whole northern, if not the southern continent, with a people speaking the same language, governed in similar form by similar laws." 108. A few years later, this sentiment was made official in the Monroe Doctrine, which declared that the United States would defend all of the Americas against European influence. The unspoken implication was that the Americas would be controlled by the United States. Industry and agriculture. The USA's economic development during the 19th century was characterized by a surplus of land and a shortage of labor. Poorly paid workers could always go west and find land. This led to wages twice as high as those of England. In the second half of the 19th century, average wages in the USA were 50% higher than in Europe, even though most American workers were unskilled. Skilled European workers had little reason to emigrate, as they could find fairly well-paid work at home. 109. The shortage of labor in the U.S. provided a strong incentive to develop labor-saving technology. The U.S. set new standards in replacing manual labor with machines, both in manufacturing and agriculture. State-of-the-art iron and steel plows were produced and sold by the thousands. The U.S. plows presented at the 1851 Great Exhibition in London were far superior to the ones produced in Europe. 110. One of the most important innovations was the horse-drawn combine harvester. It had been invented in 1833 by Cyrus McCormick, a Scottish immigrant. His model was put to production in Chicago by the International Harvester Company, which remains an industry leader to this day. By 1855, more than 10,000 horse-drawn combines were in use in the USA. This solved the labor shortage that had been a particular problem during harvest season. The horse-drawn combine doubled the productivity of a laborer's work. Mechanical threshing machines and seed drills had already been introduced in the 1830s, at a time when they were virtually unknown in Europe. Such technological innovations led to industrial farming on the East Coast. Small farmers who could not adapt went bankrupt, many of them going west to start anew. The increase in agricultural productivity was one of the requirements for the USA's industrialization. Agricultural production in the US was not only able to satisfy domestic needs but could also deliver valuable goods for export. It allowed American industry to grow. But the transformation of agriculture also meant an end to self-reliance. Before the Industrial Revolution, the settlers produced most of what they needed themselves. Farming was combined with craft production. With the industrialization of agriculture, self-sufficiency was dying out. Even the small farmers remaining were now focusing exclusively on agricultural production, as it had become more profitable. As a consequence of the Industrial Revolution, many of the consumer goods formerly produced at home were now produced cheaper and with more durable materials in factories. Within a short time, agricultural workers became lucrative customers for both agricultural machinery and consumer goods. At first, English industry benefited from this, as it exported consumer goods to the US. But this would soon change, for two reasons. First, the American government introduced protectionist policies. Second, American industry quickly became very competitive. Paradoxically, this was a result of the shortage in skilled labor and of high wages. As in agriculture, American industrialists were forced to compensate for the shortage of labor with mechanical innovation. 111 In the 1840s, the conveyor belt was introduced in slaughterhouses and the meat packing industry. Animals dangling from a crook moved from worker to worker. One of them cut open the carcass, another took out the heart, another cut off a leg, and so on, until all of the meat was salted and packed. The entire animal was used. The parts that could not be made into food were used to produce leather, soap, and candles. The conveyor belt soon spread to other industries. An arms manufacturer, Eli Whitney, introduced changeable standard parts in arms production. As the story goes, he had got a contract for the delivery of 10,000 guns to the government. At the time, each gun was made from parts individually produced by a gunsmith. Whitney could not find enough skilled gunsmiths to process the government order in time, so he developed machines that produced standardized gun parts with such accuracy that they could be assembled by unskilled workers. This is a prime example of machinery replacing manual labor. 112 standardized parts were soon widespread in the production of locks, clocks, sewing machines, typewriters, and agricultural tools. Craftsmanship was replaced by mass production. One of the first mass-produced consumer goods was the iron stove. In the 1850s, more than 1 million of them came out of U.S. factories. 113 furniture was now mass-produced, too, the furniture market having become very lucrative since more and more people flocked to the big cities and were in need of housing. Mass production had been made possible not only by technological innovation but also by an ever more effective organization of production. James Bonsack invented a cigarette rolling machine that could produce 120,000 cigarettes a day. It was put to use by the American Tobacco Company, which soon came to dominate the entire industry. 114. Mechanization and labor-saving technology were central factors for the rise of U.S. industry and capital. But there were also others. The domestic market grew and made mass production profitable. The consolidation of the federal government meant the abolition of customs and tariffs in interstate trade. The government invested enormously in the country's infrastructure, building roads, railways, and canals, and, finally, a common currency was introduced. Before the end of the 19th century, industrial productivity in the U.S. was higher than in the birthplace of capitalism, England. The domestic market had strong purchasing power. The stage was set for a capitalist superpower to show its might. Slaves, immigrants, and imperialism. The profit rates of U.S. capital were secured by the exploitation of both an internal and an external proletariat. Until World War II, the European colonization of Asia and Africa stood in the way of the U.S. trading with Asian and African countries. The U.S. focused on trade within the Americas and the Caribbean instead. There, despite having to compete with England and Spain, they soon dominated the market. The Spanish Empire was crumbling. In the Spanish-American War of 1898, the U.S. conquered Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Philippines. Due to liberation movements led by the national bourgeoisies, Spain had already lost control over the territories before they officially passed to the U.S. Now, these movements caused bigger problems for the Americans than the Spanish did. This was particularly true in the Philippines, where a bourgeois national revolution had ousted the Spanish colonizers. The U.S. had to ship more than half of its troops, 1.2 million soldiers, to the country in order to defeat the independence movement in a brutal war that lasted over 3 years and in which up to 1 million Filipinos lost their lives. 115 Just as various European governments divided Africa between themselves, the U.S. periphery was now no longer limited to the Americas but spread far into the Pacific Ocean. During the colonization of the Philippines, U.S. generals built on the experiences of crushing indigenous resistance during the colonization of North America. In the so-called Indian Wars, the American military developed counterinsurgency tactics aimed at destroying the very fabric of indigenous life and culture. The same methods were now employed in the Philippines. The military apparatus of settler colonialism became a tool of imperialism. It was used throughout the 20th century in numerous foreign interventions by the U.S. military, now the most powerful in the world. Among other things, this allowed for the ongoing exploitation of an external proletariat. The internal proletariat of the USA had grown significantly in the 19th century. Between 1830 and 1860, 4.5 million new immigrants arrived in the country. 2/3 of them were Irish or German, most of them had belonged to Europe's reserve army of labor. For many Europeans, times were hard during the Industrial Revolution. In Ireland there was widespread unemployment and the devastating famine of the late 1840s. The booming U.S. economy put pressure on Europe. The new Irish, German, Italian, and Polish proletarians were put to work in factories alongside Black, Latino, and Asian colleagues. The privileged positions of skilled laborers and foremen were largely reserved for the Anglo-Saxon settlers. They received the highest working wages not just in the U.S., but in the world. Slavery was abolished in 1865, but freed slaves faced deep racial hostility. Racial hierarchies did not simply disappear with the institution of slavery. Black workers were seen as competitors and faced racism and violent attacks by white workers. Whiteness became an asset for recent European immigrants, a kind of symbolic capital. It promised better wages and working conditions. At the beginning of the 20th century, the American working class was sharply divided into 3 tiers. At the top was the Euro-American labor aristocracy, a privileged layer of skilled workers that constituted about 25% of the industrial working class, had a monopoly on the best-paid jobs, and was organized in the American Federation of Labor. One step below were the recent immigrants from Europe, who made up 50 to 75% of the industrial working class, resided in the big northern cities, were unskilled, poorly paid, and excluded from the trade unions and better jobs. At the bottom was the colonial proletariat of Africans, Latinos, and Asians. They did the hardest work for the lowest pay, whether it was in factories or mines, on fields or construction sites, or along the railways. The cotton industry in the South, which had always played a central role for the U.S. economy, was largely based on African American labor. Cotton production tripled between 1870 and 1910, accounting for 25% of total U.S. exports. African American labor was also essential for the coal mines of Alabama and the country's iron and steel industry. In the Southwest, Mexicans, Asians, and Native Americans worked in agriculture, on cattle and sheep farms, in mines, on the railroad, and in the urban service industry. The workers at the bottom of the labor hierarchy earned about $4 a week. The industrial workers who had recently arrived from Europe earned $6 to $10 a week. Members of the labor aristocracy earned $15 to $20 a week. 116 One of the reasons for these comparatively high wages was the exploitation of an internal proletariat that ranked lower than the labor aristocracy. This did not exist in Europe in the same way. After gaining their independence from England, the settlers in the US managed to establish a strong national economy, transforming North America from a periphery within the world capitalist system into its new center. In the early 20th century, the US had all the requirements for rapid capitalist development: a big domestic market, strong purchasing power, and high industrial profits. The constant flow of value that was required to maintain protectionist policies and a national labor aristocracy was secured by the privatization of the indigenous peoples' commons, the exploitation of an internal proletariat, and imperialist policies in the West Indies, in Central and South America, and in the Pacific region. The transformation of the US from colony to imperial superpower marked an overall shift in the power structure of global capitalism. Between 1860 and 1913, the world's industrial production grew sevenfold. In England it tripled, in France it quadrupled, in Germany it grew sevenfold, and in the US 12-fold. The days of England being the world's industrial powerhouse were over. 117. Chapter 2. Nationalism and Internationalism. Internationalism played a central role in the early socialist movement. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels predicted that national differences and contradictions between different peoples would gradually disappear. 118 This did not happen. In his later work, Marx was very conscious of the dividing effect that nationalism and colonialism had on the workers' movement. He was frustrated over the lack of international solidarity. Yet, rhetorically, internationalism was held high within the movement. For Lenin, establishing socialism meant world revolution. He doubted that the Soviet state could survive if the revolution did not spread to Western Europe. Nationalism had become an entrenched aspect of international politics during the 19th century, related to the rise of the nation-state. Colonialism strengthened interstate rivalry and provided a further boost to nationalist sentiments. It was broadly supported by the peoples of Europe. What they demanded for themselves, a united nation for a united people, was apparently not something they granted the peoples of other continents. The contradiction between nationalism and internationalism caused many tensions within the socialist movement. This was particularly pronounced in one of Europe's most powerful nations, Germany. German imperialism. Until 1850, the German territories were feudal and poorly developed. During the second half of the 19th century, Germany was united in a nation-state and moved from a semi-peripheral position in the capitalist world system to a central one. The capitalist world system, fueled by British colonialism, had become strong enough to extend its center. 119 The aristocratic German landowners, known as Junkers, became very wealthy, providing foodstuffs to the English Empire. Based on their riches, an industrial and financial bourgeoisie emerged. 120 When the leading industrial nations of the time, England, France, the Netherlands, and Belgium, were troubled by economic crises in the late 19th century, Germany, together with the US, developed into a new major industrial player. Both German landowners and industrialists petitioned the German government to acquire colonies in order to secure access to raw materials and colonial goods such as rubber, vegetable oils, and textiles. This was deemed necessary if Germany was to compete with England, France, and the US. Field Marshal Paul von Hindenburg, later president of the German Reich, formulated this clearly: without colonies no security regarding the acquisition of raw materials, without raw materials no industry, without industry no adequate standard of living and wealth. Therefore, Germans, do we need colonies? 121. Others argued in the vein of Cecil Rhodes. For the German landowner and colonialist Ernst von Weber, colonies were essential to solving the problems of overproduction and overpopulation. Otherwise, he warned, the country would be engulfed by a violent social revolution. 122. By the 1890s, Germany had built a strong merchant fleet. It operated mainly in the Mediterranean, competing with the English and French, but its bases extended all the way to the south coast of China. Germany's military fleet was powerful, too. By 1906, Germany's colonial possessions included East Africa, Southwest Africa, Cameroon, New Guinea, Togo, the Caroline Islands, Palau, the Marianas, the Marshall Islands, Samoa, and Jiaozhou Bay in China. In some of these colonies, Germans settled in significant numbers. The total territory in German possession equaled that of India. Furthermore, Germany dominated the economies of Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey. 123. It was in the context of the country's colonial history that the notion of the German master race first developed. The Nazis' racial ideology had its origins in the colonial period, which already included genocidal practices, especially in the oppression of the Herero of Southwest Africa. 124. In many ways Germany's treatment of the Herero was a prelude to the Holocaust. The Germans established concentration camps where up to 20,000 prisoners, two-thirds of them women and children, were forced to live and work under appalling conditions. Many died as a consequence of exhaustion, disease, and mistreatment. 67% of the men forced to work on the railroads did not survive. Rape was so widespread that 90% of the German soldiers serving in Southwest Africa contracted sexually transmitted diseases. The Herero were also subject to racist medical research. Classifications of their skulls and genitals were meant to confirm that white Europeans were of a superior race. 125. Some of the central terms of Nazi rhetoric were first introduced during this period, for example, Lebensraum, literally room to live, which became a catchphrase for the expansion of German territory, and Endlösung, the final solution, a euphemism for genocide at the time used for the Herero, later for Jews, Roma, and Sinti, and other communities. Heinrich Göring, father of the prominent Nazi Hermann Göring, was Southwest Africa's first governor. Franz von Epp, a leading Nazi official in Bavaria, where he was responsible for the establishment of the Dachau concentration camp and the near-total extermination of the Jewish community, was an officer in the colony. Eugen Fischer, a medical doctor whose theories on eugenics and racial hygiene had a strong impact on Hitler, did field work in Namibia. Later, Fischer became a member of the Nazi Party and the regime provided him with his own institute, where SS doctors were trained to serve in the concentration camps. Numerous colonial administrators were also used by the Nazis to oversee the occupation of Eastern Europe during World War II. 126. The brown shirts of the early SS provided a very tangible connection to German colonialism. They were leftover uniforms of the colonial Schutztruppen, bought by the Nazis after Germany lost its colonial possessions in World War I. 127. The establishment of a colonial empire cannot be separated from political developments in Germany itself. Bismarck's government introduced a predecessor to the European welfare state of the 20th century. Health insurance was introduced in 1883, accident insurance in 1884, and a pension system, including disability pensions, in 1889. 128. Meanwhile, Germany's rising economic and political influence turned it into a center of the European socialist movement. Socialist parties and trade unions were established, with growing divides between reformist social democrats and revolutionary communists. The Social Democratic Party of Germany became a flagship for reformist socialism and attracted broad support from the top tiers of the German working class. One of the party's founders and most prominent figures, Wilhelm Liebknecht, said at the 1892 Party Congress, "You who sit here are also, most of you, aristocrats to a certain extent, among the workers I mean insofar as income is concerned. The laboring population in the mining regions of Saxony and the weavers of Silesia would regard such earnings as yours as the income of a veritable Croesus." 129. The leading ideologue of German social democracy was Eduard Bernstein. Bernstein criticized Marx on several points. In his 1899 book, The Preconditions of Socialism, he stated, contra Marx, that capitalism would not lead to a polarization between rich and poor, pointing out that the living conditions of the German working class were improving. For Bernstein, this was proof that the working class could better their situation within the capitalist system. Since they comprised a majority of the population, workers could seize state power by electoral means and introduce socialism without resorting to revolutionary violence. Bernstein's revision of Marx became the DNA of European social democracy. In the decades to come, the social democratic parties of Europe would repeatedly choose the interests of capital and the nation over socialism. Bernstein opposed the notion that working men have no country, as Marx and Engels had written in the Communist Manifesto. Bernstein conceded that this might have been the case in the 1840s, but claimed it no longer held true. Workers had become citizens of their nation-states, equipped with political and social rights, not least due to the efforts of the Social Democrats. For Bernstein, the Social Democrats' task was to reconcile the interests of the working class with those of the nation. Only this would advance working-class politics. This implied that the Social Democrats had to support colonialism. Bernstein agreed that in order for it to progress, Germany needed to have ready access to raw materials and tropical goods. 130. The connections drawn by Bernstein between the interests of the German working class and colonialism were logical. Only colonialism made it possible for the situation of European workers to improve. Colonial profits allowed capital to mitigate the social contradictions within the European countries. It helped turn the dangerous classes into loyal citizens. The specter of revolution was contained. Colonial and racist attitudes among German Social Democrats were barely concealed. The SPD supported imperialist ambitions in China and was a strong opponent of Chinese immigration, since the coolies were seen as a threat to European proletarians. 131. At the SPD's Congress in Mainz in 1900, Rosa Luxemburg was the only member who condemned imperialist attitudes. In the USA, the Socialist Party had already passed a resolution against yellow immigration in 1885. 132. With its reformism, its support for colonialism, and the equation of working class and national interests, the social democratic parties abandoned the principle of international solidarity and became an integral part of the imperialist system. This was reflected in the official policies of the Second International. When colonialism was debated at the International's Congress in Stuttgart in 1907, Bernstein made the following comment, approved by SPD luminary Ferdinand Lassalle: "People who do not develop may be justifiably subjugated by people who have achieved civilization." Bernstein added, "Socialists too should acknowledge the need for civilized peoples to act like the guardians of the uncivilized. Our economies are based in large measure on the extraction from the colonies of products that the native peoples have no idea how to use." 133. The common view among European socialists at the time was that colonies should only be granted independence once the working classes of the developed nations had come to power. The idea that the colonized peoples of Asia and Africa could become independent in a capitalist world seemed outlandish to them. The proceedings on the colonial question by a commission summoned by the International are telling. One member, Hendrik van Kool, a Dutch plantation owner on the island of Java, insisted that the values of civilization had yet to reach the colonial world, Suppose we bring a machine to the savages of Central Africa. What will they do with it? Perhaps they will start up a war dance around it. Perhaps they will kill us or even eat us. 134. The minutes of the Congress are full of similar remarks. Lenin, who was present, reported, Bernstein and David urged acceptance of a socialist colonial policy and fulminated against the radicals for their barren, negative attitude, their failure to appreciate the importance of reforms, their lack of a practical colonial program, etc. 135. Another German social democrat, Eduard David, put it bluntly, Europe needs colonies. It does not have enough of them. Without them, we would be economically like China. 136. One is tempted to say, exactly. Lenin and the communists described the social democratic position as national chauvinism, social imperialism, and class treason. The conflict that followed led to a split in the Second International. The Social Democratic wing kept the name but lost most of its influence, while the Communist Third International, also known as the Comintern, formulated a clear anti-colonial position and came to play a significant role in world politics. In Germany, the Social Democratic strategy of prioritizing national interests over class interests continued to succeed. Under the ideological leadership of Karl Koschei, the SPD became Europe's strongest and most influential social democratic party. In the 1912 Reichstag elections, it received 34.8% of the popular vote, more than any of the other contenders. In 1914, it joined the liberal and conservative parties in their decision to use bonds to finance the war, despite desperate appeals by revolutionary socialists across Europe to prevent a military conflict that in all likelihood would devastate the continent. But the SPD's decision simply followed from its nationalist line, as it supported German capital in its fight against England and France for global dominance. Germany was defeated in the war, which caused a severe economic and political crisis. On November 3, 1918, sailors from the German fleet stationed in Kiel rose up. In various towns and regions across Germany, workers' and soldiers' councils were established. Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated and a republican government was formed by the SPD under the leadership of Friedrich Ebert. The SPD was determined to prevent the Bolshevik Revolution spreading to Germany. They sought a compromise with the power structure of the Kaiserreich, its bureaucracy, military leadership, and economic system. Administration, trade, and industry were to remain in the hands of the bourgeoisie. In return, full voting rights for workers and women, the 8-hour workday, unemployment benefits, and collective bargaining were introduced. In January 1919, Ebert ordered the German military to crush the Spartacist uprising in Berlin, led by Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. About 1,500 revolutionaries were executed under the auspices of SPD Minister of Defense Gustav Nitzsche. 137. The defeat of the revolution in Germany meant that the Russian revolutionaries remained isolated. Lenin had seen Germany as a crucial piece in the puzzle of world revolution. The German experience put an end to all revolutionary attempts to establish socialism in Western Europe. 138. Lenin's theory of imperialism. With the revolutionary socialist movement in Western Europe defeated, the integration of its working classes into the parliamentary system was complete. Social democratic parties enjoyed mass support among European workers. It is therefore no surprise that the most important contribution to the analysis of imperialism came from a country at Europe's periphery, Russia, in the form of Lenin's writings. Friedrich Engels had suggested that England losing its industrial monopoly would lead to a political and economic crisis that, in turn, would strengthen revolutionary forces. This never happened. Instead, developments in Europe strengthened reformism. Lenin understood that the reason was the imperialist system. The betrayal of the working classes by their leaders was simply a logical consequence of this situation. In August 1907, Lenin wrote, "Only the proletarian class, which maintains the whole of society, can bring about the social revolution." However, as a result of the extensive colonial policy, the European proletarian partly finds himself in a position when it is not his labor, but the labor of the practically enslaved natives in the colonies, that maintains the whole of society. The British bourgeoisie, for example, derives more profit from the many millions of the population of India and other colonies than from the British workers. In certain countries this provides the material and economic basis for infecting the proletariat with colonial chauvinism. Of course, this may be only a temporary phenomenon, but the evil must nonetheless be clearly realized and its causes understood in order to be able to rally the proletariat of all countries for the struggle against such opportunism. 139. Being familiar with Marx and Engels' texts on the labor aristocracy, Lenin wrote, "It must be observed that in Great Britain the tendency of imperialism to split the workers, to strengthen opportunism among them and to cause temporary decay in the working class movement, revealed itself much earlier than the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th centuries, for two important distinguishing features of imperialism were already observed in Great Britain in the middle of the 19th century: vast colonial possessions and a monopolist position in the world market." Marx and Engels traced this connection between opportunism in the working class movement and the imperialist features of British capitalism systematically, during the course of several decades. 140. Lenin regarded imperialist opportunism within the working class as a huge obstacle to socialism. He vehemently opposed the developments in the Second International. 141. The conflict between reformists and revolutionaries within the socialist movement was tightly connected to this question. In October 1916, Lenin addressed the issue in a short text titled Imperialism and the Split in Socialism. 142. That same year, in the midst of World War I and while living in Swiss exile, Lenin wrote his famous text, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. 143. The text is hardly of the same magnitude as Capital, but it provided an apt description of international economics and politics in the early 20th century. Lenin had been inspired by Marx and Engels' writings on colonialism and by Rudolf Hilferding's book, Finance Capital, from 1910, which described the emergence of a new form of capital, separated from production. Another influence was the book, Imperialism, by the English economist John A. Hobson, published in 1902. Hobson had not only popularized the term imperialism, but also provided the first economic study of the imperialist system. 144. He explained why capital needed colonial markets and relied on the exploitation of foreign territories. Hobson was also the first to speak of the colonizing power as a parasite on the colony. He expected the future rulers of European countries to consist of a wealthy elite, mainly working in finance. In his estimation, they would keep the masses content by paying them relatively high wages for service-oriented jobs. 145. Lenin adopted the terms imperialism and parasitism, but extended the analysis. In Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, Lenin described the increasing monopolization of capital. It entails, in short, that fewer and fewer firms control an ever larger share of the market. Lenin also described capital's never-ending quest to find new opportunities for investment and new markets, which makes its global expansion as well as conflict between competing imperialist powers inevitable. Given the surplus of capital and rising wages in Europe, it was necessary for capital to secure its profit rate through colonial exploitation. Lenin summarized the creation of parasite states, the export of capital, one of the most essential economic bases of imperialism, still more completely isolates the rentiers from production and sets the seal of parasitism on the whole country that lives by exploiting the labor of several overseas countries and colonies. 146. Citing Hobson, Lenin goes on to describe the political consequences. Hobson gives the following economic appraisal of the prospect of the partitioning of China. The greater part of Western Europe might then assume the appearance and character already exhibited by tracts of country in the south of England, in the Riviera and in the tourist-ridden or residential parts of Italy and Switzerland, little clusters of wealthy aristocrats drawing dividends and pensions from the Far East, with a somewhat larger group of professional retainers and tradesmen and a larger body of personal servants and workers in the transport trade and in the final stages of production of the more perishable goods, all the main arterial industries would have disappeared, the staple foods and manufactures flowing in as tribute from Asia and Africa. Let those who would scout such a theory as undeserving of consideration examine the economic and social condition of districts in southern England today which are already reduced to this condition, and reflect upon the vast extension of such a system which might be rendered feasible by the subjection of China to the economic control of similar groups of financiers, investors, and political and business officials, draining the greatest potential reservoir of profit the world has ever known, in order to consume it in Europe. He should have added, however, that, also within the working class movement, the opportunists, who are for the moment victorious in most countries, are working systematically and undeviatingly in this very direction. Imperialism, which means the partitioning of the world, and the exploitation of other countries besides China, which means high monopoly profits for a handful of very rich countries, makes it economically possible to bribe the upper strata of the proletariat, and thereby fosters, gives shape to, and strengthens opportunism. 147. These are remarkable observations considering what the world economy looks like today. China has become the productive powerhouse, while the countries of Western Europe and North America have become primarily consumer societies and parasite states. When Lenin wrote the preface for a 1920 edition of Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, in German and French, he emphasized the system's parasitic element. A few words must be said about Chapter 8, Parasitism and Decay of Capitalism. As already pointed out in the text, Hilferding, ex-Marxist, and now a comrade in arms of Koskai and one of the chief exponents of bourgeois, reformist policy in the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, has taken a step backward on this question compared with the, frankly, pacifist and reformist Englishman, Hobson. The international split of the entire working class movement is now quite evident. The fact that armed struggle and civil war is now raging between the two trends is also evident. The support given to Kolchak and Denikin in Russia by the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries against the Bolsheviks, the fight the Shaydemans and Niskis have conducted in conjunction with the bourgeoisie against the Spartacists in Germany, the same thing in Finland, Poland, Hungary, etc. What is the economic basis of this world historical phenomenon? It is precisely the parasitism and decay of capitalism, characteristic of its highest historical stage of development, i.e., imperialism. As this pamphlet shows, capitalism has now singled out a handful of exceptionally rich and powerful states which plunder the whole world simply by clipping coupons. Capital exports yield an income of 8 to 10,000 million francs per annum, at pre-war prices and according to pre-war bourgeois statistics. Now, of course, they yield much more. Obviously, out of such enormous super profits, it is possible to bribe the labor leaders and the upper stratum of the labor aristocracy. And that is just what the capitalists of the advanced countries are doing. They are bribing them in 1,000 different ways, direct and indirect, overt and covert. This stratum of workers turned bourgeois, or the labor aristocracy, who are quite Philistine in their mode of life, in the size of their earnings and in their entire outlook, is the principal prop of the Second International, and in our days, the principal social prop of the bourgeoisie. For they are the real agents of the bourgeoisie in the working class movement, the labor lieutenants of the capitalist class, real vehicles of reformism and chauvinism. In the civil war between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie they inevitably, and in no small numbers, take the side of the bourgeoisie, the Versailles against the communards. Unless the economic roots of this phenomenon are understood and its political and social significance is appreciated, not a step can be taken toward the solution of the practical problems of the communist movement and of the impending social revolution. 148. Lenin and Luxembourg. Revolutionary communism in Germany was represented by Rosa Luxemburg. The main difference between Lenin and Luxemburg concerned class dynamics in the imperialist countries and the colonies. After the revolution in 1917, Lenin supported movements in the colonies that fought for national independence. Luxemburg, however, saw the working class in the imperialist countries as the decisive force for world revolution. She considered anti-colonial nationalism to be bourgeois and opposed support for independence movements. 149. For Luxemburg, capitalism's fundamental problem was overaccumulation. She thought that, once capitalism had spread to all corners of the earth, it would eventually run out of investment opportunities. This would lead to the system's collapse, which would be followed by a socialist revolution under the leadership of the imperialist countries' working classes. Only then could the colonies gain independence. 150. Luxemburg saw imperialism first and foremost as a system that benefited capital and kept capitalism alive. She paid little attention to class formation in either the imperialist countries or the colonies. Imperialism solved the problem of accumulation by creating opportunities for profitable investment and strong purchasing power in the imperialist countries. There was both an economic and a political logic behind the European working class's support for imperialism and the rivalry over colonies by European powers. At the eve of World War I, Luxemburg appealed to European workers not to go to war against each other. Her efforts were in vain. This was a clear indication of nationalism's strength and internationalism's weakness. Led by social democratic parties, the working classes of Europe sided with the national bourgeoisies of their respective countries and supported the first major imperialist war, fought over colonies and areas of influence. The interests of the bourgeoisie and the interests of the working classes top tier overlapped. The well-being of the nation meant also the well-being of its workers. Lenin stated in May 1915 that the Second International had been undermined by nationalism. He wrote, "By social chauvinism we mean acceptance of the idea of the defense of the fatherland in the present imperialist war, justification of an alliance between socialists and the bourgeoisie and the governments of their own countries in this war, a refusal to propagate and support proletarian revolutionary action against one's own bourgeoisie, etc." It is perfectly obvious that social chauvinism's basic ideological and political content fully coincides with the foundations of opportunism. It is one and the same tendency. In the conditions of the War of 1914-15, opportunism leads to social chauvinism. The idea of class collaboration is opportunism's main feature. Opportunism was engendered in the course of decades by the special features in the period of the development of capitalism, when the comparatively peaceful and cultured life of a stratum of privileged workingmen bourgeoisified them, gave them crumbs from the table of their national capitalists, and isolated them from the suffering, misery, and revolutionary temper of the impoverished and ruined masses. The imperialist war is the direct continuation and culmination of this state of affairs, because this is a war for the privileges of the great power nations, for the repartition of colonies, and domination over other nations. To defend and strengthen their privileged position as a petty bourgeois upper stratum or aristocracy of the working class, such is the natural wartime continuation of petty bourgeois opportunist hopes and the corresponding tactics, such is the economic foundation of present-day social imperialism. 151. Rosa Luxemburg's hopes were brutally crushed when the German Revolution of 1918-1919 was defeated. Together with her close comrade, Karl Liebknecht, Luxemburg was murdered. The subsequent decades proved how strong German nationalism was. Vast sections of the working class supported right-wing movements eager to restore Germany's position among the imperialist powers. The emergence of anti-imperialism. The same year the German Revolution failed, socialist anti-imperialism was born in the colonies. Paradoxically, this started in the heart of Europe, where, in the early 1910s, there arrived a young man from Vietnam who would later become world famous under the name Ho Chi Minh. He found work as a gardener in France and as a dishwasher and street cleaner in London. During his time in England, H. Ho Chi Minh became aware of the Irish liberation struggle and studied it with great interest. 152 When he learned of the death of a Sinn Féin hunger striker, he reportedly wept at the sacrifice the man had made for his country and proclaimed, "A nation which has such citizens will never surrender." 153 In 1917, H. O. moved to Paris, where he worked as a restorer at a photo shop, also painting Chinese antiquities. 154 The later Prime Minister of China, Zhou Enlai, lived close by. At his house, H. O. first met the 19-year-old Deng Xiaoping. In Paris, many immigrants were radicalized in the communist movement at the time. Among them were the Algerian factory workers Messali Hadj and Hadj Ali Abdelkader, who would go on to found the Etoile Nord-Africaine, a pioneering organization for the liberation of Algeria. Ferhat Abbas, another Algerian, who would later become a leading figure in the National Liberation Front, Lamine Senghor from Senegal, one of the French Communist Party's most talented organizers and writers until his premature death in 1927, Arnold Mononutu from Indonesia, a co-organizer of the Bandung Conference, where Asian and African states, most of them newly independent, met in 1955, and José Carlos Mariátegui as well as Victor Raúl Haya de la Torre from Peru, the former a prominent Marxist theorist and the latter the founder of the American Popular Revolutionary Alliance. 155. Intellectuals and militants from the colonies gathered in Paris and other European capitals for different reasons. Some pursued higher education, others were looking for industrial jobs, and some wanted to network and recruit fellow revolutionaries. Many of the 750,000 colonial soldiers who had fought for France during World War I had remained in the country. The French government made every effort to return them to the colonies, but not always with success. About 70,000 North Africans and 15,000 men and women from other colonies lived in Greater Paris alone. 156 The situation was similar in other European capitals. Indians moved to London, Indonesians to Amsterdam, and so on. In London, African and Indian anti-colonial militants formed organizations, published journals, and established contact with liberation movements such as the African National Congress in South Africa. In the colonies, things were also on the move. In 1919, anti-colonial mass protests erupted in China and Korea against Japanese colonialism and European imperialism. In India, Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco, anti-colonial demonstrations became regular features of everyday life. In the autumn of 1919, world leaders met at the Versailles Peace Conference to negotiate the political order post-World War I. Naturally, the victorious nations divided the spoils between them. Delegates from the colonies hoped that the noble words spouted about peace, justice, and self-determination would be applied to the colonies, too. They were to be disappointed. For the Europeans and North Americans, the colonies were essential for revitalizing their own economies. 157 It became clear to anti-colonial militants that any hope for voluntary decolonization was futile. But they did not despair. There were other ways to bring colonialism to its knees. 2 months after the Versailles Conference started, the Third International held its founding Congress in Moscow. It endorsed Lenin's theses on the national and colonial questions, which argued for support to anti-colonial independence movements. 158 The Congress also drafted 21 conditions that communist parties wanting to join the Comintern had to fulfill. With regard to the colonial question, the expectations were very clear. In the colonial question and that of the oppressed nationalities, there is necessarily an especially distinct and clear line of conduct of the parties of countries where the bourgeoisie possesses such colonies or oppresses other nationalities. Every party desirous of belonging to the Third International should be bound to denounce without any reserve all the methods of its own imperialists in the colonies, supporting not only in words but practically a movement of liberation in the colonies. 159. In France, H. O. Chi Minh, disillusioned by the Versailles Conference, joined the French section of the Workers' International, commonly, but somewhat misleadingly, referred to as the French Socialist Party. In his memoirs, he noted, heated discussions were then taking place in the branches of the Socialist Party, about the question whether the Socialist Party should remain in the Second International, should a Second and a Half International be founded, or should the Socialist Party join Lenin's Third International. I attended the meetings regularly, twice or three times a week, and attentively listened to the discussion. First, I could not understand thoroughly why were the discussions so heated. What I wanted most to know, and this precisely was not debated in the meetings, was, which international sides with the peoples of colonial countries. I raised the question the most important in my opinion in a meeting. Some comrades answered, it is the Third, not the Second International. And a comrade gave me Lenin's thesis on the national and colonial questions, published by El Humanide. To read. There were political terms difficult to understand in this thesis. But by dint of reading it again and again, finally I could grasp the main part of it. What emotion, enthusiasm, clear-sightedness, and confidence it instilled in me. I was overjoyed to tears. Though sitting alone in my room, I shouted aloud as if addressing large crowds, dear martyrs, compatriots. This is what we need, this is what we need, and this is the path to our liberation. After that, I had entire confidence in Lenin, in the Third International. Formerly, during the meetings of the party branch, I had only listened to the discussion. I had a vague belief that all were logical, and could not differentiate as to who were right and who were wrong. But from then on, I also plunged into the debates and discussed with fervor. Though I was still lacking French words to express all my thoughts, I smashed the allegations attacking Lenin and the Third International with no less vigor. My only argument was, if you do not condemn colonialism, if you do not side with colonial people, what kind of revolution are you waging? 160. At the 1920 Congress of the SFIO, a majority of the members defected, founded the French Communist Party, and joined the Comintern. Ho Chi Minh was among them. He was very active in the Communist Party, which he insisted must prioritize anti-imperialist agitation among French workers. Ho wrote regularly for the party's newspaper, El Humanide. In an article published on May 25, 1922, he urged the party to struggle against the indifference of the proletariat of the mother country towards the colonies, and decried the fact that the French workers look upon the native as an inferior and negligible human being, incapable of understanding and still less of taking action. 161. The Comintern and the colonial question. Ho was facing a problem that Lenin had addressed in numerous polemics against the opportunist imperialism of the European working class. Lenin emphasized again and again how understanding and fighting opportunism and social chauvinism was the most important task for revolutionaries in Western Europe. 162. This had a strong impact on the international socialist movement, and was one of the main reasons for the split in the Second International. For the Comintern, internationalism and anti-imperialism were central questions. At its founding Congress in 1919, Lenin assured the delegates that they would one day all see the founding of the World Federative Republic of Soviets. 163. A resolution passed at the Congress read, at the expense of the plundered colonial people, capital corrupted its wage slaves, created a community of interest between the exploited and the exploiters against the oppressed colonies, the yellow, black, and red colonial people, and chained the European and American working class to the imperialist fatherland. 164. But the Comintern still assumed that the decisive battles for world revolution would be fought in Europe. They believed or wanted to believe that revolutionary sentiments would eventually prevail within the European proletariat over social democratic, reformist, and nationalist ones. Leon Trotsky penned a manifesto of the Communist International to the workers of the world, which included the following lines: the workers and peasants not only of Annam, Algiers, and Bengal, but also of Persia and Armenia, will gain their opportunity of independent existence only in that hour when the workers of Britain and France, having overthrown Lloyd George and Clemenceau, have taken state power into their own hands. Colonial slaves of Africa and Asia, the hour of proletarian dictatorship in Europe will also be the hour of your liberation. 165. This was the prevailing view within the Comintern at the time. Lenin wanted to mobilize the proletariat below the top tier of the best paid, unionized workers. His strategy failed. Revolutionaries within the workers' movement were not able to challenge the reformist leadership. In Germany, their influence remained strong even after the revolution's defeat in 1919, but frequent communist uprisings were crushed with brute force by the SPD government. In England and in Scandinavia, Social Democrats benefited from the economic crisis following World War I. They formed governments not to abolish capitalism but to restore it, backed by the working class majority. Reform seemed safer than revolution. Government intervention in the labor market and provision of social services lay the foundation for what would become the European welfare state. The Second Congress of the Comintern, East or West. At its second Congress in July 1920, the Comintern intended to strengthen its revolutionary and anti-imperialist strategy. A central aspect was to break with Eurocentrism. Lenin spoke of treachery when reflecting on the stance that the British working class took toward the oppressed nations and their struggle for freedom. I would like to emphasize the importance of revolutionary work by the communist parties, not only in their own, but also in the colonial countries, and particularly among the troops employed by the exploiting nations to keep the colonial peoples in subjection. Comrade Quelch of the British Socialist Party spoke of this in our commission. He said that the rank-and-file British worker would consider it treasonable to help the enslaved nations in their uprisings against British rule. True, the jingoist and chauvinist-minded labor aristocrats of Britain and America present a very great danger to socialism, and are a bulwark of the Second International. Here we are confronted with the greatest treachery on the part of leaders and workers belonging to this bourgeois international. The parties of the Second International have pledged themselves to revolutionary action, but they have given no sign of genuine revolutionary work or of assistance to the exploited and dependent nations in their revolt against the oppressor nations. This, I think, applies also to most of the parties that have withdrawn from the Second International and wish to join the Third International. We must proclaim this publicly for all to hear, and it is irrefutable. We shall see if any attempt is made to deny it. 166. Lenin also criticized the British Labour Party's hesitation to mobilize against British colonialism in Ireland. The comrades have emphasized that the labour aristocracy is stronger in Britain than in any other country. That is true. After all, the labour aristocracy has existed in Britain, not for decades but for centuries. This stratum is thoroughly imbued with bourgeois prejudices and pursues a definitely bourgeois reformist policy. In Ireland, for instance, there are 200,000 British soldiers who are applying ferocious terror methods to suppress the Irish. The British socialists are not conducting any revolutionary propaganda among these soldiers, though our resolutions clearly state that we can accept into the Communist International only those British parties that conduct genuinely revolutionary propaganda among the British workers and soldiers. 167. In its 1918 programme, the British Labour Party had pledged its allegiance to the British Empire. The programme declared it a duty to defend the rights of British citizens who have overseas interests, and stated, as for this community of races and peoples of different colors, religions, and different stages of civilization, which is called the British Empire, the Labour Party is in favour of its maintenance. 168. With regard to India, the British Labour Party formally supported independence, but did nothing to help the process along. Rather, it condoned military force in cracking down on nationalist rallies. In his book, India Today, the British Marxist Rajni Palmadud cited a 1930 article from the Manchester Guardian, which bluntly summed up the reasons for British opposition to Indian independence, There are two chief reasons why a self-regarding England may hesitate to relax her control over India. The first is that her influence in the past depends partly upon her power to summon troops and to draw resources from India in time of need. The second is that Great Britain finds in India her best market, and she has £1,000 million of capital invested there. 169. Even among Europe's communists, support for anti-imperialist movements in the colonies was often half-hearted. The Eurocentric belief that the movements of the imperialist countries were most important was widespread. They were seen as organizing the most politically advanced workers. The peasants, lumpen, and unorganized workers of the periphery could not possibly bring about world revolution. It was only a question of time before communists in the colonies would criticize these attitudes. Pak Din-shun, the Korean delegate at the 1920 Comintern Congress, said about the Congress of the previous year, the attention should have been directed to the East, where the fate of the world revolution may very well be decided. 170 The Indian delegate Manbendranath Roy, head of the Comintern's Far Eastern Bureau, declared the exploitation of the colonies to be of central strategic importance. Super profits gained in the colonies are the mainstay of modern capitalism, and as long as these exist, it will be difficult for the European working class to overthrow the capitalist order. By exploiting the masses in the colonies, European imperialism is in a position to make concession after concession to the labor aristocracy at home. 171. At the 1920 Congress, the previously mentioned 21 conditions were officially adopted. The demand of every member party to denounce without any reserve all the methods of its own imperialists in the colonies was complemented by the demand to work for the expulsion of its own imperialists from such colonies. 172 The Congress also adopted Lenin's theses on the national and colonial questions as part of the Comintern's official line. In the document, Lenin had declared that policy on this matter must be based primarily on the union of the workers and toiling masses of all nations and countries in the common revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of the landlords and the bourgeoisie. He added that the communist parties must prioritize the proletarian factions in the national liberation movements. 173. It was far from certain that all communist parties would abide by these demands. And, indeed, many didn't. A few months after the Congress, Lenin met with a delegation of English workers and discussed the issue with them. He reported the following: they made faces. They simply could not get into their heads the truth that in the interests of the world revolution, workers must wish the defeat of their government. 174. At the 1920 Congress, there was also an intense debate between Manbendranath Roy and Lenin concerning communist strategy in the colonies. Due to the relative weakness of communist parties there, Lenin suggested that they should forge alliances with bourgeois democratic movements. Roy, however, opposed any collaboration with the Indian National Congress, which he considered to be a debating society. Lenin pointed out that there was no functional communist party in India, and that, under these circumstances, the idea of communists acting alone was doomed to fail. 175 He added that there was not the slightest doubt that every national movement can only be a bourgeois democratic movement. 176. In China, at the time a semi-colonial country, the May 4th movement sparked a nationalist uprising in 1919, which provided a testing ground for the Comintern's strategy. The Communist Party of China allowed the bourgeois nationalists of the Kuomintang to take the lead in the national liberation struggle. This led to the Shanghai Massacre of 1927, in which hundreds, perhaps thousands, of communists were killed. While Mao Zedong, who would soon be appointed commander-in-chief of the Red Army, concurred with the Comintern that the Chinese Revolution first had to be a national revolution, he stressed the importance of communist leadership. Another interesting figure attending the 1920 Comintern Congress was Mirset Sultan Ghaliev, a Tatar revolutionary and proponent of Muslim national communism. Ghaliev, who had participated in the revolution of 1917, wanted the Comintern to focus on anti-colonial struggles in the East, arguing that ending colonial plunder was a precondition for revolution in the West, deprived of the East, and cut off from India, Afghanistan, Persia, and its other Asian and African colonies. Western European imperialism will wither and die a natural death. 177. In his view, the communist movement had committed a serious strategic error by giving priority to the revolutionary movement in Western Europe and thereby ignoring the fact that capitalism's weak point lay in the Orient. 178. Galiev conceded that there was no developed working class in what he called the Eastern nations, but he considered them to be proletarian nations, as they were exploited by the capitalist world system. 179. A similar point was made by Li Dazhao, one of China's earliest Marxists. He described China as proletarianized in relation to the world system. 180. The problem with Galiev's analysis was his neglect of the class dynamics in the Soviet Union's Muslim territories. Furthermore, his view that the Islamic fundamentalism espoused by the nationalists of the Caucasus region was inherently socialist was problematic, even if his attempt to reconcile elements of Islamic thought with Marxism was intriguing. 181. In practice, Galiev ended up pursuing an anti-Soviet course in alliance with landed and clerical elites. 182. He fell out with the Bolsheviks in 1923, repeatedly served time in prison and labor camps for nationalist deviation and conspiracy against the Soviet government, and was finally executed in 1940. The Baku Conference. Despite its disagreements with Muslim national communism, the Comintern took seriously the question of how the populations of the Far East and the Muslim societies of the new Soviet state related to the socialist revolution. The erstwhile assumption that workers' revolutions in the West were needed to free the proletarians of the colonies had also been shaken by experiences such as the defeat of the Hungarian Soviet Republic of 1919. Shortly after which, Leon Trotsky wrote that, "There is no doubt at all that our Red Army constitutes an incomparably more powerful force in the Asian terrain of world politics than in the European terrain. The road to India may prove at the given moment to be more readily passable and shorter than the road to Soviet Hungary. The road to Paris and London lies via the towns of Afghanistan, the Punjab, and Bengal." 183. In September 1920, the Comintern organized a Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku, Azerbaijan. 1,900 delegates attended, a mix of communists, anarchists, and radical nationalists. The Congress was one of the first forums where anti-colonial militants met to discuss the future of the peoples of the East. The goal was to establish a common understanding of the fight against imperialist domination and capitalist exploitation and to form an alliance between the Comintern and the anti-colonial liberation movements in Asia, in order to win them fully to communism. 184. At the Baku Congress, the president of the Comintern, Grigory Zinoviev, related the Comintern's commitment to support the liberation movements in Turkey, Persia, and the Transcaucasian republics. Two documents were adopted, a manifesto of the peoples of the East and an appeal to the workers of Europe, America, and Japan. The latter was a call to workers in the imperialist countries to support the anti-imperialist struggle. An executive body was elected to carry out the Comintern's work in the Middle East and Far East. At a time when the Soviet Union was close to bankruptcy and facing severe famine, Moscow allotted 750,000 gold rubles to establish two radio stations with a range of 20,000 kilometers, among the farthest reaching in the world. One of which was to be situated in central Siberia to broadcast anti-imperialist propaganda to the colonized nations of Asia. 185. The national liberation movements in the Far East were growing in strength, greatly inspired by the Chinese resistance to Japanese imperialism. It was natural for the Comintern to focus on these movements in the context of its anti-imperialist ambitions, not least since the revolutionary tide in Europe was on its way out. In March 1925, Zinoviev's successor, Nikolai Bukharin, stated that the colonial question was nothing but the question of the relations between town and country on a world scale. 186. Until the end of his life, Lenin would reflect on the failure of the European working class to overthrow capitalism and on the emergence of national revolutionary movements in countries such as China, Egypt, and India. He concluded that the fate of world revolution would be determined by the fact that Russia, China, India, etc., account for the overwhelming majority of the population of the globe. And during the past few years it is this majority which has been drawn into the struggle for emancipation with extraordinary rapidity. 187. The Fifth Congress of the Comintern and the League Against Imperialism. In late 1923, H. O. Chi Min left Paris for Moscow and began to work for the Comintern. Lenin died before he arrived, but H. O. met with Bolshevik leaders such as Trotsky, Bukharin, Karl Radek, and Joseph Stalin. He also participated in the Fifth Congress of the Comintern in 1924, where he criticized the communists of Europe for ignoring the colonial question. You must excuse my frankness, but I cannot help but observe that the speeches by comrades from the mother countries give me the impression that they wish to kill a snake by stepping on its tail. You all know today the poison and life energy of the capitalist snake is concentrated more in the colonies than in the mother countries. Yet in our discussion of the revolution you neglect to talk about the colonies. Why do you neglect the colonies, while capitalism uses them to support itself, defend itself, and fight you? 188. He went on to lay out his critique in detail. The British colonies taken as a whole are 8.5 times more populous and about 232 times bigger than Great Britain. France occupies an area 19 times bigger than her own. The population of the French colonies exceeds that of France by 16,600,000. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that so long as the French and British Communist parties have not brought out a really progressive policy with regard to the colonies, have not come into contact with the colonial peoples, their program as a whole is and will be ineffective because it goes counter to Leninism. According to Lenin, the victory of the revolution in Western Europe depended on its close contact with the liberation movement against imperialism in enslaved colonies and with the national question, both of which form a part of the common problem of the proletarian revolution and dictatorship. As for our communist parties in Great Britain, Holland, Belgium, and other countries, what have they done to cope with the colonial invasions perpetrated by the bourgeois class of their countries? What have they done from the day they accepted Lenin's political program to educate the working class of their countries in the spirit of just internationalism, and that of close contact with the working masses in the colonies? What our parties have done in this domain is almost worthless. As for me, I was born in a French colony, and am a member of the French Communist Party, and I am very sorry to say that our Communist Party has done hardly anything for the colonies. 189. The Communist parties of Europe never took H.O.'s criticism to heart. In 1925, H.O. moved to Canton in order to deepen contacts with the Chinese Communist Party. He also visited Siam and other Asian countries to coordinate Comintern activities. The Comintern was still trying to forge an alliance between the communists of the West and the East. In the mid-1920s, its leadership employed the help of German communist Willy Munzenberg to establish a broad-based organization for the struggle against imperialism, the League Against Imperialism. The last main task was to unite the anti-imperialist struggles in the colonies and the imperialist countries into a worldwide movement. Simply put, a broad anti-imperialist front should replace narrow anti-colonial policies, with the Comintern leading the process. An anti-imperialist commission was established in Moscow to oversee the process of launching the LI. It was important to mobilize the workers in the imperialist countries for the anti-imperialist struggle, and to ensure that the anti-imperialist movement knew how to distinguish friend from foe, which in practice meant denouncing the social democratic position as direct support of imperialism. 190. Most of the last preparatory work was done in Berlin. Germany had lost its colonies in World War I, and as a result the government wasn't much concerned by anti-colonial movements. In 1927, the LI was officially launched at a congress in Brussels, attended by 174 delegates representing 134 organizations from 34 countries. 191 Albert Einstein, appointed honorary president, proclaimed, "In your Congress, the solidly united endeavor of the oppressed to achieve independence takes bodily shape." 192. Jawaharlal Nehru, who would become India's first Prime Minister in 1947, was also present and elected to the Executive Committee. Along with Persian delegate Ahmed Asadov, he participated in the session on British imperialism in India, Persia, and Mesopotamia. He also met with delegates from Java, Indochina, Palestine, Syria, Egypt, North Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Nehru was greatly impressed by the moral courage displayed by quite a number of distinguished persons such as Einstein, Sung Ching-ling, and Nobel laureate Romain Rolland. 193 H. Ho Chi Minh, now an experienced Comintern emissary, met and conferred with other anti-colonial militants at the Congress, among them the leading Japanese socialist and later Prime Minister Tetsu Katayama, as well as Sukarno, the first president of Indonesia following independence from the Netherlands. 194 For many militants from the colonies, the Lai Congress was an opportunity to meet militants from other colonies. They exchanged experiences and discussed future strategies. This explains the historical significance of the event. When Sukarno, as Indonesia's president, opened the Bandung Conference in 1955, he explicitly mentioned the 1927 Lai Congress as a crucial stepping stone in the development of the anti-imperialist struggle. In Latin America, anti-imperialism took on a particular form. Latin American militants supported the resistance against European colonialism in Africa and Asia, but their own struggle played out against a different historical background. Most countries in Latin America had already become independent at the beginning of the 19th century. The main problem that Latin American anti-imperialists were facing in the 20th century was the neocolonial yoke of the United States, a far less obvious form of oppression than traditional colonialism. These different circumstances, however, did not keep them from forming alliances with their fellow anti-imperialist militants in Africa and Asia. While its headquarters remained in Berlin, the Lai also established bureaus in Paris, London, Amsterdam, and Boston, which were supposed to advance anti-imperialist politics in collaboration with the various communist parties. The results were modest. European communists simply didn't prioritize anti-imperialist work. They knew that it wasn't a burning issue for the European working class and that certain factions even deemed it unpatriotic. Despite the Comintern's ongoing efforts to strengthen the anti-imperialist struggle in Europe and North America, it always remained a side issue. Many of the communist parties of Europe and North America followed in the footsteps of the Social Democrats, embracing increasingly nationalist rhetoric in their pursuit of mass support. The Lai never lived up to the expectations of the Comintern. In 1933, when the Nazis took power in Germany, its headquarters moved to Paris. When Germany occupied France in 1940, the Lai ceased to exist. Munzenberg was arrested. He managed to escape, but was found dead soon after. The circumstances remain unclear to this day. H. Ho Chi Minh's doubts concerning the mobilization of European workers for anti-imperialist politics had been more than justified. In the colonies, however, anti-imperialism gained much popular support there. The efforts of the Lai had not been in vain. The Lai had been a decisive factor in the embrace of Marxism-Leninism by many national liberation movements. Communists became leading figures in the struggle for the colony's freedom. The Sixth Congress of the Comintern. The establishment of the Lai did not mean that the Comintern itself abandoned the anti-imperialist question. The Comintern's Sixth Congress in 1928 was meant to reorganize activities in the East to boost the anti-colonial struggle. The primary objective was to strengthen ties with non-communist revolutionary organizations and influence their programs and tactics. 195 Palmiro Togliatti, leader of the Italian Communist Party, summed up the attitudes of Europe's social democrats. The Social Democrats have become colonial politicians. They recognize the possession of colonies as something which their countries could never renounce, and that, when their country has no colony, it is up to them to demand a colony for it in a more or less open manner. In this field there is not a single social democratic party which is an exception. 196. Togliatti pointed out that social democracy had always had a colonial policy, one which consisted in allying itself with or directly participating in the colonial enterprises of the bourgeoisie, presenting many examples to support his claim. 197. The SFIO had always voted in support of the colonial agenda. At the party's 1927 Congress, it was declared that the post-war problems could not be solved without colonies. It also supported military intervention in Syria to crush the nationalist movement there, despite the documented abuse of the population by French troops. In the Netherlands, the Socialist Party did not even discuss whether there should be colonies or not, the only question was how to govern them. They condemned the communist-led mass rebellions in western Sumatra and Java in 1926 as being orchestrated by Moscow or Canton. They did object to the subsequent mass killings, but only because, in their opinion, it would have been enough to only execute the ringleaders. In Germany, the SPD repeatedly bemoaned the fact that Germany had lost its colonies. As late as 1928, they demanded their return. In Italy, that same year, the Social Democrats passed a resolution against the division of the colonies in the Treaty of Versailles, demanding a colonial order that would acknowledge the needs of Italian capital. In England, the Labour Party platform of 1918 made it very clear that the party did not support decolonization. Rather, it was ready to defend the rights of British citizens who have overseas interests, concluding that as for this community of races and peoples of different colors, religions, and different stages of civilization which is called the British Empire, the Labour Party is in favour of its maintenance. 198. The 1929–1931 Labour government under Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald rejected all demands made by the Egyptian government to withdraw British troops, constrain British capital, or cede control over the Suez Canal. The harsh critique leveled at the Social Democrats during the 1928 Congress reflected the Comintern's new strategy of class against class. But problems remained with regard to anti-imperialist politics in the communist movement itself. Otto Koskinen, who had left Finland for the Soviet Union after the defeat of the Reds in the Finnish Civil War of 1918, presented a document entitled Theses on the Revolutionary Movement in Colonial and Semi-Colonial Countries. It addressed the lackluster approach to anti-imperialist politics by Europe's communist parties. It must be admitted that, up till now, not all the parties in the Communist International have fully grasped the decisive importance which the establishment of close, regular and unbroken relations with the national revolutionary movements in the colonies has in affording these movements active and practical help. 199. For Koskinen, engaging in anti-colonial politics was one of the weakest sides of Comintern activity. In his opinion, since the Comintern's inception in 1919, communist parties had either ignored anti-colonialism or regarded it as a waste of time. 200. All efforts by Comintern leaders to rectify this had been in vain. Koskinen suggested a commission headed by the British communist Robin Page Arnott to visit the communist parties of Western Europe, discuss anti-colonial politics, and prepare a colonial conference to be held in 1929. Arnott first went to London, where he attended the Communist Party's 1929 Congress. He reported that the anti-colonial question was raised, but only in passing and on the final day. The British Communists had simply disregarded the directives of the Comintern. 201. Arnott's next stop was Paris. If anything, the French Communists' interest in the anti-colonial question was even lower than that of the British. Arnott saw all aspects of H.O.'s critique confirmed. 202. His experiences in Belgium and the Netherlands were similar. In short, the anti-colonial work of the European communists was close to non-existent. Even the simplest tasks, such as establishing contact with militants in the colonies, had not been carried out. Arnott summed up his impressions in the report on the parties, in which he dryly concluded that at the moment not much is being done. 203. The Colonial Conference of 1929. After receiving Arnott's report, the commissioners appointed to prepare the 1929 Colonial Conference deemed it necessary to present a new position paper on the colonial question. The task of writing it was assigned to the Hungarian-born Comintern operative Lajos Magyar. Magyar criticized the parties harshly. In his paper, titled The Organization of the Colonial Work of the European Communist Parties, he reached the following conclusion. The most important task of the communist parties of the imperialist countries with regard to the colonial question is, the establishment of a direct contact between the communist parties and the revolutionary trade union organizations. The relationships existing up to now between the communist parties and the revolutionary movement in the respective colonial countries cannot be considered satisfactory. Not all of the parties of the have so far grasped the great significance of regular close connections with the revolutionary movements in the colonies for the active immediate practical support of these movements. Only to the extent that the communist parties in the imperialist countries actually support the revolutionary movement, assist the struggle of colonial countries against imperialism, can their position with regard to the colonial question be accepted as truly Bolshevik. This is the criterion for their revolutionary activity in general. 204. Magyar identified 5 tasks for the parties to focus on: producing political literature to be distributed in the colonies, distributing it effectively, traveling to the colonies as regular workers to find employment and to organize on a grassroots level, establishing contacts with sailors, workers, soldiers, and students from the colonies living in Europe, and, finally, penetrating the communities of people from the colonies living in Europe in order to exert communist influence among them. 205. Entirely absent from Magyar's paper were any recommendations on how to struggle against imperialist policies in the European and North American countries themselves. He did not address the question of how to mobilize the working classes in the metropolis to act against imperialist war and racism. The 7th Congress of the Comintern, from anti-imperialism to anti-fascism. As we have seen, the many efforts by Lenin and the Comintern to get the communist parties of Europe to make the anti-colonial question a priority were largely in vain. Many Europeans were convinced that the main purpose of the colonies was to serve their colonizers, and that this was in their own best interest, since it would, eventually, bestow development and civilization upon them. The undeniable suffering that this process entailed was seen as a kind of collateral damage. Few European communists dared challenge this chauvinistic attitude, since it was shared by many workers. Some Marxists were aware of this and criticized Lenin and the Comintern for having unrealistic expectations. In 1935, the German economist Fritz Steinberg wrote, "As Lenin misjudged the real strength of reformism, so did his epigones even more. He never gave a systematic analysis of the sociological prerequisites which formed the basis of reformism, and which prevented it from being shaken during the period up to the victory of fascism. The Comintern has contented itself with slogans. It has never made it clear that the differentiation in the pre-war years within the working class took place based on the increasing wages of the entire class. The Comintern has not corrected Lenin's mistake as to the question of the labor aristocracy and thus the evaluation of the real strength of reformism. On the contrary, it has made it even deeper." 206. Sternberg's critique must be read against the background of German politics. In 1933, the Nazis had risen to power with significant working-class support. When Adolf Hitler was appointed Chancellor by President Paul von Hindenburg, Social Democratic Party leaders had advised against mass protests. 207. After much internal debate, the majority of SPD Reichstag delegates even endorsed Hitler's commitment to peace, made at a Reichstag speech in May 1933. Among the SPD delegates who boycotted the session was Toni Pfulf, who took her own life not long after, a tragic reminder of the sense of betrayal that some socialists, even within the SPD, felt given the party's compliance with the fascist regime. In her 1993 book, German social democracy and the rise of Nazism. Historian Donna Harsch chronicled that fateful day in the Reichstag. When the Social Democratic deputies rose as a body to vote with the bourgeois parties, the chamber, including Hitler, broke into a storm of applause. The German nationalists burst into Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles. And many social democrats joined in. Hoegner later reflected, it was as if we social democrats, ever cursed as the prodigal sons of the fatherland, for one eternal moment clasped Mother Germany to our hearts. 208. Only a few months later, the SPD was declared illegal and its leaders forced into exile. The social imperialist policies they had pursued now helped cement Nazi power. A 1937 article in Deutschlandberichter so paid. The publication of the SPD in exile, stated, the experience of recent years has unfortunately demonstrated that the petit bourgeois inclinations of part of the working class are unfortunately greater than we had earlier recognized. In their book, The Racial State, Germany 1933–1945, historians Michael Burley and Wolfgang Wippermann dryly note that this was in the nature of an understatement. 209. Meanwhile, the Comintern had abandoned its class-against-class strategy in light of the fascist danger. It had been replaced by a popular front approach that sought cooperation with social democrats and others opposed to fascism. The Comintern's central concern was the defense of the Soviet Union. With another war between imperialist powers looming, world revolution seemed a long ways off. The defense of the socialist achievements already made, such as the establishment of the Soviet state, took priority. At the 7th Congress of the Comintern it became clear that the pursuit of world revolution and the focus on the countries of the East were no longer priorities. The sense was, once again, that the future of the Soviet Union would be decided in Western Europe. Stalin had no illusions about the opportunism of the working classes there. In communication with Georgy Dimitrov, president of the Comintern, Stalin wrote in 1934, "Without their colonies they could not exist. The workers know this and fear the loss of the colonies. And in this connection they are inclined to go with their own bourgeoisie. Internally, they are not in agreement with our anti-imperialist policy. They are even afraid of this policy. And for just this reason it is necessary to explain and approach these workers correctly. We can't immediately and so easily win millions of workers in Europe." 210. During the 7th, and last, Congress of the Comintern in 1935, the colonies were hardly mentioned. After listing various groups that could aid in the struggle against fascism, Social Democrats, Catholics, anarchists, unorganized workers, peasants, the petty bourgeoisie, the intelligentsia, Dimitrov called the people's struggles in the colonies an important reserve for the world proletariat. 211. Dimitrov also made it clear that the priority of the communist parties was the struggle for peace and the defense of the USSR. Communists, he declared, were irreconcilable opponents, on principle, of bourgeois nationalism, but we are not supporters of national nihilism, and should never act as such. He insisted that communist organizations must persist in educating the working classes in the spirit of proletarian internationalism, but must not sneer at all the national sentiments of the wide masses of working people. 212. That the Comintern had revised its position on nationalism in the imperialist countries was confirmed in a May Day statement 1 year later. The declaration asserted that the Bolsheviks had been correct in insisting that the proletariat had to defeat the national bourgeoisie in the Russian Revolution, but that today the situation is not what it was in 1914. 213. In a statement on the 1938 Munich Agreement, which settled the Nazis' annexation of parts of Czechoslovakia, the reversal of the Comintern's stance on nationalism was even more pronounced. The paper proclaimed that the working class had begun to revise its relationship with the nation and had won a place in it. Essentially, this meant that the Comintern accepted the power-sharing agreement between the capitalists and the working class in the imperialist countries. The leaders of the Comintern even went so far as to accuse the bourgeoisie of betraying the national interests, declaring that it is the working class and its Communist Party which takes over the legacies of the bourgeois revolution, maintains them against the traitors and develops them to a richer and fuller life. 214. While the 21 conditions had demanded a complete and absolute break with the Social Democrats, the Comintern was now reaching out to the parties of the Second International, but to no avail. The Social Democrats rejected all communist advances. The rationale behind the Comintern's new approach was to prevent German aggression against the Soviet Union and a new war between the imperialist nations. Anti-colonial struggles were no longer a priority. In fact, Soviet leaders feared that they might distract the imperialist powers from fighting the Nazis. The Comintern even urged the working classes of Britain and France to stand with their governments in defense of the colonies in Asia, which were menaced by Japanese imperialism. 215. World War II brought the clash of two imperialist blocs, the Axis powers under the leadership of Germany and Japan, and the Allied forces led by Britain, France, and the USA. The Soviets' efforts to avoid military confrontation were in vain. Germany invaded in 1941 and the Soviets entered into a close alliance with the Allies. This completed the transformation of the Comintern from an organization to further world revolution to one defending the national interests of the Soviet Union. The consequences for the colonies were disastrous. England's difficulty is our opportunity, Irish revolutionaries had declared in 1914. This perspective was now abandoned. The opportunism of the Communist Party of India serves as an example. Before 1941, the CPI had always tried to take advantage of Britain's difficulties. At the outbreak of World War II, its leaders cheered, "Never again shall we get an opportunity like this. The empire is cracking. It cannot survive this crisis." 216. But by the summer of 1942, when social unrest engulfed India, the CPI had accepted the Comintern's position that national liberation had to be delayed until the Soviet Union's survival was secure. The party helped prevent the uprising of the masses and urged people to support the British in their war efforts. Shortly after, the CPI was declared legal by the British authorities for the first time ever. 217. In 1943, the Soviet government decided to dissolve the Comintern. Stalin explained the decision, pointing to the fact that communist parties outside of the Soviet Union were constantly being derided as agents of a foreign state. 218. But many felt that the dissolution of the Comintern was mainly just a concession to the Soviet Union's imperialist allies. In China, communist forces were against the advice of Stalin fighting the Japanese alongside the bourgeois nationalists of the Kuomintang. But after Japan's surrender, Mao made it clear that the revolutionary civil war against the Kuomintang, the domestic agents of imperialism, must continue. 219. In 1946, the Communist Party of Vietnam used the post-war confusion among the imperialist powers to launch an armed campaign for the country's liberation. For the Soviet Union, the primary objective of the post-war period was peaceful coexistence with the imperialist powers. There were various reasons for this. First, the war had taken a huge toll on the country, millions of lives had been lost and the economy was in tatters. Second, the United States' willingness to use nuclear weapons, demonstrated in the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, suggested that any military confrontation with imperialism would end in catastrophe. And third, the Soviet Union's status within the international community had changed. The dedication with which it had fought against the Nazis now granted the country recognition and diplomatic influence it had not enjoyed before. At the Yalta Conference in 1945, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin divided the world into spheres of influence. 2/3 went to the USA and Britain, 1/3 to the Soviet Union. Italy and France, both with strong communist parties, ended up in the Western camp. The communist parties accepted their role. Palmiro Togliatti, a former hardliner in the fight against the Social Democrats, now declared that the primary task of the Italian workers was not revolution but to get the nation back on its feet. This required loyalty to the Allied forces. His position did not change even when the Allies disarmed communist partisans who, in April 1945, had seized power in several towns in northern Italy. 220 The Italian communists helped impose the rule of capital and were included in the country's first post-war government. The situation was similar in France, where the French Communist Party participated in the coalition government that ordered the brutal suppression of anti-colonial revolts in Algeria and Indochina. 221. This flirtation between the bourgeoisie and the communists didn't last long, however. By 1947, there no longer was any place in government for communists, neither in Italy nor in France. Delegates from both parties met with Eastern European communists to establish the Communist Information Bureau as a new international alliance of communist organizations. Soviet delegate Andrei Zdanov declared that the world was now divided into an imperialist camp headed by the USA, and an anti-imperialist camp headed by the Soviet Union. One of the Yugoslav delegates, Edvard Kardelj, criticized the Italian and French communists for joining their respective governments, adopting positions of social democratism, and missing opportunities to advance the revolution. 222 For the Yugoslav communists, the formation of the Cominform signaled an offensive against imperialism. For Stalin, however, the foundation of the Cominform was a defensive measure in light of the Marshall Plan, which, among other things, aimed to drive a wedge between the new socialist states of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. These different interpretations led to a serious conflict within the international communist movement. The Communist Party of Greece maintained its armed forces, even after the German occupation had ended. While the Yugoslav communists argued for increased military aid for these forces, Stalin deemed any challenge to the post-war arrangement with the Allies too risky. In a meeting with Churchill in 1944, Stalin had agreed that Greece would remain in the British sphere of influence. During the conflict with the Yugoslavs, he defended this position. In 1948, he told Milovan Djilas, a prominent Yugoslav partisan during the war and a key figure in the country's Communist Party, that the uprising of the Greek communists had no prospect of success and had to be stopped as quickly as possible. 223 Diplomatic relations were broken off between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, and the Cominform denounced the latter as revisionist. In a recent assessment of why the international communist movement turned from a force with worldwide revolutionary ambitions into the servant of the Soviet Union, historian Neil Redfern writes, "It is one of the great ironies of history that the Comintern, founded in a rupture with the Social Patriots of 1914 to 1918 itself objectively became primarily an organization of social patriots, even if this was subjectively perceived as an internationalist defense of the Soviet Union. How can we explain this? For the present writer, the fundamental reason was a materialist reason: the strength of bourgeois ideology, in the imperialist countries, including in the communist movement. 224. I would like to add that the strength of bourgeois ideology was rooted in imperialism, that is, in the fact that the working classes of the imperialist countries benefited from imperialist profits. During the 1920s, the Comintern genuinely tried to establish a worldwide, class-based, and revolutionary communist movement. It failed. The division of the global working class caused by imperialism proved too big an obstacle. In the imperialist countries, social patriotism reigned. Workers identified first and foremost as citizens of their respective nation-states. They were integrated into the nation-state's political system, and the political parties representing them were often included in government, sometimes even leading it. The policies of the Soviet Union during and after World War II, opportunism, and Eurocentrism brought an end to the anti-imperialist agenda. This allowed imperialism to emerge relatively unscathed from the crisis it had experienced in the 1930s and 40s. Reinvigorated, it entered a new period under the uncontested leadership of the United States. Germany, which had unleashed World War II in an attempt to gain that position, was utterly defeated. Nazism, a labor aristocracy gone mad. During the failed German Revolution of 1918 to 1919, Social Democrats and Communists became bitter enemies. In order to crush the Spartacist uprising in Berlin and other communist rebellions, the ruling SPD had employed the infamous Freikorps, militias formed by reactionary German soldiers. Throughout the 1920s and into the 1930s, the Communists considered Social Democrats to be social fascists, while the Social Democrats considered Bolshevism a grave danger. In the end, it was the Nazis who benefited from this divide in the working class movement. The Nazi Party attracted much working class support by appealing to nationalist sentiments. The so-called stab-in-the-back myth was widely believed. It suggested that the reason for Germany's defeat in World War I was the disloyalty of various sections of the population, capitalists, the political representatives of the Weimar Republic, and, not least, Jews. Many Germans, working-class people included, yearned for the country's rebirth as a great power with enough Lebensraum for the German nation to flourish. For the Nazis, colonial possessions were of the utmost importance. They followed a logic that Jawaharlal Nehru described in his 1934 book, Glimpses of World History. Marx said that capitalism would have to face difficulty after difficulty, crisis after crisis, till it toppled over because of its inherent want of equilibrium. It is more than 60 years since Marx wrote, and capitalism has had many a crisis since then. But far from ending, it has survived them and has grown more powerful, except in Russia where it exists no longer. But now, as I write, it seems to be grievously sick all over the world, and doctors shake their heads about its chances of recovery. It is said that capitalism managed to prolong its life to our day because of a factor which perhaps Marx did not fully consider. This was the exploitation of colonial empires by the industrial countries of the West. This gave fresh life and prosperity to it, at the expense, of course, of the poor countries so exploited. 225. The Nazis' promises appealed to the German people. In the 1932 national elections, the SPD received 8 million votes, the Communist Party 6, and the Nazi Party 14. When Hitler was appointed Chancellor 1 year later, the Nazis set out to solve the economic crisis and reduce unemployment. A key element of their economic policies was ambitious infrastructure projects, among them the construction of the Autobahn, the German highway system. This provided a boost for German industry, created jobs, and increased the demand for both consumer and investment goods. By 1936, unemployment was as good as gone. Fascism relies on an extreme form of labor aristocracy. Fascism appears when the capitalist system is in crisis, promising to solve the latter by dividing the working class along lines of nationality and race, privileging one part of the population at the expense of another. This division is enforced by brutal violence. Fascist regimes depend on the willingness of the privileged layers of the population to submit to its rule. The Nazi Party's success was based on an alliance between German capital and the German labor aristocracy. Despite rhetorical attacks against capitalists, the Nazis never threatened capitalism, which functioned perfectly well under their regime. Instead, they turned against traditional working-class organizations. Marxism, class struggle, and socialist internationalism were to be replaced by a higher, nationalist goal, the Third Reich. This was not just talk. The Nazis persecuted, imprisoned, and killed thousands of social democrats and communists. The goal was to exterminate them from political life. 226. The traditional trade union movement was eradicated and replaced by a trade union under government control, the German Labor Front, whose leader, Robert Ley, suggested in a 1940 speech that the Marxist unions had not been interested in social peace because they had hoped that a deterioration of the workers' living conditions would give them more power. Ley's vision was to change Germany from a nation of proletarians to a nation of rulers. He declared, "In 10 years a German worker will look better than an English lord does today." 227. The promise to extend German Lebensraum was an important part of Nazi propaganda. In Mein Kampf, Hitler described how England and Germany would divide the world between themselves. England had already created its empire by moving west and south. Germany would move to the east. Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union should become Germany's India. The racist character of the Nazis' vision was beyond doubt. The conquest of territories in the east would be followed by exterminating the people there to make place for the superior Aryan nation. The fate of those not killed would be to sustain the German labor aristocracy as forced laborers. Germans were to work as administrators and overseers. In 1942, Ley discussed the treatment of Eastern Europeans living under German occupation with German business leaders. He emphasized the importance of establishing discipline. When a Russian pig has to be beaten, it would be the ordinary German worker who would have to do it. 228. The Nazis' racism and national chauvinism were condemned by the European powers, but as Aim Césaire has pointed out, things were more complicated than that. Yes, it would be worthwhile to study clinically, in detail, the steps taken by Hitler and Hitlerism and to reveal to the very distinguished, very humanistic, very Christian bourgeois of the 20th century that without his being aware of it, he has a Hitler inside him, that Hitler inhabits him, that Hitler is his demon, that if he rails against him, he is being inconsistent and that, at bottom, what he cannot forgive Hitler for is not crime in itself, the crime against man, it is not the humiliation of man as such, it is the crime against the white man, the humiliation of the white man, and the fact that he applied to Europe colonialist procedures which until then had been reserved exclusively for the Arabs of Algeria, the coolies of India, and the niggers of Africa. 229. People from the colonies saw many similarities between fascism and imperialism. To them, fascism was not some new, shocking phenomenon. In many ways, it simply seemed to be a continuation of colonial policies. In Black Reconstruction, W.E.B. Du Bois showed how, during the Reconstruction era, white Southerners fought to maintain their dominance over the black population by means of violence and intimidation, in other words, by fascist means. 230. Du Bois was not alone in this view. The Pan-Africanist George Padmar wrote in 1939 that unrest in the British colony of Sierra Leone had caused the frightened imperialism to use frankly fascist measures. 231. Given the similarities between imperialism and fascism, there is a natural connection between anti-imperialism and anti-fascism. This is particularly pronounced in the history of black resistance. World War II had pushed the colonial question to the sidelines. But once the danger of Nazism was over, the unresolved issues in the colonies could no longer be ignored. While the defeat of fascism was celebrated in London, Paris, and New York, crowds in the Algerian town of Sétif called for national independence. When Japan formally surrendered on September 2, 1945, large crowds gathered at Hanoi's Ba Dinh Square to witness Ho Chi Minh declare Vietnam independent. In China, anti-imperialism and anti-fascism flowed together in the resistance against Japanese occupation. Given the rise of Nazism in Germany, Fritz Sternberg was likely justified in his critique of Lenin and the Comintern. The lure of reformism probably had been underestimated. The labor aristocracy did not just consist of a small, top layer of the working class. In Western Europe, it comprised a significant part of the working population. Lenin did understand this toward the end of his life, becoming increasingly convinced that conditions for socialist revolution were better in the colonies than in the imperialist countries. He broke with the Eurocentric dogma that world revolution could only spread from the imperialist center, drawing strategic conclusions from relating his analysis of the imperialist economy to class formation in the imperialist countries. This became clear in his disagreement with Rosa Luxemburg over the role of the colonies. History would prove him right. Throughout the 20th century, a wave of anti-colonial movements swept across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The working classes of Western Europe did not contribute to the revolution. If anything, they stood in its way. It was in the colonies that the revolutionary flame was burning. 232. The USA between the wars. The United States was the great victor of World War II. Its relative geographic isolation meant that its territory was hardly affected by combat. This also allowed the US to carefully choose the time and place of its involvement. Furthermore, the war had caused an economic boom that continued into the post-war era, at a time when the industrial nations of Europe lay in shambles. The top tier of US workers benefited from this enormously. But the origins of American consumer society lie earlier, in the 1920s, when hundreds of thousands of modern homes were built and whole new industries emerged, producing everything from household appliances to automobiles. The manufacture of durable consumer goods grew twice as fast as that of non-durable ones. General Electric sold 1 million monitor top refrigerators when it introduced the model in 1927. 233. Meanwhile, Henry Ford had started the mass production of automobiles. He optimized the conveyor belt, ensured the efficiency of each step in the production chain, modernized management, and introduced mass marketing. The level the U.S. automobile industry was at in the 1920s was only reached in Europe 40 years later. American consumer society was decades in advance of anyone else. Among the most important customers were well-off workers and farmers. In 1908, Henry Ford declared, "I will build a car for the great multitude. It will be so low in price that no man making a good salary will be unable to own one." 234. 15 years later, the US was producing 83% of the world's automobiles. 15 million Ford Model Ts were produced, a record that was only surpassed half a century later with the mass production of the Volkswagen Beetle. Along with the automobile industry, the oil, rubber, and glass industries were also growing. Fordism became a commonly used term for balancing mass production with a large consumer market. It was Henry Ford's conviction that workers needed to earn a wage high enough to buy the goods they produced. 235. Only a market with strong purchasing power would guarantee ongoing economic growth. Fordism became the guiding principle of the American economy. Not all American workers benefited from it, however, for below the labor aristocracy of white Anglo-Saxon workers toiled a proletariat of non-European immigrants and the descendants of slaves. An interesting conversation took place in 1927, when a delegation of American labor activists visited the Soviet Union. When Stalin mentioned that the low level of unionized labor in the U.S. seemed to indicate a weakness in the workers' movement, delegation members John Brophy and Paul Douglas explained the situation in detail. Brophy: the small trade union membership is not due to wrong tactics in the labor organizations, but to the general economic conditions in the country, which do not stimulate the entire mass of workers to organize, and which, thanks to their favorable character, lessen the need for the working class to fight the capitalists. Of course, these conditions will change, and as they change the trade unions will grow and the whole trade union movement will take a different path. Douglas: I agree with the explanation given by the previous speaker. I would add, firstly, that it must be borne in mind that in recent times in the United States the capitalists themselves have been raising wages very considerably. This process of raising wages was seen in 1917, in 1919, and later. If present-day real wages are compared with those of 1911, they will be found to be much higher. In the process of its development, the trade union movement was built, as it is built today, on the craft principle, according to trade, and the trade unions were formed mainly for skilled workers. At the head of these unions there were certain leaders who constituted a close organization and strove to obtain good conditions for their members. They had no incentive to widen the trade unions or to organize the unskilled workers. During the past 10 years the American capitalists have been conducting a more enlightened policy, in that they have been forming their own trade unions, the so-called company unions. They strive to give the workers an incentive in the work of their plant, an interest in its profits, and so forth. American capitalism shows a tendency to substitute vertical division for horizontal division, that is, to split up the working class, giving it an incentive and interest in capitalism. Stalin, then another question, why do the leaders of the American labor movement, Green, and the others, so strongly oppose the formation of an independent workers' party in America? Brophy, yes, the leaders did decide that there was no need to form such a party. There is a minority, however, which considers that such a party is needed. Objective conditions in America at the present time are such that, as has been pointed out already, the trade union movement in the United States is very weak, and the weakness of the trade union movement is, in its turn, due to the fact that the working class at present does not have to organize and fight the capitalists because the capitalists themselves raise wages and provide satisfactory material conditions for the workers. Stalin, third question. How do you explain the fact that on the question of recognizing the USSR the leaders of the American Federation of Labor are more reactionary than many bourgeois? Brophy, I cannot give an exact explanation, but I think that the leaders of the American Federation of Labor are opposed to the recognition of Soviet Russia for the very same reason that the American Federation of Labor is not affiliated to the Amsterdam International. I think it is due to the peculiar philosophy of the American workers and to the economic difference between them and the European workers. 236. During the 1920s, American capitalism seemed unstoppable. A glorious future seemed certain. But it all came to a grinding halt with the great crash of 1929, a crisis of overproduction caused by unrestrained speculation. In 1932, the department store magnate Edward Filene wrote, "Mass production is not simply large-scale production. It is large-scale production based upon a clear understanding that increased production demands increased buying." 237. The crash of 1929 was only a temporary break in the success story of American capitalism. Government measures in the form of Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal ensured ongoing purchasing power. The New Deal consisted of a series of reform policies akin to those of Europe's social democrats. The United States certainly remained a capitalist society, but capitalism was now regulated by the government. This was in line with the writings of British economist John Maynard Keynes, who argued that government intervention was necessary to avoid unstable markets and social tensions. The U.S. government implemented work projects to reduce unemployment and stimulate consumption. A pension system, unemployment benefits, and federal social services were introduced in 1935. 3 years later, legislation for a minimum wage and limits on working hours was passed. While the New Deal was inspired by European social democracy, the Nazis were inspired by the United States' economic and political rise to power. The settlers' conquest of the American West set an example for the German conquest of the European East, and the genocide against Native Americans and the occupation of their lands served as a model for how to extend Lebensraum. 238. In Mein Kampf, Hitler noted that the settlers had conquered the American West because they had shot down the millions of Redskins to a few 100,000. In his opinion, here in the East a similar process will repeat itself. 239. The Nazis were convinced that what made the USA great was racism. The end of slavery had not meant an end of discriminatory laws, not only in the form of Jim Crow in the South, but also in federal legislation, concerning everything from family life to immigration. 240. African Americans, Chinese, Japanese, Filipinos, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, Native Americans, and other minority groups all were second-class citizens. Hitler described the USA as the one country that had created a healthy society based on racial purity. There is currently one state in which one can observe at least weak beginnings of a better conception. This is of course not our exemplary German Republic, but the American Union, in which an effort is being made to consider the dictates of reason to at least some extent. The American Union categorically refuses the immigration of physically unhealthy elements, and simply excludes the immigration of certain races. In these respects America already pays obeisance, at least in tentative first steps, to the characteristic folkish conception of the state. 241. The 1935 Nuremberg Laws, which formalized the Nazis' racist agenda, drew direct inspiration from the white supremacy that reigned in the USA. 242. Economics played an important role, of course. The displacement and mass murder of the indigenous population, slavery, the exploitation of proletarians, and imperialism had made the US the world's leading economic power. In 1870, the USA had the world's fourth biggest economy. By 1922, the US economy was larger than those of England, Germany, France, Italy, Belgium, Russia, and Japan combined. Revolutionary socialism never gained a strong foothold in North America and largely disappeared from Western Europe in the 1920s. The centers of revolutionary socialism were now to be found in the East and South. Virtually all attempts at socialist revolution during the last 100 years have occurred in the periphery or semi-periphery of the capitalist world system. The Russian Revolution of 1917 and the Chinese Revolution of 1949 are only the two most prominent examples. Chapter 3. Anti-imperialism during the Cold War. With the end of World War II and the USA as the capitalist world's unrivaled superpower, the character of imperialism changed. Colonialism had lost both its legitimacy and its raison d'être. The administration of the colonies had become a burden for the Europeans. The end of World War II led to a wave of decolonization, driven by liberation movements taking advantage of the window of opportunity that now presented itself. Decolonization was also supported by the US government, which was hoping for more influence in Asia and Africa. The global order shaped by colonialism, however, did not change. The world remained divided between rich and poor countries, and the political and economic structure that had created this divide was still in place. A recent analysis of global inequality by sociologist Joseph Boraz emphasizes the significance of the colonial legacy. Even though the colonial system was destroyed 2 generations ago, former colonizer societies continue to enjoy a strong global advantage in terms of their redistributive institutions. Essentially, the data suggest that national schemes of redistribution have served the purpose of buying off domestic working classes and other disadvantaged or disenfranchised segments of society from the global spoils of the colonial loot, even as recently as 2 generations after colonialism's end. On the other hand, the colonial legacy is making itself felt very strongly in the context of erstwhile colonized, recently independent societies. In fact, of the 2 effects of colonialism, the negative effects of a colonial history are consistently numerically greater than the advantages derived by the former colonizers. Finally, we have been able to isolate an important additional historical legacy that contributes to increasing the likelihood of effectively functioning redistributive institutions, the institutional inheritance of state socialism. The effect of this legacy fades somewhat, as we move away in time from the end of state socialism in the Soviet bloc, but the effects are still there, still statistically significant, and point in the expected direction overall. In some ways, it ought not to be surprising that history matters. As our world is organized today, the poorest societies of the world are afflicted not only by an unacceptably extreme level of global disparities in income, they are also less likely to benefit from redistributive policies, especially if they are citizens of not only poor, but also recently independent, erstwhile colonized states, and do not have a state socialist legacy to rely on. To a large extent, the current moral panic regarding a putatively mass influx of redistribution-dependent foreign populations in the European Union's Schengen area thematize these inequalities in a brutally direct way. That is especially so because a powerful theme of the anti-immigration, anti-asylum, and anti-human rights rhetoric uses a welfare nationalist argument. This is the world that colonial oppression and its twin, neoliberal hegemony, have left for humankind, in a nutshell. 243. Imperialism and the Western working class. The post-war era not only signaled the end of colonialism, it also saw the Soviet Union and the new state socialist countries of Eastern Europe consolidate in an economic, political and military bloc independent from imperialism. During the 1950s, this bloc kept the old colonial powers and the USA in check and helped national liberation movements to flourish. Decolonization was not the work of the Soviet Union, though. It was the result of popular movements whose politics were often far more radical than anything advised by Moscow. India became independent in 1947, China declared the People's Republic in 1949, and many Asian and African countries became sovereign states in the 1960s. Imperialism was entering a new phase, neocolonialism, as it was soon being called, meaning that the colonies had won formal independence but were still economically and politically dominated by the old colonizers. It took until the oil shock of 1973 for imperialism to hit a crisis again. Prior to that, there was a decades-long economic boom in the imperialist nations, which cemented the welfare state. As I mentioned in the introduction to this book, I experienced this personally. Not only did the standard of living of my working-class parents increase significantly during my childhood, but my youth was characterized by the arrival of consumer society. For my confirmation, I got a tape recorder. My main interests were clothes and music. The minimum wage, unemployment benefits, health insurance, and social services mitigated the existential threats of losing one's job or falling ill. The social welfare state put a human face on capitalism. Social democratic parties were in power in numerous European countries. None of this, however, changed the character of imperialism, or the way in which European workers related to proletarians in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Imperialism served the interests of both the bourgeoisie and the working class in the imperialist countries. The welfare of the nation meant the welfare of all classes. The fight for socialism was a national one. Shortly after the war, the British Labour government under Clement Attlee sent warships to the Sudan to do anything to maintain peace and order in the colony. 244 in Kenya, the Attlee government brutally crushed workers' uprisings in the late 1940s, strikes were prohibited, emergency laws implemented, and workers violently forced to return to their jobs. Instead of raising their pitiful wages, a salary freeze was imposed. When coal miners went on strike in another British colony, Nigeria, the Labour government did not see this as a legitimate way for workers to demand a raise. Instead, they sent security forces to restore order, resulting in the deaths of 21 miners. 245. The situation was similar in France. The French workers' movement displayed the same pro-imperialist tendencies and the same lack of solidarity with proletarians in the colonies as the British. There was very little support when the Algerian liberation struggle was launched in the 1950s. Even the Communist Party took a racist and pro-imperialist stance, not least because they had a significant number of members among French workers in the colony. Playing a role comparable to that of white workers in South Africa, the French workers in Algeria received much higher wages than the locals and enjoyed a number of social privileges. In her autobiography, Simone de Beauvoir wrote the following about the Communist Party's inaction. It made no effort to combat the racism of the French workers, who considered the 400,000 North Africans settled in France as both intruders doing them out of jobs and as a subproletariat worthy only of contempt. What is certain is that by the end of June all resistance to the war had ceased. The entire population of the country, workers and employers, farmers and professional people, civilians and soldiers, were caught up in a great tide of chauvinism and racism. What did appall me was to see the vast majority of the French people turn chauvinist and to realize the depth of their racist attitude. 246. In the USA, too, the white working class generally supported U.S. imperialism. The American trade union movement fully supported the government's anti-communist line and its foreign policy in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The protests against the Vietnam War were not carried out by the white working class, but by students, intellectuals, and the Black liberation movement. The latter took an explicitly anti-imperialist stance and condemned the U.S. occupation, domination, and exploitation of Third World countries. Heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali famously declared that he had no quarrel with them Viet Cong. 247. If there were any reservations toward the war in Vietnam among the white working class, it was because many white working class people died in Vietnam. This, however, did not prevent powerful trade unions from organizing a Support the Boys March in New York City in May 1967. As they walked down Fifth Avenue, they brandished signs saying "Bomb Beijing" and "Drop the A-bomb over Hanoi." 248 later that year, 13 major trade unions gathered for their annual congresses. All in all, 3,542 delegates participated. Each Congress held a vote on the war in Vietnam. A total of 1,448 delegates supported the government's policy, 1,368 wanted to see more military engagement, 471 less, and a mere 235, that is, 7%, demanded a withdrawal of U.S. troops. 249 Some months later, the Nixon government not only intensified military operations in Vietnam, but also invaded neighboring Cambodia. At Kent State, 12 students were shot during an anti-war demonstration, yet trade union support for the war only increased. Joseph Byrne, vice president of the AFL-CIO, explained in a speech why resistance against the war hurt the interests of the American working class. Suppose last night, instead of escalating into Cambodia, President Nixon said we are pulling every man out in the quickest manner, with airplanes and ships. If he had said that last night, this morning the Pentagon would have notified thousands of companies and said, "Your contract is cancelled by tomorrow." Millions would be laid off. The effect of our war, while it is going on, is to keep an economic pipeline loaded with a turnover of dollars because people are employed in manufacturing the things of war. If you ended that tomorrow, these same people wouldn't start making houses. 250. During the big anti-war demonstrations in May 1970, construction workers in hard hats attacked protesters with clubs and steel pipes. Several hundred were injured, yet the police hardly intervened. The attackers were not some fringe extremists. In New York alone, trade unions mobilized more than 100,000 workers to join a rally supporting Nixon's Indochina policy. The president expressed his gratitude for this very meaningful show of support, at the end of which he received a hard hat with the inscription "Commander-in-Chief." 251 For Michael Yates, who has studied the American workers' movement for decades, none of this is surprising. Nowhere was the labor movement more nationalistic and anchored in imperialism than in the United States. While there have been individual workers, unions, and movements devoted to the concept and practice of international solidarity, these have always been a minority and suffered decisive defeats at the hands of their more numerous opponents. The historical record is both appalling and tragic. At every critical juncture, labor stood against internationalism. 252. It would be inaccurate to say that the Danish working class supported the war in Vietnam. It was simply indifferent to it. For Danish workers, not much seemed at stake. The Sailors' Union, which was led by communists, had no objection to its members sailing to Saigon as long as they got the benefits for delivering to high-risk areas, as stipulated in their contracts. 253 As in the USA, the resistance against the Vietnam War was carried out by young people and students. Anti-imperialism in the Third World. Decolonization brought a new name for the former colonies. They were now called developing countries. In his 1949 inauguration speech, U.S. President Harry S. Truman defined Africa, Asia, and Latin America as underdeveloped areas, while the U.S. was preeminent among nations in the development of industrial and scientific techniques. Essentially, this was an American version of Eurocentrism, implying that underdevelopment had disappeared from North America with the arrival of the Europeans. European societies were the ideal that former colonies were to aspire to. In practice, this meant ongoing imperialism economically, ideologically, and culturally. The supposedly developed nations in particular, the Scandinavian countries and Canada sent funds and experts to third world countries to improve their living conditions. Under colonialism, the West had brought civilization, now it brought development. This was presented as an alternative to communism, which supposedly had nothing to do with development. 254. There was another name for the former colonies that became popular. They were called the Third World. The origin of the term lies in the opposition between the capitalist West and the communist East. In 1952, the French demographer Alfred Sauvy wrote an article titled Trois Mondes, Unplanned for the French news magazine L'Observateur. Sauvy contended that the division of the world into two camps was too simple. There was a third world that could be included neither in Western capitalism, the First World, nor in state socialism, the Second World. The term was politically loaded. Sauvy was making reference to the unproperted Third Estate's uprising against aristocrats and clerics during the French Revolution. This Third World ignored, exploited, and despised, much like the Third Estate wants to be valued. 255. By the early 1960s, the term had been adopted by many radical movements eager to free themselves from Euro-American dominance. They saw the problems of the underdeveloped countries as a consequence of colonialism and neocolonialism. National independence was seen as key to liberation. In its 500-year history, capitalism has shaped our social, political, and cultural life. Imperialism has divided the world into a center and a periphery. Class struggle and war have determined the power structures we are subjected to. The modern nation-state itself is a product of capitalism. Capitalism needs the state to mitigate its contradictions and to administer its expansion. Otherwise, it would hit the wall at full speed. The form the nation-state takes is determined by class struggle. It is not something that capital can impose. The state can also come in conflict with capital. The struggle for an independent nation-state can be progressive or reactionary, depending on the classes involved, the power relations between them, and the role that the nation in question plays in the global order. Nationalism in Europe on the eve of World War I was reactionary, and so is the current wave of nationalism in Europe and North America. In First World countries, national sovereignty is used to defend privileges. But this does not make the struggle for national independence reactionary per se. The national liberation struggles that fought against colonialism and imperialism were progressive. Their goal was to liberate people from oppression and exploitation. We can only evaluate struggles for national sovereignty if we can assess the nation's position within the global capitalist system and understand the class dynamics at play. A formative event for the political unification of the Third World was the Bandung Conference of 1955. Representatives of 29 Asian and African countries, China included, and of several national liberation movements gathered on the island of Java. 256 The goal was to establish a non-aligned bloc, that is, an alliance of countries pledging allegiance to neither the West nor the East. The conference inspired a wave of global resistance to imperialism. The reason a non-aligned bloc of this kind was able to emerge lay in the hostility between West and East during the Cold War. This opened up a gap that smaller countries could enter to raise their voice and set their own agenda. Nationalist leaders such as Nehru in India, Sukarno in Indonesia, and Nasser in Egypt shared a common goal with Third World communist parties, namely economic self-reliance. But they didn't agree on the strategy to achieve it. Was a movement led by the national bourgeoisie necessary? Or rather an alliance of peasants, workers, and the middle class under communist leadership? There was no consensus on the issue, not even within the communist movement. The parties loyal to Moscow insisted that the working classes and communist organizations of the Third World were not strong enough to assume leadership and were therefore required to form alliances with anti-imperialists within the national bourgeoisie. Movements based on such alliances often advocated an ambiguous non-capitalist road. Nasserism in Egypt was a prime example of this. The Communist Party of China, on the other hand, held the view that only an alliance of peasants and workers led by a communist party could defeat imperialism. This disagreement contributed to the split that occurred in the international communist movement in the 1960s. The people of the Third World had different experiences with nationalism during decolonization. First, nationalism appeared as a progressive tool to gain independence. It stood for the rejection of colonialism and self-reliance. But the consequences of a successful struggle for independence depended very much on the composition of the nationalist movement, and on the relationships between the classes, bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie, proletariat, and peasantry. The strength of the anti-imperialist movement in the Third World nourished the hope that, once independent, Third World nations would develop welfare states or even introduce socialism. But people overlooked the fact that the First World's welfare capitalism required the reckless exploitation of the Third World. Still, the defeat of colonialism was a progressive step and brought material improvement in people's lives. As Samir Amin has noted, in 30 years, the horrible regime of Mobutu led to the production of an education capital in Congo 40 times higher than what the Belgians achieved in 80 years. 257 But Third World nationalism was only progressive when it envisaged a clear break with the capitalist system. Otherwise, it was simply a tool to secure the power of a new national elite. Despite the often radical history of liberation movements, most focused on capitalist development once they came to power. Land reforms were rare, and mines, industries, and banks were not nationalized. This led to a slow erosion of the vision of the Bandung period, and to the decline of liberation struggles with a socialist perspective. The wave of anti-imperialist movements of the 1960s did have a strong impact on anti-imperialist theory, though. Marxist thought had not developed much since the 1920s, having mainly been preoccupied with defending the Soviet Union. If there was any theoretical innovation, it came from the Trotskyist camp. Now, however, people involved in anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles made important contributions: Mao, Kwame Nkrumah, Amilcar Cabral, Che Guevara, Frantz Fanon, and others. They laid the foundations for what would later become known as dependency theory. Kwame Nkrumah. In 1957, Kwame Nkrumah became the first prime minister of newly independent Ghana. 3 years later he was president. Nkrumah was a Pan-Africanist and played a key role in establishing the Organization of African Unity in 1963. In 1966, his government was ousted by a military coup backed by Western countries. Together with the work of Che Guevara, Nkrumah's 1965 book, Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, was largely responsible for popularizing neocolonialism as a term. Nkrumah wrote, "The essence of neocolonialism is that the state which is subject to it is, in theory, independent and has all the outward trappings of international sovereignty. In reality its economic system and thus its political policy is directed from outside. The result of neocolonialism is that foreign capital is used for the exploitation rather than for the development of the less developed parts of the world. Investment under neocolonialism increases rather than decreases the gap between the rich and the poor countries of the world." 258. Nkrumah not only analyzed traditional forms of imperialist exploitation, such as profits made from foreign investments and interest rates on loans, but also presented examples for what Argyri Emanuel later called unequal exchange. On the economic front, a strong factor favoring Western monopolies and acting against the developing world is international capital's control of the world market, as well as of the prices of commodities bought and sold there. From 1951 to 1961, without taking oil into consideration, the general level of prices for primary products fell by 33.1%, while prices of manufactured goods rose 3.5%. 259. Nkrumah also addressed the situation in the imperialist center after World War II. In the industrially more developed countries, capitalism, far from disappearing, became infinitely stronger. This strength was only achieved by the sacrifice of two principles which had inspired early capitalism, namely the subjugation of the working classes within each individual country and the exclusion of the state from any say in the control of capitalist enterprise. By abandoning these two principles and substituting for them welfare states based on high working-class living standards and on a state-regulated capitalism at home, the developed countries succeeded in exporting their internal problem and transferring the conflict between rich and poor from the national to the international stage. Today the need both to maintain a welfare state, i.e. a parasite state at home, and to support a huge and ever-growing burden of armament costs makes it absolutely essential for developed capitalist countries to secure the maximum return in profit from such parts of the international financial complex as they control. However much private capitalism is exhorted to bring about rapid development and a rising standard of living in the less developed areas of the world, those who manipulate the system realize the inconsistency between doing this and producing at the same time the funds necessary to maintain the sinews of war and the welfare state at home. They know when it comes to the issue they will be excused if they fail to provide for a worldwide rise in the standard of living. They know they will never be forgiven if they betray the system and produce a crisis at home which either destroys the affluent state or interferes with its military preparedness. 260. Nkrumah strongly believed in the unity of Third World countries and Pan-African collaboration as requirements to end neocolonialism. Quite obviously, therefore, unity is the first requisite for destroying neocolonialism. Primary and basic is the need for an all-union government on the much divided continent of Africa. Along with that, a strengthening of the Afro-Asian Solidarity Organization and the spirit of Bandung is already underway. To it, we must seek the adherence on an increasingly formal basis of our Latin American brothers. 261. Although Nkrumah had identified the danger of neocolonialism and warned fellow African leaders about it, he eventually fell into its trap. Nkrumah saw the gigantic Akosombo hydroelectric dam project, originally planned by Britain's colonial administration, as key to the industrialization of Ghana. He hoped not only that it would speed up the country's electrification, but also that it would boost aluminum production, which promised to bring foreign currency to the country. But Nkrumah had great difficulty financing the project. Eventually, he agreed to bring two U.S. firms on board, Volta Aluminum and Kaiser Aluminum. Additional funding came from the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which belongs to the World Bank Group. The dam was completed in 1965, yet while the U.S. firms benefited from the highly subsidized power supply, the import of bauxite raw materials undermined Ghana's economic development. Nkrumah's attempt to finance Ghana's industrialization with the help of Western capital ended in failure. His government had not been able to control the process. Worse, corruption spread and megalomaniac projects with little or no benefit to the Ghanaian people or the country's infrastructure were funded by those in power. 262. In addition, Ghana's cocoa industry, which had brought a considerable sum of foreign currency to the country, collapsed due to falling prices on the world market. Eventually, Africa's first independent nation was on the verge of bankruptcy. By then, Nkrumah had become an outspoken critic of capitalism and advocated a particular form of African socialism. This prompted the Western-backed coup. Nkrumah's fate serves as a prime example of the difficulties in turning formal into real independence. Amilcar Cabral. Amilcar Cabral led the struggle against the Portuguese colonizers in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde from 1963 until his death 10 years later. He was one of the era's most important anti-imperialist theorists. In a 1964 talk, he described neocolonialism. After the Second World War, imperialism entered on a new phase. On the one hand, it worked out the new policy of aid, i.e. granted independence to the occupied countries plus aid and, on the other hand, concentrated on preferential investment in the European countries. This was, above all, an attempt at rationalizing imperialism. As we see it, neocolonialism is more a defeat for the international working class than for the colonist peoples. Neocolonialism is at work on two fronts in Europe as well as in the underdeveloped countries. Its current framework in the underdeveloped countries is the policy of aid, and one of the essential aims of this policy is to create a false bourgeoisie to put a brake on the revolution and to enlarge the possibilities of the petty bourgeoisie as a neutralizer of the revolution. At the same time it invests capital in France, Italy, Belgium, England, and so on. In our opinion, the aim of this is to stimulate the growth of a workers' aristocracy, to enlarge the field of action of the petty bourgeoisie so as to block the revolution. In our opinion, it is under this aspect that neocolonialism and the relations between the international working class movement and our movements must be analyzed. 263. With respect to the class structure of Guinea-Bissau, Cabral noted that working class settlers were often the most reactionary. The European settlers are, in general, hostile to the idea of national liberation. They are the human instruments of the colonial state in our country and they therefore reject a priori any idea of national liberation there. It has to be said that the Europeans most bitterly opposed to the idea of national liberation are the workers, while we have sometimes found considerable sympathy for our struggle among certain members of the European petty bourgeoisie. 264. Given the near absence of an industrial working class and the dominance of petty bourgeois forces in the national liberation movement, Cabral suggested that the petty bourgeoisie needed to commit class suicide. 265. In his speech at the First Tricontinental Conference of the Peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, hosted in Havana in January 1966, he stated, "To retain the power which national liberation puts in its hands, the petty bourgeoisie has only one path, to give free rein to its natural tendencies to become more bourgeois, to permit the development of a bureaucratic and intermediary bourgeoisie in the commercial cycle, in order to transform itself into a national pseudo-bourgeoisie, that is to say in order to negate the revolution and necessarily ally. In order not to betray these objectives, the petty bourgeoisie has only one choice, to strengthen its revolutionary consciousness, to reject the temptations of becoming more bourgeois and the natural concerns of its class mentality, to identify itself with the working classes and not to oppose the normal development of the process of revolution. This means that in order to truly fulfill the role in the national liberation struggle, the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie must be capable of committing suicide as a class in order to be reborn as revolutionary workers, completely identified with the deepest aspirations of the people to which they belong." 266. It is questionable, however, whether any petty bourgeoisies did in fact commit suicide during the course of the national liberation struggles. In most former colonies, they became powerful national bourgeoisies once the struggle was victorious. No class in history has ever committed class suicide, though individual members of certain classes have fought against their own class interests and in the interests of a different class. Cabral also had an important message for the European left about its tasks in the revolutionary struggle. There is another aspect I should like to raise, and that is that the European left has an intellectual responsibility to study the concrete conditions in our country and help us in this way, as we have very little documentation, very few intellectuals, very little chance to do this kind of work ourselves, and yet it is of key importance. This is a major contribution you can make. Another thing you can do is to support the really revolutionary national liberation movements by all possible means. You must analyze and study these movements and combat in Europe, by all possible means, everything which can be used to further the repression against our peoples. Moreover, you must unmask courageously all the national liberation movements which are under the thumb of imperialism. To end up, I should just like to make one last point about solidarity between the international working class movement and our national liberation struggle. There are two alternatives: either we admit that there really is a struggle against imperialism which interests everybody, or we deny it. If, as would seem from all the evidence, imperialism exists and is trying simultaneously to dominate the working class in all the advanced countries and smother the national liberation movements in all the underdeveloped countries, then there is only one enemy against whom we are fighting. If we are fighting together, then I think the main aspect of our solidarity is extremely simple: it is to fight. I don't think there is any need to discuss this very much. We are struggling in Guinea with guns in our hands. You must struggle in your countries as well. I don't say with guns in your hands, I'm not going to tell you how to struggle, that's your business, but you must find the best means and the best forms of fighting against our common enemy. This is the best form of solidarity. There are, of course, other secondary forms of solidarity, publishing material, sending medicine, etc. I can guarantee you that if tomorrow we make a breakthrough and you are engaged in an armed struggle against imperialism in Europe, we will send you some medicine too. 267. With respect to European leftists criticizing certain aspects of national liberation struggles, Cabral had the following to say. The criticism reminds me of a story about some lions. There is a group of lions who are shown a picture of a lion lying on the ground and a man holding a gun with his foot on the lion. One of the lions looks at the picture and says, "If only we lions could paint. If only one of the leaders of one of the new African countries could take time off from the terrible problems in his own country and become a critic of the European left and say all he had to say about the retreat of the revolution in Europe, of a certain apathy in some European countries and of the false hopes which we have all had in certain European groups." 268. In 1973, Cabral was assassinated by Portuguese agents. Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde became independent a short time thereafter. Che Guevara. Like Kwame Nkrumah and Amilcar Cabral, Che Guevara was fully aware that national liberation was only a first step in gaining independence and that internationalism was necessary for the anti-imperialist struggle to succeed. At a February 1965 seminar on economic Afro-Asian solidarity in Algiers, he explained that it is imperative to take political power and to get rid of the oppressor classes. But then the second stage of the struggle, which may be even more difficult than the first, must be faced. Ever since monopoly capital took over the world, it has kept the greater part of humanity in poverty, dividing all the profits among the group of the most powerful countries. The standard of living in those countries is based on the extreme poverty of our countries. To raise the living standards of the underdeveloped nations, therefore, we must fight against imperialism. And each time a country is torn away from the imperialist tree, it is not only a partial battle won against the main enemy, but it also contributes to the real weakening of that enemy, and is one more step toward the final victory. There are no borders in this struggle to the death. We cannot be indifferent to what happens anywhere in the world, because a victory by any country over imperialism is our victory, just as any country's defeat is a defeat for all of us. The practice of proletarian internationalism is not only a duty for the people struggling for a better future, it is also an inescapable necessity. 269. These were not just nice words. At the time, Che was preparing to leave for the Congo in order to support that country's liberation movement. In 1966, before leaving for another revolutionary mission, this time in Bolivia, Che wrote a message to the Tricontinental, addressing the newly formed Organization of Solidarity with the Peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, based in Cuba. In Asia, as we have seen, the situation is explosive, and Vietnam and Laos, where the struggle is now going on, are not the only points of friction. The same holds true for Cambodia, where at any moment the United States might launch a direct attack. We should add Thailand, Malaysia, and, of course, Indonesia, where we cannot believe that the final word has been spoken despite the annihilation of the Communist Party of that country after the reactionaries took power. And, of course, the Middle East. In Latin America, the struggle is going on arms in hand in Guatemala, Colombia, Venezuela, and Bolivia, and the first outbreaks are already beginning in Brazil. Other centers of resistance have appeared and been extinguished. But almost all the countries of this continent are ripe for a struggle of the kind that, to be triumphant, cannot settle for anything less than the establishment of a government of a socialist nature. The great lesson of the guerrilla's invincibility is taking hold among the masses of the dispossessed. The galvanization of the national spirit, the preparation for more difficult tasks, for resistance to more violent repression. And let us develop genuine proletarian internationalism, with international proletarian armies. Let the flag under which we fight be the sacred cause of the liberation of humanity, so that to die under the colors of Vietnam, Venezuela, Guatemala, Laos, Guinea, Colombia, Bolivia, Brazil, to mention only the current scenes of armed struggle, will be equally glorious and desirable for a Latin American, an Asian, an African, and even a European. How close and bright would the future appear if 2, 3, many Vietnams flowered on the face of the globe, with their quota of death and their immense tragedies, with their daily heroism, with their repeated blows against imperialism, forcing it to disperse its forces under the lash of the growing hatred of the peoples of the world. And if we were capable of uniting in order to give our blows greater solidity and certainty, so that the aid of all kinds to the peoples in struggle was even more effective, how great the future would be, and how near. 270. Lack of European solidarity. It was no secret that European support for the anti-imperialist struggle was very limited. In a 1973 article, Julius K. Nyerere, then president of Tanzania, compared Europe's 19th-century proletariat to the poor nations of the 20th century. To him that hath shall be given is a law of capitalist and international economics, wealth produces wealth, and poverty poverty. Further, the poverty of the poor is a function of the wealth of the rich. For the poor nations are now in the position of a worker in 19th-century Europe. The only difference between the two situations is that the beneficiaries in the international situation now are the national economies of the rich nations, which includes the working class of those nations. And the disagreements about division of the spoils, which used to exist between members of the capitalist class in the 19th century, are now represented by disagreement about the division of the spoils between workers and capitalists in the rich economies. 271. In 1963, D.N. Aidid, an influential figure in the Communist Party of Indonesia, made the following comparison. On a world scale, Asia, Africa, and Latin America are the village of the world, while Europe and North America are the town of the world. If the world revolution is to be victorious, there is no other way than for the world proletariat to give prominence to the revolutions in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, that is to say, the revolutions in the village of the world. In order to win the world revolution, the world proletariat must go to these three continents. 272. This view was echoed by the former Deputy Vice Premier of the People's Republic of China, Lin Biao, most notably in his 1965 book, Long Live the Victory of People's War. Lin Biao applied the experience of the Chinese Revolution, in which peasants had encircled and taken over urban areas, to the entire globe. He saw third world countries as the countryside encroaching on the center of the first world. Frantz Fanon, the famous political theorist and philosopher from the French Overseas Department of Martinique, criticized the dehumanizing effect that colonialism had on indigenous populations. His most famous work, The Wretched of the Earth, was an important source of inspiration both for Third World liberation movements and for African American resistance in the USA. Concerning the relationship between First World and Third World workers, Fanon wrote, "The metropolitan capitalists allow social advantages and wage increases to be wrung from them by their workers to the exact extent to which the colonialist state allows them to exploit and make raids on the occupied territories. At the critical point at which the colonized peoples fling themselves into the struggle and demand their independence, a critical period elapses in the course of which, paradoxically, the interest of the metropolitan workers and peasants seems to go counter to that of the colonized peoples." 273. Revolutionary prospects. All of the above quotes from revolutionary Third World theorists reflect the fact that, with the exception of the Irish liberation struggle, there have been no significant revolutionary movements in the Western world since the defeat of the German, Finnish, and Hungarian revolutions of 1918 to 1919. The quotes confirm that the revolutionary impetus shifted south, where it took the form of anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movements. Algeria freed itself from French rule in 1962. The Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie was ousted in 1974, while the liberation struggle in Eritrea continued. There were revolutionary movements in the Congo and in the Portuguese colonies of Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, and Cape Verde. There was armed resistance against Ian Smith's settler regime in Rhodesia and militant struggle against apartheid in South Africa and South African rule in Namibia. In Asia, India became independent in 1947, the People's Republic of China was proclaimed in 1949, and the people of Vietnam chased away the French before successfully taking on the world's greatest superpower, the USA. There were revolutionary movements in the northeast of India, in Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, the Philippines, and other countries. In the Middle East, nationalist regimes led by the petty bourgeoisie had come to power in Egypt, Syria, and Iraq. The liberation struggle in Palestine received much international attention. A left-wing government came to power in South Yemen. The liberation struggle in Oman was on the rise. In Iran, there was widespread resistance against the Shah. In Latin America, the Cuban Revolution succeeded in 1959. Socialist movements were active from Guatemala to Chile. If, in the early 1970s, one looked at a map of the world and took note of all the countries that had active liberation movements, the future looked very promising indeed. Millions of people were mobilized by the promise of socialism. There were over 40 attempted revolutions in the Third World between 1945 and 1975. The Rebellion of 1968. In the midst of this revolutionary period occurred the Rebellion of 1968, which swept the entire globe. While it has become commonplace to refer to the 60s as a period of cultural upheaval, the political aspects of the era are often neglected. What was unique about the year 1968 was that rebellions occurred in all three worlds at the same time. Young people and students rose up in Western Europe and North America, actually existing socialism. 274 was under attack in Prague, and there was unrest in many Third World cities, from Mexico City to Manila. In the West, the rebellion against authority figures, parents, teachers, government officials received the most attention. In the East, actually existing socialism seemed unable to deliver on its promise of a more equal and democratic world. The Soviet Union had made a compromise with imperialism by dividing the world into spheres of control. A new left appeared that criticized both capitalism and actually existing socialism. It addressed issues that, for a long time, had only been granted secondary status within the left: gender, race, the oppression of indigenous peoples, sexuality, ecology. While earlier generations of communists had deemed it unnecessary to deal with these questions before the class struggle brought about the revolution, younger militants insisted on dealing with them here and now. Waiting for the revolution seemed too tedious. The imperialist state was under pressure in the late 1960s and early 1970s, both because of the liberation movements in the Third World and because of economic problems and social unrest at home. In 1969, Life magazine published a series of articles under the heading Revolution: What are the causes? How does it start? Can it happen here? 275 In the USA, capitalists felt threatened by the decline of American hegemony and the rise of radical mobilizations. In 1976, Leonard Silk and David Vogel published a book titled Ethics and Profits: The Crisis of Confidence in American Business. It was based on anonymous interviews with 360 executives from large U.S. companies. One of them stated, "The American capitalist system is confronting its darkest hour. If we don't take action now, we will see our own demise. We will evolve into another social democracy." 276. Neoliberalism and new military strategies came to the system's rescue. But while the spirit of '68 might have vanished by the end of the 1970s, it had lasting consequences. Authority figures were no longer untouchable, and the USA was no longer a hegemonic power. The radical left had become more diverse and less hierarchically organized. And there were theoretical developments, not least with respect to the analysis of imperialism. My own political biography was strongly impacted by all of this. I was politicized in the context of the student rebellion in Denmark and the anti-imperialist resistance in the Third World. Of particular importance was my first encounter with CAC in 1969. CAC, the Communist Working Circle. The Communist Working Circle was founded in 1963, when literary historian Gottfred Appel was expelled from the Danish Communist Party. Appel had been a party member since 1945. He had joined the DKP because, like many Danes of his generation, he was impressed by the leading role it had played in the resistance against the German occupation during World War II. Appel was trained at the Higher Party School in Moscow, and upon his return to Denmark he led study circles to teach new DKP members the foundations of Marxism. He also taught Danish and English at the Chinese embassy in Copenhagen. Later, he was put in charge of the DKP press, Tidens Forlag, and wrote, with a focus on foreign policy, for the DKP's daily newspaper, Land og Folk. Developments in China were always among Appel's chief interests. When ideological disputes between Moscow and Beijing emerged in the early 1960s, Appel sided with Beijing. He shared the Chinese critique of modern revisionism and of peaceful coexistence with imperialism. For Appel, there was a contradiction between the Soviet Union's revolutionary and anti-imperialist rhetoric and the country's actual policies. He also agreed with the Chinese analysis that class struggle continued under socialism and that it was a reality in the Soviet Union as well as in the People's Republic of China. In 1963, Appel left Land og Folk to work for the Chinese embassy's journal, Bulletin. When he was expelled from the DKP shortly thereafter, he and 20 other DKP dissidents founded the Communist Working Circle. CAC was Europe's first Maoist organization and maintained close contact with the Communist Party of China. Appel visited China several times. As a CAC representative, he got to greet thousands of Chinese Red Guards marching across Tiananmen Square. CAC translated and printed Mao's Little Red Book and other CPC publications, and published its own journal, Kommunistisk Orientering. CAC members took working-class jobs in Copenhagen, for example at the Burmeister and Wayne Shipyard, the FL Smith Machine Factory, and the Tuborg and Carlsberg breweries. They criticized the DKP's reformism in leaflets handed out to colleagues and in union meetings, trying to radicalize the workforce. Appel was above all a Leninist. Whenever he encountered a problem, his first question was, "What does Lenin have to say?" Usually, he found an answer in the 46 volumes of Lenin's collected works. He kept neatly lined up on his shelves. Appel was also very fond of Mao's On Contradiction, a text he deemed crucial for understanding the world's main lines of conflict. According to Appel, Marxism was an exact science, and he was always looking for the objective forces pushing socialism forward. A socialist future was inevitable, even if it required taking detours. Appel's belief in historical materialism was unshakable. This also had practical consequences. Unlike all other organizations of the Danish left, CAC did not mobilize against Denmark joining the European Community in 1973. We felt the European Community provided the political framework required by monopoly capital, that it would accelerate capitalism's development and therefore also its downfall. In order to advance towards socialism, the Danish working class needed to be at the center of global capitalist dynamics, not tucked away in a comfortable and prosperous little country. CAC's attempts to radicalize the Danish working class were unsuccessful. Danish workers struggled for little more than higher wages. Socialism held no appeal and solidarity with the working classes in the Third World was not on the agenda. This, in combination with the enormous spread of anti-imperialist movements in the Third World, made Appel reconsider his approach in 1966. He no doubt studied Lenin in his quest to develop a new practice. It was probably Lenin's writings on imperialism that made the biggest impression on him. At that point in time, Western Marxism had not paid them much attention for years. CAC would develop a unique profile within the European left. A series of articles under the heading Perspektivieren für Vorkampf were published in Communistische Orientierung. One of them explained, the working class has no chance of toppling the capitalist class and introducing socialism before the foundation of the capitalist class has been undermined by the struggle and at least partial victory of the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. 277. CAC defined U.S. imperialism as the main enemy and Vietnam as the focal point of anti-imperialist resistance. There was no possibility for revolution in the Western countries and none would arise before the capitalist class loses the ability to exploit the former and remaining colonies. It was necessary to fight reformism and revisionism in a working class whose main base is the so-called labor aristocracy. The labor aristocracy had to fight for higher wages and better living conditions, but only super profits allowed the capitalist class to give in to some of their demands. Once these demands were met, however, the capitalist class no longer needed to derail the working class from its historic mission to be the next ruling class and establish socialism. This was already taken care of by the leaders of the working class movement. The working classes in the imperialist countries found themselves in an ambivalent position, bribed with crumbs of the super profits on the one hand, exploited on the other, the bribe being temporary, the exploitation being permanent. 278. CAC's conclusion was: the main objective task that the Danish working class is facing today is the struggle against U.S. imperialism and the active support of the Vietnamese people and of all oppressed nations and peoples in their anti-imperialist struggles. The main task of revolutionary communists in Denmark is to mobilize the working class to provide that support. 279. In short, in order for revolutionary movements in Western Europe to reappear, the Third World had to throw off the yoke of imperialism, cut all ties with the rich countries, and stop the flow of super profits. CAC used terms like parasite state and bribing to emphasize its political perspective. Today, the usefulness of the latter term seems limited. The word bribe suggests a conscious motive on the part of both the receiving and the giving end. However, individual capitalists did not hand individual workers any bribes to prevent them from making revolution. The working class had to fight for higher wages and to improve their living conditions. These struggles created a dynamic that allowed capital to use the payment of higher wages to expand its markets. Democratic institutions and the welfare state followed, made possible by the exploitation of the colonies. As such, at least the term parasite state remains analytically accurate. After formulating the parasite state theory, CAC had heated discussions with both Maoists and Moscow-loyal communists in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. A series of articles published in Communistisk Orientering under the title To Linger was a polemic directed at the Swedish Communist Alliance of Marxist-Leninists, although even some of its members sympathized with CAC's position. Especially fierce were the attacks on the DKP and Maoist groups in Denmark. Unsurprisingly, CAC was not particularly well liked by the Danish left. We had a better reputation among internationalist solidarity projects and collaborated with organizations that provided material support to people and movements in the Third World, for example, Ålandsklundsern, the THIRD organization, Ålandshjälpfolk till folk, and, in Sweden, the Emmaus movement. 280. Eventually, our skepticism with regard to the Western working class's revolutionary potential also had consequences for our relationship with the CPC. In a letter addressed to China's embassy in Copenhagen, we criticized the revolutionary rhetoric used in Chinese reports on developments in Europe and North America. A March 1968 article in the Peking Review, for example, claimed that the American and British people have absolutely no common interests with the monopoly capitalist groups which bleed them white. 281. Similar wording was used to describe the situation in Indonesia. In serious financial difficulties, the Indonesian fascist military regime ruthlessly exploited the broad masses of the working people and bled them white in order to meet increasing military and administrative expenditures for maintaining its military dictatorial rule. 282. In our letter, we stated, "Dear comrades, let us put it frankly, we do not agree with the evaluation of the present situation in our part of the world, which seems to underlie the use of exactly the same wording to describe the situation in Indonesia and Latin America on the one hand and the situation in Great Britain and capitalist West Europe on the other hand, and we earnestly request you to consider the need to differentiate. Actually, there is an abyss of difference between the economic conditions and the material and spiritual life of the broad masses of the working people in our capitalist imperialist countries, and those of the broad masses of the working people in Indonesia and of Asia, Africa, and Latin America as a whole. They cannot and they should not be treated or described alike. Our monopoly capitalists are not bleeding the working class white. That is what imperialism and local exploiters are doing in Indonesia, yes, in India, yes, but not in Denmark, not in Sweden, not in France, not in Great Britain. 283. We added a number of concrete examples illustrating the standard of living of workers in Denmark. But the Chinese could not accept such criticism and broke off all contact with CAC. Even within CAC's membership there was tension. Several members left, accusing the leadership of anti-worker positions. Anti-imperialist practice in the parasite state. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, anti-imperialism was much more important for the European and North American left than it is today. In Denmark, resistance against the war in Vietnam was an integral part of the youth rebellion and a symbolic expression of being against the system. Demonstrations outside the U.S. Embassy in Copenhagen brought together as many as 25,000 people. When the World Bank held its 1970 general meeting in Copenhagen, protesters fought with police in the streets. Left-wing bookshops sold anti-imperialist literature, and groups in solidarity with the struggles in Vietnam, Palestine, the Portuguese colonies in Africa, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Chile had numerous members, not only in Copenhagen, but also in smaller towns. CAC was one of the first organizations to be involved in Vietnam solidarity work. It attracted many young activists, and, in 1968, the Communist Youth League was founded as CAC's youth wing. In the late 1960s, much of our activism focused on demonstrations. Property destruction was an accepted form of protest. In 1969, The Green Berets, a film starring John Wayne about U.S. Special Forces in Vietnam, premiered in Denmark at a big Copenhagen cinema. In the screening hall, chairs were smashed and butyric acid poured on the carpet. We also participated in the militant demonstrations against the World Bank meeting. Our aim was not just to protest, but to actually stop the event. Molotov cocktails were thrown through the windows of the Congress Center, but sprinklers prevented greater damage. With respect to international solidarity projects, we focused on African liberation movements and, increasingly, on Palestine. At the time, it was difficult to garner broad support for the Palestinian cause. There was a lot of respect for the State of Israel among Danes because of the Third Reich and the Holocaust. In the Six-Day War of 1967, Israel was seen as the victim, and General Moshe Dayan was seen as a brave and ingenious hero who defended a small country against an all-out attack by its neighbors. Many young Danes worked as volunteers in Israeli kibbutzim, which gave settlerism in Palestine a leftist aura. Zionism, it seemed, had created a safe haven for persecuted Jews and turned an empty desert into cornfields and orange groves. The fact that hundreds of thousands of Palestinians had been forced from their homes was left out of the story. When, in 1969, KUF arranged an exhibit about Palestinian refugee camps in Jordan to draw attention to the issue, this was considered anti-Semitic. Public opinion only changed after Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982 and the subsequent massacres in the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps. In 1971, CAC's efforts to provide material support for Third World liberation movements increased. Our guiding principle was, solidarity is something you can hold in your hands. We founded an organization with a rather inconspicuous name. THIRD-WORLDISM. Its members were all dedicated anti-imperialists, but the goal was not to push ideology. Rather, we wanted to collect as much clothing and other materials for flea markets as possible. TTA had chapters in Copenhagen and 4 other Danish towns, and during its heyday it had about 100 members overall. In the 1970s, TTA supported Frelimo in Mozambique, the MPLA in Angola, ZANU in Rhodesia, SWAPO in Namibia, and the PFLO in Oman. In the 1980s, it also supported a black consciousness project in South Africa by the name of Isandlwana Revolutionary Effort, as well as the New People's Army in the Philippines. We sent clothes, shoes, and medicine, as well as the money we made from the flea markets we held every month. We were able to send hundreds of thousands of crowns every year. The TTA chapter in Copenhagen stored its donations in an abandoned machine factory. On weekends, we went out to collect whatever was given to us. In the 1970s and early 1980s, people were generous. We had mountains of clothes. On weekdays and during holidays, we sorted and packed them by the ton. They were then transported to Hamburg and shipped to destinations where they could be received by the liberation movements. We had our own offset print shop, producing books, pamphlets, posters, and leaflets, both for the liberation movements and our own use. This was the legal practice. There was also an illegal one. Some CAC members committed fraud and robbery to get extra money, especially for the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. 284. But getting money was far from the only thing we did. We had regular study circles to sharpen our theory and develop a practice that was effective, based on our own circumstances and possibilities. We went on numerous trips to third world countries to study economic and social conditions on the ground and establish contact with liberation movements. We also had regular discussions with those few organizations in the imperialist countries that shared our perspective. Political activism was a priority in the lives of CAC members. Some were professionals in the sense that they dedicated all of their time to CAC, living off of unemployment benefits. We felt that what we did was meaningful, and that our practice corresponded to our theory. We saw ourselves as a tiny wheel in a big machine that was going to change the world. As mentioned above, our analysis didn't help us make many friends within the European left. Our sympathizers consisted of small groups in Sweden and Norway and of individuals scattered across the continent. But we never felt isolated. We regularly met with representatives of liberation movements and had most of our political discussions with them. Appel's understanding of politics and the role of the Revolutionary Party was inspired by Lenin and his sense for rigid organization. He was sharp, dedicated, a good speaker, and uncompromising. All of this appealed to the more radical circles of the '68 generation. Appel managed to gather a small but highly motivated group of militants around him. CAC was a very effective organization. Appel wanted its members to have the knowledge and the experience necessary to make the right moves when socialism became a possibility in Europe again. His strategy was twofold. First, liberation movements in the Third World had to be supported in order to throw imperialism into a crisis, which would lead to a revolutionary situation in Europe. Second, a disciplined and organized party had to be ready to seize the opportunity. Both aspects were closely linked, which was reflected in CAC's practice. Undercover. This also applied to CAC's illegal practice. Its purpose was to provide Third World liberation movements with material resources. At the same time, it was supposed to familiarize CAC members with illegal work, deemed necessary in a revolutionary situation. We were required to develop secure communications, handle surveillance, set up safe houses, plan actions diligently, and acquire practical skills such as forging documents, picking locks, and stealing cars. We were in it for the long haul and needed to work. Undercover. Not underground. Had our illegal practice been openly political with communiques about expropriations and the like, we would have been chased down in no time. Our actions had to look like ordinary crimes. This made it possible for us to operate for almost 20 years. Fraud and robbery were natural choices. The proceeds served the liberation movements well, as they were in short supply of cash. Whatever they got from us, they got unconditionally. Other leftist groups in Europe which engaged in illegal practice chose different strategies. The Red Army faction in Germany attacked U.S. Army bases to support the anti-imperialist struggle in the Third World. Their actions were openly politically motivated and intended to shake up imperialism's hinterland, tear what they called the democratic mask off the German political system, and serve as an inspiration to the masses. But the Red Army faction were not fish swimming in the sea. They did not have mass support. They were forced into a defensive underground struggle which they were destined to lose. Their strategy was based on a wrong analysis of the 68 rebellion's political depth and the possibilities of broad anti-imperialist resistance in Western Europe. This was not a dry prairie where you could spark a fire, but a damp meadow. Our illegal practice ended on April 13, 1989. Various members of our group were arrested and subsequently charged with a series of crimes. We had been careless on several occasions during the final years of our work. There was not one single mistake that led to us being detected, but, cumulatively, our occasional negligence allowed the police to track us down. After 20 years of working undercover, we had simply become a little tired and incautious. Shortly after our arrest, a comrade was gravely injured in an automobile accident. His car was full of incriminating evidence, including a phone bill with the address of our safe house. This allowed the authorities to put us on trial and, effectively, meant the end of our group. Connections to North America. In the late 1960s and early 70s, the situation in the USA was in many ways different from the one in Western Europe. 12% of the U.S. population consisted of descendants of African slaves, there were indigenous nations, and an increasing number of immigrants from Latin America. The U.S. was also engaged in a war in Vietnam with hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground. The fragmentation of the American working class, racism, and the death toll of soldiers in Vietnam opened up possibilities for anti-imperialist resistance. We learned more about the struggle in the U.S. when people like Eldridge Cleaver, Bobby Seale, and Connie Matthews visited Copenhagen in 1969 and, again, in 1970. 285 We were particularly interested in the relationship between the Black Panthers and the White Left. The Black Panthers has no illusions about the Danish working class. When Eldridge Cleaver received an award from the students at Aarhus University, he had the following to say to one of the country's major newspapers. Scandinavians are Europe's bourgeoisie. They have had it too good and don't want to get involved in anything. Politically, I am opposed to them, even if I might like them in other ways. You say that people are a product of their history. Fine, then I despise their history. I think that Scandinavians are crooked if they sit on their asses and accept what is happening in Vietnam, Korea, South Africa, and the US, when they have the opportunity to help. I am going to accept that prize in Aarhus, or whatever that place is called, only to piss them off, and then I'm getting the hell out of here. 286. The Black Panthers had not come to humbly beg for our solidarity, they demanded it. On April 3, 1970, Connie Matthews gave a speech in a Copenhagen cinema to mobilize support for Bobby Seale, who had been arrested as one of the so-called Chicago Eight. This was a group of 7 white militants and Seale himself, who were all charged with inciting a riot during the 1968 Democratic National Convention in Chicago. When Seale had voiced his protest during the trial, he was bound and gagged. Connie Matthews told the Copenhagen audience, "At the moment, the Black Panther Party is facing a serious problem. Are we going to wage a race war or a class war? The white left in the US has proven its opportunism. They are ready to sacrifice their black allies for publicity. Racism is so ingrained in the life of most people in the US that they don't even realize it exists. Yet, we think there is hope for white America, and we tell our white brothers and sisters to act now. To seize the time." In the same vein, we turn to the European left. Where do you stand, brothers and sisters? Bobby Seale was here a year ago, and Bobby told you that we aren't fighting fire with fire. We aren't fighting racism with racism but with solidarity. And we want to fight fascism with international proletarian solidarity. This country is better informed about what is happening in the United States than any other European country. But when the people of Denmark were asked to protest the treatment of Bobby Seale, 3 people showed up in a country of 5 million. We are making one last attempt, and say, are you going to sit on your asses, as Eldridge Cleaver said? Are you going to watch mass murder in the US without doing anything? If that's the case, then you prove by your actions that you are just as racist as the decadent society of the United States. The ball is in your court, but there is not much time. For us, power to the people can become a reality. But can it become one for you, too? 287. Matthews's speech made a real impact on everyone present. 1 week later, we distributed it at a big anti-war demonstration outside the U.S. Embassy. However, we never established direct contact with the Black Panthers. We liked their radical anti-imperialism, but were skeptical with regard to the possibilities of a revolutionary breakthrough in the U.S. For us, given the repressive state apparatus backed by a majority of the population, their strategy was doomed to fail. But there was another, much smaller and less well-known anti-imperialist group in North America that we did collaborate closely with, the Liberation Support Movement. The Liberation Support Movement. We first met members of the LSM in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, in 1971. We were all there to strengthen contacts with African liberation movements, most of which had their foreign offices in Dar es Salaam at the time. The LSM had been founded 3 years earlier by people whose political outlook was very similar to that of CAC. There was a particular set of circumstances in the US at the time. The Tet Offensive made it clear that there would be no easy US military victory in Indochina. The assassination of Martin Luther King caused black uprisings in more than 100 cities, with 46 people killed, 2,500 injured, and 70,000 soldiers mobilized to restore order. Student protests were met by violence. The unrest in the US was directly linked to the liberation struggles in the Third World. US trade unions and a majority of the US working class opposed the uprisings and rallied behind their country. Their biggest concerns were steady work and patriotic pride. The LSM was a small organization with chapters in San Francisco, Seattle, New York, and Vancouver, Canada. Its key theorist was Don Barnett, a social anthropologist who, in the early 1960s, had visited Kenya to study the anti-colonial Mau Mau movement. He was, like Appel at the time, a Maoist and very charismatic. 288. In 1967 to 1968, Barnett spent time in Dar es Salaam where he established contact with the Angolan MPLA. In 1967, he wrote the pamphlet, Toward an International Strategy, which expressed many of the same views as the articles in CAC's Communistisk Orientering. 289. For Barnett, the Third World liberation movements were in the vanguard of the anti-imperialist struggle, while the U.S. working class benefited from the super profits generated by imperialism. In 1972, the LSM formulated 3 principles as the foundation of its political work. To say this, however, is not to say that there exist at present no potentially progressive strata or elements in the metropolitan centers. By progressive in this context we refer to those sectors of the metropolitan population which, in serving and satisfying some of their non-revolutionary interests and acquired needs, can be, and sometimes are moved to act in ways which objectively advance the practice and interests of revolutionary classes in motion within imperialist society. These sectors can and should be mobilized to contribute material and propagandistic support for genuine liberation movements and revolutionary classes in the countryside. Again, we believe that certain actions, legal and illegal, peaceful and violent, can be carried out in the metropolitan centers which weaken the power of the corporate ruling class and its military apparatus. Particular local tactics must, of course, be worked out by revolutionary groups in the light of concrete conditions prevailing in each metropolitan area. Given the above position, LSM's principles of anti-imperialist work can be summarized as follows. To accelerate, through various concrete forms of material support, political education, and ideological struggle, that revolutionary process whereby vanguard subjugated classes and peoples in the countryside are fighting their way out of the imperialist system and contributing significantly to the emergence of post-capitalist socialist internationalism. To unceasingly strive to achieve an international socialist content and direction to the various struggles emerging within the metropolitan centers as contradictions there sharpened due to revolutionary successes in the countryside and the resulting decline in imperialist super-profits and ruling class capacity to sustain people's imperialism. To work toward the formation of revolutionary internationalist structures and forms of effective collaboration across national lines, and at the same time fight against those tendencies which, if not checked, might well lead to a post-capitalist world of unevenly developed, internally stratified, and competitive socialist countries. 290. For the LSM, there was no doubt that Third World liberation movements were the most important forces fighting the capitalist and imperialist system. In 1968, LSM members had visited Angola to write a book about the liberation struggle led by the MPLA. They returned with a shopping list of technical and medical equipment that the MPLA needed. The practice of the LSM would subsequently focus on two things: first, disseminating information about Third World struggles in North America. Second, shipping clothes, medicines, foodstuffs, radio equipment, printing machines, and other materials to the MPLA, Frelimo in Mozambique, SWAPO in Namibia, and the PFLO in Oman. This inspired our founding of THIRD Africa. In 1971, one of our members even going to Canada for a half-year internship with the LSM. We continued to meet LSM members in Africa. They returned regularly to collect material for their information campaigns. In the 1970s, they published a series of pamphlets about members of African liberation movements. They taped long interviews with fighters in Angola, Mozambique, and South Africa, providing unique insights into the everyday reality of their struggles. 291 Back in North America, LSM members traveled far and wide to give presentations, especially at university campuses. Their work was a huge inspiration for us. Don Barnett died in 1975, he was only 45 years old. LSM dissolved in 1981 due to internal conflicts and the decline of the African liberation movements. However, many of the organization's members remained active supporting liberation movements elsewhere, either by providing technical assistance, or by joining them as combatants. Carol Ishii, for example, died in August 1981 fighting for the FMLN in El Salvador. The Weathermen, militant propaganda or militant support. We also shared many of the views of the Weather Underground, otherwise known as the Weathermen. They also saw the divide between the center and the periphery as the main contradiction in capitalism, and considered Third World liberation movements, exemplified by the struggle in Vietnam, to be in the vanguard of world revolution. Their motto was, "Bring the war home." But who was going to fight at home? In the eyes of the Weather Underground, it would be the oppressed nations within the United States, African Americans, indigenous people, Puerto Ricans, immigrants from the Third World, the victims of U.S. racism. Sections of white youth were potential allies. The contribution of the Weather Underground was to raise the stakes, and to move from protest to resistance in the form of civil disobedience and armed struggle. The organization's members were confident that anti-imperialist sentiments and furor at the repressive nature of the U.S. government would create an environment where militant politics could flourish. While the LSM focused on supporting the liberation struggles in Africa, the Weather Underground focused on actions in the imperialist center itself. 292 In their first communiqué, "You Don't Need a Weatherman to Know Which Way the Wind Blows," released in 1969, they wrote, "We are within the heartland of a worldwide monster, a country so rich from its worldwide plunder that even the crumbs doled out to the enslaved masses within its borders provide for material existence very much above the conditions of the masses of people of the world. The relative affluence existing in the United States is directly dependent upon the labor and natural resources of the Vietnamese, the Angolans, the Bolivians and the rest of the peoples of the Third World. All of the United Airlines Astrojets, all of the Holiday Inns, all of Hertz's automobiles, your television set, car and wardrobe already belong, to a large degree to the people of the rest of the world. 293. This indicated a break with the traditional U.S. left, whose politics were based on demanding more for U.S. workers. The Weather Underground was accused of not serving the people but fighting them. At a Students for a Democratic Society meeting in August 1969, Bill Ayers responded to this critique. "We thought that you don't serve the people by opening a restaurant, or by fighting for $1 more, you serve the people, that means all. The people, the Vietnamese, everybody, by making a revolution, by bringing the war home, by opening up a front. But the more I thought about that thing, fight the people, it's not that it's a great mass slogan or anything, but there's something to it. There's a lot in white Americans that we do have to fight, and beat out of them, and beat out of ourselves." 294. The Weather Underground thought of the people in global terms. This was a courageous position to take in the imperialist heartland. The Weather Underground was a small organization but had a fair number of sympathizers. Their communiques were widely disseminated in the form of reprints and photocopies. The head of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, declared before the U.S. Congress in March 1971 that there were over 1,544 individuals who adhere to the extremist strategy. At the same time, there were many in the American left who, just like the government, called members of the Weather Underground terrorists and traitors. The weathermen had to choose between two kinds of actions with different objectives. The first was to target imperialist institutions and interfere with their operations. Examples were attacks on the war industry and military infrastructure. The second was armed propaganda, that is, to demonstrate the possibility of militant resistance and expose the system's weaknesses. In the end, most of the Weather Underground's actions fell into the latter category. Their targets were mainly symbolic, for example when a small bomb went off in the toilets of the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C., the heart of the beast, in March 1971. In May 1972, they targeted the Pentagon, and in June 1974 Gulf Oil. Every time, the Weather Underground made sure that no one was hurt. Causing maximum damage was not the goal, the actions were meant to send a message and inspire others. It is a mistake to compare the Weather Underground to organizations like the Red Army faction or the Red Brigades in Italy. LSM member Carol Ishii wrote a comradely critique of the Weather Underground in the journal LSM News. In 1975. 295 he questioned the power of symbolic actions. The LSM did not reject armed struggle in the imperialist countries, but they felt it would be most effective if directly linked to struggles in the Third World. Ishii provided an example from Portugal, where, in April 1973, the Portuguese Revolutionary Brigades broke into the Portuguese Army headquarters in Lisbon and made off with numerous documents of great use to the liberation movements in the Portuguese colonies. We never had any direct contact with the Weather Underground. Our approach was different. Our actions were neither direct attacks against imperialism nor symbolic actions. They were not meant to mobilize the working class. Their purpose was to provide material support. Despite these differences, I found some striking similarities between the Weather Underground and our group when I recently read David Gilbert's autobiography. Love and Struggle, My Life in SDS, The Weather Underground, and Beyond. The significance of the Vietnam War, the urge to fight the imperialist system, the desire to move from protest to resistance, all of this was part of our history, too. There are also obvious similarities in operating undercover and operating underground. Both require precautions against surveillance, fake identities, safe houses, etc. Manifest Communist Working Group. In our own political history, 1978 was a turbulent year. CAC split into three different groups due to interpersonal power struggles that escalated in the context of a campaign against gender discrimination. 1 year later, only one of these groups, MCA, remained. 296 myself and others who had been involved in the illegal practice belonged to this group. Gottfried Appel did not. He had gone back to a strong pro-Chinese position. In MCA, we pursued a staunch anti-imperialist course. The position of the Communist Party of China on anti-imperialist struggles was far from progressive in the 1970s. The party was preoccupied by its rivalry with the Soviet Union. Whenever the Soviet government supported a liberation movement, the Chinese did not. This resulted in China supporting some of the same Third World forces that the CIA supported, for example UNITA in Angola. In MCA, we saw ourselves as CAC's true heir. We had the same political convictions and engaged in the same practice. The main difference was a change in our internal organization. With Appel gone, individual members had more influence and decisions were made by consensus. There were theoretical innovations, too. In CAC, all discussions had started and ended with Lenin. In 1975, some of us wanted to update the analysis of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. We looked at direct investments and profit rates, and it seemed obvious to us that direct investments in the Third World were much lower than direct investments among imperialist countries. Profits from direct investments in the Third World were a little higher than from direct investments in imperialist countries, but not enough to explain the global differences in living conditions. Appel had had great reservations about adding new theorists to CAC's canon. It was only in MCA that we were able to update Lenin with the help of the new imperialism theories of the 1960s and 70s. Chapter 4. The Golden Age of Imperialism Theory. Innovations. B. Before the 1960s, the Marxist understanding of imperialism, not only Appel's, was almost exclusively based on Lenin. Then, things began to change. New perspectives emerged, both from Third World revolutionaries and from academics. The latter were mostly connected to the New Left and criticized both the capitalist world system and actually existing socialism. An important figure was Paul Baran, who had grown up in Poland and the Soviet Union. In 1939, when the Nazis started their conquest of Eastern Europe, he emigrated to the USA and became an economics professor at Stanford University. Baran defined monopoly capitalism as a transnational rather than a national phenomenon. This reflected the development of capitalism in the USA after World War II. A special feature of transnational monopoly capitalism was the underdevelopment of the Third World. In 1957, Baran's book, The Political Economy of Growth, was published. In 1966, Monopoly Capital was released, written by Baran together with Paul Sweezy. Baran did not write about unequal exchange or the labor aristocracy. His main interests were monopoly capital, investment, and profit. He felt it was inaccurate to say that the working classes of the First World received a share of imperialism's plunder. But his writings inspired significant modifications not only of Lenin's analysis but also of Rudolf Hilferding's work on finance capital. His focus on underdevelopment posed a serious challenge to mainstream economists, who insisted that Third World countries would develop if they only followed the example of the Western world. Baran's work was of great importance to those theorists of imperialism who rose to prominence in the 1960s, André Gunder Frank, Samir Emin, Emanuel Wallerstein, and Argyri Emanuel. After a meeting with Baran in 1964, Frank wrote that Baran's systematic investigation of capitalist development and underdevelopment, defining them as two sides of the same coin, had opened the door to a new understanding of world history, the present, and the future. 297 Che Guevara was also an admirer of Baran. In 1960, he welcomed him to Cuba to discuss underdevelopment and related economic questions. 298. But more than anyone, it was the circle around the journal. Monthly Review. Including theorists such as Sweezy and Harry Magdoff, who continued Barron's work and applied it to U.S. imperialism. These theoretical discussions were closely linked to the New Left and the anti-war movement. I remember seeing Sweezy and Magdoff give a presentation about U.S. imperialism at a PAC student union building in Copenhagen in 1972. Together with a number of academics in Latin America, the Monthly Review. Theorists were at the center of what became known as dependency theory. Dependency theory described imperialism as a system with a center, the metropolis, consisting of North America, Western Europe, and Japan, and an exploited periphery, the Third World. 299 Third World countries supplied the metropolis with raw materials and tropical agricultural goods produced by cheap labor. The metropolis had all of the political and economic power and control. The development of the periphery was deemed impossible within the capitalist system. Development in Third World countries would only become possible if there was a revolution that cut off the supply chain connecting them to the metropolis. I now want to look more closely at the three theorists who had the most influence on us, Argyri Emanuel, Emanuel Wallerstein, and Samir Emin. Argyri Emanuel. Argyri Emanuel was the single most influential figure for MK. He was born in Patras, Greece, in 1911. In 1942, he joined the Greek armed forces in the Middle East as a volunteer. In April 1944, he participated in a left-wing uprising against the Greek government in exile in Cairo. British troops crushed the rebellion and Emanuel was sentenced to death by a Greek military tribunal. When the war ended, he was pardoned and went to live in the Belgian Congo where his family owned a small business. After being involved with the independence movement led by Patrice Lumumba, he moved to Paris in 1957 to study art history. Inspired by Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. He began in 1961, at 50 years of age, to study political economy with Charles Bettelheim. 1 year later, he introduced the notion of unequal exchange in the article Échange inégal et politique de développement. In it, he asked the question, must we, enlarge Lenin's notion of the labor aristocracy, by saying that the working classes of today's advanced countries constitute the labor aristocracy of the earth. 300 in 1969, Emanuel's main work, Unequal Exchange, was published. It was translated into a number of languages and caused much debate. In 1974, we established personal contact with Emanuel. It was clear to us that his analysis was very close to our own. After we visited him in Paris, he sent the following letter to us. I have found your efforts to clarify your position very remarkable. What I admire in particular is your courage, morally and intellectually. I know from my own experience how difficult it is to resist conformism. There are very few passages in your text that I would not sign. What impressed me most, was the remarkable way in which you clarify that the Marxist notion of the labor aristocracy does not inevitably mean a minority. If Lenin generally wrote about the labor aristocracy as a minority, it simply reflected a historical reality. But there is nothing in the theories of Marx, Engels, Lenin, or any other classical Marxist that limits the aristocratization of the proletariat to a certain percentage or minimum of a specific nation. I have written about this previously myself, but I now see that you stated this before. I did. 301. In 1978, after the end of CAC, we visited Emanuel in Paris again and established closer contact. There were several reasons why we were inspired by his work. Perhaps most importantly, his understanding of foreign trade and unequal exchange was a direct extension of Marx's theory of value. Marx had plans to investigate foreign trade more closely in a fourth volume of Capital, but never got to write it. 302 Emanuel picked up this loose end. According to Emanuel, The historical basis for unequal exchange was laid by colonialism between 1500 and 1800. Once imperialism engulfed the planet, unequal exchange was brought to new heights. The unequal relationship between center and periphery had been cemented by the 1880s. While only subsistence wages were being paid in the latter, wages were significantly higher in the former. Since then, the gap has only widened. This is the result of two simultaneous processes: the struggle of the working classes in the center for better pay and living conditions, and the oppression and exploitation of the people in the periphery. 303 According to the theory of unequal exchange, wages are key to assessing a country's position in the imperialist order. Emmanuel addressed a reality that has been denied in liberal theory, namely, that internationally capital is much more mobile than labor. Only restrictions on the free movement of labor can generate the enormous global differences in wages that we see today. With regard to their actual value, goods produced in the global north are sold for a relatively high price, and goods produced in the global south for a relatively low one. By value, we understand the amount of socially necessary labor time used in production. The notion of unequal exchange in trade between the global north and south is based on a Marxist understanding of value insofar as this trade implies value hidden in the low prices of goods produced by cheap labor. 304. Emmanuel's theory of unequal exchange has been criticized by orthodox Marxists because it allegedly focuses too much on the circulation of goods and disregards production. But even if we might concede that the term unequal exchange is not ideal, the theory concerns more than just trade. It points to the heart of the conflict between capital and labor, which is reflected in the global differences in wages and differing degrees of exploitation. Emmanuel knew very well that value was created in production, but it is in exchange that value is realized. Exploitation occurs in both production and circulation. No interpretation of Marx's theory of value can disregard the role of the market in the transfer of value. It is through the market that value is acquired and distributed, both between capitals and between capital and labor. Emmanuel adapted the theory of value to international trade, something that most of his critics have not even tried to do. Another reason why Emmanuel appealed to us was his clarity on the political consequences of unequal exchange, namely the creation of a labor aristocracy. When, however, the relative importance of the national exploitation from which a working class suffers through belonging to the proletariat diminishes continually as compared with that from which it benefits through belonging to a privileged nation, a moment comes when the aim of increasing the national income in absolute terms prevails over that of the relative share of one part of the nation over the other. From that point onward, the principle of national solidarity ceases to be challenged in principle, however violent and radical the struggle over the sharing of the cake may be. Thereafter a de facto united front of the workers and capitalists of the well-to-do countries, directed against the poor nations, coexists with an internal trade union struggle over the sharing of the loot. Under these conditions, this trade union struggle necessarily becomes more and more a sort of settlement of accounts between partners, and it is no accident that in the richest countries, such as the United States, with similar tendencies already apparent in other big capitalist countries, militant trade union struggle is degenerating first into trade unionism of the classic British type, then into corporatism, and finally into racketeering. 305. For us in MK, the notion of unequal exchange provided the most accurate explanation of the parasite state, and was much more current than Lenin's. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. We stated as much in our 1983 book, Imperialism and IDAG, in which we explained unequal exchange and its political consequences. 306. We discussed the contents of the book with Emmanuel before publication, and he was kind enough to write a preface. We wanted to make the notion of unequal exchange as concrete as possible by providing actual numbers for the value transferred from the Third World to the imperialist countries. We calculated that, in 1977, as a result of unequal exchange, about $350 billion were transferred from the Third World to the countries of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. We would not have been able to do this if our theory had remained exclusively based on Lenin. 307. In 1974, Emmanuel's book, Profit and Crises, was published. It investigated the causes of capitalism's recurring crises. Emmanuel's thesis was that production in itself did not generate enough purchasing power to ensure prices and profit margins high enough for a growth in production and ongoing accumulation. Essentially, the book was a critique of the French economist J.B. Say, a contemporary of Ricardo. Say had argued that production created its own market. Emmanuel, on the other hand, insisted that an imbalance between supply and purchasing power was characteristic of capitalism. Capitalism did not have a problem producing goods, it had a problem selling them. Unequal exchange offered the solution to this problem. It created disproportionate purchasing power in the rich countries by exploiting the poor, which also meant creating a powerful economy in the rich countries and permanent crisis in the poor. According to Emmanuel, wage increases in the global north, beginning in the late 19th century, not only created a polarized world but also had a serious impact on the workers' movement in the north. After 1870, the trade union struggle and the rise in salaries helped advanced capitalism out of this dilemma, at any rate to a certain extent. 308 Unequal exchange concealed this contradiction by compensating for the wage increases in the north by paying low wages in the south. In order to understand global capitalism, consumption deserves as much attention as production. 309. Emmanuel retreated from academic life in the late 1980s. His last work was on the debt crisis afflicting the Third World. 310 After our imprisonment in April 1989, he was interviewed by a number of newspapers about his relationship to us. He had not been aware of our illegal practice. In our collaboration, we had focused exclusively on theoretical questions. He was not happy about how the media interpreted his comments. This became clear in letters that I only received years after they had been sent, as they had been held back by the authorities. In one letter, dated June 7, 1989, he wrote, "I am intimately convinced not only about the purity of your motivations but also about your ability to make the means fit the ends, under all circumstances." What I strove to convey to the journalist during this long interview, and which my clumsy phrasing preventing from being expressed in the short piece that was published, was the following: if one's own contribution to the struggle of the Third World is confined to writing books and articles, as, currently, in my case, then one is not entitled to judge those who risk their lives. In another letter, dated May 31, 1991, Emmanuel explained, "More and more do I understand why you considered illegal actions necessary to pursue the noble goal that had inspired your legal ones." After my release, we continued our correspondence, and in 1996 I visited Emmanuel one last time in Paris. He died at the age of 90 in 2001. 311. In the 1970s and 80s, the notion of unequal exchange was not popular among Marxists in the West. Critiquing Emmanuel became something of a sport. His reception among Third World militants involved in liberation struggles was very different. In Cuba, there was great interest in Emmanuel's work. Addressing the General Assembly of the United Nations in 1964, Che Guevara said, "Furthermore, we state once more that the scars left by colonialism that impede the development of the peoples are expressed not only in political relations. The so-called deterioration of the terms of trade is nothing but the result of the unequal exchange between countries producing raw materials and industrial countries, which dominate markets and impose the illusory justice of equal exchange of values." 312. In a speech to the Second Economic Seminar of Afro-Asian Solidarity in Algiers in 1965, Che spoke about the obligations of fair trade between socialist and Third World countries. "We said that each time a country is liberated it is a defeat for the world imperialist system. But we must agree that the break is not achieved by the mere act of proclaiming independence or winning an armed victory in a revolution. It is achieved when imperialist economic domination over a people is brought to an end. We believe the responsibility of aiding dependent countries must be approached in such a spirit. There should be no more talk about developing mutually beneficial trade based on prices forced on the backward countries by the law of value and the international relations of unequal exchange that result from the law of value. How can it be mutually beneficial to sell at world market prices the raw materials that cost the underdeveloped countries immeasurable sweat and suffering, and to buy at world market prices the machinery produced in today's big automated factories? If we establish that kind of relation between the two groups of nations, we must agree that the socialist countries are, in a certain way, accomplices of imperialist exploitation. It can be argued that the amount of exchange with the underdeveloped countries is an insignificant part of the foreign trade of the socialist countries. That is very true, but it does not eliminate the immoral character of that exchange. 313. Fidel Castro also referred to unequal exchange in his speeches. Here is a longer excerpt from a 1979 address to the United Nations General Assembly, delivered on behalf of the non-aligned movement. We have expressed our grave concern over the insignificant progress of the negotiations dealing with the implementation of the Declaration and the Action Program on the establishment of an international economic order. We pointed out that this was due to the lack of political desire by most of the developed countries, and we expressly censured the delaying diversionist and divisionist tactics adopted by those countries. The failure of the fifth UNCTAD session demonstrated this situation. We confirmed that the unequal trade in international economic relations, denounced as an essential characteristic of the system, has become even more unequal. While the prices of manufactured goods, capital goods, food products, and services which we import from the developed countries constantly increase, the prices of the raw materials which we export are stagnant and are subjected to constant fluctuations. Trade relations have worsened. The first fundamental objective in our struggle consists of reducing until we eliminate the unequal exchange that converts international trade into a very useful vehicle for the plundering of our wealth. Today, 1 hour of labor in the developed countries is exchanged for 10 hours of labor in the underdeveloped countries. Unequal exchange is ruining our peoples. It must end. The economic chasm between the developed countries and the countries seeking development is not narrowing but widening. It must be closed. 314. Immanuel Wallerstein. Immanuel's work helped us to strengthen the economic dimensions of the parasite state theory. But we were also looking for useful historical and political research. From 1977 to 1980, we spent much time studying capitalism's origins and the division of the world between center and periphery. We were very impressed by Immanuel Wallerstein's book, The Modern World System, and the fact that he was paying so much attention to African liberation movements. His work became very influential for us, and we published articles about it in Manifest. Wallerstein studied the capitalist world system in a way that recognized both its unity and its division. According to Wallerstein, capitalism has been a world system since its inception in the 15th century. There has always been a center, a periphery, and a semi-periphery. The semi-periphery consists of nations in transition, moving either toward the center or toward the periphery. The semi-periphery is always in flux. Today, for example, South Korea is on its way to the center, while Romania is heading toward the periphery. Politically, the division within the capitalist world system is expressed in a hierarchy between countries. In world systems theory, the most important political structure is not that of the individual capitalist state but that of international relations. Class is embedded in these relations. For example, the global status of the working class in the imperialist countries is very different from the global status of the working class in the oppressed countries. Class politics, however, are most tangible within a country. Even if parties and movements claiming to speak for the working class often have an internationalist rhetoric, their on-the-ground activities rarely go beyond the nation-state they are based in. This national element in working class struggles corresponds to the global division of the class. The division between center and periphery coupled with nationalist sentiments diminish working class solidarity. Wallerstein adopted Immanuel's notion of unequal exchange. But while Immanuel focused on the economy, Wallerstein focused on the state. The concentration of capital in core zones created both the fiscal base and the political motivation to create relatively strong state machineries, among whose many capacities was that of ensuring that the state machineries of peripheral zones became or remained relatively weaker. They could thereby pressure these state structures to accept, even promote greater specialization in their jurisdiction in tasks lower down the hierarchy of commodity chains, utilizing lower paid workforces and creating the relevant household structures to permit such workforces to survive. Thus did historical capitalism actually create the so-called historical levels of wages which have become so dramatically divergent in different zones of the world system? 315. With regard to the consequences of unequal exchange for the working classes of the imperialist countries, Wallerstein disagreed with Immanuel. According to Wallerstein, it is first and foremost capital that benefits. But some critics feel that while world systems theory excels in historical, sociological, and political analysis, it lacks a deeper understanding of economics. Donald A. Cleland, a world systems theorist himself, has summarized the problem. World system writers rarely take a stand on the labor theory of value, although the concept of surplus value, implying acceptance of the labor theory of value, is often casually invoked. It is my position that world system analysts should take a distinct position on the labor theory of value, since not to do so is an insult to their own Marxian heritage and since not doing so contributes to the under-theorization of how the world system works, its mechanisms and processes. 316. With regard to the political consequences of the transfer of value from the periphery to the center, Cleland has written the following. Beneficiaries of surplus drain include ordinary people, the working class of the core. The distaste for such a suggestion for core radicals and mainstream social scientists probably explains the rather shallow pursuit of the questions of unequal exchange and surplus drain after the passage of a generation of world system scholarship. If we rediscover the centrality of surplus drain, world system analysis can become a standpoint historical social science that provides a critique of modern capitalism from the vantage point of the periphery. 317. However, world systems theory is of value for economic scholarship as well. It helps us understand how class struggle has shaped the nation-state and relations between nation-states, how politics interact with the economy, and how capitalism's imperative, namely the accumulation of capital, functions. World systems theory explains how the state system turns the law of value, as analyzed by Marx, into the global law of value. It shows how abstract notions such as these are expressed in very concrete forms, for example in the prevention of the free movement of labor. Wallerstein is convinced that capitalism not only had a beginning, but that it will also have an end. Here, he follows Marx and dialectical materialism. The contradictions within capitalism are the reason for its growth and expansion, but eventually they will destroy it. According to Wallerstein, capitalism has reached a structural crisis that will lead to its death within this century. Samir Amin. Samir Amin's work was also of great significance for us. Amin was born in Egypt in 1931, studied in Paris, and has lived most of his life in Dakar, Senegal. At 86 years of age, he continues to write, debate, and organize in social movements. He has authored more than 50 books from an uncompromising third world perspective, providing an important counterweight to the Eurocentrism of most political economy. Amin pays particular attention to the peasantry of the third world. It is hardly surprising that he has Maoist sympathies. Amin roughly identifies the following classes in global capitalism. 1. The bourgeoisie of the center, which dominates the system. 2. The proletariat of the center, whose wages have risen significantly in the past 150 years. 3. The bourgeoisie of the periphery, whose role is defined by the International Division of Labor. 4. The proletariat of the periphery, which is superexploited and therefore particularly motivated to change the world order. 5. The peasantry of the periphery, which is exploited by both feudal and capitalist structures and is an ally of the proletariat. For Amin, the main contradiction in the capitalist world system is that between capital in the core countries and the proletarians and peasants of the periphery. With regard to the working classes of the center, Amin has always held views close to our own. In some of his writings this has been particularly obvious. On the back cover of the 2010 edition of The Law of Worldwide Value, we find a reference to imperialist rent, which is derived from the scaling of radically different wages paid for the same labor in countries of the North and the South, whose effect has been to provide northern capital with sufficient profit to permit it to pacify for a long period its conflict with the northern proletariat. 318 In the book itself, Amin contends that the proletariat of the central countries enjoys increases in real wages more or less parallel to increases in the productivity of labor, and, on the whole, accepts the hegemony of social democracy. 319. Amin has paid particular attention to capitalist monopolies. He has identified 5 monopolies of central importance for unequal exchange. 1. The monopoly of technology. 2. The monopoly of global finance. 3. The monopoly of access to natural resources. 4. The monopoly of international communications and mass media. 5. The monopoly of weapons of mass destruction. These monopolies and the super profits they generate are what have made it possible for the working classes of the imperialist countries to receive relatively high wages. A central feature of Amin's work is the notion of delinking. Amin believes that the only way for third world countries to reach real political and economic independence is to detach themselves from the capitalist world market. Unequal exchange can only end when the countries in the periphery no longer serve the needs of the core countries. This would break the logic of capitalism and make socialism possible. In the core countries, a crisis would ensue challenging the historical compromise between capital and labor. According to Amin, the future of class struggle in the core countries depends on political developments in the periphery. 320. The problems of national liberation struggles. Our anti-imperialist strategy was based on supporting national liberation struggles in the Third World. We believed that they would establish socialism in the periphery and imperialism and cause a crisis in the imperialist countries that would rekindle revolutionary unrest in the First World. If I ask myself today, 40 years later, how much of this has proven true, the answer is clear: not much. 321 It seems obvious that we were too naive and optimistic. But this is a simplistic interpretation of the times. First, revolution was on the agenda in the 1970s. Millions of people in the Third World were willing to fight and die for it. The US was defeated in Vietnam. There were reasons to be optimistic. Therefore, I object to our being painted as revolutionary romantics. The real romantics were those who thought that the working masses of the imperialist countries would rise in rebellion. Yet, it is true that decolonization and the success of several national liberation movements brought about neither socialism nor an end to imperialism. The oil crisis of 1973 did not lead to capitalism's downfall either. Instead, it prompted a new stage of capitalism, neoliberalism. If there is one thing we can learn from the history of capitalism, it is how incredibly adaptable the system is. Marxists have often predicted capitalism's end, but it has always risen again, reinvigorated, like a phoenix from the ashes. Why did the national liberation struggles in the Third World not bring socialism? How did capital come out of its crisis of the 1970s? These are the questions I want to address in this section. The 1980s were a golden decade for neoliberal capitalism. Finance capitalism became casino capitalism and made huge profits, while the Third World drowned in debt. At the end of the decade, capitalism was reintroduced in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, something most would have found unthinkable in the 1970s. China opened up to the world market. National liberation struggles with a socialist perspective all but disappeared. The ones now in government had not introduced socialism, once they were in power, this proved much more difficult than anticipated. National independence, they learned, was much easier to accomplish than the creation of a socialist society. The global political situation was not encouraging at all. Most countries in northern Africa and the Middle East were ruled by either religious forces or despotic elites, some of which had been brought to power by popular mass movements. Western and Central Africa were plagued by civil wars between different communities or factions of the elite vying for power. Even in countries where anti-imperialist rhetoric was strong, for example in Zimbabwe, socialism remained a distant dream. In South Africa, the ANC rose to power in 1994 but embarked on a neoliberal course. Economic inequality between blacks and whites in the country is greater today than it was in the apartheid era. In Palestine, a source of so much of our revolutionary optimism, liberation movements with a socialist vision have been replaced by a new liberal elite on the one hand and Hamas on the other. In Iran, the uprising that toppled the Shah led to clerics seizing power and to the persecution of the progressive forces that had made the revolution possible. In Latin America, the socialist government of Chile was ousted in a coup, and the revolutionary movements in Guatemala, Nicaragua, and El Salvador lost traction toward the end of the 1980s. In short, there was a poor track record of national liberation struggles introducing socialism. We were in close contact with the liberation movements we supported. Their socialist convictions were definitely genuine. In analyzing the legacy of the liberation struggles, it is too easy to simply focus on how power corrupts. There were other reasons for socialism not becoming a reality. Needless to say, each struggle had its unique features, but I will focus on three that affected them all: the structure of the global economy, the question of power in a nation-state, and the lack of socialist examples. The global economy. National self-determination was not enough to bring about socialism. Not only were circumstances unfavorable, but the national liberation movements lacked expertise in governance and their economic programs were often poorly developed. When the countries of the Third World became independent, very few people had any experience in administration. They often formed a new political elite. In most cases, the transition from liberation movement to government party proved difficult. Neither the Soviet Union nor China were of much help, since both were preoccupied with internal problems during the era of decolonization. Most importantly, however, the neoliberal doctrine with regard to Third World development was all about free trade and integration into the capitalist world system. The newly independent countries did not have the power to change these dynamics. Nor could they simply increase wages and world market prices for coffee, copper, and so on. They stood in competition with one another, forced into a race to the bottom. Detaching themselves from the world market. Delinking. Risked throwing their national economies into ruin. They had not been able to lay the economic foundations for the countries they were now governing. They had inherited the economic structures established by their former colonial oppressors. These were not designed to serve their interests but those of the colonizers. They were stuck with monocultures and industries limited to processing a few raw materials. Any major transformation of the economy demanded capital. But where was capital to come from if not from selling the only products they had on the only market that was available, that is, the capitalist world market controlled by the old colonial powers and their economic allies? No matter their aspirations, the economies of the newly independent countries were determined by capitalist realities. This was the background to the foundation of the Group of 77 in 1964. 77 Third World countries demanded new global economic institutions. UN Resolution 3201, passed in 1974, sketched a new international economic order and marked a high point in Third World unity. In 1979, Tanzania's President Julius Nyerere described the situation faced by the Group of 77. Nations which have just freed themselves from colonialism and old countries in Latin America have all inherited the same opinion from the prevailing Euro-American culture: work hard and you will become rich. But gradually, we have all learned that hard work and wealth were not cause and effect. External forces always seem to break the alleged connection. The so-called neutrality of the world market turned out to be the neutral relationship between the exploiter and the exploited, between a bird and its prey. Even though we have not tried to do anything but to sell our traditional exports and buy our traditional imports, we can buy continuously less for continuously more of our hard work. 322. In the same speech, Nyerere stressed the importance of a new international economic order. The complaint of poor nations against the present system is not only that we are poor, both in absolute terms and in comparison with the rich nations, it is that within the existing structure of economic interaction, we must remain poor and get relatively poorer. The poor nations of the world remain poor because they are poor and because they operate as if they were equals in a world dominated by the rich. The demand for a new international economic order is a way of saying that the poor nations must be enabled to develop themselves according to their own interests and to benefit from the efforts which they make. 323. The poor countries were still drained of value through unequal exchange. The national liberation of individual countries did not change the dynamics of the global market. The only time that poor countries raised the price for a particular export good in a concerted effort was when the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries raised the price of oil in the early 1970s. This was possible because OPEC was akin to a cartel. Since then, the organization has shown both the strengths and weaknesses of such a structure. On the one hand, it has been able to affect world market prices, although it is far from having a monopoly on oil production. On the other hand, it has never been a truly progressive organization and includes many countries ruled by reactionaries. These have undermined all attempts by progressive regimes to turn OPEC into a force of opposition against the capitalist world order. The governments of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and other Gulf states invest in the imperialist countries and their upper classes are closely tied to them. They have no interest in upsetting the imperialist order. By the end of the 1970s, the Group of 77 had lost much of its influence on political debate. The demands formulated in UN Resolution 3201 were never met. The same is true for the suggestions made in reports on the North-South divide commissioned by Germany's Social Democratic Prime Minister Willy Brandt in the early 1980s. The Third World had disappeared as a political force. Demands were replaced by petitions, mainly concerning debt relief. But there was no debt relief, only new loans, requiring acquiescence to neoliberal principles, including free trade, structural adjustment, and privatization. Imperialism theorists have given much thought to the question of socialism in the newly independent nations. They agree on the obstacles, the world market, unequal exchange, the ongoing divide between center and periphery, etc. They do not necessarily agree on the medicine. Amin has suggested the strategy of delinking, while others have demanded a new international economic order and increased South-South collaboration. I will return to these debates below. Power in the nation-state. The history of the socialist movement is, in many respects, a history of national movements operating within the boundaries of modern nation-states. The idea of revolution has mainly revolved around seizing state power and the control of governmental institutions. The term internationalism indicates that, on the global level too, nation-states have been regarded as the main political actors. On the one hand, this focus made national revolutions possible. On the other hand, it stood in the way of socialism because socialism is difficult to establish in isolation and under outside pressure. Most of the newly independent countries of the Global South found themselves in such circumstances. Let me try to make this more concrete. The Paris Commune of 1871 was the first modern communist uprising. The communards proved that an international conflict could be used to bring a national class struggle to a head. The communards rose up while Paris was under siege by the Prussian army. Social tensions grew due to the hunger, unemployment, and overall misery caused by the Franco-German War. The situation made a revolutionary uprising possible and the communards seized the opportunity. The uprising was crushed when the Germans retreated, and French troops could turn their attention to the communist rebels instead. Why did the Germans ease their military pressure on France at just that moment? The answer is simple: they did not want Paris to set a revolutionary example that could spread far and wide, not least to German territories. 40 years later, World War I played a decisive role in the success of the Russian Revolution. The Bolsheviks used the conflict between Russia and Germany to incite a civil war between the Red Revolutionaries and the White Reactionaries. Similarly, the Chinese Revolution cannot be separated from the Japanese occupation of China during World War II. Working-class victories in national class struggles always have international significance. But this also poses a problem: the bourgeoisies of all capitalist nations will try to reverse them. The Russian Revolution faced the intervention of several foreign forces. Both the UK and the US supported the whites. The history of the Soviet Union was characterized by outside threats, whether from Nazi Germany or from Ronald Reagan's crusade against the evil empire. The situation was the same in China, Vietnam, Cuba, North Korea, Angola, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and all other countries where socialist revolutions succeeded. Many counter-revolutionary movements were sponsored by the US, UNITA in Angola, the Contras in Nicaragua, the Mozambican National Resistance, and others. The Cold War arms race created a claustrophobic, paranoid, and defensive socialism that did not allow for democratic socialist development. The same circumstances that facilitate communist rebellion, that is, wars raging between nations, also facilitate counter-revolutionary attacks supported by foreign powers. This, in turn, leads to internal oppression and militarization. All revolutions that occurred during the Cold War, from 1945 to 1989, had to contend with this. On the one hand, the constant tension between the US and the Soviet Union created openings for Third World revolutions. On the other hand, it severely limited the political options these revolutions had. It was difficult to escape the political playing field defined by the superpowers, even for movements that tried to place themselves outside of it, such as the anti-colonial movements of Asia and Africa, the democratic movements of Latin America, or the Black Power movement in the US. In the end, they were all pawns in a game played by the world's most powerful states, a game dangerous enough to bring the world to the brink of nuclear war. When we first established contact with the PFLP in 1969, it was an independent Marxist organization with sympathies for both Maoism and Che Guevara's Foucault theory. As time went on, it deepened its ties with the Soviet Union. One reason was that the guerrilla strategy that had proven successful in Asia and Latin America was difficult to apply in the Middle East. The terrain was very different, as the experiences of the civil wars in Jordan and Lebanon seemed to confirm. We knew that close ties to the Soviet Union were problematic for a number of reasons, but we also understood that the PFLP's options were limited. The conflict between the superpowers cast its shadow over the Middle East, too. From China, the only support the PFLP ever received was a bag full of copies of Mao's Little Red Book. From the Soviet Union, they received concrete political and material support. 324 The importance of the window of opportunity created by the Cold War became clear after the Soviet Union's collapse. Not only was the political and material support gone, but also the only alternative to the capitalist system that existed, namely actually existing socialism. As a consequence, Palestinians turned to other ideologies to express their grievances. Global capitalism limits the autonomy of the individual nation-state. Anti-colonial movements were faced with this once they gained state power. This made it often difficult, or impossible, to realize their original goals. Today, it is easy to say that this was inevitable and that the anti-colonial movements should have known better. But they had little choice. Seizing state power was necessary in order to at least change the balance of international relations. The various attempts to strengthen the political position of the former colonies and newly independent nations show that, at the time, it seemed possible to collectively make a difference. Lack of socialist examples. The tensions between the individual nation-state and the world system did not just affect the relationship between the newly independent nations and the imperialist countries, but also affected the state socialist camp. In the early years of the socialist movement, it was commonly understood that socialism could only be established globally. The orientation of the early Soviet Union was staunchly internationalist. The Comintern supported revolutionary activities around the world. Lenin was convinced that the survival of the Russian Revolution depended on revolutions succeeding in Western Europe, especially Germany. In April 1918, he declared, "Our backwardness has put us in the forefront, and we shall perish unless we are capable of holding out until we receive powerful support from workers who have risen in revolt in other countries." 325 In his open letter to the American workers from August 1918, he wrote, "We are now, as it were, in a besieged fortress, waiting for the other detachments of the world's socialist revolution to come to our relief." 326. When revolutions in Western Europe failed to materialize, Lenin was deeply concerned. In March 1923, shortly before his death, he stated, "We are confronted with the question: shall we be able to hold on with our small and very small peasant production, and in our present state of ruin, until the West European capitalist countries consummate their development towards socialism?" 327. As we know, revolutions in Western Europe did not materialize after Lenin's death either. In the 1930s, the Soviet Union, now led by Joseph Stalin, adopted the maxim of socialism in one country. Defense of the Soviet Union became the priority of the entire international communist movement. The Soviet state was regarded as the basis for the worldwide expansion of socialism, whenever it would come. The Comintern was no longer a communist international but a tool of Soviet foreign policy. In Eastern Europe, a number of pro-Soviet states had been created following World War II. They formed a state socialist bloc with significant influence on world affairs. It would be incorrect to accuse the Soviet Union of economic imperialism in Eastern Europe, but it certainly controlled those countries politically. The revolution that had never come in the West came in the East. In 1949, the Communist Party of China proclaimed the People's Republic of China. The world's most populous state was now led by socialists. During the 1950s, the Soviet Union heavily supported China. 38,000 Chinese were trained in the Soviet Union, and 11,000 Soviet experts helped build infrastructure and China's industrial sector. China received blueprints and know-how to construct everything from trucks to nuclear power stations. Observers spoke of the biggest transfer of knowledge and expertise from one country to another in world history. 328 This occurred at a time when the Soviet Union was still recovering from World War II and facing an increasingly hostile USA. However, the relationship between China and the Soviet Union was not perfect. Disagreements were expressed in indirect ways. China, for example, criticized the Yugoslav experiment in socialism, while the Soviet Union was just normalizing its relations with the Tito regime. The Soviets, on the other hand, shunned Albania, which was closely tied to China. Open conflict emerged at international Communist Party conferences in the 1960s. The new Soviet leader, Nikita Khrushchev, accused Mao of adventurism, while the Chinese called Khrushchev a revisionist. In 1964, Mao claimed that a counter-revolution had occurred in the Soviet Union and that capitalism had been reintroduced. Official relations between the countries were suspended and there were even skirmishes along their border. The reasons for the conflict were manifold. One was simply the question of who was the rightful leader of the international communist movement. The Communist Party of China claimed to be Stalin's true successor, since Stalin had been denounced by Khrushchev. Mao, it insisted, was the world's most accomplished communist leader. There were also differences in the approach toward the USA. Due to economic and military pressure, and with the possibility of a nuclear war in mind, the Soviet Union had entered a period of peaceful coexistence with the West. One of the consequences was that the Soviets would no longer sponsor China's nuclear program. In China, sentiments were very different. The Chinese had fought US troops from 1950 to 1953 in Korea, and the US protected the dissident Chinese Republic of Taiwan. This was not the only foreign policy issue where Moscow and Beijing didn't see eye to eye. The Soviet Union, for example, had refused to back China in a border conflict with India. Being on good terms with the vast newly independent nation in South Asia was important for the Soviet Union. Finally, there were ideological reasons for the dispute. Within the Communist Party of China, two factions stood increasingly in opposition to one another. Mao stood for the party's left wing, Liu Shaokai, and Deng Xiaoping for the right wing. Mao's economic program, known as the Great Leap Forward, had not brought the hoped-for results, and the right wing used this to its advantage. For Mao, the right wing consisted of Soviet agents. Mao's main ideological critique of the Soviet Union was that it denied that class struggle continued under socialism. The Soviet leadership claimed that class society had ended and that the state belonged to the people. In Mao's view, a new bourgeoisie had risen to power in the Soviet Union. He feared the same was about to happen in China under the leadership of Liu Shaokai. Mao was correct in pointing out that class struggle was continuing in both the Soviet Union and in China, however his critique was presented in a very dogmatic fashion. Che Guevara was sympathetic to Mao's positions but concerned about the harsh and polemical tone in which they were voiced. There was also concern over provoking the USA, given the possibility of a nuclear war. In a 1956 interview with the American journalist Anna Louise Strong, Mao famously described U.S. imperialism as a paper tiger, stating, "In appearance it is very powerful but in reality it is nothing to be afraid of, it is a paper tiger. Strategically, we must utterly despise U.S. imperialism. Tactically, we must take it seriously." 329 Eventually, the conflict between the communist leaders of the Soviet Union and China reached a point where reconciliation no longer seemed possible. This caused a major split in the international socialist movement that had negative consequences for socialists everywhere. In hindsight, I believe that the Soviet policy of peaceful coexistence was correct. As Khrushchev said in response to Mao's comments on U.S. imperialism, the paper tiger has nuclear teeth. 330 The USA had deployed hundreds of nuclear warheads, and in Hiroshima and Nagasaki they had shown that they were willing to use them. Cax Futura Publishing House compiled no less than 5 volumes of documents dedicated to the conflict between the Soviet Union and China. They were published in the mid-1970s under the title Den Store Polemic. The Big Polemic. Looking at these books today, it is difficult to find much substance beneath all the fancy words. There was little actual analysis, either of imperialism or of actually existing socialism. This weakened not only the Soviet but also the Chinese position, and might help explain why the Chinese leadership adopted the Three Worlds theory in the late 1970s. According to this theory, the Soviet Union was not just revisionist but was an aggressive social imperialist power so dangerous that the Chinese encouraged Third World governments to ally themselves with the US and the countries of Western Europe. But there was no economic or political evidence of the Soviet Union being a dangerous imperialist power. Soviet policy at the time was very defensive. The Chinese government simply seemed to be pursuing the principle of my enemy's enemy is my friend. They supported everyone and everything that was anti-Soviet, even if it meant forging alliances with the US and South Africa, as they did in Angola, where the Chinese sided with UNITA in their struggle against the socialist MPLA. CAC was founded because Appel had shared China's critique of Soviet revisionism. CAC still shared this critique even after our ties to the Communist Party of China were cut in 1968. But we could never see any sense in the Three Worlds theory. In MCA, we saw the Soviet Union as a tactical ally. In our practical collaboration with liberation movements in Africa and the Middle East we saw that the Soviet Union was playing a positive role on the ground. It educated and trained people, and provided them with material support. In addition, It counterbalanced the global influence of the US, creating space for the liberation movements to act. Foreign investment and trade were insignificant for the Soviet Union's own economy. In fact, the Soviet government provided Eastern European and Third World countries with oil at well below world market prices. The Soviet Union was not the only socialist country the Chinese were hostile toward. In 1979, China also ended up in an armed border conflict with its former ally Vietnam, due to the latter's role in the Cambodian conflict. During the Vietnam War, the US had invaded Cambodia, at the time a neutral country, and installed a military regime under the leadership of Lon Nol. The Vietnamese first supported the Khmer Rouge led by Pol Pot in their struggle against Lon Nol's regime, but after they came to power, relations between Cambodia and Vietnam deteriorated. The Khmer Rouge, whose political purges wiped out a significant portion of the country's population, developed close ties to China instead. The Khmer Rouge's hostility toward Vietnam eventually prompted the Vietnamese government to order an invasion of Cambodia to oust the regime. The Vietnamese installed a government to their liking, stabilized the country, and withdrew in 1989. For some time after the Vietnamese takeover, Pol Pot remained the Cambodian representative to the United Nations, as demanded by both the US and China. They preferred the Khmer Rouge over the Vietnam-backed government. The Chinese had viewed the close collaboration between the Vietnamese and the Soviet Union during the Vietnam War with much skepticism, and considered the Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia a threat to their national interests. In response, they invaded Vietnam under the pretext of a border dispute. However, they were met by an able and determined Vietnamese defense force and withdrew in short order. The national interests of socialist states often weighed more heavily than international solidarity in the fight against imperialism. This contributed to the decline of the anti-imperialist movement at the end of the 1970s. But there were exceptions. The Cuban government under Fidel Castro supported numerous anti-imperialist struggles in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. Between 1960 and 1999, 28,000 Africans were educated at Cuban facilities, and more than 75,000 Cubans were stationed in Africa as doctors, teachers, and soldiers. In the 1960s, Che Guevara was one of many Cubans who went to the Congo to support the Congolese liberation movement on the ground. In 1967, Che was doing the same in Bolivia, before he was captured and killed. Cuba also rendered significant support to revolutionaries in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala. In 1976, they helped the MPLA in Angola prevail over the Western and Chinese-backed UNITA. After the MPLA's victory, Cuba trained guerrilla fighters of the South African ANC in Angolan camps. Angola was regularly attacked by South Africa in the late 1970s and 1980s, since the MPLA supported liberation struggles in both South Africa and Namibia, which was under South African control. In 1987, South Africa launched an invasion of the country, and the Angolan government asked the Cubans for help. The Cuban government immediately sent ships with troops and military equipment. After the South African forces were defeated in a battle near the village of Quitaquanable, South Africa had to withdraw and redefine its role in the region. In the internal crisis that followed, the country's leaders were forced to recognize the ANC and release Nelson Mandela from prison. Cuban forces remained in the region until Namibia had declared independence and SWAPO formed the nation's first government. Cuba's contribution to stability in Angola, the independence of Namibia, and the end of the apartheid regime in South Africa was enormous, not least as measured in loss of life. The Cubans' involvement was based on the principle of international solidarity, not national interests. It must not be forgotten that Cuba was experiencing great economic and political difficulties at the time due to the Soviet Union's collapse. The PFLP also put international solidarity into practice. In their training facilities in Lebanon, they welcomed members of numerous liberation movements from the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America. This made a big impression on us in MCA. It was one of the reasons why we saw true revolutionary potential in the worldwide collaboration among liberation movements. None of this, however, could prevent the fading of socialist hopes in the 1980s. The capitalist world system and the modern nation-state certainly played their part, but problems in the socialist camp itself cannot be denied. State socialism did not provide the example of a better world we had hoped for, both democratic structures and economic progress were lacking. We did not have examples of viable socialist societies. It is not enough to say, well, state socialism wasn't real socialism. Let's try again. There were numerous genuine attempts to create socialism over a period that spanned almost a century. The fact that none of them delivered the goods requires serious reflection. It is not surprising that people lost faith in a socialist future. But socialism did not fall out of favor with the masses of the Third World because the capitalist system was suddenly able to meet their needs. The global distribution of wealth is still unjust, leading to social unrest and violent conflict, but today's resistance movements lack visions of freedom, equality, and solidarity. The disillusionment with socialist liberation movements has led many to embrace forms of right-wing anti-imperialism, often represented by religious fundamentalists who were originally trained and equipped by the imperialist powers as counter-revolutionary forces, as for example in Afghanistan, Iraq, or Syria. On the other end of the spectrum, we find the naive belief that liberalism and formal democracy would instantly turn the entire world into Europe. In the Middle East and North Africa, there once prevailed a socialist, pan-Arab vision that united people from Iraq to Morocco. Today, political dissidents either demand an Islamic state or a parliamentary system and free markets. There is a need for concrete visions of socialism, visions that are both attractive and attainable. There is also a need for strategies to get us there. Actually existing socialism and, with it, the anti-imperialist movement of the 1970s and 80s vanished with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. The window of opportunity had been opened by the two global superpowers trying to neutralize one another, it was now closed. Material support for liberation movements was no longer forthcoming, and for the former colonies that had become independent countries, it was now more difficult than ever to pursue a socialist course. Neoliberal capitalism set the agenda and integrated the newly independent countries into the capitalist world market on its own terms. To delink and build self-reliant economies was a Herculean task that the newly independent countries were unable to accomplish. This also meant that they were constantly drained of resources that would have been vital to building strong national economies. They were destined to remain poor. Any attempt at implementing socialist policies despite the difficult circumstances was met with opposition from the US and, if necessary, simply crushed. The revolutionary movements of the 20th century made huge sacrifices in their attempts to topple the dominant order. Still, they failed, being met with brute force as well as cunning strategies of co-optation. It is important, however, to remember that each of these movements forced capitalism to adapt. Capitalism has gone through enormous changes in the past 100 years. The national liberation struggles did not lead to world revolution or even produce individual socialist nation-states, but it would be wrong to say that they achieved nothing. They brought an end to colonialism in Africa and Asia. They brought an end to the apartheid regime of South Africa. Dictators in Latin America were toppled. The fate of the Palestinians entered the global consciousness. What is the situation today? The former colonies have not been able to escape imperialism, despite independence. The ruling elites of the newly independent countries constitute more or less willingly a class of compradors. Workers and peasants have largely lost faith in socialism and now put their hopes in either Islamism or liberal democracy. This has extended the life of global capitalism. The crisis of 2007, however, was an early sign that it is nearing its end. The causes underlying the crisis went much deeper than irresponsible financial speculation, and they will not go away. The next 30 years will see many windows of opportunity for radical change. If the 1970s were characterized by too much optimism, then the present is characterized by too much pessimism. Part 2. Globalized capitalism. Chapter 5. Neoliberal Globalization. In Part 1, I looked at the history of imperialism and anti-imperialist theory and practice. In Part 2, I want to turn my attention to the current state of global capital. What has changed since the 1970s? How does the system work today? How is it developing? I see the world as a system where everything is connected, economically and politically. This is nothing special, with the popularization of the term globalization. 331 Such a perspective became widespread in the early 1990s. At the same time, however, another term disappeared from discussions, namely that of the Third World. One reason was that it had lost its meaning with the disappearance of the Second World, meaning the Soviet Union and the State Socialist Bloc. Another reason was the increasing differentiation among Third World countries. Some, such as South Korea and Taiwan, moved from the periphery to the semi-periphery. Others, such as Saudi Arabia and the smaller Gulf states, became very rich and imported cheap labor from Nepal, Bangladesh, and the Philippines. These laborers form a migrant proletariat making up 80% of the population. Furthermore, neoliberalism led to an overall polarization between rich and poor. There are now pockets in the imperialist countries where living conditions remind us of the Third World. If the term is used at all these days, then it is mainly as a social category, not as a geographical or political reference. With the 1980 publication of North, South: A Program for Survival, the first report of what was known as the Brandt Commission, the terms North and South came to replace those of First World and Third World in political debate. 332 These are used as political economic terms rather than strictly geographical ones. The global North is, generally speaking, equivalent to the OECD countries, while the global South comprises the low-wage countries. In this book, I use the terms First World/Global North and Third World/Global South interchangeably, although I mostly refer to the First and Third World in the context of debates up to 1989, and to the global North and South in the context of debates after that point. In the following political economic analysis of the current capitalist world system, I will rely heavily on the theorists of the 1970s, Emanuel, Wallerstein, and Ammon. Wallerstein and Ammon are still very productive, and Emanuel's work has been honored in an extensive doctoral thesis by John Brolin. The Bias of the World. Completed in 2007. 333 However, in the course of working on this book I also discovered many new theorists. After a drought in imperialism theory throughout the 1990s and early 2000s, there have been valuable recent contributions to understanding the global economic system and class formation. 334 An indication for this renewed interest was the publication of the Palgrave Encyclopedia of Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism, released in 2016, and edited by Emmanuel Ness and Zach Cope. It includes 170 articles on relevant topics and individuals, and is an outstanding contribution to the field. The renewed interest in imperialism is without a doubt related to recent developments in the global capitalist system and the undeniable role that imperialism continues to play in it. Toward an integrated theory of capitalism and imperialism. 335. Throughout the 20th century, the study of imperialism was mainly seen as a supplement to the analysis of capitalism. One of the reasons for this was that imperialism mainly affected societies that were not yet fully integrated into the capitalist world system. Today, this is no longer the case. Capitalist production has been globalized. This calls for an integration of theories about imperialism and capitalism. When Lenin was writing about imperialism, the capitalist mode of production was well established in Europe and North America, but not in the rest of the world. The imperialist countries ruled over their colonies by brute force rather than by economic means. The globalization of the relationship between capital and labor was only in its infancy. It was most pronounced in plantation agriculture and the extraction of raw materials. Global chains of production are a much more recent phenomenon. In Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, Lenin described the formation of monopolies and cartels and the growth of independent finance capital. He described how investments in the colonies generated super profits, but he did not provide a thorough analysis of imperialist value, price, and profit, comparable to Marx's analysis of capitalism. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, was published in 1917. For almost 40 years, there was no real innovation in imperialism theory. The Soviet Union's hegemony over the international communist movement made Lenin's theory sacrosanct until long after his death. Only in the 1960s did new theorists dare update Lenin's theory. They tried, with the help of Marx's writings, to understand current forms of value transfer in a globalized capitalist system. Terms like dependency, unequal exchange, center, and periphery were central to this. It was ironic, but perhaps predictable, that these theories lost influence again, just when the globalization of capitalism became undeniable in the 1980s. The central questions for political economists now were financial globalization and the role of the nation-state. Imperialism theory seemed like some outdated fad from the 1970s. As a result, the imperialist dynamic that continues to define North-South relations has often been overlooked. Today, the economic relations between the imperialist countries and the former colonies have become an integral part of the global capitalist system. They are determined by its logic. Capitalist production has been globalized in the form of global chains and networks. One of the most tangible consequences of this is the massive relocation of industrial production to low-wage countries. Transnational corporations aim to lower production costs and increase profits by replacing high-wage labor with low-wage labor. This has led to a new stream of super profits and a transfer of wealth to consumers in the imperialist countries. Neoliberal globalization has strengthened capitalism's parasitic traits. The relationship between capital and labor has become a global relationship between northern capital and southern labor. It represents a pure capitalist form of imperialism, that is, a form of exploitation that relies on an economic framework rather than on colonial violence. This does not mean that it is detached from colonial history or that all forms of violence are gone. No economic system will ever be pure in that sense. Still, it is important to emphasize the principal mechanisms that imperialism relies on today and how central they have become. Historical materialism has taught us that economic development is always linked to political development, driven by class struggle. In the 1970s, dependency theory showed how the development of the periphery or, more precisely, the lack of it was dependent on the core countries. Today, the core countries have become dependent on production in the periphery. To speak of producer economies and consumer economies more accurately describes current global economic relationships than the terminology formerly used by dependency theorists. 336 Today, the proletariat in the South does not play a peripheral but a very central role in the capitalist world system. Its exploitation is not a minor aspect of the system but one of its principal features. In order to account for this theoretically, we need to integrate theories of capitalism and imperialism. We need 1. Theory for the entire global system. With regard to both the historical overview above and the following sketch of today's global economy, I would define imperialism as an expansion of the capitalist mode of production made necessary by its inherent contradictions. This implies a value transfer that polarizes the system and creates a center and a periphery, one consequence being that class struggles in the center and the periphery unfold under very different circumstances. Globally, individual nation-states vie for dominance. Imperialist countries compete with the countries of the periphery and with one another. There is a permanent struggle for hegemony. This reflects back on the economy. The classes involved either try to optimize the economic system to serve their interests or they try to destroy it. The dialectical process between the laws of capital and their political consequences, in the form of class struggle, is the engine that drives everything. It is this dynamic that I want to discuss in this chapter. The origins of neoliberal globalization can be found in the 1950s, when an increasing number of firms became transnational. Corporations that belonged to monopolies based in the US, Western Europe, and Japan established branches in other countries to secure easier access to raw materials and markets. The oil industry with companies like Exxon, Shell, and BP is one example. It was the resistance against these companies' global expansion that made OPEC dramatically raise the price for crude oil in the 1970s, which caused a major crisis for global capital. The solution was neoliberalism. Neo. Because classical liberalism had played a big role in the early development of the capitalist system. From 1870 to 1913, liberal ideas had a particular influence on the development of capitalism. There was an enormous increase in international trade, integration of markets, financial interdependence, and migration. The basic ideological principles of neoliberalism had already been formulated by F.A. Hayek in the 1930s. In the 1970s, Hayek's work was rediscovered by a number of liberal economists eager to present alternatives to Keynesianism, which had become the dominant economic theory in Europe and the US after it helped resolve the economic crisis of the 1930s. Multinational corporations embraced neoliberalism as it promised to relieve the pressure of nation-state regulations on investment and trade. They wanted to move from being multinational to transnational. Neoliberalism meant that ties between the US, Western Europe, and Japan became very close. They formed a triad, meaning a united imperialist leadership. Semi-annual meetings between the leaders of the most powerful capitalist nations were introduced, a number of transnational institutions were established, and numerous free trade agreements signed. This must not be mistaken for the creation of a world government regulating global capitalism. Individual states and their classes still have, and defend, their national interests. The US wants US capital to come out on top, Germany German capital, and so on. Transnational corporations do not stand in opposition to the state as such. Rather, they ally themselves with states that serve their interests. National differences, for example in wages and taxes, are essential to maximize profit. These differences could not exist if states didn't exist. Transnational corporations benefit from the competition between states to offer capital the best conditions in terms of taxes, infrastructure, security, etc. They especially benefit from the wide gap between the global north and the global south. The centers of accumulation, that is, the financial, legal, and executive headquarters, remain restricted to certain states. These are the states that the transnational corporations remain most closely connected to, for historical, political, and economic reasons. They guarantee the security of capital at home and protect its interests abroad. It is also the state that enforces property rights. Neoliberal treaties and agreements to regulate transnational trade, investment, and copyright have created a new global institutional architecture. The aim is to create stability for transnational corporations and increase their influence on state policies, particularly with regard to labor. It is the state that imposes this on the people, though, and it is only the state that has the power to enforce economic, political, and military sanctions. President Obama made no effort to conceal this in a talk he gave at Nike headquarters in May 2015. We have to make sure America writes the rules of the global economy. And we should do it today, while our economy is in the position of global strength. Because if we don't write the rules for trade around the world, guess what China will? 337. The neoliberal breakthrough came when liberal think tanks and lobbyists from multinational corporations joined forces with conservative politicians. Margaret Thatcher in the UK and Ronald Reagan in the US combined social and cultural conservatism with a liberal critique of government intervention in the economy. This approach was later adopted by European Social Democrats, in a process exemplified by Tony Blair's New Labour. New legislative and institutional frameworks for global relations were established as well. The Schengen Agreement was signed in 1985, the North American Free Trade Agreement in 1993, and the founding papers of the World Trade Organization in 1995. Apart from the G meetings, the annual World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, is now of major importance, and there are also the Bilderberg meetings as well as other formal or informal get-togethers of the world's political and economic leaders. At the same time, the former Soviet republics, Eastern Europe, and China were integrated into the global capitalist market. This contributed to economic growth and neoliberalism's two-decade-long honeymoon. Neoliberalism would not have been possible without the development of the productive forces, especially in transport and communications. The introduction of the standard size container for land and sea transport, designed by Malcolm McLean in 1956, was one such innovation. McLean's container could easily be moved from ships to trains and trucks. The unloading of cargo ships, which once took days, or even weeks, could now be completed within hours. Costs for long-distance shipping were reduced by 97%. The standard size container became the norm during the Vietnam War. The quantity of U.S. military equipment sent to the region made the container customary in all of East Asia. Since 1980, container transport by sea has grown by 1,550%, 95% of the foodstuffs, clothes, cars, and electronics we consume are shipped in containers. More than 20 million of them circumnavigate the globe. The biggest cargo ships can carry 20,000, which translates into 40,000 cars, 117 million pairs of shoes, or 745 million bananas. 338 Labor has become a much more relevant cost factor in production than transport. A number of industries, including the automobile and electronics industry, are taking full advantage of the low wages of Asian and Latin American countries. This would be impossible without the standard size container. The container became the hidden link between the producer countries in the south and the consumer countries in the north. Personal computers, mobile phones, email, the internet, and other new forms of communication technology have revolutionized the global stream of information. They have also revolutionized management. One example is the just-in-time model, which minimizes production time as well as storage costs by delivering the material used in production at exactly the right time to the right place. In short, communications and logistics have become central to the production process. The innovations in transport and communications have made it possible to divide the production process into numerous steps that don't need to be geographically linked. Production is coordinated in networks and chains, whether they connect different floors in a building, or offices, workshops, or factories across the globe. Capital is no longer bound to specific sites of production as location has become incredibly flexible. Capital can employ labor wherever it makes production most profitable. Laborers, on the other hand, are bound to the places where they earn a living. They have become highly vulnerable pawns in the global capitalist game. The concentration of capital that Hobson, Lenin, and Hilferding identified as a prime feature of capitalism in the early 1900s remained a prime feature of capitalism throughout the 20th century. The emergence of transnational corporations is as much an indication of this as the emergence of monopolies. Samir Emin speaks of generalized monopoly capitalism when referring to capitalism's current phase. When we speak of monopolies, we don't just mean big corporations dominating industries. We mean networks that dominate the entire productive system. The Swiss Federal Institute of Technology developed a model to map the ownership of transnational corporations. 339 out of 37 million companies, they identified 147 that, through interlocking stakes and share ownerships, account for 40% of the wealth created by all companies combined. 737 account for 80%. 10 companies account for 76% of the world's automobile production, 2 companies for 95% of the world's airplane production, and 1 company controls 60% of the world market for microprocessors. 6 companies control 85% of the global production of car tires, 7 companies account for 90% of the world's medical equipment, and 2 companies produce 80% of the world's ground coffee. 5 companies control 77% of world trade in corn, 3 companies control 80% of the world market for bananas, and 87% of the world market for tobacco is in the hands of 4 companies. 340 small and medium-sized firms serve as suppliers to the monopolists, which take a significant share of their profits. 341 This means they make a super profit, that is, a profit above the average profit rate. So-called intellectual property rights constitute a new dimension of capitalist monopolization. It is impossible to protect these rights without the help of the state. The northern countries have signed numerous treaties to this end. The agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights is meant to protect the super profits of the monopolies based in the north. In 2010, they accounted for 98% of all royalties and licenses linked to intellectual property. 342 in absolute numbers, they earn $237 billion from them. Some industries are particularly dependent on patents and trademarks: fashion, design, electronics, software, and pharmaceuticals. The pharmaceutical industry illustrates the profit margins at stake particularly well. Doctors Without Borders has estimated that when generic versions of patented medicines to treat HIV infection became accessible in the year 2000, the annual cost of treating an HIV-positive patient in India dropped from $10,000 to $150. 343. The global division of labor. During the past 30 years, there has been a fundamental change in the global division of labor. From capitalism's very beginning up to the 1970s, the countries of the periphery mainly served as sources of raw materials and tropical agricultural products. In the 1950s, industrial goods made up only 15% of the exports of all third world countries combined. By 2009, the number had risen to 70%. 344 Industrial labor had, with rapid speed, been moved from the global north to the global south. Outsourcing began in the 1970s with trade capital moving the production of shoes, clothes, toys, and kitchenware to low-wage countries. The next wave saw U.S. electronics giants such as Cisco, Sun Microsystems, Garmin, and AT&T moving their production to South Korea and Taiwan in response to increasing competition from Japan. The latest, and strongest, wave was prompted by China entering the global market in the 1990s. Between 1990 and 2000, every year 100,000 industrial jobs were moved from the US to the global south. In 2002, it was 200,000 jobs, and, in 2004, no less than 400,000. The constant increase only stopped with the financial crisis of 2007. 345. In total, the global labor force engaged in capitalist production rose from 1.9 to 3.1 billion people between 1980 and 2011. That is an increase of 61%. 3/4 of this workforce live in the global south. Together, China and India account for 40% of the world's labor force. 346 India joined the WTO in 1995, China in 2001, and the former Soviet republics and the countries of Eastern Europe were integrated into the global capitalist market around the same time. This meant an expansion of capitalism of historic magnitude, comparable to the abolition of feudalism. We have witnessed a modern-day form of primitive accumulation. At the same time, millions of workers lost their jobs in government-owned industries and were turned into an additional low-wage sector of global capitalism. Figure 2 below illustrates the changes in the global division of industrial labor between 1950 and 2012. In 1980, the numbers of industrial workers in the global south and global north were about equal. In 2010, there were 541 million industrial workers in the global south, while only 145 million remained in the global north. 347 The proletariat of the South has become much more entrenched in the global economy and is of much greater importance for its continued development. The center of gravity for global industrial production no longer lies in the global north, but in the global south. Not all of the countries in the global south are affected by this in the same way. The industrialization of the global south is concentrated in 23 countries that comprise 76% of the global south's population. 348 in the other 107 countries that the International Labour Organization lists as belonging to the global south. The export of raw materials and agricultural products remains the mainstay of the economy. 349 The countries with the strongest level of industrialization include those with rich oil reserves, such as Saudi Arabia, the smaller Gulf states, Nigeria, and Venezuela. Meanwhile, the countries of Central Africa have become even more marginalized. Even within the industrialized countries of the South, there are big regional differences. Industrialization often remains restricted to so-called export processing zones, with generous tax breaks and heavy restrictions on organized labor. In 2006, there existed 2,700 export processing zones employing 63 million people. In China, export-oriented industrial production is concentrated along the Pearl River and the cities of Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou. Agriculture in the South has also undergone big changes. Agricultural production has been integrated into the global market and a new rural proletariat has emerged, involved in the production of tropical timber, vegetable oil, coffee, tea, meat, and fodder. More effective means of transport and cold chains have radically transformed the global market for fruits, vegetables, and flowers. These are now available in all shapes and forms year-round for customers in the North, in most cases, at a relatively low price. 80% of the workforce in this so-called non-traditional agricultural sector consists of women. They have very little protection against the pesticides they are exposed to. 350 The market itself is controlled by a handful of global distributors and supermarket chains such as Tesco and Walmart. Outsourcing is not limited to industrial and agricultural labor. It is also a major factor in the service industry. Services that can be moved are moved. Mumbai, for example, has become the global center for IT services. Labor costs for an Indian software engineer, programmer, or data assistant are a fraction of what employers would have to pay in North America or Europe. Telephone services, accounting, and design are also increasingly being moved to the south. For workers in the north, this means that competition for the most lucrative and best-paid positions in the global division of labor has intensified. Higher education has become more important than ever. Everyone is looking for a head start in the job race. Even at the higher levels of employment, the South has become a threat. In recent years, numerous higher-level educational institutions have been established in low-wage countries. Research is also moving there. In the long run, the North is destined to be the loser in the competition it has unleashed. In the 1980s, it became popular to describe Western societies as post-industrial. Immaterial labor, meaning labor related to knowledge, information, communications, service, creativity, and what has been dubbed the experience economy, became increasingly important. We are a far cry from a post-industrial world. However, computers, screens, smartphones, and all the other consumer goods we use in ever-increasing quantities are produced by actual people. Globally, there are more industrial workers today than 4 decades ago, not less. Industrial production has not disappeared, it has only been moved out of sight if you live in the global north. While the labor is done in the south, it is still controlled by the north, which handles finance and trade, and enforces property rights. The industrialization of the South goes hand in hand with the rise of unproductive labor in the North. Today, about half of the workforce in the North is involved in unproductive labor. 351 As an article in The Economist put it in 2012, factory floors today often seem deserted, whereas the office blocks nearby are full of designers, IT specialists, accountants, logistics experts, marketing staff, customer relations managers, cooks and cleaners. 352 economists have characterized the present phase of globalization as one in which production and the realization of value are more delinked geographically than ever before. 353. It is important to remember that everything consumed by workers involved in both productive and unproductive labor comes from the productive sector. Let us look at the security guards hired at factories, as an example to illustrate this. They create a common good, security. But if the number of security workers is rising in relation to industrial workers, then the average production per worker declines. Security workers are reliant on the value produced by industrial workers. Hence, the rise of unproductive labor in the North depends on the increased exploitation of productive labor in the South. Otherwise, profits would fall. Already in 1990, James Devine pointed out that if the center uses unproductive labor more than the world average, then value will be transferred to the center. 354. William Milberg has noted that many manufacturing firms now do no manufacturing at all, providing only brand design, marketing, supply chain logistics and financial management services. 355. He explains how this is directly linked to falling import prices, which have been essential for maintaining high profit rates. 356. Milberg also links finance capitalism in the North to the low prices for products manufactured in the South. Reduced production costs brought increased profit shares that were retained and reinvested. The correlation between financialization in the North and the creation of value in the South is expressed in the fact that the corporations most dependent on cheap imports are also the most financialized in terms of shareholder value. 357. As Steve Knaus concludes, the expansion of finance, as with marketing, logistics coordination, and other prominent types of unproductive labor commonly seen in the North in recent decades, provides a strong indication that transfers of value remain a prominent feature of global political economy in the 21st century. 358. For about 50 years, economists have been telling developing countries that industrialization will allow them to catch up with the rich countries. All the poor countries had to do was emulate Europe and North America. But the current industrialization of the South cannot be compared to the industrialization of Europe and North America more than a century ago. Circumstances are entirely different. The industrialization of the North was made possible by tariff barriers and a strong domestic market. It was made possible by colonialism and imperialism. The current industrialization of the South is entirely dependent on exports. There are no industrial monopolies in the South. To the contrary, the industrialization of the South is characterized by fierce competition. The monopolies based in the North can choose between numerous suppliers. Furthermore, the South has no periphery to exploit and the vast majority of the profits go to the North. It is very difficult for the workforce of the South to gain higher wages. There exists a large reserve army of labor, millions of unemployed men and women desperately seeking employment, and migration laws make it virtually impossible for them to move to countries where wages are higher. The doors to the North are only open for those sections of the population whose skills are needed, and there are no longer any undiscovered continents to settle in. When industrial jobs were moved to the South, wage levels did not move with them. This is hardly surprising. The low wages of the South were the reason the jobs were moved to begin with. Industrialization brought some countries in the South a higher GDP, but this mainly benefited new upper and middle classes. Real wages for the working classes have hardly risen at all. The industrialization of China, South Africa, and Brazil is not paving the way to a life resembling that of the European or North American working classes. It is impossible to export the goods produced in the South for low prices to the North and establish a consumer society in the South at the same time. The industrialization of the South depends on the purchasing power of the North. While capitalist development in the North was characterized by a balance between supply and purchasing power, no such balance exists in the South. Nor can it within the current world system. The low wages of the South require a large reserve army of labor. This is confirmed by data from the United Nations International Labour Organization, In 2011, the ILO divided the global workforce into the following groups. 1.4 billion wage laborers, some of them working part-time and with insecure employment. 1.7 billion people working in the so-called informal sector, which includes servants, street vendors, and a rural proletariat involved in subsistence farming. Despite the fact that they work, they are registered as unemployed and form what Marx called the latent part of the reserve army of labor. 218 million unemployed laborers, they constitute what Marx called the floating part of the reserve army of labor. 538 million people of prime working age who are classified as economically inactive. This is a heterogeneous group consisting of students, disabled people, prisoners, and what Marx called the lumpen proletariat. 359. If we look at the last three categories, it means that the global reserve army of labor consists of 2.4 billion people. If we compare this with the 1.4 billion wage laborers, the reserve army of labor is 70% larger. The vast majority of the people who belong to it live in the global south. This is one of the main reasons why it is so unlikely for wage levels there to increase. The rise of finance capital. Capital's profits come, in general, from the production of goods. The profits of finance capital, however, come from the circulation of money. Finance capital is money that creates more money, or, at least, it appears so. In truth, finance capital is, in various ways, dependent on productive capital. The original form of finance capital was bank capital. Banks redistribute capital from those who have a lot to those who have little. They loan money to investors and grant credit to consumers. They transfer money from one account to another. This, they have done for centuries. In the 15th century banks of the Italian city-states, gold was physically moved between vaults. Today, finance capital no longer deals in gold or physical money, for that matter. Banks no longer need to print bills and coins in order to create capital. They themselves are the biggest producers of money in the world. If you borrow $1 million, this is little more than numbers on your account, but they create instant purchasing power. This can be used for investment or consumption, depending on your wishes. With this trick, finance capital does not create more value, but it stretches the value that exists by anticipating future value. Today, banks do much more than just redistribute capital. For example, they lend money they don't even have. At the present time, the average ratio of loans to deposits is about 20:1. Right before the financial crisis of 2007, it was 100:1. 360. By creating instant purchasing power, finance capital conceals capitalism's biggest problem, the imbalance between supply and purchasing power. But the operations of finance capital are not restricted to lending money. They also include currency trading, bonds, shares, securities, futures, and other derivatives. By extending purchasing power in various forms, finance capital makes it possible for capitalism to grow, but this growth relies on speculative bubbles that can burst at any time. The financial crisis that hit the world in 2007 marked the end of neoliberalism's glory days. For 30 years, neoliberalism had been doing fabulously well. Profit rates were increasing, while wages and taxes were not. In August 2007, however, the European Central Bank and the American National Bank were forced to inject money into the international banking system. Banks had been so busy lending money to each other that they now feared each other's downfall. This was the beginning of a crisis that would tear deep holes into the fabric of the capitalist world system. In order to understand the financial crisis of 2007, one has to consider the relationship between the two most important features of neoliberal globalization, the outsourcing of labor to the global south, and finance capital's growth, that is, the financialization of capitalism. By financialization, we mean an increase in stocks, bonds, insurance, and real estate and currency speculation in relation to production. An ever greater share of profits comes from financial transactions, seemingly separate from actually producing anything. But the profits of finance capital are intrinsically linked to the outsourcing of production to the global south. Both phenomena appeared at the same time, and this is no coincidence. In order to become more independent from the control of the state and its taxes, transnational corporations began in the late 1970s to establish so-called offshore financial centers. There, they traded in foreign currencies and securities. Finance capitalism can only be understood as a global system. It is characterized by high concentration, high liquidity, and short-sighted, speculative investment. The Internet and other innovations in telecommunications have allowed the financial markets to become globally connected. Capital moves 24 hours a day between financial markets in Tokyo, Hong Kong, Singapore, London, Frankfurt, Paris, New York, San Francisco, and so on. Billions of dollars pass from owner to owner, and from place to place, every second. The transfer of transnational capital increased tenfold between 1982 and 1992. 361 This financial network invests and reaps profits. It can be likened to a digital casino determining the fate of companies, people's savings, the value of currencies, and entire countries. Finance capital has been hugely affected by the new communications technologies. Detailed information about production costs, infrastructure, market relations, wage levels, political conditions, and, if need be, natural disasters are readily available at any time. Everything is turned into stocks, bonds, currencies, and so forth. What we have is a faceless capitalism and a never-ending pursuit of money with money. Financialization demands a constant increase in the value of stocks. This creates pressure on the productive sector, which is forced to cut costs, for example, by moving industrial production to the global south. The result is a higher profit rate, partly because of lower wages for workers in the global south, partly because of lower prices for consumers in the global north. Profits skyrocketed during the integration of the former Soviet republics, the countries of Eastern Europe, and China into the world market. There was so much new capital that investments in the productive sector alone could not absorb it. This was a major reason for the increased speculation which created the bubble that burst in 2007. Another way in which the industrialization of the global south is connected to the rise of finance capital concerns the imbalance in international trade. China, for example, has a big trade surplus with the USA. This results in a huge quantity of US dollars ending up in Chinese banks, much of which is loaned back to the US in a roundabout way. China purchases American Treasury bonds to allow the US to purchase Chinese goods. This is a prime example of what has become a common pattern in international economics, as poor countries finance the overconsumption of rich countries. The capital from countries such as China and Brazil that is used to purchase bonds also keeps interest rates low. The streams of capital from the south to the north are a result of the global financial imbalance that has been created by the outsourcing of production to low-wage countries. In other words, debt, high-risk speculation, and financial recklessness were only the superficial reasons for the crisis of 2007. The underlying reason was the imbalance in global financial flows caused by the relocation of production. 362 Let us look more closely at what this entailed in practical terms. The globalization of production. In the 19th century, goods were typically produced within a factory, where raw materials were turned into a finished product. In the 20th century, especially after World War II, more and more parts of products were produced elsewhere. Big corporations began to use suppliers, but most of them still operated in the same country. International trade was still dominated by raw materials and finished products. The industrialization of the global south and the parallel deregulation of financial transactions, however, have led to an explosive growth in the international trade of parts and semi-finished products. Many of these are traded between subsidiaries of the same transnational corporation. International trade increased tenfold between 1980 and 2007, and it has been estimated that transnational corporations' networks of production accounted for roughly 80% of this. 363. Today, the journey from idea to finished product happens along global chains of production. 364. These first rose to prominence in the 1970s, when they were used in the production of shoes, clothes, and toys. It didn't take long before the principle was applied to the production of pretty much everything, from heavy machinery to advanced electronics. 365. Each step in the production process is moved to where conditions are best for the corporations involved. If these optimal conditions change, production moves on. Today, the parts of a new car on the market might have been produced in 20 different countries, and even its assembly might have been divided between different locations. BMWs are not only assembled in Germany but also in China. Ford assembles cars in Mexico, Volkswagen in Brazil, and Toyota all across Asia. Nike shoes and clothes are produced at 40 different locations in South and Southeast Asia. They are designed in the US, and prototypes are made in Taiwan. With the help of advanced computer technology, blueprints for mass production are then sent to China, Vietnam, Indonesia, South Korea, and India. The finished products end up, for the most part, in North America and Europe, where they are marketed and sold. This is an example of a fairly simple chain of production. Others can be much more intricate. Computers produced by Dell include about 4,500 different parts, produced in 300 different locations. A good example of a so-called fabless company is Apple. Apple develops, designs, and sells products but outsources all of the manufacturing. Apple is one of the world's most valuable companies. In 2016, it had a stock market value of $530 billion. Most of the money does not come from production but from patents. A 2010 report on Apple's iPhone production, commissioned by the Asian Development Bank Institute, states, it is almost impossible to define clearly where a manufactured product is made in the global market. This is why on the back of iPhones one can read designed by Apple in California, assembled in China. 366. This information tells us little about the actual production process. The parts for Apple products are produced by companies such as Toshiba and Samsung in different locations across Southeast Asia. They are then shipped to Shenzhen in China, where the Foxconn company, whose headquarters are in Taiwan, owns gigantic factories. In the Longhua factory, where iPhones and iPads are assembled, 400,000 Chinese laborers work, sleep, and eat, being paid a minimum wage, which in 2009 was 83 cents an hour. Laborers in the Shenzhen factories work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. 367. Apple executives in California call Foxconn's factory town Mortar, after the ghastly region in J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. 368. A series of suicides among Foxconn workers in 2010 underscores that this is not a spurious reference. 369. According to Brian Merchant's investigative report, The One Device, The Secret History of the iPhone, published in 2017, conditions in Foxconn factories have not changed much since. If we follow the chain of production further, we find Congolese miners working under lethal conditions to retrieve the minerals used in electronic components. The Congolese miners, the Chinese workers, and the California executives are all connected by chains of production, yet their standards of living are worlds apart. Global chains of production can be roughly divided into two categories. The first is the producer-driven chain of production. Big transnational corporations coordinate a network of production where single parts are manufactured and assembled in the locations that offer the best conditions. In a 2011 study, Timothy Kurzweil offered a detailed description of chains of production in the automobile industry. 370. Once upon a time, an automobile was assembled in a factory along an assembly line. Today, The automobile industry is a textbook example for how lean and flexible chains of production function. Parts for a Ford car, for example, come from 17 different countries, are delivered just in time, and are assembled in various locations around the world. The finished products are then sold by independent dealers. The other type of chains of production is the consumer-driven one, the trademark of global supermarket chains such as Tesco and Walmart, as well as big fashion brands like Zara, Vero Moda, and H&M. These companies outsource the production of goods for mass consumption to suppliers in the global south at arm's length. The suppliers are responsible for production, while the corporations are responsible for design, branding, marketing, distribution, and sale. All global chains of production start in the global north and end in the global north. That's where almost all of the finished products are sold. Once, the export of goods brought companies extra income. They exported the excess of goods that were primarily produced for the domestic market. Today, the industries of the global south are almost exclusively export-oriented. Some branches produce only for consumers in the global north. The low wages in the global south make it impossible for workers to consume even a fraction of what they produce. It is consumption in the global north that determines the value of their products and the profits being made with them by others. It is not only goods that consist of many parts that rely on chains of production. Most of Coca-Cola's production has been outsourced. At its U.S. headquarters, the main concern is branding, while Coca-Cola cans and bottles are filled by breweries around the world against handsome royalties. This is why Coca-Cola denies responsibility for the horrendous conditions under which its beverages are made in many countries and for the murder of trade unionists organizing against them. 371. The fact that the global chains of production are controlled by corporations based in the global north is the reason for the high profits they generate. It allows monopolies to claim significant shares of the value created in the suppliers' factories. The profits made by Foxconn from the production of Apple products between 2005 and 2015 amounted to between 2 and 3% of the sales price. The profits made by Apple were 30%. 372 suppliers in the global south often produce exclusively for a particular corporation in the global north. If that corporation threatens to relocate its production, the supplier is likely to go out of business. It is easy to understand the pressure that can be exerted. Once upon a time, transnational corporations had offices in various countries. In fact, this was the original definition of a transnational corporation. Today, a transnational corporation is simply a corporation that has the power to control and coordinate economic activities in various countries. Corporations based in the US, Western Europe, or Japan do not compete with companies in China or Bangladesh. Nor do the industrial zones of the global south threaten the power of North American, European, and Japanese corporations. Companies in the global south are simply used by corporations in the global north. Their only competitors are other companies in the global south. The same is true for the corporations of the global north, Nike vs. Adidas, Apple vs. Microsoft, and so on. Labor arbitrage. The globalization of production is characterized by moving production to low-wage countries. To explain this process, the economist John Smith uses the term labor arbitrage. 373 Arbitrage is an economic term that describes the trade of one commodity on different markets. Arbitrage allows a corporation to make a profit by buying cheap on one market and selling dear on another. The more unequal the markets are, the higher the profit. There are hardly any markets more unequal than those for labor in the global north and the global south. Labor arbitrage takes two forms. First, production is moved to low-wage countries. Second, labor is imported from low-wage countries. The first is by far the most important because the mobility of labor is strongly limited by migration laws, as the militarized borders of the European Union and the US make painfully obvious. Industries that cannot easily move, for example agriculture, construction, or the care industry, do what they can to import cheap labor. Migrant workers toil in the fields of the US and on European construction sites. Their wages are lower than those of the native working class, but they are significantly higher than what they could earn at home. According to the World Bank, each of the 210,000 Bangladeshi immigrants who resided in England in 2013 sent, on average, $4,058 to their families in Bangladesh. That same year, the average income of a worker in Bangladesh's textile industry was $1,380. This means that a Bangladeshi immigrant worker in the UK could save 3 times more money than what a Bangladeshi worker in the textile industry could earn. 374. Countries such as Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and other Gulf states have become entirely dependent on the import of low-wage labor. Migrant workers are brought into the country when they are needed, and sent away when they are not. This is particularly pronounced in the construction and service industries. The skylines of Dubai and Qatar have been built by workers from Bangladesh, Nepal, and the Philippines. William Robinson has described their situation: neither employers nor the state wants to do away with immigrant labor. To the contrary, they want its maximum exploitation together with its disposal when necessary. 375. Laborers such as these make up today's world proletariat. There are millions toiling in factories, mines, and plantations across the global south. The global market for labor is determined by the global labor arbitrage, which is directly linked to both the limited mobility of labor and the vast reserve army of labor that exists in the global south. According to the World Bank, international wage price gaps exceed any other form of border-induced price gap by an order of magnitude or more. 376. Labor arbitrage allows a form of exploitation that is not dependent on political or military oppression and can simply rely on the global labor market. This does not mean, however, that oppression and violence have disappeared. They are necessary to maintain state power, global chains of production, and the division of the labor market. One of the most important functions of the state today is to control the movement across its borders not of commodities and capital, but of people. Borders and migration. The free movement of capital, goods, and rich people across state borders, including those that divide the global north from the global south, is an important feature of neoliberal globalization. But there is no free movement for those who produce the goods. This is one of the reasons for the wage differences in the world. Let us look at how the global labor market developed historically. Migration is nothing new. There have been many waves of migration in capitalism's history. The first consisted of the transport of captive Africans to the Americas, which lasted from the early 16th to the early 19th century. The second occurred during capitalism's expansion in North America, Australia, and New Zealand between the middle of the 19th century and World War I. Before World War I, there were relatively few political restrictions on the movement of people. Passports were rarely required and it was easy for immigrants to get citizenship, at least if you were an immigrant from Western Europe. 377. Migration from Europe to North America and other settler states was high-income migration, which means that people moved from countries with relatively high wages to other countries with relatively high wages. Between 1850 and 1920, about 70 million people emigrated from Europe. This amounted to 17% of Europe's population. It significantly reduced the reserve army of labor on the continent and gave workers a fair amount of leverage in their negotiations with capital. This was directly related to the rise in wages at the end of the 19th century. People from the colonies did not migrate under the same conditions. They arrived in North America and Oceania as indentured laborers with few rights and no prospects for becoming citizens. The coolies from India and China were put to work on plantations, in mines, and along the railways, working harder and being paid less than their European peers. A third wave of migration occurred from about 1950 to 1975. The Keynesian reconstruction of Europe after World War II created a demand for labor that could not be met by Europeans alone. Germany recruited migrant workers from Turkey, France from the French colonies, England from Asia and the West Indies. These guest workers occupied low-paying jobs, while native workers moved up in the labor hierarchy. The European countries welcomed migrant workers as long as they were needed, but with the economic crisis of the 1970s, they became seen as a problem. Guest workers became foreigners. This, however, did not stop immigration. Indeed, an increasing number of refugees from the war-torn Middle East now began to arrive. The number of migrants moving from the global south to the global north today pales in comparison to the number of Europeans who emigrated between 1850 and 1920. As mentioned above, 17% of the European population left their home countries during that period. In the last decades, only 0.8% of the global south's labor force has moved north. 378. That the number is not higher is particularly striking if we consider the circumstances. Europeans moved to countries where wages were comparable to those they were used to. Migrants from the global south moved to countries where wages are often 10 times more than what they are used to. Transportation has become faster and safer, and it is much easier today to keep in touch with friends and family. What keeps people from the global south away despite all this, is easy to identify: economic, legal, and physical restrictions. People who live in a country that is not their country of birth comprise only 3% of the global population, and only 35% of them have moved from the global south to the global north. By comparison, in any given year during the second half of the 19th century, foreign-born residents made up 10% of the world population. 379. According to a United Nations report from 2005, the absolute number of migrants from the global south to the global north was 62 million. 380. About 75% of migrants lived in the US, which has had the least restrictive immigration laws in the global north. About 7.5 million lived in the EU. Most of these people arrived in the early 1990s. Since then, settling in the EU has been made increasingly more difficult. In Japan, there are less than 1 million migrants from the global south, accounting for 1.4% of the labor force. Much of the migration from the global south to the global north constitutes a brain drain, since it is much easier for highly qualified migrants to get residency and work permits than for others. Capitalism has profited immensely from the hierarchies within the international labor market. The relocation of production to the global south helped raise profits, which the working classes in the imperialist countries benefited from as well. Their wages remained at least relatively stable and consumer goods became cheaper. Had capital not been able to stop the 1970s decline in profit rates, social unrest and the end of the historic class compromise would have been likely. 381. Capital in the global north is still in trouble, however, as migration creates enormous pressures for it. Capital has an interest in using cheap migrant labor, but this threatens class compromise. We find this expressed in the skepticism, or even hostility, with which many European workers eye migration. With their own wages and welfare services under threat, they fear increased competition on the labor market. The political framework of class compromise is parliamentary democracy. Today, an increasing number of working-class people vote for right-wing parties. In response, social democratic parties have adopted right-wing rhetoric and policies. Neoliberal parties find themselves in a double bind: they cannot bring in unlimited numbers of migrants, nor can they alter the economic system that causes migration. There are few places in the world where the global south geographically meets the global north. At these places, mines, walls, barbed wire fences, soldiers, and navy ships are supposed to prevent migration. In the 19th century, migrants dreamed of getting their own land. Today, they dream of getting a job. Never have there been so many people wanting to emigrate as today, and never have there been so many determined to prevent others from doing so. Neoliberal states mobilize an increasing number of police and soldiers to keep migrants and refugees from crossing their borders. The Mediterranean Sea and the US-Mexico border have been transformed into death zones, as thousands of desperate people from low-wage countries die in their attempts to reach the promised land. But even if they succeed, fortune is not guaranteed. It has become very difficult to receive citizenship in the countries of the global north. Few of the arriving migrants will find legal work and access to the institutions of the welfare state. Citizenship has become a biopolitical border. To receive it, you have to work your way up in the migrant hierarchy. There are people with temporary residency, people with permanent residency, people who are allowed to bring their families, etc. Your access to the welfare state depends on the level you have reached. The immigration system also distinguishes between political refugees and economic migrants. The latter are sometimes, cynically, called migrants for personal convenience. As a consequence, political persecution is seen as an escape route from poverty. It is not only political persecution, however, that entails physical harm and death. Poverty does too. Even liberal refugee policies often favor political intellectuals at the expense of poor workers and peasants. Torture justifies refugee status, but starvation does not. Wilma A. Dunaway and Donald A. Cleland write, in the early 21st century, one of the worst ethnic/racial inequalities of the world system lies in how the core countries manage the crisis-level flows of refugees. While Western and Japanese media and politicians fuel public fears that their countries are being inundated by these foreigners, the core externalizes this human burden to countries with fewer economic resources to bear the costs. 382. Despite the level of exploitation that the countries at the periphery of the capitalist world system are already suffering from, the core countries make them pay for a refugee crisis they themselves have created. Military intervention is an important aspect of this. In 2014, more than half of the world's refugees had left their homes due to the military involvement of imperialist countries in the Middle East and Afghanistan. 383. That same year, 48% of the world's refugees found shelter in countries of the global south, while the countries of the global north granted only 9% of them asylum. A majority of the world's refugees find homes in countries with unemployment rates up to 8 times higher than in the countries of the global north. At least half the world's refugees reside in countries in which a majority of the population live on less than $2 a day. 384. The new racism. Since the turn of the millennium, migration has been the most controversial political topic in the global north. Racism is growing. In discussions about culture and tradition, race and class interlink. Today's racism has little to do with fearing what is strange or different. These are ideological justifications for the division of the labor force. Racism is not a psychological condition. It cannot be cured by education, or by appeals for tolerance and respect. In today's economic, political, and social climate, the new racism is fully rational. It will exist as long as this climate exists. With the defeat of Nazism and the era of decolonization, racism based on biology and science was largely discredited. Today's racism is expressed in terms of cultural norms and values. Almost everyone agrees that all human beings are essentially equal and that the color of one's skin does not matter. As long as we follow the right norms and values, so the common view holds, we all have the same opportunities in life. In this sense, today's racism is post-colonial. The global wage gap and strict migration laws have seemingly nothing to do with it. Yet, it is with regard to migrants and refugees that the new racism becomes painfully obvious. In its institutional form, it means the exclusion from citizenship. While open racial, or even cultural, prejudice has become unacceptable, the right to citizenship in a country of the global north remains reserved for a small minority of the world's population. Race is not an official reason to deny anyone citizenship, the reasons are economic ones. But the result is clear, the vast majority of the people who are denied citizenship in the countries of the global north are not white. There is even a special word for migrants who pass the economic entry test, expats. They can be doctors, engineers, or IT specialists. In any case, they are acceptable migrants. Class, of course, mitigates the exclusion. Members of the Global South's national bourgeoisies can cross the borders into the Global North without problems. They frequent their homes in Paris, go weekend shopping in London, and send their children to schools and universities in New York. Global wages and labor relations. In the early 19th century, subsistence wages were the norm everywhere. Today, the global differences in wages are enormous. Efforts have been made, especially in the Global North, to avoid having the differences become too great within individual countries. This contributes to political stability. However, it is also a consequence of the free movement of labor within most countries. While world market prices exist for most commodities, no such price exists for labor. Prices for copper, coffee, and wheat may differ from month to month, but they don't differ much from country to country. With regard to wages, it is the opposite. They are fairly stable over long periods of time, but they differ dramatically from place to place. The ILO has been collecting data on global wages since 1924, but much of it comes from state institutions, which makes the numbers unreliable. Furthermore, the statistics include only workers who are officially registered and receive at least a minimum wage. Concerning the countries of the Global South, the numbers provided by the ILO therefore tend to be higher than the wages that are actually being paid. Since 2005, however, the ILO also carries out independent research on wage levels, which produces numbers that are more accurate. Based on the ILO's Global Wage Report 2008/09, Zach Cope has compiled an overview of wage levels in numerous countries across the globe. 385. Cope's work confirms the enormous differences in global wages. However, several factors indicate that in reality they are probably greater still. In the Global South, employers often pay less than what they officially claim to pay, since they evade tax and labor laws. In the Global North, on the other hand, employers are usually also required to pay for their employees' insurance, healthcare, pensions, and so on. This difference is not included in official wage comparisons. The differences between the Global North and the Global South are particularly pronounced in the case of the latter's agricultural workers and rural proletariat, since laborers involved in the production of coffee, cacao, or cotton are paid even less than industrial workers. Even worse is the situation for those in the informal sector, which includes street vendors and temporary workers. As of this writing, in 2017, about 1.7 billion people earn less than $2 a day. 535 million make less than $1,386. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average wage of an industrial worker in China in 2008 was 4% of the wage for the same labor in the U.S. In comparison to the EU, it was 3%. A Mexican laborer doing the same work received 16% of the average U.S. wage. 387 global differences in wages can also be illustrated by the production of particular goods, for example, an iPod. According to a study from 2009, 41,000 workers were involved in the production of iPods at the time. 27,000 of them, mainly engaged in low-wage manufacturing, lived and worked outside of the U.S. The 14,000 jobs in the U.S. were divided between CEOs, engineers, and people working in marketing and sales. Only 30% of the U.S. jobs were classified as productive labor. The wages paid for them averaged $47,640 per year. For employees working in marketing and sales, the amount was $25,580. The average wage of CEOs and engineers was $85,000. The Chinese workers received $1,540 per year. That is $30 a week or 3.2% of what an American worker earned for comparable labor. 388. These numbers tell us as much about the Apple microcosm as they do about the realities of neoliberal globalization. We must not forget that there are countries where wages are lower than those in China, for example Cambodia, Vietnam, India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. Transnational corporations have moved much of the production of clothes and lighter industrial goods there. The production process is in the hands of local suppliers. This allows corporations to deny responsibility not only for starvation wages, but also for pollution, work accidents, and the repression of trade unions. In April 2013, 1,133 textile workers died in Bangladesh when the Rana Plaza building collapsed. It housed several factories that produced clothes for many of the world's biggest brands. A New York Times article from 2010 described the practices of the Hong Kong-based firm Li & Fung. Li & Fung facilitates outsourcing for corporations such as Walmart and Liz Claiborne, which, at the time, were moving their production increasingly to Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, 3 million women employed in the textile industry, most of them very young, work 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, for a wage of $64 per month. The comparable wage in China was twice as high. The wages paid in Bangladesh are hardly sufficient to cover the reproduction costs of labor, which means that there is an enormous turnover in the workforce. Many simply cannot keep up with the demands of the job for more than a few years. 389. Today's labor relations in the Global South are in many ways similar to the raw Manchester capitalism of the 1830s. Asia's electronics industry favors unmarried women as employees. Not having a family and related obligations means that they can work longer hours, up to 60 a week, and be paid less. After 3 or 4 years of drudgery at assembly lines and microscopes, their vision and their nervous system have become so impaired that they can no longer work with the speed and precision required. As a result, they are laid off and a replacement is hired. Productivity. 391. A common explanation for the wage differences between the Global North and the Global South is that workers in the Global South are less productive. There are even some authors who claim that workers in the North are more exploited than workers in the South. As the argument goes, only a small share of their working hours is necessary labor time, that is, time required to cover the reproduction costs of their labor power. The rest is surplus labor. In the Global South, a much greater share of the workers' hours goes into the reproduction of their labor power, hence they are subject to less exploitation. The argument rests on a number of misconceptions, not least concerning the term productivity itself. First, one has to distinguish between the productivity and the intensity of labor. Bourgeois economists focus on output per worker, either in the form of the number of goods they produce or in the form of profit made from their labor. Whether the output can be increased by raising the prices of the goods produced, or by employing new technologies, or by making management more effective, is of secondary interest. Even Marxist economists often confuse productivity and intensity. They define productivity as the amount of goods finished during a certain period of time. This does not account for why there is a difference in the number of goods produced. Is it because of new technologies? Is it because the workers are required to work harder? Is there another reason? To bring more clarity to these issues, I offer the following definitions. Intensity relates to how labor is used, in other words, it concerns the relationship between labor time and the amount of goods produced. Productivity relates to the technological means and the management of production. Both increases in intensity and in productivity create more use value. But it is only the increase in intensity that also creates more value. How much value do millions of workers in China contribute to the Dell computers and iPhones they produce? According to mainstream economists, very little. After all, the costs involved in assembling the products in China's factories make up only a small fraction of the sales price. However, if this is seemingly such an insignificant factor, why are millions of jobs being moved to the Global South each year? Capital goes where the value is. If this is not reflected in mainstream economic theory, that's a sign of flaws in those theories concerning the creation and exchange of value, and its transformation into price. Value is mistaken for price, and productivity defined as value added per working hour. If one accepts that logic, it may seem that Chinese workers add only little value to what they produce because they are paid very little. This, then, is interpreted as low productivity. Apparently, it does not matter that they work 12 hours a day under strict supervision in factories equipped with the latest technology. And as if this wasn't preposterous enough, there are even some economists who claim that moving production to the global south has increased the productivity of labor in the global north, even if workers in the global north do exactly the same as they did before. 392 What is true is that the corporations they are employed by now receive more value added from their work. Timothy Kurzweil has studied productivity in the car and textile industries. His studies show that there is no correlation between high wages and high productivity. Internationally, the car industry in Mexico has the highest productivity, Slovakia comes second, productivity in Germany is the lowest. In the textile industry, both Brazil and Thailand have higher productivity than the US and Germany. Overall, in the industries studied by Kurzweil, the labor force in the South was as productive, and in many cases more productive, than in the North. 393 This confirms that the global differences in wages cannot be explained by differences in productivity. Other factors are much more important: restrictions on the mobility of labor, an enormous reserve army of labor, and political power structures. Migrant laborers. Migrant laborers are a particularly vulnerable group of workers. They are often undocumented and prone to particularly extreme exploitation. The 21 million migrant workers in the Gulf states, most of whom come from Nepal, Bangladesh, and the Philippines, often have to borrow money from the agents who organize their jobs and transport. They are required to pay high interest rates, their travel documents are withheld, they are housed in barracks, prohibited to leave their workplaces, and often must wait months for their pitiful wages. They have received a fair amount of attention in connection with the 2022 Soccer World Cup planned in Qatar, as they are building practically all of the tournament's facilities. The horrendous conditions they are required to work under have been described in a series of articles in the Guardian. 394. In relation to its population, Qatar has the highest number of migrant laborers in the world. They make up over 90% of the country's labor force. Qatar has recruited 1.5 million migrant workers to build stadiums, roads, ports, and hotels for the World Cup. 40% of them come from Nepal. More than 100,000 Nepalis arrived in Qatar in 2012 alone. They risk their lives at their jobs every day. Between June 4 and August 8, 2013, 44 Nepali workers died in work-related accidents. Their wages are held back to prevent them from leaving their jobs, their passports are kept by their agents or employers, and their legal status in Qatar is no different from that of undocumented migrants. Out of desperation, at least 30 workers have sought refuge at the Nepali embassy. In short, one of the world's richest countries is using some of the world's poorest people to prepare for a soccer tournament. The Nepali trade union leader Umesh Upadhyaya has described the situation very clearly. Everyone is talking about the effect of Qatar's extreme heat on a few hundred footballers. But they are ignoring the hardships, blood, and sweat of thousands of migrant workers, who will be building the World Cup stadiums in shifts that can last 8 times the length of a football match. 395 The situation in the Gulf states resembles the apartheid system of South Africa. A minority of affluent and privileged citizens is being served by the poor and discriminated against masses. It is also a mirror image of the global apartheid created by the capitalist world system. There are 2 reasons why the word apartheid is not misplaced. First, the capitalist world system implies racial and national hierarchies as well as legal, physical, and sometimes violent restrictions imposed on the mobility of labor. Second, production and consumption are being divided along the same lines that divide the world into low-wage countries and high-wage countries. Citizenship in a country of the global north is a reward, citizenship in a country of the global south a punishment. The question of who is going to be rewarded and who is going to be punished is decided in a birth lottery. Of course, there are also differences between citizens in countries of the global north. If you are born into a rich family, expect a generous inheritance, and have an influential social network, you will have few material problems in life. But due to working class struggles and class compromise, there have been political interventions in the form of progressive taxation, access to education and healthcare, and so on, in order to reduce this inequality and promote social mobility. This is not happening in the global south. Even a poor US citizen is relatively rich compared with a citizen of Mexico. For the latter, the fastest way to climb up the social ladder is to cross the border into the US, which, in many cases, entails a risk to one's life. Historical and sociological research on inequality has often focused on the middle classes of the global north, which make up 10 to 20% of the world's population. Within this group, wage differences started to decrease in the late 19th century, a trend that only stopped a couple of decades ago with the onset of neoliberalism. This decrease has masked the simultaneous increase of wage differences between this group and the rest of the world. According to the economist Branko Milanovic, global inequality was much lower in 1870 than it is today. In addition, class differences within nations, imperialist nations included, accounted for much of that inequality. The distribution of national income was an important factor, while the question of where someone was born was not particularly decisive as to whether a person would be rich or poor. Concerning the current situation, Milanovic says that it is much more important, globally speaking, whether you are lucky enough to be born in a rich country than whether the income class to which you belong in a rich country is high, medium, or low. 396. Despite the shifts in the global division of labor during the last 20 years, the inequality in living conditions between global north and global south has not changed. The average per capita income in the global south remains at 5% of the average per capita income in the G7 countries. The world remains divided between those who can travel due to their wealth and those who are forced to stay at home due to their poverty. International inequality does not receive the same political attention as national inequality. It is simply accepted that, generation after generation, collective wealth is transferred from the global south to the global north. Global inequality is explained in historical and cultural terms. Our wealth is allegedly the result of entrepreneurship, diligence, and good values, while the poverty of the global south is due to its people being stuck in primitive social structures. Economic and political explanations are largely ignored. They make us uncomfortable. To ease our conscience, our governments contribute about $100 billion each year to development projects. Let us compare this with the $20 billion that the investment firm Goldman Sachs pays its top employees in bonuses. 397. It is not surprising that nationality and citizenship have come to define the identity of first world workers as much as their class affiliation. In the global class struggle, the global apartheid system serves as an effective weapon in the hands of the bourgeoisie, allowing it to maximize profits while dividing the workers. Chapter 6. Unequal Exchange Revisited. The happy smiley and the sad. The notion of unequal exchange is not difficult to grasp, even if people know nothing about its theoretical background. After all, most people are aware of the fact that wages in China, Egypt, or Brazil are only a fraction of those in the US or EU. They also know that people in the global north have the money to buy home electronics, clothes, shoes, coffee, and bananas in huge quantities because these goods are produced by cheap labor. In MCA, we studied the data available for wages, productivity, investments, profits, and global trade in the early 1980s. We wondered why capital did not move industrial production to the global south to take advantage of the region's low wages. We discussed this with Emmanuel, who cited a number of practical, technical, cultural, and political reasons. At the time, only big corporations had enough money and know-how for such an ambitious undertaking. Transport and communications posed much bigger obstacles than they do today. There was also political resistance by the working classes of the North. Trade unions still had the strength to resist neoliberal policies. This, however, would change. In the 1970s, many dependency theorists thought that it would be impossible for the Third World to industrialize within the imperialist system. They believed that Third World countries would continue to supply raw materials, tropical agricultural products, and simple, labor-intensive industrial goods. Their economies would remain dependent and they would forever constitute the periphery of the capitalist world system. Dependency theory could not foresee the massive industrialization of the periphery that we have witnessed in the last 30 years, because it assumed that a domestic market had to be developed before industrialization could become possible. It underestimated the productive forces that led to a globalization of the production process itself, to the industrialization of the global South with the sole aim of exporting to the North. No one at the time could imagine the collapse of the Soviet Union or the integration of China into the world market. It seemed unthinkable that only a few decades later, 80% of the world's industrial proletariat would live and work in the global South and that the global North would be rapidly deindustrialized. The export-oriented industrialization of the global South and the creation of global chains of production have brought new forms of unequal exchange. These are more intricate than swapping raw materials for industrial products, which characterized unequal exchange until the end of the 1980s. Global chains of production make it possible to transfer value from workers in the South to corporations in the North. The theory of unequal exchange is not only a critique of economists who advocate liberal foreign trade but also of those who adhere to the neoliberal theory of price formation. It is able to describe the transformation of value into price in the new global division of labor. In neoliberal economic theory, the formation of the market price, for example of a computer, is described as a chain, in which each step adds value to the product. The chain typically starts in the North, from where it heads south, before returning to the North and its consumers. A curve illustrating value added along this chain looks like a happy face smiley. 398 In the beginning, when financing, management, development, and design are handled in the North, there is much value added, then there is little value added when workers in the South, for low wages, actually produce the product, and, finally, there is again much value added when the product returns to the North and requires branding and marketing to be sold. Hot air is one of the few products whose production has not yet been outsourced to Asia. A characteristic feature of global chains of production is that they pass through very different labor markets. Suppliers and workers in the South operate in very competitive markets, and transnational corporations can choose between many rival companies. They themselves, however, often belong to monopolies. The outsourcing of production helps them to focus on branding, which cements that position. You can buy many different sneakers produced in China that do not carry the name of a well-known brand, but you can only buy Nike sneakers from Nike. Branding gives the product and its consumers an identity created by advertising. Let us use a concrete example to illustrate this. In 1998, Nike paid the basketball player Michael Jordan $45 million to advertise Nike basketball shoes, an amount equal to the annual wage of 30,000 Indonesian workers producing Nike shoes. 399 A global chain of production ensures that practically all of the profits from that production go to Nike, Michael Jordan, and consumers in the global North. The product itself does not dominate the market, the brand does. According to the happy smiley curve, the biggest part of the product's value is created in the North, but it is the difference of wages along the chain of production that shapes the curve. If we apply Marx's theory, the curve of value added looks different. The transformation of value into price is a complex process and it can test one's faith in Marx's theory of value, but none of this has to do with faith. This complex process simply follows the laws of capitalism. The value of a specific product is based on the socially necessary labor required to produce it. The transfer and distribution of this value takes place in the sphere of circulation. Only in exchange does human labor become a measure of value. If you draw a curve for value added during the production of a computer following Marx's theory, it will look like a sad face smiley, the exact opposite of the curve drawn by neoliberal economists. This does not mean that their curve is wrong. It simply illustrates the creation of price, while the sad face smiley illustrates the creation of value. Value and price are two different aspects of a product, but they are not independent from one another. So why does a happy face smiley illustrating the creation of price turn into a sad face smiley when we look at the creation of value? The transformation of value into price. Even if there are many disagreements among economists of different stripes, they all seem to agree that production costs entail two main elements: constant capital and variable capital. But what determines the price of everything needed? Here, economists begin to disagree. In mainstream economic theory, it is the market. Simply put, for mainstream economists, the prices of goods and services are determined by what consumers are willing to pay for them. If a product can be sold for a price that is higher than the production costs, someone makes a profit. In capitalism, if there is no profit to be made, there is no reason to produce. For Marxists, on the other hand, it is not the market that determines the price, but production. In Marxist economic theory, production costs are the main factor in the transformation of value into price. So, what determines production costs? To simply add up the costs of raw materials, wages, etc., is not an answer, because we want to understand why they cost what they cost. We know one thing: at the root of all that is required, including materials and infrastructure, lies human labor. Everything that is relevant to price formation can be traced back to the consumption of labor power. But labor power is a very peculiar commodity. Its price is only partly determined by its necessary reproduction, that is, costs for food, clothes, shelter, training, etc. It is also determined by politics, more specifically, by class struggle, both on the national and the international level. And politics cause huge variations in the price of labor. Labor power is also a peculiar commodity in another sense: it can produce greater value than it has itself. In other words, labor power's use value for capital consists of it being capable of adding more value to a product than the wage that is being paid for producing it. This extra value is what we call surplus value. But questions of labor power and surplus value are not particularly important to capital. Capital understands that long and intensive working hours and low wages are sources of profit, but it cares little about labor power as such. A sweatshop in Bangladesh does not necessarily generate more profit than an automated electronics factory. It is not the raison d'être of capitalism to squeeze surplus value out of workers. This is, under the given circumstances, simply a consequence of all that really matters to capital, namely to sell something for more than what it costs to make it. This is where profit comes from. In Marxist theory, the relationship between constant and variable capital is called capital's organic composition. It is determined by the relationship between labor power and the means of production in any given industry. Capital has a low organic composition if variable capital constitutes the larger part of total capital, such as in the textile industry. Capital has a high organic composition if constant capital constitutes the larger part of total capital, such as in the oil industry. What matters to the capitalist are the overall production costs, not the ratio between constant and variable capital. The profit rate depends on the total capital used for production, not its composition. The market price reflects the profit rate. Profit rates of capitals with different organic compositions tend to be similar. Capital can move from one industry to another if the latter promises higher profits. From a Marxist perspective, some commodities are sold for less than their value and others for more. Price is not the same as value. Price determines the profit rate, but also the distribution of surplus value, both between capital and labor, and between factions of capital with different organic compositions. The transformation of value into price is therefore highly dependent on the political relationship between capital and labor as well as between different factions of capital. The redistribution of value and surplus value through market prices not only occurs between workers and factions of capital within a single country, but also globally, as a result of transnational movements of capital, trade, and production. Marx's theory about the transformation of value into price assumed an integrated market for goods, capital, and labor. Such markets tend to form a single price for a single good, balance out profit rates, and pay the same wage for the same kind of labor. This is what we see in the US, the EU, and Japan. The global market is different. It is an integrated market with respect to the movement of capital and goods, but not with respect to labor. Therefore, the wages paid for the same kind of labor can differ widely. This also applies to global chains of production. Depending on where labor is done, its impact on the price of a product is very different. The surplus value of labor in one part of the world raises profits and consumption in another part of the world. The value added in the happy face smileys curve includes not only the value created by a company in its home country but also the value created elsewhere and usurped by capital via the price for which a commodity is sold on the market. Value added is in reality value captured. In short, the basis for the profits made by companies in the North is created in the South. Value is not only redistributed from the South to the North via price. In a world where prices for most commodities are determined by a common world market price, while the prices for labor are not, there are different ways to redistribute value. The reason for labor in the global South being much cheaper than labor in the global North is not that labor in the South creates less value. The reason is that laborers in the South are more oppressed and exploited. The relatively high wages in the North allow workers to consume goods whose value is higher than what they themselves produce. In other words, value is transferred from the South to the North via the profits made from global chains of production and the relatively low prices for goods produced in the South. This is the essence of imperialism today. In the preface to the first volume of Capital, published in 1867, Marx announced his plans for 4 volumes, one on capitalist production, one on the circulation of capital, one on the varied forms assumed by capital in the course of its development, and one on the history of the theory. In a letter to Engels, dated July 31, 1865, Marx wrote that the volumes were to be considered as an artistic whole. 400 If one only reads the first volume, one's impression might be that production is essential and circulation secondary. However, Marx was very clear about the relationship between production and circulation in the valorization of capital. Capital cannot arise from circulation, and it is equally impossible for it to arise apart from circulation. It must have its origin both in circulation and not in circulation. 401. Labor creates value, and surplus labor creates surplus value, but the transformation of value and surplus value into price and profit materializes in circulation. This secures the ongoing accumulation of capital. If we limit the creation of value to production, value becomes an essence transferred from the minds and bodies of workers to the goods they produce. Value then appears to be a physical and absolute quality, while, in reality, it is the result of social relationships. Exploitation occurs in all spheres of the capitalist economy, and is not limited by national borders. A global perspective on the transformation of value into price puts the super-exploitation of labor in the global South at the center of the Marxist theory of value. Dark value. The industrialization of the South and global chains of production have had a huge impact on the creation of value. This has increased the significance of unequal exchange. As John Smith states, same declining terms of trade which robbed the global South of the value of their primary commodity exports are doing the same to their manufactured exports. 402 In the global South, there has been an enormous growth in the export of manufactured goods, but the contribution to value added remains low. In the global North, there has been a decline in the export of manufactured goods, but an increase in value added. 403. The value transfer from low-wage countries to high-wage countries is not evaluated by mainstream economic theory. It is not expressed in the official statistics of GDPs and international trade. Even self-styled Marxists like Alex Kallinikis and Sam Ashman have, based on official statistics, come to the conclusion that the transnational corporations that dominate global capitalism tend to concentrate their investment in the advanced economies and indeed to a large extent in their own regions. 404. They have also argued that capitalism is not dependent on predation on the global south, and that capital continues to largely shun the former colonies. However, a critical reading of the official statistics reveals that capital does not shun the global south. The opposite is true, capital is increasingly dependent on the exploitation of its labor. A country's GDP is supposed to indicate the value of what it produces, but what country can claim the value of an iPad or a Barbie doll produced in global chains of production? If the GDP indeed measured a country's production, then countries such as Liechtenstein with a GDP of $89,400 per capita, Bermuda with $85,000 per capita, and Luxembourg with $102,000 per capita would be among the 5 most productive countries in the world. China, with a GDP of $15,400 per capita would be number 104, and Vietnam with a GDP of $6,400 per capita number 161. 405. The reason for the high GDPs of countries such as Bermuda and Liechtenstein is not that their populations work so hard and are so incredibly productive, but that these countries function as tax havens and provide offshore banking services. Simply put, they allow capital to grow. GDP figures are often criticized for disregarding both what are known as externalities and reproductive labor, but the single biggest problem with the figures is that the production of many goods is no longer confined to any one country. This becomes more concrete if we look at the way in which the value of a good produced in a global chain of production is attributed to GDPs. Donald A. Cleland has studied the value transfer from the global south to the global north during the production and sale of Apple products. 406. In a one-year period from 2010 to 2011, Apple sold over 100 million iPads. Apple does not own a single factory, being a prime example of a fabless company. Apple develops, designs, and sells its products but outsources production. 748 suppliers working for Apple form a global chain of production, 613 of them are based in Asia, and 351 in China alone, where the products are assembled. Meanwhile, Apple's copyright is fiercely protected. It is the corporation that has filed the highest number of patent-related lawsuits worldwide. 407. In 2011, an iPad in a US store cost $499. Apple's overall production costs for one iPad were $275. This means that Apple made a profit of $224 per item sold. That's 45% of the sales price. Out of the production costs of $275, $150 were paid for development, design, and marketing, $92 for various components, and $33 to Foxconn, which was responsible for the production in China. Foxconn itself paid roughly $8 in wages to its workers. We can call the value added in this case the bright value. That is, the value that is visible in official statistics, calculations, and the happy smiley curve. 408. Only a fraction of the value created during the production of an iPad is reflected in China's GDP, however. The lion's share is counted as part of the GDP of the US. If we took GDP figures at face value, we'd have to conclude that even though people in China work very hard, the real value of an iPad comes from US designers and advertisers. But even if you haven't read Capital, It is obvious that the profits that Apple takes home are largely based on the low-wage labor used to manufacture its products. Only a special kind of economist can call the price that Apple adds to its products before selling them value added. As stated above, value captured is the much more accurate term. 409. As John Smith puts it, despite its claim to be a measure of product, GDP measures the results of transactions in the marketplace. Yet, nothing is produced in marketplaces, the world of exchange of money and titles of ownership. Production takes place elsewhere behind high walls, on private property, in production processes. For Smith, GDP has become a veil concealing not just the extent but the very existence of North-South exploitation. 410. Based on a Marxist understanding of value, the global economy resembles an iceberg. Only a small fraction is visible above the surface, while most of it remains out of sight. An iceberg, however, is a solid block, while the global economy is a dynamic structure with value flowing from the bottom to the top. These streams take on two main forms, a visible one in the form of prices, and an invisible one in the form of underpaid labor, unpaid labor, and ecological externalities. Donald A. Cleland uses the name dark value to identify the latter, a reference to the term dark matter, used by astrophysicists. In the same way that dark matter is required to explain the expansion of the universe, dark value is required to explain the expansion of capitalism. According to Cleland, dark value is created in various ways. One example is the use of underpaid labor in production. Labor is underpaid when it is cheaper than the average market price. Cleland refers in this context to Emmanuel's notion of unequal exchange. But dark value is also created in indirect ways. For example, one of the many reasons labor in the global south is so cheap is because costs for the reproduction of labor power are so low. Many industrial workers in the global south are supported by an underpaid rural proletariat, peasants and service workers in the informal sector who cook, clean, look after the children, etc. These groups constitute the lowest social layer in the production of dark value, making it possible for industrial laborers in the global south to work for $1 or $2 a day. If, in 2011, an iPad had been assembled by workers in the US, Apple would have paid $178, not $33. Add to this the production of parts, which cost Apple $39 per item. Had they been produced in the US, Apple would have paid $186. 411. The workers in the global south who produce for Apple do not get their jobs because their productivity is lower than that of workers in the global north. It is probably higher. The companies supplying Apple are leaders in their fields and use the most modern forms of management and technology. The intensity of labor expected from their workers would be unacceptable in the north. When, at a White House dinner in 2011, Barack Obama asked Apple CEO, Steve Jobs, what it would take to bring the production of iPhones to the US, Jobs gave a candid answer: those jobs aren't coming back. 412. The destruction of ecosystems is a consequence of industrial production. Companies like Apple can avoid related costs, so-called externalities, by moving production to places with weak environmental laws. For the production of an iPad, 12.2 kilograms of minerals and metals are needed, many of them rare ones. The production process requires 360 liters of water and releases 105 kilograms of greenhouse gases. The main ecological burden is borne by China and other Asian countries, not by consumers in the global north. Donald A. Cleland has calculated that Apple saves about $30 per iPad in environmental fees by producing in the global south instead of in the US, and the US does not even have particularly strict environmental regulations for industrial production. 413. Cleland concludes that the total dark value of an iPad, conservatively calculated, is no less than $472. Producing it in the global north would almost double the costs of production and therefore also the sales price. Without the dark value gained by production in Asia, Apple would sell less iPads and lose profits. But dark value does not just benefit transnational corporations, the lion's share is passed on to consumers in the global north in the form of lower prices. In other words, consumers in the global north benefit from the exploitation of workers in the global south. For what they make in 1 hour of work, consumers in the global north can buy goods whose production implies numerous hours of low-paid labor, environmental destruction, and the exploitation of valuable raw materials. 414. Dimensions of unequal exchange. In MCA, we did not study the mechanisms of imperialism and value transfer from the south to the north for merely academic purposes. It was important for us to understand why living conditions were so different around the world. Our political practice was directly linked to this. We believed that the liberation struggles in the South could throw the system into crisis, which would rekindle revolutionary movements everywhere. Not many people have tried to calculate the overall value that has been transferred from the South to the North. Samir Emin spoke of $22 billion in 1965, and of $300 billion in 1980, but he didn't explain how he had reached those numbers. 415. Our own calculations in 1977 put the amount at $312 billion. 416. Exact calculations are difficult to make. Statistics on wages and the size of the labor force in every country are notoriously unreliable. It is also hard to determine the exact relationship between wage, price, and productivity. For us, it was important not to exaggerate. We collected what data we could find on global wages, and we used the official numbers for countries in the global south, although we knew that real wages were often much lower. Our calculations were very conservative. We reached the conclusion that the wage ratio between the south and the north was about 1:15. We also came up with an average global wage factor of 5.7 by comparing the differences in wages and the number of workers between south and north. This allowed us to put a number on a hypothetical equal exchange in international trade. 417. By comparing this number to the official numbers that resulted from unequal trade, we estimated the total value transferred. We discussed this approach with Emmanuel, while preparing an English edition of our book, Imperialism IDAG. And he had no major objections. In the 1990s, the Canadian economist Gernot Kohler, who has a background in computer science and belongs to the World Systems School, calculated the amount of unequal exchange in a similar way, but using much more data. 418. Among other factors, he considered global differences in purchasing power. Positing unequal exchange at zero in 1865, Kohler concluded that the total value transferred by 1965 was $19 billion, while it was $300 billion by 1980 and $1,750 billion by 1995. The biggest losers in unequal exchange in 1995 were China, Mexico, and Indonesia. The biggest winners were the US, Japan, and Germany. 419. Another scholar who has made important contributions regarding value transfer is Zach Cope. In his book, Divided World, Divided Class, he used 3 different methods to estimate the overall amount of unequal exchange. In 2009, he put it at $3,900 billion. If we add to this the super profits made from investments in the South, we reach a total of $6,500 billion. 420. The enormous difference between Cope's calculation for 2009 and our calculation for 1977 is evidence of the impact that the industrialization of the South and a billion new proletarians have had. If we follow Cope's numbers, then value transfer from the South to the North makes up about 16% of the OECD countries' combined GDPs. 421. This might not seem that much considering the enormous difference in living conditions, but we have to remember that the GDPs of the imperialist countries are inflated. They are largely based on unproductive labor, services, and management. We also have to consider the accumulated effect of unequal exchange, which has been characterizing world trade for centuries. Finally, unequal exchange has strong ripple effects. Earlier we mentioned capitalism's main problem, the imbalance between the production of goods and the purchasing power ensuring they can actually be sold. Capitalist crises always relate to overproduction or the lack of markets, depending on the way you look at it. The constant value transfer from the south to the north ensures enough purchasing power in the north and therefore stable capitalist growth. At the same time, the development of stable national economies in the south is made impossible by the constant drain of value. Total purchasing power in Copenhagen, a city of 1 million people, is bigger than total purchasing power in Tanzania, a country of 46 million. Unequal exchange does not just mean a value transfer of X billion dollars a year, but has been the requirement for capitalist growth in the global north for a long time. And it is not the only way in which value is transferred from the south to the north. 1.1 trillion US dollars were drained from developing economies in 2013 alone by tax evasion, corruption, and other white-collar crimes. 422. With neoliberalism changing the global division of labor, the impact of unequal exchange has only grown stronger. This has been acknowledged by neither scholars nor politicians. Kunibert Raffer notes that unequal exchange has virtually vanished from academic debates during the era of neoliberalism. 423. This has changed somewhat in recent years, though, one of the reasons being the obvious need to explain the increasing appeal of right-wing populism among the working classes of the North. Unequal exchange and the changing dynamics of capitalism. Unequal exchange and unequal development have the same basis, namely international wage differences. Value transferred by means of unequal exchange from the poor part of the world to the rich, has resulted in a low and a high rate of consumption, respectively. Foreign capital, which has been invested in the exploited countries for reasons of geology, climate, or cheap labor, is mainly interested in exports to the world market, i.e. the rich imperialist countries. Argyri Emanuel described how investments in the imperialist countries lead to development, whereas investments in the exploited countries lead to dependency. Why is it that European capital in the United States and Australia, and United States capital in Canada, have benefited these countries by developing their economies, whereas in the Third World they have played a harmful role by forming enclaves? An enclave merely means a foreign investment that refuses to participate in the country's process of expanded reproduction. The Société Générale de Belgique installed the Union Minière in the Congo and Canadian Petrofina in Canada. The former exploits copper miners, the latter oil wells. When the investment has reached its maximum potential, Canada Petrofina uses its profits to establish a refinery. For this purpose it even increases its capital. Then the company interests itself in the distribution of oil products and buys a network of selling points. Next, it sets up a petrochemical industry, followed by a works to produce tank cars, and, after that, what? Perhaps a chain of department stores. In contrast to all this, the Union Minière du Katanga, once its program for equipping its copper mines is completed, ceases to expand and pays its dividends in money. It becomes an enclave. Why? The simple fact is that in Canada the high standard of living of the people, resulting from the high wage level, constitutes a market for all sorts of products, whereas wages and standards of living in the Congo are such that there is nothing there to interest any fairly large-scale capitalist, nothing except the extraction of minerals or the production of certain raw materials for export that have inevitably to be sought where they are to be found. 424. It is a vicious circle. Through unequal exchange and the export of the bulk of profits to the imperialist countries, the exploited countries were deprived of the conditions for dynamic capitalist development. The more limited the investments are, the higher the rate of unemployment and the higher the downwards pressure on wages. Which implies a further reduction of the market, leading to even more reduced possibilities of attracting capital. On the other hand, the high wage level in the imperialist countries implies a comparatively high rate of consumption and therefore a large market with considerable purchasing power. This attracts capital, and a development of the productive forces follows. This polarizing dynamic led the dependency theorists of the 1970s to conclude that the industrialization of the Third World was impossible within the imperialist system. They assumed that a domestic market had to be developed before industrialization could occur. They underestimated the development of the productive forces that made the globalization of production and consumption possible, the industrialization of the global South with the primary aim of exporting to the North. The export-oriented industrialization of the global South and the global chains of production have brought new forms of unequal exchange. These are more intricate than swapping raw materials for industrial products, which characterized unequal exchange until the end of the 1980s. The global chains of production make it possible to transfer value from workers in the South to corporations and consumers in the North via the formation of prices. So on the one hand there is an ongoing transfer of value and therefore a tendency towards polarization, and on the other hand we are seeing an unprecedented development of productive forces in the global South. It may seem like the prophecy in the Communist Manifesto that England creates a world after its own image is finally coming true. However, the image of industrialization in the South is not a simple reflection of the industrialization of England, but a distorted mirror image. The industrialization of the South is not based on a home market, as was the case in the center, but is part of a new global division of labor in which the South is becoming the factory of the world. Meanwhile, U.S. hegemony is declining, and for the first time in the history of capitalism, a peripheral country has risen to be the largest economy in the system, aspiring to take center stage politically within the world system. This is a radical break from former patterns of capitalist development. We now see the realization of Marx and Engels' prophecies from the mid-1800s, of a global capitalist crisis. Maybe Engels' hangman will not have to wait too much longer. Producer economies and consumer economies. As we have seen, the new global division of labor, global chains of production, and ongoing unequal exchange have created a division of the world into producer economies and consumer economies. This is not surprising. Capitalists always try to identify where they can produce most cheaply and sell most expensively. Consumption is the final event in the life of a commodity. A hamburger is eaten at McDonald's, a shirt is bought in a boutique, and so forth. Trade changes property rights, but it does not create any value. Neither do other sectors of unproductive labor, such as insurance, marketing, security, and management. But these sectors make up a huge part of the GDPs in the global North, both in relative and in absolute numbers. This is why we speak of post-industrial societies, information societies, and experience economies. The growth of these sectors, however, rests on value created by productive labor. For example, most of the information and entertainment we consume is consumed on physical devices produced in the global South. With production having become incredibly mobile, national workforces across the globe compete with one another. At the same time, there is less global competition between workers in service industries, because the provision of services is less mobile than industrial production. You cannot outsource local transport, cleaning, or cooking. But you can import cheaper labor, which is happening more and more. Yet, even the cheapest labor in the global North will be better paid than almost any labor in the global South. In 2002, the sales figures of Walmart for the first time topped those of General Motors. A supermarket chain replaced an automobile giant as the USA's biggest corporation. This happened at a time when wages in the US and Europe were stagnant and unemployment was rising. How could consumption increase under such conditions? The answer is simple: prices for imported goods went down. Figure 6 below shows that the consumption of clothes and shoes in the US doubled when import prices were cut in half. Timothy Kurzweil has illustrated this development by comparing the situation in the US with that of China. He chose these two countries because of their importance for the global economy, but also because they engage in so much trade. With respect to the country's labor forces, Kurzweil relied on national labor market statistics. He concluded that 66.8% of China's labor force belonged to the productive sector, while 33.2% work in sales, services, and transport. In the US, it is almost the exact opposite, 27% work in the productive sector and 73% in the consumptive sector. 425 In short, China is a producer economy and the US is a consumer economy. There are two possible explanations for how a country can have a strong economy when 73% of its labor force works in the unproductive sector. Either the 27% working in the productive sector create enough value for the entire nation to prosper, or value is created elsewhere. In 2010, the US had a trade deficit of $497 billion. Imports from China exceeded exports to China by $365 billion. This confirms that value must be being transferred to the US via the import of Chinese goods, but none of this value is visible in trade statistics or GDPs. It is included, and hidden, in the price that the goods are sold for. If the 27% of US workers involved in industrial production were able to create enough value to sustain national economic growth, there would be no reason to import all those goods from China. How the hidden value transferred to the US and other countries in the global north is divided between capital and labor there depends on power-sharing agreements reached by class compromise. The economic division of the world has created mutual dependence between capital and labor in the global north. Capital is dependent on workers in the global north having strong purchasing power. At the same time, the workers are dependent on capital to maintain their standard of living. In the export-oriented countries of the global south, both capital and the state are dependent on consumption in the north. Those who pay the price for this state of affairs are the workers of the global south. Not only are they exploited by the capitalists of their own countries but also by transnational corporations and the consumers of the north. Ecological sustainability and unequal exchange. Consumer societies are not only an expression of economic inequality. They also pose a serious threat to the world ecosystem. In other words, unequal exchange is not only an economic problem but also an environmental one. In Western thought, humans and nature have often been seen as opposites. In the 17th century, Thomas Hobbes argued that it was humankind's destiny to conquer, domesticate, and control nature in order to ensure its own survival. Capitalism is an extension of this logic. It positions humankind against nature and makes sure that the former dominates and exploits the latter. 500 years of capitalism have put so much pressure on non-renewable resources and natural habitats that we are now facing the consequences in the form of climate change and the pollution of land, air, and water. Marx and Engels were well aware of this problem. Let us not, however, flatter ourselves overmuch on account of our human victories over nature. For each such victory nature takes its revenge on us. Each victory, it is true, in the first place brings about the results we expected, but in the second and third places it has quite different, unforeseen effects which only too often cancel out the first. Thus at every step we are reminded that we by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over a foreign people, like someone standing outside nature, but that we, with flesh, blood, and brain, belong to nature, and exist in its midst, and that all our mastery of it consists in the fact that we have the advantage over all other creatures of being able to learn its laws and apply them correctly. 426. However, neither later Marxist theory nor actually existing socialism took this warning seriously. Marxists and the leaders of the state socialist countries were preoccupied with economic and social realities. Nature was of little concern. Ecological sustainability was absent from theories of imperialism in the 1970s. I feel embarrassed today when I remember my reaction to a comrade who raised the issue while we were packing clothes for African liberation movements. A hole in the ozone layer? You must be reading too many comic books. If Marxists acknowledged the problem at all, they saw it as a problem of capitalist societies. Under actually existing socialism, it did not exist. Argyri Emanuel, however, was aware of it. He noted that first world citizens were able to mindlessly consume the globe's resources and throw out the trash only because the rest of the world could not. 427 Emanuel thereby tentatively linked Marxist economic theory to environmentalism, a step in the right direction. A simple exercise to confirm the ecological dimension of unequal exchange is to take a look around your apartment. You could begin by opening your fridge. If you don't have one, you probably live in the global south. If you do have one, the contents will reveal the result of an economic system whose commodities end up wherever people have the money to consume them. Most other things in your apartment will also confirm this. The richest 20% of the world consume 89 times more paper, use 35 times more power, and release 22 times more carbon dioxide than the poorest 20%. In 1993, North America's energy consumption was 30 times that of India, and 60 times that of sub-Saharan Africa. 428. Some theorists have related the notion of unequal exchange to ecological devastation. They have analyzed the natural resources required in industrial production in the global south. Stephen G. Bunker has written about the Amazon region. He compares a mode of extraction to a mode of production, and has reached the conclusion that the unbalanced flows of energy and matter from extractive peripheries to the productive core provide better measures of unequal exchange in a world economic system than do flows of commodities measured in labor or prices. He adds that the fundamental values in lumber, in minerals, oil, fish, and so forth, are predominantly in the good itself rather than in the labor incorporated in it. 429. Bunker is of the opinion that the extraction of natural resources, whether by mining, drilling, harvesting, or cutting trees, is a crucial factor for understanding unequal exchange, since energy and matter are contained in all goods. However, while the difference in the usage of biomass is a material expression of the difference between rich and poor, it does not explain the mechanisms that create that difference. Wages do. For the German economist Jürgen Lipke, the ecological aspects of unequal exchange are better understood as a complement to the economic ones. Unequal exchange creates patterns of consumption that have ecological consequences. 430. Environmentalists speak of natural capital, referring to a region's capacity to sustain economic activity. To be sustainable, a society cannot exhaust its natural capital but must live off its interest. In simple terms, people must leave resources behind just as they received them. Analysts have measured the natural capital we are using by calculating the area necessary to sustain one human life. The world average is 2.85 hectares per person. This is 30% higher than what is considered sustainable, namely 2.18 hectares per person. Residents of OECD countries require 7.22 hectares on average, which is 4 times as much as what residents of non-OECD countries require. The bottom line, we are wearing out the planet. 431. Globalization has eradicated any natural limits on the exploitation of resources, since the people responsible won't suffer the consequences. Not only do we receive cheap goods from China, we are also destroying China's environment. But who cares? I live in a city in the global north, Copenhagen, which aims to become carbon neutral by the year 2025. It is quite likely that this will be achieved, but doing so will only be possible because we won't have to deal with the consequences of our consumption. If the carbon emissions from the production of the goods consumed by Copenhagen's residents were counted in the city's carbon emissions, it would be utterly impossible for us to become carbon neutral. Overconsumption and the destruction of the planet lead to increased economic, political, and military competition over natural resources. Wealth and unequal exchange combined with political and military power allow OECD countries to import and consume natural capital far beyond their own. The global market obliges the poor countries to surrender their natural capital and pursue non-sustainable economic development in order to satisfy the demands of consumers in the global north. Jürgen Lipke confirms that the underdevelopment of the global south has political causes. Neoliberalism, with its structural adjustment programs, free trade, and the mobility of capital, is only interested in growth and accumulation. The social implications of how goods are distributed are of as little interest as their ecological sustainability. The consequence is that we are not only confronted with an increasing divide between rich and poor, but also with a dying planet. What makes the ecological dimension of unequal exchange different from the economic ones is that the borders between the countries that benefit and those that suffer can't be drawn as clearly. Many environmental problems are global problems, they aren't confined to individual countries, and they cannot be solved by them. Pollution in China can already be detected on the west coast of the United States. Neither the pollution of our air and oceans nor climate change respect national borders. The exponential growth that characterizes capitalism resembles cancer. Sustainability is impossible within a capitalist framework. Competition between countries hoping to attract foreign investment means ecological concerns are pushed to the side. Capital has always looked to externalize the costs of pollution, paying for them would threaten profits and accumulation. In the coming decades, lack of raw materials and clean water and other ecological shortages will have enormous consequences for our societies, yet hardly anything is being done politically to prevent this. If anything, politicians do their utmost to sabotage such efforts. The notion of resilience has replaced that of sustainability. In this context, resilience simply means being able to make it through catastrophes, not avert them. But is that even possible? Our survival depends on entirely new approaches to growth, consumption, and the relationship between humankind and nature. This requires new values as well as a critical investigation of capitalist production. At a minimum, we need some kind of lifeboat socialism, in which the fair allocation and balanced use of resources will replace individual consumption as the main principle of production and distribution. This is inevitable, and a new world order is quite likely to follow. Chapter 7. The Global Class Divide. A divided world, a divided working class. And the last 100 years. Living conditions have significantly improved for the richest 20% of the world's population, almost all of whom live in the global north. This cannot be said for the other 80%. Even in the global north, there is a big difference between the top 5% and the rest. Between 1945 and 1975, the gap within the global north was closing, but since the onset of neoliberalism it has been widening again. The gap between the north and the south has been growing constantly. In 2015, the 20 richest percent of the world's population owned 94.5% of the world's wealth. 432 the richest 1% owned 48%. At the time of this writing, they have probably surpassed the 50% mark. The inequality in living conditions is caused by class and expressed in our political system. One of the main goals of this book is to investigate the possibilities for working class resistance against globalized capital. I have argued that there exists a division in the global working class between a global proletariat and a labor aristocracy in the imperialist countries, or, perhaps more precisely, a consumer aristocracy. Now, let us look more closely at class society. The term class is used to group together people with the same economic status. The two main classes in capitalism are the bourgeoisie, which owns the means of production, and the proletariat, which sells its labor power. These two classes oppose each other, but are also dependent on one another. To make a profit, capital needs labor. This gives workers a certain leverage within the capitalist system, since they can refuse to work and go on strike. Most importantly, however, in the capitalist system, the workers rely on capital to make a living. With capitalist production being globalized, the need for the working class to unite across national borders is greater than ever. Capital's increasing mobility has changed the power dynamics between capital and labor dramatically to the advantage of capital. Capital can move production where the labor force is most cooperative and the profits greatest. There is fierce competition within the global working class, and workers are often more likely to accept poor wages and working conditions in order to get a job than to fight for the interests of the class. Only global solidarity among workers can change this. Capital relies on its power to pit national working classes against each other. To undermine this strategy is of critical importance for any viable project of resistance. Orthodox Marxism is based on a strict distinction between the two main classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, as it was laid out in the Communist Manifesto. Even Empire, the influential book by Michael Hart and Tony Negri, published in the year 2000, still followed this pattern, even if the authors use the terms empire and multitude. A recent variation on this binary distinction was the Occupy Wall Street slogan, "We are the 99%." At the time when Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto, the distinction between a bourgeoisie which owned capital and a proletariat which had only its labor power to sell was more clearly pronounced than it is today. According to Marx, the price for labor is determined by two factors, the costs for reproducing labor power, and what he calls the historical and moral element. The costs for reproducing labor power are essentially the costs necessary to keep laborers healthy enough to come to work and raise new generations of laborers. They consist of costs for food, shelter, and daily necessities. When a wage only covers the most basic costs of reproduction, we speak of a subsistence wage. In 1848, all wages were subsistence wages, whether in Europe, India, or China. Since then, wages in Europe and the European settler states have undergone dramatic changes, a fact that has often been neglected by Marxists, who claimed that as long as people did not own any means of production, they belonged to the proletariat and were being exploited. End of story. However, only 20 years after the publication of the Communist Manifesto, and its famous claim that the workers had nothing to lose but their chains, 433 Marx had the following to say about subsistence wages. On the other hand, the number and extent of his so-called necessary wants, as also the modes of satisfying them, are themselves the product of historical development, and depend therefore to a great extent on the degree of civilization of a country, more particularly on the conditions under which, and consequently on the habits and degree of comfort in which, the class of free laborers has been formed. In contradistinction therefore to the case of other commodities, there enters into the determination of the value of labor power a historical and moral element. Nevertheless, in a given country, at a given period, the average quantity of the means of subsistence necessary for the laborer is practically known. 434. Marx wrote this at a time when wages in England were slowly rising above subsistence level. Marx needed to take this change into account. This was the beginning of global wages developing very differently. When Marx brings a historical and moral element into the equation, he makes it possible to explain what we see today, a consumer society that has redefined the value of labor power. The lower boundary of the wage is defined by the subsistence level, the upper boundary, however, is undefined. Marx writes, "The value of labor power is determined, as in the case of every other commodity, by the labor time necessary for the production, and consequently also the reproduction, of this special article. In other words, the value of labor power is the value of the means of subsistence necessary for the maintenance of the laborer. Definite quantity of human muscle, nerve, brain, etc., is wasted, and these require to be restored. He must again be able to repeat the same process in the same conditions as regards health and strength. His means of subsistence must therefore be sufficient to maintain him in his normal state as a laboring individual. His natural wants, such as food, clothing, fuel, and housing, vary according to the climatic and other physical conditions of his country. 435. Once wages rise above the subsistence level, the formerly clear distinction between bourgeoisie and proletariat becomes much less obvious. Workers now receive money that can potentially be turned into capital, or used to acquire means of production. Whether they do this or whether they use the extra money for consumption is their personal choice. They can buy consumer goods, they can buy stocks in a company, they can even start their own company. Whatever they do, they have a chance to accumulate money, and they have access to credit. To regard everyone who does not own means of production and who sells their labor power as a proletarian is insufficient if we want to understand social relationships and related power dynamics. In 2006, football players in the English Premier League earned £676,000 on average, plus bonuses. 436. This is, of course, an extreme example, but it reflects a pattern. In capitalism, administrators, managers, academics, and so forth, are all wage laborers, yet they all consume more value than they create. Where we draw the line between those who consume less value than they create and those who consume more value than they create, is not a moral question, it is a mathematical question. The point being, receiving a wage is not enough to define a person's economic status in any meaningful way. Perhaps most importantly, wage levels impact political consciousness. When the Communist Manifesto was written in 1848, the call for workers of the world to unite did not appear utopian. It does today, if we consider both historical and contemporary realities. Is there really 1. Working class united by exploitation? Two things are of particular importance for the division of the global working class. First, capitalism developed within the framework of the modern nation-state. Second, capitalism is historically related to imperialism. Nationalism became national chauvinism, and loyalty to one's nation became more important than loyalty to one's class. National chauvinism implies feelings of superiority and hatred for everyone and everything considered foreign. Imperialism implies racism. The division of the global working class is rooted in imperialism's history. It is maintained by the limited mobility of workers, and by the division of the world into producer countries and consumer countries. The proletariat of the global south has an objective interest in bringing fundamental change to the system, the workers of the global north have an objective interest in preserving the system. This is a practically insurmountable barrier to global working class unity. To uphold the notion of two major classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and to apply this globally, masks the enormous differences that exist between workers. This makes it impossible to understand that their interests are also enormously different. Only when we acknowledge these differences can we develop strategies that help us overcome the difficulties for working class unity created by imperialism. Proletarians in the Global South. The proletariat of the Global South has become an integral part of the world capitalist system. In 3 decades, it has grown by 63%, and about 80% of the world's working population today lives in the Global South. 1.6 billion are wage laborers and another billion work in agriculture and the so-called informal sector. 437 in China, India, the former Soviet Union, and Eastern Europe alone. There are 1.5 billion proletarians who now serve global capitalism. An important feature of the industrialization of the South is the increased inclusion of women within the paid workforce. Women make up 1/3 of all workers in the formal sector, half in Asian countries. Women are often employed in the most mobile industries, such as the textile industry, and their wages tend to be the lowest. They are at the bottom end of the labor hierarchy. They often enter the labor market to help support their families, since one wage is rarely enough for a family to survive. Even in countries where patriarchal structures have historically tied them to their homes, poverty pushes them onto the labor market. Many work in the informal sector, which in a country such as India makes up more than 80% of the total workforce. It includes servants, domestic workers, nannies, and street vendors, women assembling products at home and janitors who look after factories. They don't pay taxes and are not part of organized labor, there is no minimum wage in the informal sector, and no legal protections. Wages are paid irregularly or not at all. The global chains of production reach far into the informal sector, and its workers constitute an essential part of the global economy. The informal sector is a gift for capital. Wages are low and there is plenty of flexibility. People can be hired and fired at will. If the market changes, it is always the workers who pay the price, never capital. The informal sector also constitutes a vast reserve army of labor with respect to the formal sector, where capital uses it as a disciplining tool, demanding flexibility even there. There is strong competition between workers in the formal and the informal sector. Last but not least, the informal sector helps keep wages low, as it ensures that the reproduction of labor power remains cheap. Peasants in the Global South. The extent to which the industrialization and proletarianization of the Global South has entailed the disappearance of the peasantry should not be exaggerated. Even if the number of peasants is declining, agriculture remains the main source of income for the world's rural population. In 2005, 46% of the world's people were still living in rural areas. In Asian countries such as India, China, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Pakistan, the percentage is even higher. Agricultural production also remains an important part of the imperialist system. Coffee, tea, sugar, cacao, soybeans, meats, fruits, and vegetables are produced by peasants in the south for consumers in the north. Land ownership is a big political issue. It is difficult to make general statements about the living conditions of peasants in the Global South, as they are very different in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. In some places, we still find bondage and semi-feudal forms of production. In others, subsistence farming dominates, with surplus produce sold on local and regional markets for extra income. Many farmers also supplement their income by additional labor, mainly in the informal sector. Many peasants pay leases and are often dependent on loans for cash. This is one of the principal mechanisms through which they are exploited. Traders grant peasants loans with high interest rates at the beginning of the farming season on condition that they will sell them their produce well below the market price. This practice means that farmers are indebted year after year. They are also dependent on traders linked to the capitalist market who supply seeds, fertilizer, and water for irrigation. A new rural proletariat has emerged, since an increasing number of industrialized farms employ peasants as laborers, but work is only available a few months every year, during the planting and harvesting seasons. Rural proletarians are forced to move constantly to find jobs, and often must contend with hostile social and cultural conditions. The caste system in India, for example. The new middle class of the Global South. In recent years, both academics and journalists have written much about the so-called new middle class of the Global South, created by the process of industrialization. However, the term middle class should be taken with a pinch of salt. We are not talking about families with an SUV and 2 dogs in a suburban home. According to the World Bank, you belong to the middle class of the Global South if you earn $2 to $13 a day. Only if you earn less than $2 are you considered poor. 438 in 2005, about half of the Global South's population was middle class. According to such standards in China, it was 2/3. In sub-Saharan Africa, on the other hand, it was only 1 in 4. The economist Nancy Birdsall, who worked for the World Bank Group for many years, counts only people who earn at least $10 a day as part of the Global South's middle class. If we accept her standard, then only 3% of China's urban population, and only 1% of its rural population, are middle class. In South Africa, it would put the middle class at 8% of the population, in Brazil at 19%, and in Mexico at 28%. If the same standard was used for the US, the middle class would be 91% of the population. 439. There does exist a middle class in the Global South that resembles the middle classes of the North. The ritzy shopping malls of Shanghai, New Delhi, or Jakarta attest to this. But this middle class cannot be measured in percentage points, only in fractions of a percent. The reason it has become visible in a country like China is because of China's huge population. There are as many as 300,000 US dollar millionaires in China today. The country has become a very lucrative market for companies like BMW. We also meet the new middle classes of China and India as tourists all over the world. But none of this means that the masses in these countries are on their way to a European lifestyle. First and foremost, the industrialization of the global south has created a new proletariat, not a new middle class. What is true is that there has been a certain shift among the richest 20% of the world's population. The top 1% includes billionaires from China, India, Saudi Arabia, the smaller Gulf states, Brazil, and Mexico. The other 19% include some of the new middle class of the global south. What is most striking, however, is that the richest 20% move further and further away from the poorest 80%. There are also highly qualified workers from the global south moving north, usually working in IT and related industries. It is comparatively easy for them to find employment and residency in the global north, where they can earn wages that are many times higher than what they would receive in the global south. Sometimes, they even qualify for tax exemptions. There is a tendency to call these workers expats, rather than migrants, to underscore their respectability. Their importance for the societies of the global south consists both in keeping the notion of upward mobility alive, and in the money they are able to send back home. Workers in the global north with more than chains to lose. For Marx and Engels, the labor aristocracy, consisting of skilled laborers, was the working class's top tier, but its privileges were dependent on economic booms. For Lenin, the labor aristocracy was more permanent, being a section of workers who had become bourgeoisified. Something we have to consider today is that the differences in wages and living conditions have increased significantly. The gap in wealth between the global north and the global south has widened from 1:1.3 in 1800 to 140 today. 440. Several factors tie the interests of the working classes of the north to global capital. The transnational corporation super profits made from investments in the global south allow them to pay relatively high wages in the global north, providing workers there with significant purchasing power. The wages are also high enough to fund an extensive welfare system via taxation. At the same time, the low wages of the global south keep prices for goods produced there relatively low. Workers in the global north benefit from this to the point where they can invest parts of their income into buying their own homes. This makes them concerned about things like the real estate market, interest rates, property taxes, and so on. These are not traditional proletarian concerns. Another factor that links the working classes of the global north to global capital is the pension system. Pension systems vary greatly from country to country, and also from industry to industry, but there are some common features. Pension funds and private pensions have become increasingly common. This means that pensions are based on investments in stocks, bonds, and other securities, even real estate speculation. The days when the state alone was responsible for workers' pensions are long gone. If we look at pensions globally, it is not surprising that there is considerable variation. This corresponds to the variation in wages. Figure 7 below illustrates this. OECD countries have the highest pension coverage and the highest pension expenditures in the world. 441 in most cases, coverage is above 90%, the uncovered population consisting of self-employed professionals, part-time workers, and the unemployed. The former Soviet republics and the countries of Eastern Europe have experienced a serious decline in coverage since joining the global capitalist market. We find the lowest coverage, less than 10% of the working population, in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. In the US, the first citizens to receive public pensions were veterans of the War of Independence. The system was expanded after the Civil War, once again to provide former soldiers with economic support. In the late 19th century, some federal states and local governments introduced their own pension systems. In 1919, about 15% of the U.S. working population were covered. After World War II, pension plans in the private sector grew rapidly. In 1950, 9.8 million private sector workers were covered. By 1999, 40.1 million were covered by defined benefit plans and 60.4 million by defined contribution plans. By 2013, the number participating in pension plans was 130.6 million. In June 2014, the United States had $24.5 trillion in retirement and pension assets. 442 on a regional basis. North America's pension funds represented the largest asset base at a global level, having reached $27.21 trillion in 2014, up from $15.8 trillion in 2008. 443. Payments for future pensions become pension funds, which are co-administered by capital and labor. The sums are huge. In North America, approximately 30% of financial capital consists of pension funds. In Western Europe, it is 40%. 444 pension funds are especially important to the stock market where large institutional investors dominate. They are the top category of investments worldwide, ahead of mutual funds, insurance companies, currency reserves, sovereign wealth funds, hedge funds, and private equity. In 2014, pension funds allocated 44% of their total portfolio to equities, 28% to bonds, 26% to alternatives, and 2% to money market products. The Japanese Government Pension Investment Fund is the world's largest public pension fund, overseeing $1.5 trillion. If we look at the top 300 pension fund assets between 2009 and 2014, and split them by fund domicile, we find that the US and Japan own half of the world's retirement wealth, the US 38%, and Japan 12%. Next is the Netherlands, with a population of only 17 million people, the country holds 7% of pension assets. Norway and Canada follow close behind with 6% each. 445 in North America, pension funds overseas investments represented 16% of the region's total portfolio in 2008, reaching 21% in 2014. In Europe, the average percentage of pension fund portfolios allocated to foreign markets increased from 32% in 2008 to 34% in 2014. 446. We can conclude from this brief survey of the pension system that many workers in the global north have invested heavily in stocks and bonds via their retirement accounts. In other words, their well-being in retirement is directly linked to the well-being of capitalism. They have much more to lose than their chains. Large parts of the population of the global north will live as pensioners off their own capital. The concept of the parasite state is far from obsolete. The labor aristocracy today. The wages of the labor aristocracy are way above the subsistence level that once defined workers' wages in the global north. This means that their wages are also well beyond the average value created by a worker in the world today. To be in the top 20% of the global division of income in 2010, a person had to earn $1,830 a year. 447 Almost everyone living in an OECD country does that. This makes the entire working classes of Western Europe, North America, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand part of the labor aristocracy. The global division of labor has consolidated the labor aristocracy in the global north. The countries of the global north form a consumer market with enormous purchasing power, ensuring that the production of goods can constantly increase and that they can still be sold at a profit. The purchasing power of consumers in the global north wards off the danger of overproduction. The labor aristocracy has also created political stability. The revolutionary workers' movement disappeared from Europe in the 1920s. Social democracy won. This implied security for capital's long-term investments and guaranteed the labor aristocracy's loyalty during imperialist wars. National interests had become more important than class-based internationalism. When you grow up in the global north, you aren't told that the standard of living you enjoy is the result of imperialist oppression and exploitation. You are told that it is the result of liberal capitalism and parliamentary democracy. Indeed, this narrative is very powerful around the world. It contributed to the downfall of actually existing socialism and was one of the factors that inspired the Arab Spring. It sparks the hope that with capitalism and democracy there comes economic and social well-being. During the 20th century, the labor aristocracy grew from being a minority of skilled workers in key industries, to eventually including a majority of first world workers. Between the 1920s and 1970s, social democratic politicians and trade union leaders made sure that the working classes of the global north occupied an important place in the welfare state. Today, the old industrial working class has come under pressure due to neoliberal globalization, but wage levels in the global north have basically remained the same, and at least the core of the welfare state has remained in place. But neoliberal globalization has also created a new subsection within the working class, the so-called precariat, workers, often migrants, engaged in low-wage, insecure labor, even in the north. The division of the population resembles an hourglass. On the one side, there are those who benefit from the new global division of labor, and, on the other side, there are those who are paying for the outsourcing of industrial jobs and the cuts in social services. The global bourgeoisie. Traditionally, the bourgeoisie consisted of families that owned and passed on means of production from generation to generation. The bourgeoisie as a class was embedded in the nation and shared its interests, whatever they might be. Today's bourgeoisie is more anonymous. It hides behind company boards and funds, and is mainly active in finance and trade. 20% of the world's dollar billionaires get their wealth from financial transactions. In 2015, Oxfam reported that the accumulated wealth of the world's 62 richest billionaires was equal to the total income of the world's poorest 3.6 billion people. 448 from 1996 to 2004, the number of billionaires grew from 422 to 1,645. 449. The 100 richest of them increased their combined wealth by $240 billion in 2012 alone. To put this number in perspective, Jeffrey Sachs has estimated that it would take $175 billion to eradicate extreme poverty, defined by an income of less than $1 per day. 450. In the neoliberal era, inequality has also grown nationally. In the US, the income of the richest 1% has doubled since 1980, it is now 20% of the total income of the population. The income for the richest 0.01% has quadrupled. 451. The most unequal of all countries is South Africa. It is, today, more unequal than it was under the apartheid regime. Inequality in the former Soviet republics and China has also increased significantly since those countries' integration into the global capitalist market. Almost all countries in the global south now have very rich bourgeoisies. In 1996, there were no dollar billionaires in either Russia or China. In 2010, there were 70 in Russia and 72 in China. 452. According to the Huron Global Rich List of 2016, 53% of the world's wealthiest people were from the global south, and, for the first time, China surpassed the United States in the number of billionaires. Brazil had more billionaires than France, Canada, or Australia. Both South Korea and Turkey had more than Australia and Italy. 453. The billionaires from the global south form a particular faction of global capital. Their wealth is closely tied to the export industry. They have no reason to challenge the global division of labor that produces their wealth, even if it simultaneously reproduces imperial and racial exploitation. 454. While neoliberalism has divided the global working class along national lines, the global bourgeoisie has established numerous transnational institutions and forums to further their interests, such as the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank. The rise of global neoliberalism. Two things were of particular importance for the acceleration of neoliberal globalization in the 1990s. First, the geopolitical role of the EU was enormously strengthened by the collapse of the Soviet Union and state socialism in Eastern Europe. Since then, the EU has served as an institutional model of a globalized world. Second, China entered a tactical alliance with transnational capital. The future international roles of both the EU and China, however, remain uncertain. The EU is troubled by an economic crisis and the hotly contested issue of migration, and China's alliance with neoliberalism has always been one of convenience. China supplies global capital with cheap labor, and global capital's investments boost Chinese development. In the long run, however, the Communist Party of China aims to be far less dependent on exports to the north. It wants to strengthen its domestic market and South relations. Until recently, it was difficult to imagine that neoliberalism and globalization might come to a sudden end. But Brexit, the erosion of the EU, the presidency of Donald Trump, and the rise of right-wing populism have dramatically changed the political landscape. 455 I recently discovered an early text by Lenin describing the difference between objectivism and proper historical materialism, which I find useful in thinking about these rapid changes and how they caught me off guard. The objectivist speaks of the necessity of a given historical process, the materialist gives an exact picture of the given social-economic formation and of the antagonistic relations to which it gives rise. When demonstrating the necessity for a given series of facts, the objectivist always runs the risk of becoming an apologist for these facts. The materialist discloses the class contradictions and in so doing defines his standpoint. The objectivist speaks of insurmountable historical tendencies, the materialist speaks of the class, which directs the given economic system, giving rise to such and such forms of counteraction by other classes. Thus, on the one hand, the materialist is more consistent than the objectivist, and gives profounder and fuller effect to his objectivism. He does not limit himself to speaking of the necessity of a process, but ascertains exactly what social economic formation gives the process its content, exactly what class determines this necessity. In the present case, for example, the materialist would not content himself with stating the insurmountable historical tendencies, but would point to the existence of certain classes, which determine the content of the given system and preclude the possibility of any solution except by the action of the producers themselves. On the other hand, materialism includes partisanship, so to speak, and enjoins the direct and open adoption of the standpoint of a definite social group in any assessment of events. 456. Lenin confirms that a materialist understanding of history requires an analysis both of the class relations that drive historical developments and of the contradictions within these developments and the class reactions they cause. There isn't necessarily a direct correlation between what is good for the economy and what is good for political governance. That would be a linear and deterministic understanding of history. Economic structures always impact class struggle, and class struggle always impacts economic structures. History never stops and the world always changes. It was important for me personally to be reminded of this. I embraced historical materialism a long time ago, but apparently I was still carrying a lot of objectivist baggage. In any case, I was among those who did not think anything like the current crisis of neoliberalism and globalization was possible. Prior to the year 2000, it seemed as if neoliberalism would provide a rising standard of living for almost everyone in the global north. Countries on the EU's periphery, such as Portugal, Spain, and Greece, benefited as well. EU officials, perhaps naively, thought the same would happen if the EU expanded into Eastern Europe, but at the time this occurred, the economic boom was already subsiding. The negative consequences of outsourcing became more tangible, and the issue of migration began to dominate political discourse. Both the former industrial workers and the lower middle classes of the global north felt increasingly concerned. This had political consequences. Capitalism always creates class tensions with uncertain outcomes. We can only properly understand this dynamic if we consider both the political economic reality, and class struggle on the ground. Capitalism develops not in a linear progression, but in qualitative jumps. With each jump, society changes. Shifts also occur within the existing order, productive forces are modified, class relations adjusted, and so on. Eventually, the framework holding everything together bursts. This is when fundamental change becomes possible. We have outlined the essence of historical materialism. But what about dialectic materialism? Mao wrote in On Contradiction. There are many contradictions in the process of development of a complex thing, and one of them is necessarily the principal contradiction whose existence and development determine or influence the existence and development of the other contradictions. 457. What is the principal contradiction in capitalism? It is the contradiction created by imperialism. Not only between imperialist nations and oppressed nations, but also among imperialist nations. World War I was fought over the partition of the world between imperialist powers. Lenin called it a feature of the situation that in this war the fate of the colonies is being decided by a war on the continent. 458 The outcome was that the colonies of the victorious nations remained their colonies, while the former German colonies got new masters. World War II was also fought by imperialist powers. This time, the axis of Germany, Italy, and Japan took on the Allies under the leadership of the UK, France, and the US, which were supported by the Soviet Union in an alliance of convenience. The repartition of the world's territories was the principal contradiction determining and influencing the other contradictions. Germany and Japan hoped to assert control over Europe, turn China into a colony, and oust the old colonial powers from Asia and Africa and take possession of their territories. The long-term goal was to also divide up the Soviet Union between themselves. During the war, the fate of the colonies was entirely in the hands of the warring imperialist countries. However, a new principal contradiction surfaced during the war, namely that between imperialism and actually existing socialism. It had existed since the Russian Revolution, but after World War II it gained new significance, as the relationship between the Soviet Union and the US became more important than the relationship between the US and its Western allies. Both had one thing in common, however: the US, the only nation that had profited from the war, came out on top. Britain was forced to grant independence to India, since the US government wanted to see an end to the colonial empires of its European rivals. With one important hitch: the US government did not want to see these empires ending at any price. Decolonization needed to happen in a way that suited US interests, that is, it had to create access for US capital. The US government certainly didn't want socialism in any former colonies. Here, it was in full agreement with the old colonial powers of Europe, but this put the US on a collision course with the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union had expanded its influence during the war. Its soldiers had ventured far and wide during the fight against the Germans and Japanese. One reason for the famous US Marshall Plan was to prevent Soviet influence from extending into Western Europe. There were to be no socialist regimes in the region and it should be kept open to US exports, both of capital and goods. The US focus on Europe in the immediate post-war period was one of the reasons why the Chinese Communists could liberate their country from both imperialism and Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists. The US stance on anti-colonial struggles was determined by two things: the desire to dismantle the old colonial empires of the European powers, and the desire to bring the former colonies under US economic and political control. The US did, for example, assist the British in their barbaric anti-colonial campaign in Malaya, since the Malayan liberation movement was led by communists. In the case of neighboring Indonesia, however, the US pressured the Dutch to grant the country independence, since the independence movement under Sukarno seemed politically amenable. France's anti-colonial campaign in Indochina also received US backing for fear of communist influence in the region. When the French were defeated at Dien Bien Phu, In 1954, the U.S. intervened immediately. This was the beginning of the United States' fateful military engagement in Indochina. It is important to understand that it was capitalism that eventually made the colonial system superfluous. The economies of Western Europe and Japan recovered after World War II. The European Economic Community, predecessor to the EU, was established in 1958. France and Germany became close partners. The long-term goal was to challenge global US dominance. EU countries had stronger welfare states and a stronger public sector. When some third world countries tried to raise prices for raw materials, in particular crude oil, in the 1970s, capitalism hit its first serious crisis since the end of World War II. This also increased tensions between the imperialist countries and the Soviet bloc. There was an ongoing arms race, and nuclear war was a constant threat. Third World liberation movements supported by the Soviet Union were facing US-backed counter-revolutionary forces. While socialists had been protesting in the West in the late 1960s, pro-Western dissidents in the East had become more prominent. There was a popular uprising in Czechoslovakia, which followed the one in Hungary a decade earlier. Actually existing socialism was put on the defensive and would eventually implode. In the former Soviet republics and the countries of Eastern Europe, neoliberalism would eventually replace state socialism. People had lost trust in the nomenclatura. Then, when neoliberalism failed to deliver the goods, there was a strong nationalist turn, supported by various sections of the working class. In China, Deng Xiaoping introduced a joint venture between state socialism and neoliberalism. In short, neoliberalism dramatically changed the political parameters in the center, the semi-periphery, and the periphery of the capitalist world system. The US was left as the only superpower. Despite certain attempts by traditional working class parties and trade unions to contain capital within the framework of the welfare state, transnational capital now shaped the global order. It was the dawn of 3 golden decades for capitalism. Colonization, decolonization, neoliberalism, and the industrialization of the South. All of these processes were the result of contradictions within the capitalist system, mainly in the center. If we look at class relations in the former colonies today, they have not been shaped by the liberation struggles or national independence, but rather by the development of the productive forces and by class contradictions in the North. They are the result of a capitalist world system that remains an imperialist system. In the global North, neoliberalism is challenged by right-wing populism, which is strongly supported by the working classes and sections of the middle classes. It is also supported by national conservative factions of capital. Once again, contradictions in the global North set the agenda for changes in the world system. But the role of the global South has become much more important. One need only think of China's new position in the world order. The contradictions that were the engine of capitalist development during the last 200 years mainly emerged in the global North. Capitalist development was driven by imperialism. Ongoing accumulation would not have been possible otherwise. This has created a polarization of the world that not only implies a permanent risk of war, but also of collapse. The more central industrial production in the global South becomes for the system, the less central its old center becomes. The new global division of labor has given birth to productive forces in the global South that have the power to undermine the imperialist order and create socialism. The objective possibilities for the countries of the global South to free themselves from imperialist domination are much greater today than they were 50 years ago. The question is whether there is enough political will and organization to make this a reality. China occupies a special position. It has become a significant economic and political power. At the 2017 Congress of its Communist Party, Xi Jinping declared that the country was ready to be one of the main actors on the world stage. Today, China appears not only more far-sighted than the US but also more reliable. It is emerging as a leader in the global South and the main rival to the US for global dominance. While the US is trying to maintain global hegemony by imperialist means, China aims to shed its economic and political dependence on the global North. Soon, the global balance of power will, once again, be divided between two poles, which will open up new windows of opportunity for radical social change. If we are trapped in objectivism, we might miss those windows and speak cynically of some necessary historical processes. This is reflected in the pessimism that characterizes the left in the global north today. Given the 30-year success of neoliberalism and the decline of the anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist movements of the 1970s, pessimism is understandable. But it is also grist for capitalism's mill, since it seems to confirm Margaret Thatcher's infamous phrase, "There is no alternative." Resistance seems futile. Perhaps there was less reason for optimism in the 1970s than we thought at the time. But pessimism doesn't help us. Today's pessimism has led to a loss of radical perspectives. Reforms within the capitalist system and the institutional framework of the state seem to be the most we can achieve. I firmly believe there is reason for optimism. The ruling system is in crisis and is highly unstable. The objective conditions for social change are good. The problem is the subjective forces, and pessimism is a big part of it. If we want to develop an effective strategy to change the world, we need to meet two requirements. We must understand the capitalist mechanisms that reproduce imperialism, and we must understand the class tensions that threaten the system's stability. We must, in the words of Mao, identify the principal contradictions, the contradictions that must be deepened to bring the system to its knees. I will return to these contradictions in Part 3. The political crisis of neoliberalism. Throughout the 1980s and 90s, neoliberalism brought profits for capital and cheap goods for the working classes in the global north. It was supported by the traditional parties of the working class. Tony Blair and New Labour set an example for social democratic parties all across Europe. There was a broad political consensus in North America, Western Europe, and Japan, expressed in institutions and agreements such as the EU, the WTO, NAFTA, and so on. Neoliberalism's ascendancy came to a sudden end with the financial crisis of 2007. Not only was its momentum gone, it also faced resistance in the form of nationalist movements in the global north. 3 decades of outsourcing and privatization eventually affected wages in the global north, and consumption was no longer rising at the same level as it had before. The low wages in the global south were not enough to compensate for the loss in profits. Given the lack of productive investment options, there was increased investment in stocks, foreign currencies, land, and real estate. At first, this allowed profits to soar. So-called casino capitalism grew exponentially at the expense of productive capitalism. However, finance capital created a bubble that burst when the U.S. real estate market collapsed, bringing the banks down with it. The initial victims of the crisis were the least flexible workers in industrial production, but soon the middle class felt the effects as well. The neoliberal fairytale, embraced even by social democratic cheerleaders, suddenly took a nasty turn. The state's options were limited, its power having been undermined by the global neoliberal elite. The traditional working class organizations integrated into the state were similarly incapable of responding to the situation. In the 1970s, people still talked about regulating transnational capital. When the crisis hit in 2007, everyone, Social Democrats included, tried to attract capital by promising the least regulations possible. It is not surprising that social democracy is no longer seen as a political force opposing capital. This is one of the reasons why many in the global north who feel threatened by neoliberalism turn to the political right. For them, the answer to neoliberalism's problems lies in loyalty to the nation and defense of a nationally defined welfare state. When people fear the loss of their privileges, they often turn to the right. The crisis of 2007 confirmed this. The Tea Party movement in the US and right-wing populist parties in Europe seized on the opportunity with nostalgic appeals to an era of national sovereignty, where none of the fatal consequences of neoliberalism could have ever occurred: the outsourcing of jobs, the deterioration of living conditions, the dismantling of the welfare state, and the arrival of far too many foreigners. This put a lot of pressure on the political system. Parliamentary politics has been an important tool in the power-sharing agreement between capital and the working class, which has characterized politics in the countries of the global north for a century or more. When demands that the ruling parties cannot possibly give in to are expressed within this system, for example, to re-establish control over the economy, it, too, hits a crisis with no certain outcome. The traditional parties of all stripes, conservative as well as social democratic, are desperately looking for possibilities to bridge the gap between the demands of neoliberalism and the rise of nationalism. So far, they have not been very successful. The Brexit referendum and Donald Trump's astonishing victory in the US presidential election demonstrate just how deep the neoliberal crisis has become. We must be clear about right-wing populism. There is nothing anti-capitalist about its opposition to the neoliberal order. The modern nation-state is itself a product of capitalism. But when the confines of the nation-state became too narrow for capital, it opted for transnational organizations such as the EU. Right-wing populism does not challenge capitalism, but it throws capital into a state of confusion. America first, says Donald Trump. Britain first, say the advocates of Brexit. France first, says Marine Le Pen. Russia first, says Vladimir Putin. In the past 40 years, true to the tenets of neoliberalism, imperialism has mainly been driven by market forces, but with so much emphasis on national sovereignty, we may see a return to state-driven imperialism. In the near future, individual states might vie for imperialist dominance once again. There is, of course, a difference between smaller and bigger countries. The economies of most small countries have become highly dependent on globalization. A return to state-driven imperialism would certainly weaken their role in international relations. State-driven imperialism is also a much less effective and much riskier form of imperialism. It will be very difficult for right-wing populists to recreate the nation-state of old. Industry will not return to the global north. Tariff barriers will only raise prices on the domestic market. The return to Keynesian welfare capitalism is an impossibility, and yet the mere longing for it creates a problem for neoliberalism. Some factions of capital are already preparing for more protectionism. In a speech he gave in May 2016, the CEO of General Electric, Jeff Immelt, indicated how capital is preparing itself for the upcoming political challenges. I joined GE in 1982 and 80% of our revenue was in the US. This year, 70% of our revenue will be global. Globalization is being attacked as never before. This is not just true for the US, but everywhere. The future of the EU is an open question. Protectionist barriers are rising in Asia and Africa. China is repositioning its economy to be more sustainable and inclusive. Globalization is being blamed for unemployment and wage inequality. Every country wants more jobs and will seek their own advantage. So the globalization I grew up with, based on trade and global integration, is changing. With globalization, it is time for a bold pivot. GE has $80 billion of revenue outside the US, so global growth is critical to our success. In the face of a protectionist global environment, companies must navigate the world on their own. We must level the playing field, without government engagement. This requires dramatic transformation. We will localize. In the future, sustainable growth will require a local capability inside a global footprint. GE has 420 factories around the world, giving us tremendous flexibility. We used to have one site to make locomotives, now we have multiple global sites that give us market access. A localization strategy can't be shut down by protectionist politics. Our goal is to make what we want, where we want. By taking these bold actions, I am confident we can continue to grow. Our global sales have grown six-fold since 2000, and we want that to continue. 459. The global situation is complex and unstable. Economic power lies with globalized production and a financial sector whose legitimacy is under fire. The political order is threatened. The leading role of the triad shows signs of disintegration. Russia is eager to be a global player again, and China has become both an economic and political heavyweight. Meanwhile, the new proletarians of the global south become increasingly aware of their own power. The regimes there that proved unable to translate political independence into economic sovereignty have lost popular support and rely increasingly on authoritarian measures to stay in power. The coming years will be nothing short of dramatic. An imminent revolution? We have discussed capitalism's problem of overproduction. Historically, capitalism has solved this problem through expansion. Creating new proletarians in the global south has been the latest major example of this. Yet such expansion polarizes. Promises that capitalism will make it possible for the poor to catch up with the rich are mere propaganda. The world's polarization is a product of capitalism, and it won't disappear before capitalism disappears. It is maintained in different ways, depending on the time and the place. There is still so-called primitive accumulation, that is, outright robbery and plunder. There is the export of capital and the return of super profits. There is unequal exchange. And there is price formation in the global chains of production. One mechanism doesn't replace another, they all exist simultaneously, new mechanisms simply widen the range of exploitation. Like other systems in history, capitalism had a beginning and will have an end. At the moment, it is entering a deep structural crisis. 460. A regular recession is characterized by a U-curve. After the initial decline, the economy is adjusted, and there is an upswing. A structural crisis is more serious, its resolution demands a much more profound revamping of the system. This requires broad popular support. If the key classes cannot be won over, the crisis cannot be resolved. The gravity of the current crisis is revealed by the fact that, unlike the crisis of the 1970s, it was not caused by political pressure from below. The crisis came because the way in which the system accumulates capital hit a dead end. It will be difficult for capital to maintain a growing profit rate in the coming decades. Let us recall the three main factors that affect the profit rate: wages, externalities, and taxes. Wages. The lower the wage, the higher the profit rate. One of capital's main tools to keep wages low is to create competition among workers, on an individual level as well as on an international one. An economic boom allows capital to make compromises with the working class and raise wages in order to avoid unrest on the labor market. In an economic crisis, wages have to be cut. Partly to escape the pressure to constantly raise wages in the imperialist countries, capital moved its production to the global south. But since the financial crisis of 2007, this no longer delivers the profits it initially did. One reason is the competition between different factions of capital. Today, all companies have moved their production to the south, so none of them gains a competitive advantage anymore. Another reason is that there is increasing unrest on the labor market of the global south. The new proletarians want higher wages, too. The concentration of workers in factories will lead to political organizing and demands for unions, no matter how much capital and its political allies try to prevent this. That wages are rising is already obvious. In 2005, the average wage of an industrial worker in China was $0.75 per hour. In 2011, it was $2.25. 461. Capital cannot compensate for this by cutting wages in the global north. Workers in the imperialist countries would not accept that without a fight. Externalities. Externalities are the costs involved in production that capital wants others to pay. Industrial waste has been dumped into the earth, water, and air for centuries. Today, this has become a serious problem. Pollution has consequences for our health. Climate change causes natural catastrophes. In the global north, capital has sometimes been forced to take responsibility for the ecological consequences of production and pay the related costs, instead of passing the bill on to the taxpayer. In the global south, however, environmental demands on capital remain considerably lower. This won't be the case forever, though, neither the populations of the global south nor their political leaders can neglect the problem much longer. Besides, ecological devastation knows no borders. Climate change, the pollution of the oceans, and so forth are global problems. Taxes. When tax-free production zones were established in the global south, capital could avoid the relatively high taxes it was required to pay in the global north. Capital's increased mobility also helped it to avoid taxes. But this kind of tax evasion is nearing its end. The state has rising security, welfare, and administrative costs. The arms race also continues. The end of the Cold War did not lead to a peace dividend. With respect to the U.S. military, Anthony Cordesman has written that if the cost to date of the Afghan and Iraq/Syria wars are shown in constant dollars, even the comparatively low-end estimate of $2 trillion through FY 2018 would make these wars, more than 5 times more expensive than World War I, more than 5 times more expensive than the Korean War, nearly 2.5 times more expensive than the Vietnam War, more than 18 times more expensive than the First Gulf War in 1991. 462 The magnitude of the situation is revealed by the world's only superpower, the USA, having problems financing its wars. The wars in Iraq, for example, were mainly paid for by Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Despite the welfare state being dismantled, government costs for welfare are rising in the global north. This concerns everything from education and public health to elder care and the pension system, services that people fought hard for and that can only be abandoned at great political risk. In the 1960s, state officials believed that costs for the welfare state would decrease, since, for example, the investments made in public health would make people less sick, but new technologies, new treatments, and new medicines have led to a rise in costs nonetheless. In 2016, net public capital in the US, Japan, and Great Britain was negative. In France and Germany, it was positive, but just. The explanation is that those who draw the greatest benefit from neoliberalism, the transnational corporations, are not contributing in any meaningful way to the national budgets. But if taxes are increased, capital encounters two problems right away. Not only does it have to pay higher corporate taxes, but a higher income tax will also lead to demands for higher wages. Every single country in the global north has problems with rising budget deficits and government debt. Debt has significantly exceeded economic growth in recent years and has risen from an average of 200% of the GDP in 2002 to 225% in 2015. 463. We now see why it is unlikely that global capital will continue to generate enough surplus value to secure profits. It will try, but this will force it to abandon its compromise with the formerly dangerous classes. Environmental problems will also accelerate. It is unlikely that the current structural crisis will be overcome. The next decades will be characterized by strong economic fluctuation, depression, and social conflict. There have been many predictions of capitalism's end. It was announced in the 1870s, in the 1930s, and in the 1970s, but, so far, capitalism has always got back on its feet. Why should it be different this time? For example, couldn't a new labor aristocracy arise in the South and create the new market that capitalism so desperately needs? Sections of the working class and of the middle class, both in industry and management, do occupy privileged positions in the global South, but their wages are only a fraction of those paid in the global North. Together with others in the global South, they will demand a global redistribution of wealth. As we have seen, wages have in recent years risen for Chinese industrial workers. This was directly related to the financial crisis of 2007. China's exports were falling and the Chinese government had to stimulate the domestic market. This hurt transnational and Chinese capital, but the Communist Party of China prioritizes the strength of the national economy over capital's interests. In most other countries in the global South, however, the situation is very different. It is difficult to make political decisions that defy the demands of neoliberalism. Besides, even if a general increase in wages in the global south would probably create new markets, it would hurt markets and profits in the global north, and jeopardize the global labor arbitrage necessary for ongoing accumulation. Another possible option for capital to beat the crisis is to unleash a new wave of proletarianization. This has worked very well over the past 200 years. The problem is that it no longer works if there is no one left to proletarianize. While peasants still exist, their numbers have been dwindling. 464. The single biggest source of new proletarians, China, will soon have proletarianized the entire nation. The remaining peripheral regions in Asia and Africa do not have the strong state apparatus, political stability, or population size required for another significant wave of proletarianization. To argue that rising wages in the South will secure the continuation of capitalism as a global system and that China is just replacing the United States as the hegemonic power, overlooks the fundamental contradiction in capitalist accumulation. You cannot have it both ways: low wages which generate profits on the one hand, and on the other hand a flourishing market which ensures those profits can be realized through sales. Capitalism cannot support its own market in full. It requires an extra input of value from the outside in order to run smoothly. Capitalist China will face the same contradiction which Europe and North America solved by imperialist exploitation, yet it does not have a periphery it can exploit in order to escape the problem. China will not prevent the disintegration of the capitalist system as a whole. The best it can do is to try and secure its place in a future world system, by adopting a socialist path. Yet another option could be to shift agricultural production from the global north to the global south, akin to the relocation of industrial production. The low prices for land and labor in the agricultural sector of the global south could be a source of profit-stimulating investment. We have already seen massive acquisitions of land in India, Brazil, and various African countries. But a massive shift in agricultural production would also cause massive political problems. It would meet with heavy resistance in both the global north and the global south. In the south, there are already millions of landless peasants, many of whom drift to the slums of the big cities. In the north, agricultural lobbies have significant political influence. They would not accept the elimination of the agricultural sector. Severe political strife would be inevitable. Neoliberalism was necessary in order to save capitalism when it was under pressure from both the liberation struggles in the global south and demands for higher wages in the global north. Neoliberalism's triumph also meant an enormous defeat for the global left, including its reformist camp. Any hope of changing the system from within died. No longer did anyone even dare challenge the legitimacy of the capitalist system. Like classical liberalism, neoliberalism pays lip service to equality before the law and in the market. In theory, everyone shall have the same opportunities to succeed. Meanwhile, inequality is growing. It simply isn't true that anyone can become rich if they only get in touch with their inner capitalist and invest their money. That's what millions of small savers were doing before they lost their homes, pensions, and stocks in the crisis of 2007. Nor is it true that there is always a trickle-down effect when the rich get even richer. This has not been the case in the neoliberal era. Unsurprisingly, mass protests against neoliberalism have taken place across the globe, particularly in Latin America, but also in China, India, and South Africa. Even in European countries, such as Greece and Spain, neoliberalism is today largely discredited. Neoliberalism is also under fire in North Africa and the Middle East. Until the 1970s, the region's nationalist regimes gave the people a reason to be optimistic. A brighter future with better living conditions seemed to lie ahead. But with neoliberalism, the regimes grew increasingly corrupt and lost popular support. Nepotism became the key principle of governance. Religious movements became the new opposition, promising a better life in the here and now as well as in the hereafter. Constant political unrest proves that there is revolutionary potential, but the left is hardly present. Meanwhile, NATO member states use the turmoil to settle scores with old enemies. The region is divided between forces opposed to the imperialist countries and forces allied with them. Fundamentalist religious movements, such as ISIS, denounce all Western influence. Liberal, pro-Western circles aim to imitate the European model, but they have no connection with the masses who know very well that this would leave them poor. Progressive Kurdish forces have some influence but risk becoming pawns in the imperialist game, major powers allying with them one day only to sacrifice them the next. Many people are fed up with the political chaos and see their only chance for a better future in migrating to Europe where they are not welcome. The social, political, ethnic, and religious tensions spiral out of control. The outcome is uncertain. A triple crisis. It seems that we are on our way to a triple crisis, at the same time economic, ecological, and political. Economic. Because the working classes of the global south will demand higher wages, while capitalism is running out of new peripheries. The falling profit rate for productive capital will slow down investment and therefore accumulation. Ecological. Because every credible scientific study tells us that we are heading toward catastrophe in the form of natural disasters, droughts, and shrinking harvests. The North has moved much of its industrial production to the South, but no one will escape the ecological and climatic consequences. Political. Because the crisis leaves the main political actors in the North in disarray. Both capital and the working class are divided in their attempts to save the system. There are factions of capital that want to continue with neoliberal globalization and change everything to keep everything the same. Other factions want to return to a nation-based form of capital accumulation, authoritarian rule, and warfare in order to secure the lion's share of the global spoils. And then there are those factions that have given up on production altogether and focus exclusively on financial speculation. Among the working classes, there are winners and losers of globalization. Unsurprisingly, their reactions to the crisis differ, and there is a strong polarization between nation-based and class-based responses. All three aspects of the crisis are tightly interwoven and pose a serious threat to the capitalist system. At this point, there don't seem to be any viable alternatives, but a new world order will emerge from fiery struggles between progressive and reactionary forces. Part 3. Politics in a Divided World. Chapter 8. A Window for Radical Change. Here is great chaos under heaven. The situation is excellent. This quote is attributed to Mao Zedong. 465. It describes the situation we are facing today. In the coming decades, we are in for an economic and political roller coaster ride. Capitalism's crisis has opened windows for radical change, but radical change doesn't just happen automatically. The transition to a more equal and democratic world is not a given. The outcome of the crisis might just as well be a system built on hierarchy, exploitation, and inequality. History is not on anyone's side. During a structural crisis, the role of the political militant becomes particularly important. The system is unstable and the right kind of actions can lead to the change we desire. To make this change is up to us. But it won't come without a long-term vision. We cannot simply follow the mood of the day and ideological fads. We must not be seduced by self-declared leaders pursuing short-term interests. We need a goal and a strategy, and this must be our focus. In the first two parts of this book, I discussed history and the economy. We now turn to politics and practice. I will first discuss the political entity we are up against, the state and its institutions. Then, I will discuss important political actors, the workers' movement, social movements, liberation movements, and political parties. Finally, I will discuss visions and strategies for global anti-imperialist resistance. This includes strategies for militants in the global north such as myself. The state. Actually existing capitalism is the result of complex interactions between economic and political forces. The driving force of the capitalist mode of production is accumulation. Without accumulation, the system dies. But we are not talking about a law of nature. Both the economic system and the resistance against it are created by people. Accumulation is shaped by class struggle. Class struggle happens both directly in the relationship between capital and labor, and indirectly, mediated by the state and its institutions. It is also an important aspect of conflicts between states. State power impacts both national and global processes of accumulation. Different classes fight to defend their economic interests within the state. They also form cross-state alliances. Struggles on the factory floor, for political power, and over global dominance are all connected. In the 19th century, the British tried to establish the best global conditions for accumulation. In the 20th century, the USA did the same. Today, Western Europe, the USA, and Japan are trying to defend their control. The power of the state has been diminished by neoliberal globalization. As mentioned above, in the 1970s, there was still talk of limiting the power of transnational corporations. Today, politicians compete with one another to provide the best conditions for them, hoping to attract capital and create jobs for a labor force that cannot simply leave the country. The political paradigm has shifted from social democratic, Keynesian ideas to neoliberal maxims. This is not simply the result of political choices. It is the result of technological developments and new ways of organizing the productive forces to make global accumulation as effective as possible. National economies, as they existed in the 1960s, are no longer viable today. The state has lost much of its independence with regard to capital. It has become much harder for the state to regulate the economy. Global finance capital has experienced such rapid growth that even the biggest national banks have enormous difficulties controlling economic developments. In the old international economy, the state acted as a mediator between global economic forces and national economies. Its main task was to defend the ruling class interests embedded in the latter. But the further we moved toward a transnational global economy, the more the state had to abide by the wishes of transnational corporations and institutions such as the WTO and the IMF. Today, the national economies of most European countries are controlled by the EU. Once a bulwark against the global economy, the state has become a facilitator for the global economy. This, however, does not mean that the state is about to disappear, as liberals like to claim. The neoliberal state is not a minimal state, nor has it lost its power. Its role has simply changed. It handles specific tasks within the global order it has become a part of. Neoliberal globalization would have been impossible without the military might of the USA and its Federal Reserve's control of the US dollar. Thomas Friedman noted in 1999, "The hidden hand of the market will never work without a hidden fist." McDonald's cannot flourish without McDonnell Douglas, the designer of the F-15. And the hidden fist that keeps the world safe for Silicon Valley's technologies to flourish is called the U.S. Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps. 466. Capital needs the state to take care of things like the military and currency control tasks that no market can handle. It also needs the state to provide a secure base for its global operations. Beyond that, it has little use for it. Nor is it dependent on any state in particular. It can choose the one offering the best facilities and services, whether it's cheap labor, a strong market, low taxes, law and order, control and surveillance, or an effective infrastructure. If capital becomes dissatisfied with a particular state, it can move on to the next. Attracting capital by offering it the best conditions to operate in has become a political priority for governments around the world. We live in the era of the competitive neoliberal state. In their book, Empire, Michael Hart and Antonio Negri have offered a radical interpretation of globalization's political consequences. For them, the last 50 years of economic, political, military, and cultural development have created an empire, that is, a global economic and political system uniting national and transnational institutions within one paradigm, globalized capitalism. 467 Globalized capitalism does not just entail geographic expansion, but the commodification of all aspects of our lives. Everything falls victim to capitalism's all-encompassing logic. The public sector is privatized, and so are genetic sequences, knowledge, information, and the human experience itself. Leisure, culture, and sports are subjected to the rules of capital. Transnational corporations not only manage production and sales, they also structure the empire itself, they allocate labor, they create money, they develop technologies, and they shape needs and identities. They determine our norms and values, our bodies and souls. Today, imperialism is mainly administered by organizations and treaties that unite several nation-states, the EU, the WTO, NATO, NAFTA, and so forth. But we are still a far cry from the world government that some pundits, especially on the right, constantly warn us about. Transnational corporations use the global structures that are so essential for their operations, but they also use the influence of the state they are based in to gain access to foreign markets, investment opportunities, and other advantages in the battle for global economic dominance. The US leads NATO to benefit American capital, Germany leads the EU to benefit German capital, and so forth. In short, we must not exaggerate the transnational character of power. The nation-state remains an important player in the global political arena. Not all capitalist states are alike, and there will always be friction within the global bourgeoisie. In their analysis of globalization, Hart and Negri overlooked the imperialist element, the inequality between global north and global south. It is true that we find pockets in the global north that resemble life in the global south, and that affluent neighborhoods in the global south can resemble middle-class life in the global north, but, overall, the north-south divide remains enormous. For the average person, life in the US, Western Europe, Japan, Australia, or New Zealand is very different from life in Brazil, Mexico, Nigeria, Egypt, China, or India. It is therefore also misleading to call migrant neighborhoods in the imperialist countries an internal third world. While many of their residents are denied full access to the welfare state, they have steady access to electricity and clean water, often live in a safer environment than the one they left behind, and have at least the possibility of receiving income that is far above what they could make at home. If this wasn't the case, they wouldn't risk their lives to come to the imperialist countries, crossing highly militarized borders. On the one hand, capital undermines state power, especially with respect to the economy. On the other hand, it uses the rivalry between states to its advantage. The development of global chains of production is a case in point. It began in the 1970s, when Japanese companies moved labor-intensive production to low-wage countries in order to compete more effectively with companies based in the US and Europe. The US responded by encouraging and actively supporting the export-oriented industrialization of Taiwan and Singapore. 468 European countries had difficulty establishing themselves in Asia. Instead, Germany and France campaigned hard for the rapid inclusion of the formerly state socialist countries of Eastern Europe into the EU, in order to provide their own capital with access to cheap labor. Imperialist rivalry was a driving force in the outsourcing of production to low-wage countries and the development of transnational production. Today, the Triad forms an imperialist alliance against the South, where countries such as China, India, South Africa, and Brazil have joined Russia in fighting for their own interests in international forums. Contrary to what Hart and Negri suggest, globalized production does not mean global political consensus. War. When assessing the impact of imperialism, it is not enough to look at current forms of value transfer. We must also consider what Ainwayer Abdelmalek has called the historical surplus value, which includes the effects of violence and warfare. Historical surplus value designates the looting of all major continents as of the 15th century and the accumulation of their wealth in the then rising bourgeoisies of the West. The roots of violence and the roots of global war lie in the historical restructuring of the international order, that is, the formation of Western hegemony, rooted in the historical surplus value from the 15th century onwards. This strangely ignored condition by mainstream academia considers capitalist surplus value as if it was a product of the last stage of the history of mankind and or a product of the last phase of the class struggle, during which the bourgeoisies were to exploit the working class. The historical surplus value is not delimited by economics, raw material, energy, resources, land, and space etc., it above all provided Europe with the means to secure world hegemony. Historical surplus value provided the grounds for the rise of the scientific and technological revolution. Its geopolitics furnished Europe with the means of control of the world via sea routes, while the dissemination of ideas from the center via communication technologies dictated the theories and conceptions for the Third World to grow into. As such, the ethical normative position by which the liberal left judges violence as a pathology of the system or as an exogenous syndrome, when in fact that very historical context for development is laid down by the violence of European imperialism. Imperialism as a central factor in the power structure of the modern times was viewed in its immediacy and not as a contemporary expression of a historical process. 469. For Abdel Malik, imperialist wars were not only central to the process of accumulation, but also to creating the ideal conditions for the extended extraction of surplus value. 470. And we mustn't fool ourselves, the times of imperialist wars are far from over. Market forces might have replaced military might as the single most important factor in maintaining the imperialist order, but raw violence still plays an important role. Imperialist wars are a part of the global class struggle, they define geopolitical power and the law of global value chains. In his book, The Cordon Sanitaire, Ali Kadri explains the connection between the sweatshops of Asia, the global network of U.S. military bases, and ongoing warfare. In an article on Syria and Iraq, he writes, "Prices as the mediated actuality of value via the balance of forces in the international class struggle, and within the class struggle as a production sphere itself, mirror the historically accumulated stock of imperialist power and camouflage real value by the degree of labor's repression. The worst form of combined repression and exploitation that conceal huge value are imperialist wars. Militarism and its wars ratchet up imperialist power and reduce the negotiating power of working classes, and with it a wide range of prices that fall way below value. With the class struggle assuming the form of production, and with war as a production process being also a manifestation of the class struggle, the consumption of human life directly in war as production generates high rates of surplus value. Wars, for instance, reap a whole life's productivity in the short life expectancy of a fighter who is paid pittance in wages. 471. From a capitalist point of view, war is not necessarily a waste of money. It is an investment. War creates favorable conditions for global accumulation, it boosts national accumulation, and it allows for primitive accumulation to flourish. And then there is the war economy itself, which allows corporations to make profits off of public spending. When the Soviet Union and the socialist states of Eastern Europe crumbled in 1991, some people naively believed that NATO had lost its purpose and that we would enter an era of disarmament. That did not happen. NATO has remained very aggressive. In fact, since then it has expanded its reach, no longer focusing solely on Europe. In the Yugoslav conflict, NATO brought about regime change in Serbia and aided in the establishment of Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, and Kosovo as independent nations. There was the First Gulf War, and later the War on Terror with the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq. NATO also intervened in Libya during the uprising against Gaddafi, and in the war against the Islamic State in Syria. The US and its NATO partners are eager to bid farewell to the old nationalist regimes of the Middle East that came to power during the decolonization era. When these regimes first took power, they rejected US dominance and closed their markets to transnational corporations. Over time, however, they became corrupt and despotic. NATO hoped for a balkanization of the Middle East and the establishment of weak, pro-Western governments. This strategy has not proven successful. The nationalist regimes have not been replaced by functioning neoliberal ones. Instead, NATO's interventions opened a Pandora's box of sectarian strife and brought fundamentalist forces significant support, forces that, in many cases, had been initially boosted by the US to destabilize the region. NATO has also rekindled its conflict with Russia, which has re-emerged as a nationalist power, this time with capitalist colors. NATO supported a right-wing coup in the Ukraine in February 2014. Moscow responded by annexing Crimea and by backing the resistance of Russians living in the Ukraine. Tensions between the US and Russia were heightened by US and Saudi support for Salafist forces fighting Assad in Syria. Russia got involved in the Syrian conflict in 2015 to prevent ISIS from toppling the Assad regime and to outmuscle the US. Trump's friendlier approach toward Russia represents a shift in US strategy, China being Trump's main target. This shift is the result of economic realities. Wars, whether they are waged against dictators, leftist governments, social movements, or imperialist rivals, are an inevitable consequence of the imperialist mode of production. There are economic booms, recessions, and crises, and with each of these political power is reshaped. The transnational character of today's economy is confirmed by the forms this takes. During the first half of the 20th century, economic turmoil led to wars between the imperialist powers. Today, international partnerships have become the main way of keeping things under control. The US is leading an alliance of what they consider the free world. This includes the EU, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, but, tellingly, also countries such as Saudi Arabia. Still, it represents only 15% of the world's population. During the Cold War, the US was a hegemonic power with Western Europe and Japan as its allies. Today, the US has become highly dependent on Western Europe and Japan, both for ideological support and for help footing the military bill. In 2015, the US accounted for more military spending than the next 7 biggest arms spenders: China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, the United Kingdom, France, Japan, and India combined. 472. The enemies of the present world order, the result of the collapse of actually existing socialism, are no longer confined to specific territories. They have become very amorphous and include everyone who resists. They can be anywhere. They are not considered to be political opponents, but criminals and terrorists. War is presented as a moral obligation rather than a political necessity. Troops are deployed in the name of human rights and democracy. They embark on modern-day civilizing missions that remind us of the colonial saviors of centuries past. In the case of authoritarian regimes serving NATO's interests, noble principles matter little, of course. After World War II, NATO accepted both Salazar's Portugal and Franco's Spain within its ranks. Today, Turkey is an important member state. As for the close collaboration with Saudi Arabia, it would seem that it does not pose any problem whatsoever. Modern-day warfare knows no limits of space or time. There is no precise point when war commences, nor any moment when peace is declared. Everything is unclear and amorphous. The war on terror reaches from Afghanistan's Helmand province to the Middle East to the big cities of Europe and North America. The lines separating military interventions in the global south and interventions protecting the global north have become blurry. Politics and security have become one. Military, police, and intelligence services blend together. Surveillance and legal persecution have been globalized, especially since the attacks of September 11, 2001. The US collaborates with the EU in the repression of political opponents. The interception of communications, and other means of surveillance, have surpassed Orwellian levels. Compared to today's secret services, the infamous Stasi of East Germany appears rather amateurish. Apart from securing the accumulation of capital, the main purpose of military intervention in the global south is to prevent social unrest from spreading to the global north. Uprisings, migrants, diseases, none shall find their way to the rich countries. What is important is to avoid any significant loss of life of one's own soldiers, that is. This is a consequence of the Vietnam War, since public opinion in the US shifted when the death toll of American soldiers became intolerable. Special forces with high-tech equipment have largely replaced troops on the ground, and drones kill people without soldiers being anywhere nearby. Militarily and politically, the world has become much more chaotic and unstable than it was during the Cold War. With two opposing superpowers, the US and the Soviet Union, there was some equilibrium. The Soviet Union is no more, and the US is on the decline. Frighteningly, it tries to compensate for its loss of economic dominance with military prowess. The USA staunchly tries to defend its position as the world's leading nuclear power, able to launch a nuclear strike against anyone in the world, including Russia, without having to fear for its own destruction. 473 The danger that this entails must not be underestimated, especially with Trump in charge of the red button. For the danger to disappear, the world order needs to change. Let us now look at some of the actors that promise to play a role in this change. Chapter 9. The Trade Union Movement. Since the end of the 19th century, the trade union movement has focused on organizing within national boundaries. In the North, it has pursued and defended the social democratic welfare state, which made possible a certain control of capitalism and a certain level of economic redistribution. This entailed class compromise, and the state took on the role of mediator between capital and labor. It gave the workers' movement collective bargaining, a minimum wage, labor laws, unemployment benefits, pensions, and so on. International trade union organizations exist, but they are not prioritized and remain dominated by workers' organizations from the global North and their interests. More importantly, working class movements in the global South cannot simply copy the strategies of those in the global North. Class compromise in the global North was only possible because of the exploitation of the global South. In the capitalist world system, the countries of the global South constitute the periphery. They themselves have no periphery to exploit. Nor can their reserve armies of labor emigrate.